Namjoon smiled wickedly and threatened, "Are you all crazy, wanting to be eaten by dogs?" He reached his hand into the meat bucket, casually praising, "Good job my children, time to eat." As soon as Namjoon threw the meat on the ground, the dogs immediately swarmed it. He boasted proudly, "They only listen to me, right? How dare you waste the Messiah's time?" He smirked and continued, "I absolutely will not spare you, you must become their meal." Saying that, Namjoon turned towards Johan and Jin-sung, ordering, "My children, time to eat, over there, those bastards, bite them right now." While he was speaking, Mi-jin bit hard into his ankle. She didn't mind the dirt and bit with all her might. Seeing that, Johan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Mi-jin. Namjoon forcefully shook his leg and yelled, "Who told you to bite? Why did you bite? You damn bitch." His actions immediately caught the eyes of Johan and Jin-sung. Both of them furiously rushed forward, clenching their fists and shouting, "You son of a bitch." Mi-jin anxiously tried to stop them, Don't come here." But the two didn't listen, charging straight into the fierce pack of dogs. But suddenly, the entire room went silent. Mi-jin's face went blank, and Johan and Jin-sung also halted their actions. The dogs in front of them suddenly became obedient, bowing low and wagging their tails at them. Seonari's voice suddenly rang out, "Good, that's right, be quiet." She appeared at the door, holding a bucket of water in her hand, and anxiously asked, "Johan, are you okay?" He was confused and muttered to himself, "Mom, it's Mom, how could Mom?" Seeing her, Namjoon trembled and asked, "What the hell is this? How did you?" Seeing the bucket in Seonari's hand, he angrily roared, "Where did you get that, you blind bitch?" She recalled the words Junho had said, "Please keep your dignity, accept the judgment." And also the words Namjoon had said, "Do you always carry meat with you? Jin-sung, are you okay?" Feeling embarrassed, she immediately explained, "I secretly found what your servant hid, even if I can't see, this room reeks of grass." Seonari sternly declared, "You are not the Messiah, but just a bastard who trains dogs with meat." Namjoon, agitated, screamed, "Shut up! I am the Messiah, what can you do with that?" Reaching his hand toward the bucket of meat, he called out, "Will you see where the dogs are? My children, bite that bitch." However, Mi-jin rushed forward and knocked over the bucket of meat. Namjoon stood there, stunned by her action. Watching the dogs rush in to devour it, he yelled, "You bitch, what did you do?" But before he could say anything else, a whole bucket of water was splashed onto Namjoon. Seonari said in a serious tone, "They are listening to me right now." She firmly stated, "This is my offering." Namjoon hurriedly shook the water off his body, repeating the same words over and over, "Impossible, it can't be." Looking at the dogs eagerly rushing toward him, Seonari gently said, "If you truly are the Messiah, they wouldn't bite you, would they?" Namjoon widened his eyes and screamed. Jin-sung quickly ran over, pulled Mi-jin into his arms, and comforted her, "Mi-jin, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine." And that evening, a massive number of police officers were dispatched to investigate and reveal the whole truth. And traces of escape were also found under the reporter uncle's barbed wire fence. The cult leader, who intentionally cultivated addictive grass, was imprisoned. The previous followers were taken to the hospital for long-term rehab, and Johan's mother was no exception. Those with power in the cult had used the fanatics to manipulate the economy, /n/N. As for Johan, he silently watched Jin-sung comforting Mi-jin, "Mi-jin, it's okay, everything is fine." Meanwhile, Mrs. Seonari struggled and called out, "Johan, Johan." He lonely watched everyone leave. And then Johan also disappeared from that day on, probably wanting to forget everything /n/, and the scene shifts to a beautiful morning, which is now a year later, at the National Youth Boxing Championship. Two commentators sitting on the podium happily introduce, "Now, it's the highly anticipated final match." Normal youth boxing matches aren't usually broadcast live, right? They look down at the ring where Jin-sung is standing and excitedly say, "But the difference is because of this competitor, Lee Jin-sung. He just remains silent against their evaluations, he seems to be a heavyweight competitor, right? Only a third-year middle schooler, but his talent is quite formidable." The opponent, however, is someone with no records, huh? A competitor with no information about his school or training gym. Sitting in the stands, Mi-jin gets a bit worried hearing this /n/N. Standing opposite Jin-sung right now is none other than Johan. The commentator quickly introduces, "Song Johan, where did a competitor like this appear from? It's really thrilling." Jin-sung looks at his serious expression, confusedly thinking, "That guy suddenly appeared in front of me after a year." He smirks and mutters to himself, "This kid, I went through the trouble of looking for him to no avail, worrying so much about whether he was dead or alive. I know the reason he showed up here today, it's because of Mi-jin, right?" Sitting in the stands, she recognizes Johan and can't hide her smile. Jin-sung recalled his previous words, "I will win the championship this year and confess my love, I have worked hard to defeat you. You also share the same goal as me." Jin-sung's hands tightened inside his gloves as he reminded himself, "I absolutely must not lose, it's not over yet, brr." Jin-sung looked at Johan's silence, secretly determining in his heart, you know my talent, now I can beat you 100%. Finally, the referee signaled the start of the match. As soon as the command ended, Johan dashed forward. BRBR Jin-sung was so surprised his jaw dropped. The spectators in the stands witnessing that scene couldn't help but exclaim, fast as lightning. Johan's fist was right in front of Jin-sung's eyes. The commentator confusedly spoke up, how is he so fast? Yes, Johan. BRBR Jin-sung quickly dodged his head to the side to avoid the attack, making Johan pause in surprise. The commentator almost screamed in suspense, Jin-sung dodged it. Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Jin-sung. He looked at Johan slyly and greeted him, nice to meet you, Johan. Johan rushed toward his opponent as fast as lightning. Jin-sung couldn't help but be surprised, freezing for a moment. The cheers from Mi-jin and everyone else made the atmosphere even more intense. Johan's boxing attack reached Jin-sung in an instant, to his utter astonishment. The powerful punch went right through, but Jin-sung managed to dodge it in time. Johan suddenly exclaimed, you dodged it? The referee began to shout, Jin-sung had avoided it. He looked at Johan smugly, nice to see you again, Johan. Johan also didn't hesitate to call his opponent's name, Lee Jin-sung. He showed tremendous spirit in front of his opponent, Lee Jin-sung, truly worthy of being a championship candidate. Jin-sung couldn't help but feel delighted that he dodged Johan's punch, saying, I don't know where you've been or what you've been doing, but you've improved, haven't you? Johan remained calm in the face of those provocative words, repeating once more, you dodged it? His eyes flared with killing intent, you've improved a lot too. Jin-sung's face briefly showed astonishment, then I won't show any mercy. He quickly returned to his initial state, laughing and talking to Johan, are you bragging? You've grown a lot, haven't you? Johan replied to him, what can I say, I have my reasons too. On this side, Mi-jin was extremely overjoyed by Johan's presence. Johan, where have you been all this time? Facing his opponent's aura, Jin-sung strongly declared, I definitely must win the championship, I will be fair and square. And the unspoken words were his confession to Mi-jin. However, that declaration seemingly wasn't enough to shake Johan. Everyone in the stands was intensely watching the match, but moments later, the atmosphere changed completely, and no one could believe their eyes. Eden nearby continuously sniffed the arena floor, then shifted to swaying its body. Beside it lay Jin-sung, completely motionless, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth full of blood. Johan stood above, looking at the body sprawled on the ground, his eyes still unwavering without a ripple, and asked him, is that right, or not? The referee quickly caught on to the situation regarding Jin-sung's defeat as he had fallen. A change, there has been a massive change, ladies and gentlemen. Mi-jin still watched the match intently, her face still showing shock. Mi-jin, Lee Jin-sung had been knocked out, Johan had completely defeated his opponent. Mi-jin was witnessing it all, he had utterly failed according to the referee's call. Jin-sung couldn't move at all, Johan bent down and reached his hand out to his opponent, kindly asking, are you okay? /n that hand made Jin-sung suddenly wake up and realize something, back then he himself had done the exact same thing to Johan, are you okay? Mi-jin always followed every movement of the match, Jin-sung completely did not want that. Mi-jin, don't look. He felt humiliated about his bitter defeat in front of her. Don't look at me. At the end of the match, Johan gloated, you know now, right? The arena burst into cheers for his victory, champion. /n after Johan's match, Mi-jin hurriedly ran down to the waiting area. She looked around anxiously searching for him. Johan, where have you been until now? I have to find you. Johan, right before her eyes, was having an arm put around his shoulder by a tall man. Mi-jin was overwhelmed with so many questions, who is he with? Hey Johan. /n now white towel was draped over Johan's shoulder by the man who asked, surprising, I knew you would be the champion, no regrets, right? He didn't hesitate to answer the guy firmly, no regrets, and no lingering attachments either. Hearing him say that made Mi-jin's heart ache, not even friends? Her eyes showed a look of astonishment. Johan patted the little dog's head, the only thing left for me is this guy, I want to succeed. Mi-jin was full of regret, there was no way to hold on to Johan left right before our eyes. And, the image of Jin-sung after the moment of defeat, as for Jin-sung, from that day on he no longer practiced boxing, Jin-sung also changed completely. That was the scene of the high school opening ceremony, Jin-sung stood in front of the punks, are you Lee Jin-sung, the middle school boxing athlete? Three guys who didn't know their own limits uttered arrogant provocations, don't stick your nose into other people's business, keep your eyes wide open from now on, do you see how he looks at us? He responded to them with a slight smile. After that, a bunch of guys who got punched lay limply on the ground with bruised and painful faces, I couldn't see his punch, he said it was changed according to some format trend. Jin-sung was smug here hearing the flattering praises, indeed Jin-sung's punch is faster than a dog's, so it's right that you guys couldn't see it, the girl Mi-jin clearly showed a look of annoyance at this moment. So annoying. Mi-jin was unwilling to let it go, adding a few more grievances for Marnie beside her, quick-handed, hot-tempered, what's wrong with that? Try interacting with him once, he treats you really well, just that he punches at the slightest provocation. Marnie looked towards Jin-sung. Him? Jin-sung appeared in her line of sight, and she said, he was a very promising boxing prospect in middle school. Mi Jin became even more frustrated as she admitted, I know, that's why I hate it. The tiresome frustration radiated from the frame, hating a Jin-sung who lived without a purpose. But then, _and the boxing punches slammed into the sandbag. Jin-sung, practicing enthusiastically, stopped to look at everyone. Thank you, is that so? Gotta put all my strength into it? The irritable manager watched him. An employee nearby, not knowing who it was, asked, mocking him, his temper is still the same. Who is that, manager? It's your first time meeting him, right? Mi Jin's pretty face appeared after the discussion of the two people. Yes, is he that guy? The one who appeared in the news about Pungsan. It was really scary. She smiled brightly, and on her arm was a small bracelet. How lucky, Jin-sung _and nearly one morning, before the sun had fully risen, Jin-sung was diligently jogging on the long road. He told himself, I need to lose a little more fat, and get a haircut too. I should probably go to Johan's mother's place. Her eyes might not be able to see anything anymore, but he still trained wholeheartedly. Jin-sung just kept throwing punches out. Right, faster, a bit more. Someone's words startled him, you've played a lot. A short, timid figure looked at him. With a flushed, sweaty face, he explained his actions. Jin-sung, hello, I didn't mean to peek, I was just passing by. This kid is, _and Jin-sung was too focused, he didn't care about the kid and replied, I'm busy, get lost. That kid was probably a fan of mine. Sorry about that. Another man came over to greet him, Jin-sung, exercising? Vasco. Jin-sung was trying to remember this name. Vasco, what the heck? Vasco enthusiastically motivated his friend, Jin-sung is so cool. Hyung-seok, let's do our best too, we have to run another 10 kilometers. Do those two know each other? They continued running, leaving him staring in confusion. And exercising together too. Vasco, let's take a break, let's get some food. God, what kind of group is this? Hyung-seok felt every one of Jin-sung's boxing punches, the speed seemed faster, clearly. His hands clenched tightly like this, each punch swung with no less power. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. What was that? The image of his passionate training appeared. Just now, he realized that stance was so similar to Johan's powerful fighting stance. Hyung-seok panted. Copy, Hyung-seok, hurry up. Okay, the recent form of that kid reminded him of someone, Johan. There was a small barbershop here, where skilled hands cut every lock of hair. It's been a long time, Jin-sung, hasn't it? The blind middle-aged woman still held the scissors firmly. Even though I can't see, I'm still pretty good, right? A cross hung in the corner of the room. Do you still have no news of Johan? Since my treatment, he hasn't come to visit even once, that promise breaker. Speaking of her son, she took all the blame on herself, it's also because of these terrible parents. Oh, my good son, don't move, or your ear might get cut. A stack of missing child flyers lay neatly on the table, and the child was Johan. Can you help me post these? I plan to go a little further today. Her hands overflowed with sorrow for her son. That he was just still healthy and well was all she prayed for. The shiny room still echoed with their conversation. There, all done, I'm still as skillful as before, right? A hint of happiness briefly appeared on her face. Jin-sung, on the table is a 10,000 won bill, the middle-aged woman said to him. Just 5,000 won is enough, I always have to thank you, Jin-sung. Sunset arrived in the sky. Johan with his messy hair and red nose, someone's voice rang out, his hair all tangled, his face too, his eyes sharper and more determined than ever, I'm done, let's go. The dog even wriggling and looking at the sky was called back, aren't you going to say goodbye to Mom? Mom, I only have him as my family, come here Eden. I definitely will, standing next to Jin-sung he firmly said to him, take your position. Jin-sung acknowledged that oath, you startled me again like the time you won the championship, that's true, compared to the player rankings making money is still better, I still haven't found a successor. Jin-sung seemed to draw a path for him, for now focus on merging the 4 heavenly crews. Johan fell silent after the guidance, the hand of Kakaotok Song Johan. The silhouette of the old mother bending over and then bowing down, money, I have to make money. At Crystal Choi's house. In the bathroom, the young woman lying in the tub relaxing she looked at her phone. The screen briefly showed the scary face of a movie character, or am I tore it down and rebuilt it. Crystal Choi let her train of thought sink into contemplation, it's obviously plastic surgery, or is it just nonsense? She asked a question, if not, her mind thought of the 2 different appearances of Hyung-seok, those 2 are just like me. At that moment she knew what she needed to do, I have to find out. Sounds of joyful conversation inside the car, I see it, we're here, Sauron is Sauron, the Tower of the Ring. After the whole group got out of the car, there are so many people, how many schools are coming here to camp? A girl nudged her friend. Hey, look, they looked up at Hyung-seok, how can he be so handsome? Two girls exclaimed, this is crazy, is he an idol? Oh my god, which school is he from? Hyung-seok glanced around, many other schools came today too, where is our school? As he recalled, being dragged here, class 5 to 3 seemed to have arrived the day before yesterday. Hyung-seok unconsciously reminisced, remembering back then, when he had been standing in line for 2 hours. Some big guy bullied him. Alright kid, now go line up at the next zone. Hyung-seok could never forget, as someone who specialized in standing in line for others, this place was a tiring and lonely one. /n/n later, someone's voice called him, but right now Jin-sung and his friends were waiting. Hurry up, I told you every line is packed, Daniel. He even bluntly said, all the kids at school ran for their lives, because of you we couldn't get on, we fell so far behind. Hyun-seok looked at the stuff on their heads. What the heck are you doing on your heads? The three girls thought, what, if Jin-sung wears it, it'll definitely be cute, really, should we try it too? Hey Appa, isn't this headband cute? /n/net this moment, Hyun-seok was very happy, he finally had friends. He spoke up, okay, I'm sorry. The world inside Hyun-seok seemed to have changed, a feeling he had never experienced even once. So this is a field trip, it's really thrilling. /n/n students from other schools gossiped, look, second-year students from the fashion department, move aside and let's see. Jae-hi is a first-year student but hanging out with them? Damn, I'm so jealous. Ji-ho also noticed, which school are those guys from? They look like idols, or are they models? Jin-sung urged, let's go in quickly, Mi-jin, which ride should we play first? They kept making a fuss, Atlan, that ride is so scary. Hyun-seok didn't forget his friends, Ji-ho, let's go. Hanul silently judged, why is he so gentle, so gentle? That made Ji-ho very happy, okay, he has an absolutely wonderful group of friends. /n/n Tae-sung stood in a corner, his blood boiling, you bastard, I'll wring your neck someday. The guy next to him asked, what's wrong, boss? I wasn't going to come, but unexpectedly it's really fun. Hyun-seok wondered, hey Ji-ho, where is Deokwa? Didn't he say he was going to watch that Show Me audition or something? We'll probably have to ask the part-time staff later. Right now, Hyun-seok was officially walking through the ticket gate tunnel. The whole group looked up in awe. The daylight at the other end of the tunnel leading above ground was gradually shining closer, and his heart was lighting up too. The sight before them made everyone exclaim, it's Latte World. Crowds of people were bustling everywhere. Lee Eun-tae was here now too. Bum Jae, this is so fun. Bum Jae's face was as red as if he were being flirted with by girls. Lee Eun-tae playfully shouted, except for the opening ceremony, this is the first time I've worn a uniform, so take lots of pictures. So Bum Jae was just feeling shy. Okay. Someone's leg just lifted, and a guy found Lee Eun-tae an eyesore. What are you doing, man? Why are you so embarrassed as a man? He got annoyed, girls, what's going on, Junior? Bum Jae was speechless. That brat. Seriously. Lee Eun-tae and that guy argued. Just take off the bunny ears already. Hey, if you can take it off, do it. They were arguing loudly. What the hell is a man embarrassed about? Just wear the bunny ears or something. If you were me, you would have jumped down there already. Jin-sung was blushing with embarrassment. That remark. Hyun-seok smiled, that's not it, Jin-sung, the girls are screaming, Jin-sung, it suits you so much. Hyun-seok is cute too. What are you guys so happy about? Hyun-seok looked up at his friends, Vasco also seemed happier. He had never imagined a day like this would come, or he would even wear an animal ear headband. Images from his past flashed by back in the day, it was always Pikachu, Million Volt, Pika, even acting like Pikachu. The whole group was always noisy, Hyun-seok, let's play this, Disco Pang Pang. Oh, Latte World has this ride now? Who knows, probably because many customers wanted to play. The staff excitedly said, now, hold on tight, I'm going to adjust it so we can spin to the max, to the max, to the max. The boys teased, watch out or your panties will show, no way, if they show it's not my fault. Only Jae-hi was waiting for the opportunity. It's here, I'll use this moment to let Hyung-seok hug me. Her whole body flew up, oh my, swaying. Jae-hi targeted Hyung-seok, great, come, let me dive right into his chest. Suddenly, a hand pushed against her face, about to hug, Jae-yeol ruined this plan. Jae-hi was very annoyed, J-W-I. She was dissatisfied, why did he have to help block it, he has no tact at all. Jae-hi smiled awkwardly, as expected, there's no one like a biological brother huh, then she started her scheme again, okay, let's try again. Hyun-seok was scared out of his wits. Daniel, Jae-hi were running steadily, surprising everyone, so good, not shaking a bit, those two are really talented. Bum Jae cared about his friend next to him, who was drunk. Everyone looked over at Hanul and Mi-jin's group. Hey, that group. Oh, I'm dying, so cute. The two girls' slender legs were exposed, making every guy drool looking at them. They immediately compared. Damn, looking back at our school, what the heck are these girls? There isn't a single one that is pleasing to the eye. At the same time, there were three girls whose hearts were fluttering. They stared unblinkingly at Hyung-seok and Jae-yeol. Then they also compared, oh my god, look at our school, not a single guy can be called decent looking. At this time, someone stepped up, move aside a bit. The three snooty girls acted all high and mighty. What are they anyway? What's so special about the capital Seoul? Just looking at the one leading that group, you can tell. Soo-min, let's just move. Soo-min scoffed, what is this? These guys look quite ordinary, wearing flashy makeup, move. Soo-min glanced over, and in a flash, bumped into Hyung-seok, her cheeks immediately turning red. Why is he so handsome? Is this how city boys are? Someone called out, Soo-min. Tobek evaluated, those girls are also from our area. Hoen flirted, what's so special about Seoul, hang out with us. He spoke in a regional dialect, they are all just kids like this. What's so great about these Seoul brats, they look absolutely terrible. Hoen said, we are looking for Bonai. Songnam scoffed, don't act like such country bumpkins, the Seoul folks will look down on us now. Soo-min, do I look sharp today? He was very confident in himself, I bought it at a specially expensive price. Are you gonna hit me? The brand for real men, Wonder Hermes. Songnam reminded him, if you guys do that, the Seoul folks will look at you weirdly and look down on you. He had bought the full set for 427,000 won. 8,540,000 dong, wanting to buy this outfit so much that he stole a few bags of potatoes from his mother to sell. Hoen was cunning, Songnam, are you hungry? Look at this, what's so special about it, look first. He took out a bowl, whole potatoes, do they even sell potatoes in Seoul? Songnam was provoked and rushed forward, coming here rich but still wanting to eat potatoes, this guy. Hoen raised his voice, even with this, the Seoul guys still look down on us and don't notice. Tubik stood in one place evaluating, truly living up to the name Super Han Songnam. Oh my bowl of potatoes. The next second Songnam acted gracefully, wondering if it got dirty. He was frustrated, trying to be a handsome guy today, and now it turned out like this. These Seoul guys are so annoying, just one tap and it shattered to pieces. Soo-min didn't even pay attention, Songnam tried to attract her attention, move aside a bit, you rotten potato. Oh, the gaze of Soo-min, someone just grabbed onto Songnam's arm, and to make matters worse, vomited profusely. Songnam clenched his fists, Songnam, are you okay? This guy, he puked on me. Lee Eun-tae said softly, I'm sorry, ugh, so dizzy, sorry. Songnam and Tubik raised their voices, hey kid, what are you doing, do you want to die? Lee Eun-tae pleaded, you seem annoyed, I'm sincerely sorry, I'm sorry. Soo-min's group then glanced over, roaring with an aggressive tone, hey kid, the majestic Songnam, are you confident, because I am. At the park. Songnam punched Lee Eun-tae in the chest, is this taekwondo? Hey, Lee Eun-tae, he punched continuously. Do you even know how much the dry cleaning costs? Lee Eun-tae gritted his teeth and endured it, I'm sorry, I'm truly embarrassed. After this, I promise I'll try my best, I will pay you back. Tubek and Hoen instigated, grab the head of that Seoul guy, spin him until his face hits the ground. It's 37 degrees and he's wearing a school uniform, this guy acts like he's missing a few screws. BR Songnam was furious, you will pay? Damn this guy, the price is 10 million won, can you afford it? Lee Eun-tae was shocked, 10 million won? He bowed repeatedly, I didn't know it was that expensive. A capital city student should have a lot of money, just smash his head. It turned out Songnam was just showing off to a girl. Seeing Soo-min, he boasted arrogantly, who says I'm lowlier than those Seoul guys? Your man is such an awe-inspiring person. But Soo-min was secretly scorning him, just another idiot. BR Bum Jae stormed over, which brat is this? Vasco, what's going on? Lee Eun-tae looked at him resentfully, Bum Jae. Songnam acted haughty, what's this? Your friend? LOL. Bum Jae patted Lee Eun-tae, I waited forever and didn't see you, so I came looking. He was crying. Bum Jae, are you free? Bum Jae asked how much it was. Eun-tae exclaimed 100,000. That guy Songnam still tilted his head up to look, his ears pricked up to listen. Songnam tried to eavesdrop. What is it? That buffalo? Bum Jae asked, hey, what's up? Is there a problem? He then growled, what did you guys threaten him with? But Eun-tae stopped him, don't do that, Bum Jae. He thinks I was wrong, I have to apologize. So Bum Jae didn't intervene. Okay. The other crowd immediately mocked, scared now, kid? You Seoul kids are too cute. Leon stood aside and complained, that Vasco guy, always causing trouble. Songnam took the opportunity to show off. Hey, just get out of here, are you going to cry and throw a tantrum? He glanced around, is Soo-min looking? Wow, I am so cool today. But as soon as he turned around, no one was there. Where did everyone go? Soo-min was still fluttering over the handsome guy. She looked at Hyung-seok, smiling beautifully. The kids around were looking at Hyung-seok's group. Look at them, they look like people in showbiz, school idols, with such long legs. Suwon also had to take notice. Hey Soo-min, they must be really famous in Seoul. Jae-hee agreed, even I am addicted to looking at them. Soo-min showed her jealousy. Whatever they are a thorn in my eye. Daring to be prettier than me, I'll just root them out. There is no guy in this world who doesn't like pretty girls. The people around were whispering, they are all handsome guys hanging out together, should we invite them to play with us? Jiho heard that and felt proud. Look up and see, countless teenagers have to look up to us. He was satisfied, and I am also in this group, I benefit a lot from it. Somewhere, there were 3 guys getting annoyed. What is that? Who are those guys? They were annoyed, I see, so it's the violent bullies who lost to us. Do you think I look weak? Jiho acted tough. How dare you look down on me, Park Jiho. The 3 guys immediately made ugly faces to threaten him. Jiho thought to himself, try this, and suddenly he screamed. The 3 guys were startled. It turned out Jin-sung was looking at them. What's wrong, Jiho? What's going on? Who are those guys? Jiho replied, no, it's nothing, we already solved it. Those 3 guys immediately backed off, scared out of their pants. Suddenly someone asked, excuse me, are you Hyung-seok? 3 girls asked, can you take a picture with us? We are your fans. Hyung-seok wondered, how do you know me? The girls explained, we saw you on Facebook, you are someone the community cares about. Hyung-seok was happy, I get to experience these things again. Someone yelled out, catching a bit of the Park Hyung-seok disease, which made him happy, having friends taking all kinds of pictures for him like this. The iron bars were gripped tightly. Jin-sung aggressively spread them apart. Such deep acting, it's just a rubber band, you're overdoing it. Hyung-seok evaluated, doing silly things is still fun. This group was always noisy. Don't push, you're blocking me man, be quiet, let's take a picture, as long as we are together, gradually. Hyung-seok clearly felt it, man, it's so much fun, completely different from when I was alone, this is what you call a picnic. They kept being noisy, let's try that one, a charm? If you win, you get a teddy bear, right? Me Jin, I will get a bear for you. Jin-sung grabbed the hammer, Hyung-seok's jaw dropped, so cool. He exclaimed, 85 points, today's record. Jin-sung gave the gift to his crush, me Jin, for you. He asked for her impression, how is it, do you like it? Jae-hye and Han-nul were furious, ugly, so ugly. Jin-sung showed off, no need to be polite, it's nothing, just ordinary, only a record score. I can get more bears for you. No, it's fine. Song-nom and his friends sat there mocking, those Seoul guys barely eat but pretend to flex, their gym muscles might just fall off. Those words reached Jin-sung's ears, what? Say that again. Me Jin reminded him, stop it, Jin-sung. Song-nom aggressively said, give it here, let me show you what hoeing the earth is like. They all looked up, look, it's Song-nom the bull. He only paid attention to one person. Watch closely, Song-nom silently screamed, I've been looking for you this whole time, so here you are. Oh Soo-min, right now Soo-min's group has become Park Hyung-seok's tail. Song-nom silently affirmed that the strongest one here is Han Song-nam the bull. Gathering all his momentum and putting in all his strength as if he were the only one in this place, Song-nam let out a hiss. Then he smashed it down, and everyone gasped in awe, 99 points. Oh my god, the first 99 points at Latte World. /n/n Song-nam was riding high on his ego, see that, you Seoul country bumpkins? I've only eaten oil and worked in the fields my whole life, this is the power of potatoes. He silently affirmed, how about it, Soo-min? From now on, I am your man, heh. But Soo-min didn't even spare Song-nam a single glance. She focused all her attention on Hyung-seok, please move aside a bit, you flat-faced guy, I can't see. Soo-min suddenly called out, hey, you. She asked, you're called Park Hyung-seok, right? Please give me your phone number. Trying to act as Seoul as possible, Jae-hye and Han-nul were shocked. What is that? /n/n Song-nam was shaking with anger, Song-nam, are you okay? There's a splinter, the people around made a fuss, your hand is bleeding. Soo-min, elegant like a true Seoul girl, huh? Hyung-seok silently marveled, pretty, so pretty, she's this pretty and asking for my number. Soo-min asked, do you have a girlfriend yet? Let's chat, okay? Hyung-seok suddenly froze, what should he do in times like this? He looked over at Soo-young, oh god. Hyung-seok silently called out, Choi Soo-young. The other group judged, look at that, pork belly. Hyung-seok thought to himself, so she's walking alone. He recalled the words he used to hear, Pikachu, fat pig, so Hyung-seok understood very well. I know that feeling very clearly, always hiding in places where there are no people. He knew very well that everyone was mocking and felt ashamed when being alone. Soo-young also silently called out to Park Hyung-seok. The people around sneered, give up, again, why is that guy walking with a girl like that? For real? Soo-min's friends were also surprised. What is this, Cam Soo-min? So embarrassing. Soo-min was shocked. What on earth, it's not me but her. She was very confident. Are you kidding me? Compared to her, I'm much prettier. Are you looking down on me and preferring that pig? Soo-min was jealous of Soo-young. Why the hell was she acting so annoyed and frustrated? /n/n Song-nam was annoyed and swore, what the hell is this? He suggested, should I drag him back for you? But Soo-min refused, no, let it go. Song-nam was furious, you're saying let it go? Hey, damn it, I'll smash his head in. He secretly admitted, but getting chewed out today aside, that motherfucker is quite handsome. /n/n someone exclaimed, what? Hyung-seok is splitting up? Is that so? Jin-sung requested, let's split up into pairs too. He stated, whoever wants to play whatever, just go play, then we'll gather again at mealtime. Actually, Jin-sung had a calculation, it's here, the chance to split up and be alone with me Jin. Everyone else get lost. /n/n Jae-hi called out happily, okay bro, heading across to Magic Island. Jae-yeol thought, alright, first let's make the family disappear. Hanul linked arms, me Jin, as for us, it's Atlin. She thought to herself, let's go with that. Then it's Park Han-nul's family. Ji-ho stood there in a daze, feeling sorry for himself, what about me? Jin-sung complained, does Park Han-nul not have any friends? She replied naturally, I have me Jin here. Ji-ho came up with an idea, then I'll go over there. Thus, he felt relieved, calculating that it perfectly made a 2-and-2 group. But Ji-ho suddenly froze. Jin-sung was looking at him with a furious expression. Ji-ho could understand, whenever they get close, they get close. Mi Jin then asked, Jin-sung, what's wrong? Jin-sung denied it, oh, nothing. Ji-ho fell into despair again, truly lonely. This feeling of being all alone, it's like the feeling of pooping and running out of toilet paper with no one outside, perhaps like that /n/n he looked up, and it was those three guys again. What now, what's with these guys? They stared fiercely at Ji-ho, it was the brats from earlier. He bravely threatened back, how dare you have an attitude with me, Park Ji-ho? The guys were confused, holy shit. /n/n Jin-byun fiercely put his hands in his pockets, hey kid, who do you think you are? Ji-ho felt, did I do something wrong? In an instant, he fell into a cowardly state, scared shitless. Jin-byun growled, earlier, what did you say earlier? Damn, why can't I remember? Ji-ho gritted his teeth in fear, his eyes trembling /n/n in the cramped toilet, a damp smell rose. He still stood there, determined not to take a step back. Opposite him was the guy's ferocious face. Jin-byun was pressing close as if wanting to swallow him whole, growling, hey kid, I asked how old you are. Ji-ho raised his head high and retorted, I'm 100 years old, what's it to you, bitch? /n/n the guy gave a dry smirk, are you messing with me? He shouted back, snapping, so what are you gonna do to me? Outside, murmurs echoed in, it seemed like a fight was about to break out. Jin-byun's face turned red with anger, gritting his teeth, this ugly fucker, what is he relying on to be so cocky? He shuddered briefly, a thought flashing in his mind, could it be that those guys are still around here somewhere, nothing else? Jin-byun changed his tone, questioning him, you piece of trash, are you acting arrogant with me just because you're relying on those guys? Hyun-hui immediately chimed in from behind, we have 3 guys here. Ryu frowned, let's just beat him up, they're all a bunch of sissies. He stood still, not answering a word. It was obvious that this kid knew he was alone. Ji-ho's body trembled repeatedly. What now? What kind of friends are they, abandoning me all alone? The 3 ferocious faces in front of him were staring intently. He was scared, truly scared. Even though he wanted to bow his head right now, the reason he couldn't back down was? Ji-ho's eyes turned toward the group of schoolgirls who were watching the drama. Because the girls were watching. An image of a gorilla flashed through his mind. Just like a gorilla beating its chest when fighting for the throne. Then the image of a peacock, just like a male peacock spreading its tail feathers wide when wanting to seduce a female. That is the male instinct. Ji-ho gritted his teeth, stood up, and growled as if he were truly strong. With that instinct, get out of here before it's too late, before they get here. Unable to step back, awakening his heroic instinct. Seeing them step back for a moment, he became smug. What, are you scared? Jin-byun's lips twitched, muttering curses. He roared, his face distorted ferociously, I can't let this go, you follow me. Ji-ho gulped, his back drenched in sweat. They were just showing off to the girls, so there was no way either side would back down. He calmly observed the situation in front of him. If he went along with it, his bones would be 100% crushed. To escape this situation, forced threats like, I work out, oh mother fasterous cur. Jiho's brain spun around looking for a name. Who could it be? Someone who could help me, anyone. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Him, friend, right here, could it be him? Right at that moment, Tae-sung was fiercely walking by. Tae-sung. Jiho immediately jumped up and shouted loudly, the storm, the transfer student, Tae-sung, over here. That group startled, 2 or 3 guys snapped their heads back. Who is it? Do you know him? Right here, Lee Tae-sung. In his head, he immediately calculated, when the gorillas fight and he appears. Jiho hurriedly complained, his voice trembling but still trying to act tough, these bastards, they're looking down on us. Cold sweat ran down his spine, please, I beg you, help me, just this once. He silently recalled, we talked to each other once before. He approached, his voice arrogant, hey kid, got any cigarettes? Jiho hastily raised both hands, yes, here. Tae-sung raised an eyebrow, a punk like you smokes too? He stayed silent, it could be negotiated, but, I already gave you a cigarette. Jiho prayed silently in his heart, every word choking up, please remember. He exhaled a thick puff of smoke, seems like you were calling me. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the fierce tattoo, their jaws dropped in fear. He squeezed his eyes shut, panting, as if begging fate, please, even if it's just pretending. The 3 guys opposite him immediately shrank back, not daring to make a sound. Tae-sung's face was fierce, his eyebrows furrowed, looking at them as if seeing a bunch of little sheep. What is this? These sheep? Lee Tae-sung was thinking that the amusement park also had a zoo. Jiho slowly opened his eyes, looking up full of hope. Tae-sung jerked his chin, a strong movement, know your place, get lost, so annoying. He was slightly stunned and then burst out laughing, his heart feeling light, I got helped, he's actually quite nice, yes. Cut to the amusement park. Everyone was in awe of the branded shoes, look, grey Balenciaga shoes, look at them in real life. All eyes were drawn to Jae-yeol, who was walking side by side with a pretty girl, the girl linking arms with him isn't bad either. Are they a couple? Like a pair of golden chopsticks and spoons. She leaned in, her eyes hiding a bit of curiosity, hey, we came all the way here, let's look at his face a bit. He maintained his cold demeanor, are you really not listening? Fine then, what can I do? Then she casually said, then I'll go play by myself, can you sit alone? Jae-yeol found a quiet corner and sat down, tightly clutching the phone case printed with a picture of himself and Hyung-seok. The silence stretched on as if swallowing the entire space around him, a quiet moment passed. After a long while, Jae-yeol suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, an extreme ride was preparing to shoot passengers straight up into the air, and his eyes wavered. The admiring look in his eyes appeared in his mind, what? You said you went on the free fall ride? That cheering sound felt so real that his nose tingled, that's really amazing, Jae-yeol is so cool. The corners of Jae-yeol's lips slightly curled up as the seatbelt tightened, a strange guy sitting next to him suddenly turned on his camera. Selfie, gotta take a picture as proof. In that moment, he imagined Hyung-seok's bright smile again, even taking a picture when reaching the top, that's really amazing. Involuntarily, Jae-yeol raised his phone and captured that moment, a fleeting smile appearing. A moment of silence, right then, the sound of the machine rang out, the whole seat frame shook violently, Jae-yeol was startled, his expression changing. Screams echoed throughout the park, oh my god, I'm going to fall, the phone and wallet slipped out of his grasp. The photo taken with friends hung suspended in the air. The scene shifted, and a few minutes later, bare, heavy feet dragged step by step. He bent down, groping in the bushes to find his wallet and phone. Mom, a beggar. Sweat poured down, and dirt covered his clothes. If you don't study hard, you'll end up like that too. Oh my, so young, how pitiful. At this time, Song-non was slowly enjoying his food, stepping forward to stand in front of Jae-yeol. Tubek spoke in a mocking tone, as if adding fuel to the fire, so it turns out not everyone in Seoul has a good life. That brat looks poor as hell. Even in Seoul, they dye their hair just like that. Song-non raised an eyebrow, his voice full of contempt, kid, give him some potatoes. So pitiful. Okay, I guess he's also a student of that school at this time. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself, one has a loose screw, the other is a beggar. What does that school even teach, gathering nothing but a bunch of fools? All eyes focused on Hyung-seok and Soo-young. Song-non said, that kid is the one from earlier, the guy perfectly molded by the 7 fairies. Song-non huffed, frowning as he looked at the girls staring after him. Goodness, how can he be so handsome, my heart is literally dropping. Soo-min frowned, her eyes full of jealousy, and muttered, he's still hanging out with that pig. He frowned, glancing over the people lining up. The staff's voice called out evenly, please step up, come in quickly. But outside, mocking laughter echoed as they saw him and her standing in contrast. Look at the proportions, damn, what is that girl next to him, is she being punished? She looks like a jackfruit seed. Sweating profusely, Hyung-seok's body trembled incessantly. Trembling so much, so nervous, so where should I stand? His eyes suddenly turned to the hot air balloons. A hot air balloon, space only enough for two. Hyung-seok fell momentarily silent when he saw Soo-young sigh. Being with Soo-young made him so nervous, he probably couldn't say anything. Who knows what Soo-young was thinking either? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a small joy unwittingly overflowing. Even so, I'm still happy, I'm taking my time. An excited voice rang out, get on board, we're about to go. Hyung-seok looked around, his eyes shining brightly, full of excitement, getting to go with the person he liked. His vision became wider, just like in the movies, but then he momentarily fell silent. This is really long. But the sentence suddenly broke off. Hyung-seok abruptly stopped. Just say anything, come on. Soo-young, the weather is really nice, isn't it? Oh my god, we are indoors right now. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice stern. Park Hyung-seok. He became confused. What? Was it too cheesy? Soo-young spoke with difficulty. You. Her eyes flashed with shock mixed with determination. You, completely transformed, right? Hyung-seok froze, looking bewildered, his whole body as if someone pressed the pause button. Hyung-seok's inner thoughts were in turmoil, like an electric current running down his spine. What? How did? How? He gulped hard, his mind spinning. Could Soo-young, could she know about this? What is this? Then suddenly, Hyung-seok's eyes widened, as if recalling something. He fell into a brief moment of contemplation. DG seemed to know something. DG once frowned, his voice mocking, is that all? Are you a convenience store? Is there any connection? Hyung-seok's eyes suddenly turned towards Soo-young, full of doubt. On the contrary, I also want to know, will Soo-young believe it? The memory of the hospital room briefly surfaced, but, is doing that a good thing? Such a reckless and dangerous act. He immediately changed his attitude, trying to stay calm, pretending not to know for now. What are you talking about? I have to stay calm. She was silent, saying nothing, only her eyes changed, becoming sharp and cold. Hyung-seok became even more flustered, laughing dryly. Isn't it? What is it? Two bodies, I tried to act like it wasn't, didn't I? The image of Soo-young in two contrasting identities as if reflecting each other, it really has something to do with father choice surveillance. Let's change together. She was startled, pulled out of her complex thoughts. Kid, a pair of legs suddenly stepped out to block the way. Soo-min stood there, arms crossed, looking thoroughly dissatisfied. What now? These guys again? Tu-baek smiled threateningly, come here and see. Hoan also chimed in, his voice cold, let's find a place to talk. She cursed inwardly, now? Now is not the time. Jae-hee crossed her arms, a mocking voice ringing out, just the two of them is so tiring. Soo-won also didn't back down, that girl must be rich. Soo-min stood there looking calm. Song-non glanced at Hyung-seok and then looked at Soo-young with annoyance. You two are sneaky, why did that kid choose the fatty anyway? He looked at her with contempt, what are you looking at, you wench? Flat face. Song-non's face wrinkled, his frustration so apparent he didn't even try to hide it. Then he turned to him, looking completely annoyed. You sissy, why are you standing there frozen? Hyung-seok was panicked, his heart pounding. Soo-young, are you joking or being serious? Song-non arrogantly rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches as a warning. You look down on my Soo-min, I have to protect Soo-min. Hey kid, are you ignoring me? Let's see who the real man is. On the other side, the guy stood watching, smugly chiming in, he's shaking so much he's frozen. He also smirked, cut it out, or else he'll cry. The sound of a fist hitting something as hard as steel. Oh my god. He patted his bleeding hand on Hyung-seok's face to tease him, hey kid, I pity you so I'll let you off. I'm so cool today. Song-min held his head high, his face full of arrogance. I held back because I'm afraid of getting blood on my shirt, you know? There won't be a next time. I'm pretty good, I wonder if Soo-min is watching. In his heart, he was extremely smug, and even sneaked a glance around. Maybe after today, that girl Ban Mi-ka will want to be friends with me. Song-min stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes darkening when he realized Soo-min had already left at some point. The hallway was deserted, Soo-young pursed her lips in resignation. Where did everyone go? Get out of my way. She stood blocking the way, her voice irritable. What right do you have to be angry? She immediately chimed in, she's got some nerve. Soo-min stroked her hair, clearly showing her annoyance. Soo-min, are you mad? It must be because of that bull. She ruffled her hair harder, gripping her phone tightly, this is so humiliating. In Soo-min's head, there was only one thought: drag that bull over here, make him so scared he can't say a word. Her face was dissatisfied. So annoying, this isn't the time. Suddenly someone called out loudly amidst the noisy crowd, Soo-min. Soo-min looked around, his face lighting up, his voice eager, Soo-min, where are you? She was briefly irritated. Why do those guys keep looking for me? Soo-min immediately cut in when she saw Soo-eun and Jae-hee poking their heads out to eavesdrop. Hey, forget it, let's go. Her face showed obvious annoyance, her voice issuing a sharp warning, you better be careful, if I see you again, I'll beat you up. The amusement park was still crowded and bustling. Lee Eun-tae's face was pale, crying miserably. Bum Jae hurriedly shouted, Vasco, calm down. He was shaking, sitting unsteadily on the spinning teacup. I'm so dizzy, Bum Jae. He frowned and yelled, it hasn't even started spinning yet, Grandpa. /n Lee Eun-tae collapsed, whispering, I think I'm going to throw up. Seeing this, the kids nearby laughed in delight. Look at that guy, Dad. Bum Jae whispered, trying to save some face. Shoo, the kids are laughing, Vasco. /n outside the fence, he stood watching, laughing disdainfully. That crazy guy, just standing makes him want to throw up. Seoul kids are so weak. He was so annoyed that he turned around, gritting his teeth. Those brats really. He bowed his head, sweat pouring down. Hold it in, Bum Jae. /n Bum Jae frowned, suppressing his discomfort. It was my fault first, that cute angry face, it wasn't just Vasco. That mocking remark made the nearby friend blush with indignation, and the elephant-eared guy walking with him looked bewildered. The other guy was dissatisfied. That idiot, why does he keep starting trouble? /n in the nearby area, everyone marveled at the log flume ride. Soo-min stood afar, looking with wide, fascinated eyes. She blushed and muttered softly, I want to play that. Song-nam immediately looked around. Which one? Hoen smirked and pointed straight ahead, that one, the log flume. Jae-hee was so excited she almost jumped up. Let's play that, let's play. He immediately regained his gallant demeanor. Soo-min, let me find the line. Song-nam's eyes wandered around. Where is it? Where is the line? While looking, he suddenly saw a familiar back in the distance. That guy. Song-nam narrowed his eyes, then let out a soft sneer. The soul beggar, still eating dirt? You guys, who wants to go give him a potato? Tu-baek immediately chimed in, oh god, so pitiful, doesn't even have money for a haircut. He turned back to look at the line of people queuing in front of the ride. God, look at the line. He raised an eyebrow, exhausted, probably have to wait for hours. Aku frowned and calculated, counting from here, it's a 2-hour wait. Hearing that, she immediately showed her frustration. Wait until when? Soo-min plopped down on a chair, sulking, my legs hurt so much. He stood in silence watching. The pain of my girl is my pain. The thought sounded so cheesy that Song-nam paused for a beat. He rolled his eyes at the line of people in front of the amusement park. Looking closely, they were all students. A flash of contempt crossed his mind. Wearing uniforms like a bunch of defective sperms. Song-nam's face was distorted and ugly from disgust and frustration. He started walking forward, slowly but full of intention. After taking a few steps, he bumped hard into a student. What is it? Song-nam turned his head, his face turning cold instantly. What, want to get your head smashed? The students pushed each other, hurriedly dodging as if avoiding a plague of /n Soo-min, are you following me? Amidst the chaotic crowd, he said in a heavy voice, get out of the way. Song-nam chuckled inwardly, clearly showing his smugness. Soo-min, how is it, am I worthy of being your man? As for Soo-min, her face turned red, cursing inwardly, this is so damn embarrassing, but I don't like waiting in line. The power of a man. He looked up ahead. We're here, up there is the front of the line /n Song-nam walked straight up, placed his hand on someone else's shoulder, and squeezed hard, get out of the way. Right at that moment, someone's voice rang out in warning, don't cut the line. He turned his head, his face tilted to one side, using his familiar threatening tone, kid, wanna get your head smashed? Immediately, a heavy sigh rang out. Jin Sung stepped up from behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What did you say? The gossiping schoolgirls gathered around and started whispering, this guy, what's going on? What, are they going to fight? Jin Sung immediately stepped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kid, are you going to get out of the way? Song-nam also refused to yield, lifting his chin. What are you going to do about it? On this side, Tu-baek chimed in with a mocking tone, skinny as a dried fish, yet you're acting tough? Hoen also joined in, you'll regret it when your head gets busted. He warned with a stern voice and a fierce expression, go to the back of the line while I'm still using words. He remained silent for a moment, still looking calm. This guy is the one whose hammer machine record I just broke. What is he relying on to suddenly act so tough? Song-nam's eyes glanced over with disdain, so it's because of the girls. Mi Jin affectionately linked her arm with Jin Sung's, her tone sulky, Jin Sung. He immediately smiled to reassure her, it's fine, there won't be a fight, you've got one girl on each arm. He stared at her and Hanul, smiling mockingly, their faces are just average anyway. They suddenly turned around, their cheeks flushing red, we have girls too, and they're not just averagely pretty. An awkward cough escaped when their eyes turned toward Suun and Jae-hee. Jin-sung spoke up arrogantly, looking indifferent, hey, stop being so country and get lost, do you miss the smell of cow dung? She immediately pulled his arm and worry, come on, Jin-sung. Song-nong's expression instantly changed, his eyes filled with anger upon hearing the mocking laughter. You right now, in front of Soo-min, are looking down on me and calling me a country bumpkin. He became flustered, his eyes blank, I was just, because Soo-min said her feet hurt. At this moment, Soo-min stood there shyly, avoiding his gaze, thinking about it, it's so humiliating. Song-nong gritted his teeth, hissing every word, I was trying to help Soo-min, yet you dare to call me country. He lost control, his powerful fist swinging up, then you'll just have to eat a punch. His friends immediately laughed in excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation, there he is, the bull Han Song-nong. The fist crashed straight towards Jin-sung, whose expression instantly changed, momentarily stunned, what kind of strength is? Cheers and excitement erupted, good, he took a hit. Gaining momentum, Song-nong unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, well done Han Song-nong, truly worthy of being our potato farm owner. Me Jin exclaimed in worry, looking panicked, Jin-sung. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes stunned. At this moment, Jin-sung regained his arrogant demeanor, getting ready in his fighting stance. His eyes were sharp and cold, observing grimly, alright, even though I haven't grasped it yet. The scene seemed to play in slow motion, his fist is rushing forward fast, but I've already seen an opening as the fist approaches. Jin-sung powerfully blocked the attacks with his shoulder, simply using it to push them away, the shoulder roll, shoulder roll. It is a technique that uses the shoulder to deflect or block the opponent's attacks in boxing, famously used by the undisputed champion Floyd Mayweather Jr. in the WBC Cuba World Cup. Song-nong launched a relentless barrage of powerful punches. No matter what, he just couldn't land a solid hit on this brat. Facing scornful laughter, he calmly dodged every earth-shattering punch, even though he looked like a dog getting beaten. Standing on the sidelines, Hoen softly marveled with a smug look, truly living up to the potato farm reputation. At this point, he seemed exhausted, sweating profusely. The strength of the bull Han Song-nong was giving him the beating of a lifetime. Song-nong's eyes filled with confusion and panic. It was really strange, normally, taking one hit would leave someone flat on the ground, but it didn't feel like he was being hit at all. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on his face. Jin-sung maintained his attacking stance, issuing a stern warning, fight properly, why don't you? Song-nong pondered in bewilderment, what is this? He issued a warning, overflowing with killing intent. Get lost while I'm still holding back. It's a rare occasion that I restrain myself because me Jin is watching. Has he lost his mind? He immediately lost control, a crazed look flashing through his eyes. You soul punks are all talk. I'll smash your head and send you to your ancestors. Song-nong suddenly froze because his shirt was on the verge of tearing. If it rips, I'm done for, my Wonderon shirt cost 427,000 won. He threatened loudly, acting as if nobody else mattered, kid, step out here. She immediately had to bow her head due to the surrounding criticism. What is wrong with that guy? So arrogant out of nowhere. And so, annoying. I will not go easy on him from now on. Soo-min decisively slapped Song-nam, her eyes full of anger. Knock it off. She angrily dragged him away, questioning in a low voice, my feet hurt, so I have to follow you, what are you doing, /n so humiliating. Mocking laughter immediately echoed from all sides. Bitter, isn't he? Not acting like a boss anymore? So boring. Jin-sung paused briefly upon seeing that, his eyes showing confusion. It is like dragging a cow. Seriously, a horned cow. Hanul widened her eyes and muttered, what is with that girl? A moment later, Mi Jin affectionately patted his head like a doting owner, good job, Jin-sung. Her eyes darkened as she sighed, like a dog wagging its tail. How can he be so happy like a dog getting a bone, /n and the sun was high up, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Song-nam sat down sluggishly to enjoy the food. If it was not for Soo-min, I would have beaten him up. Right? I would beat him like a dog. Beside him, Tu-baek immediately agreed. If it were not for Soo-min, they would be dead. Hoen also agreed, that is right, that is right. A moment later, a tired complaint was heard, but why is Soo-min taking so long? Girls always have to do their makeup and stuff, being a girl is tiring, isn't it, /n and then their eyes turned forward, laughing mockingly, look at that, the walk of a broken toy. He is following the kids. Young people riding the kiddie train. Yes, I want to play. Holy shit, what a psycho, there is even a guy with elephant ears. I swear. The guy casually glanced over, his voice begging for a beating, what? What are you looking at? Baek frowned, his fierce face looking intimidating, a true soulite. Did they think we didn't know, so insolent? Across the street, he stood there leisurely, his eyes indifferent. That guy, keeps staring at us. Song-non frowned, gritting his teeth and hissing every word. That won't do, we can't let them look down on us. At this time, his gang arrived, everyone's faces looking fierce. Hey, haven't found Vasco yet? Where could he have gone? He's not over there either. What are you looking at? Those potatoes look delicious so. Their eyes looked around warily, exuding a murderous aura, not knowing where he went. Bum J couldn't be reached either. Seeing this, he shuddered slightly, telling himself, looking at them, they're the type you shouldn't mess with. Song-non quietly observed their every gesture and appearance, moreover, they didn't look like students. Someone suddenly spoke up, Daewon, did you see Vasco? I really want to eat potatoes. Hearing that, he pondered slightly, suspicious. Vasco must be a foreign export worker? They talked casually, their demeanor indifferent. Let's try asking those guys. About Vasco? No, ask where they sell potatoes. Song-non's group trembled and ducked down to avoid them. Su-min went to the restroom, so it was a relief. Closing their eyes, it wasn't that they were losing, but just that they were busy and didn't want any trouble. Transitioning the scene, at the amusement park, the tourists here looked bustling and lively. Ahead, 2 staff members were enthusiastically introducing, hello, this is the symbol of Lotte World, a high-altitude flume ride. The 2 of them waved excitedly with radiant smiles. When entering the right area, please leave your belongings in the storage lockers. Cheerful sounds continued to ring out. Row 1 okay, row 2 okay. Seeing this, the moving crowd suddenly paused with awkward expressions. Row 3 perfectly fine, row 4 also okay. Jin-sung saw this and paused briefly, his eyes showing confusion. We have to line up inside too, this is crazy. Watching the staff work suddenly makes me feel guilty. Earning money is really not easy. /n/. The train was slowly climbing the track to the highest point. The 3 of them felt a moment of suspense. Going up, I am trembling. What do we do now? Instantly, ear-piercing screams rang out as they moved at a dizzying speed, their facial expressions a contrast between excitement and terror. The corner of his lips curled up with great interest. That was so fun. Han-nul immediately let out a bored sigh, but thinking about queuing again, so frustrating. Jin-sung happily asked, Ni-jin, do you want to go again? Ni-jin looked slightly helpless. Having to line up again, how boring. The 2 girls were slightly flustered as their clothes got soaked. They're all wet. Mine too, let's go to the restroom. He smiled awkwardly, carrying 2 bags on his shoulder. Jin-sung, hold my bag for me, mine too. Jin-sung was slightly deep in thought, his expression full of resignation. He was planning to sneak off with Mi-jin after they separated, but naturally ended up becoming a porter. Scene transition, the midday sun was shining brightly, so it wasn't easy. Han-nul, at the restroom. Mi-jin cheerfully linked arms with Han-nul as they walked out. It's really fun, right? She also smiled excitedly. I love it, I want to come here every day. Han-nul suddenly stopped walking, her eyes stunned. What's wrong? At this moment, Kim Yui was standing in front, looking frustrated. There's Kim Yui, is something wrong? She casually approached to start a conversation, her eyes curious. Kim Yui, what's going on? She immediately glanced over, Han-nul. Kim Yui's expression changed, her eyes giving a stern warning. Look here, it's not like she bought this place. On the sink, Su-min and her gang casually took over the space to do their makeup, smoking without stepping aside, those 3. Su-eun glanced over as if itching for a beating, frowning slightly. These are the girls from earlier. Han-nul got dissatisfied and irritable, questioning loudly. What the hell, move aside, we have to wash our hands too. Look, she immediately grabbed her friend's hand in worry. Han-nul raised an eyebrow and retorted. Can't you see we're using it too? Is this yours? She maintained her cold demeanor, cigarette smoke lingering amidst the arguments. Move aside so we can wash our hands, are you all crazy? Don't cut in line. Su-min was slightly deep in thought, feeling frustrated inside. She had already let the trash-like girl go, yet everyone kept doing eyesore things. She looked up in confusion upon hearing the call. Hey! Su-min decisively and fiercely grabbed Han-nul's hair. Her face looked very ferocious as she hissed every word. Mother ***, this crazy bee ***tch. Han-nul. Su-min frowned, exhaling a puff of smoke. Your time is up today. The ticket was immediately held out. What? This is an all-inclusive pass, an all-inclusive pass. Song-non frowned, questioning in a loud voice. Having this means everything is covered. Next to him, Hoen's eyes were slightly frustrated, his tone annoyed. Geez, you really won't let us? Hyun-jun gently waved his hand, flashing an awkward smile. No, students. Because he calmly explained clearly, food items must be paid for separately and are not related to the all-inclusive pass. He stepped back in panic, his eyes confused. Even the all-inclusive pass doesn't work? Song Nam frowned. Raising his voice to question, God, what a scam, Seoul people are really good at emptying people's pockets, huh? Hearing this, Hyun-jun felt helpless. What is this, you guys? At that moment, a delighted laugh rang out nearby. What are you guys doing? He stopped, his tone casual. There's Tubek, where are you coming back from? Tubek strolled over leisurely, smiling mockingly. You loose screws. Song Nam looked in amazement at the brand new shoes. Your shoes, you changed your shoes, did you just buy them? He smacked his lips in disdain. Country bumpkins. Tubek's expression became arrogant as he proudly introduced them. Don't you know? Balenciaga running specs. It's the 100,001 kind. A murmur of admiration immediately rang out. Really? Immediately, they gathered around to look and admire. It looks so sturdy, why does it look like boots? His face darkened, eyes annoyed. God, please, get lost. As for the guy, he laughed in delight, looking indifferent. Don't touch it, it'll get dirty. A moment later, Tubek paused, his anxiety clearly showing. Actually, he found it. Earlier, he luckily stumbled upon the branded shoes lying abandoned on the street and got greedy. Throwing away hundreds of thousands, Seoul is really different. Tubek paused briefly, his narrow eyes glancing over arrogantly. Sejong, barefoot, approached with a panicked look. He looked at him disdainfully, slightly dissatisfied. What's this? This guy also knows this is expensive. He was immediately chased and had to flee in a panic. A beggar in Seoul, walking barefoot makes him look so pitiful. Take whatever you want, damn it, the old torn shoes lying alone on the cold stone floor. Sejong lowered his head, a look of helplessness flashing by. Song Nam spoke arrogantly, clicking his tongue softly. Having an intact body but going begging like that, if he knew about my fake wondaround, he would probably faint. Whatever you do, you'll be hungry again. An hour had passed, why hasn't Sumin come out yet? Toilet issues? At the restroom, the hallway suddenly felt strangely empty. Sumin was losing control, her hands fiercely grabbing Hanul's hair. Sumin, beat the hell out of her, this dog, let go. Kim Yui and Mi-jin exclaimed anxiously, their faces pale. It hurts so much, hey Hanul. Trying hard to resist, clenching her teeth. It hurts, damn it. The two lost their temper, grabbing each other's hair and pulling. I'll let you know, oh Sumin. She decisively wrestled Hanul to the ground, fighting back fiercely. Let go of me. Sumin couldn't hold back anymore, crying and gritting her teeth as she rushed forward to fight back. Stop it. Attack, attack. What are you doing? Suum then delivered a kick that sent Mi-jin stumbling backward in pain. Crazy bitch, trying to attack, great. She grabbed her hair tightly, looking crazy. Kill, step on her. A hair straightener suddenly appeared. I saw you on the internet, you're that BJ or VJ or something. Jae pressed close to Kim Yui's face, her eyes sharp and cold. You balloon trash, should I clamp your face so you can't be a balloon anymore? She trembled slightly, no. She smirked, a malicious glint in her eyes. Is it that easy to make money? Kim Yui lost her temper. I have to go on screen today, my livelihood, my face, no. Suddenly, the restroom door burst open, and everyone's eyes filled with confusion, pausing their actions. Soo-young clenched her fists tightly and shouted resolutely, stop it, you brats. Immediately, curses rang out, you, this bitch, that pig. Her face was tense as she faced them, pursing her lips. Are you planning to carry this body for the rest of your life? It won't work with Kim Yui. Soo-young briefly fell into deep thought, causing the other girl to stand there in a daze, eyes wide with shock. That pig, why, she's secretly determined. A firm thought crossed her mind, because her business is her father's business is also hers. The media channels that briefly appeared, like Paprika TV or Matube, are all internet television products. Soo-young calmly calculated, famous female BJs, one by one, can generate who knows how much revenue. Her beautiful pictures appeared. Kim Yui is also from Paprika, so even Jang Gun would be affected. She pursed her lips in deep thought, knowing that even large companies would want to collaborate. Then came the social gatherings filled with skepticism, to achieve a huge project together, even shaking hands with DG. She couldn't let Kim Yui's face be ruined here, for the sake of everyone's livelihood. Soo-young stood there, looking resolute, saying they should have left but didn't, right? It's all thanks to making money from beauty. Sumin smirked, her tone teasing and disdainful, hey pig, if you're done, just quietly get out. Her expression carried a murderous intent as she warned, I already let you off once, I was being gentle. Without further hesitation, she strongly jumped up to counterattack, and the space in the restroom suddenly became quiet. Hanul immediately clasped her hands in admiration, Soo-young, you are truly a girl crush. Nearby, Kim Yui anxiously comforted, Mi-jin, stop crying. Sobbing in choked up voices replied, thank you. Stop crying, thank you, thank you. Soo Young spoke coldly, her expression indifferent. There's no need to thank me, I only did it for Kim Yui. Opposite them, Soo Min's group with their bruised faces didn't dare to make a sound. If they do that again, tell me, especially Kim Yui. Thank you. Outside the amusement park, it was still bustling. She ran in a hurry, her face showing a hint of anxiety. It was getting late, and she had intended to talk things out clearly with Park Hyung-seok. Soo Young looked around and sighed softly, thinking this place was no good for hanging out. She decided to go home first and find out more about Park Hyung-seok. The person she could rely on was. She immediately calmed down and calculated, Koji. Koji would investigate in secret. As long as there was money, things would be easy for him. Soo Young's eyes suddenly became bewildered when she looked at her phone screen, taking the opportunity to call out the cow horns right away. Why were there so many messages? She paused briefly, a shocked expression on her face. What is it this time? The silhouettes of 3 people were limping away. Soo-in panted, struggling to open her mouth, it hurt so much. Soo-min immediately warned, don't tell anyone where we went. Jae-hee angrily hissed every word, what the F***ck does this mean? She was suddenly stunned and turned around sharply, hey, look at that. Jae-yeol was leisurely approaching with an indifferent look. That beggar, a handsome beggar. Even beggars in Seoul are so handsome. Her eyes immediately noticed the old shoes. The shoes were nice too, looking very vintage and stylish. Songpyo was immediately brought up for comparison, in a mocking tone, the boys at our school always wear fake stuff. Why can't they wear things like that? He gallantly held a handkerchief and approached her, his beauty carrying a halo that made everyone freeze. Soo-min's cheeks immediately flushed red, her eyes filled with infatuation. Why is this beggar offering a handkerchief? What is this, he's so gallant. She was absolutely captivated by the boy in front of her. He was so incredibly handsome, but why did he have to be? But then Soo-min recalled the image of Jae-yeol digging through the bushes looking for something. Going begging? What is that guy digging for, or is he grateful because we gave him potatoes earlier? What a shame, even if he is handsome, I don't like beggars. She slowly turned her gaze toward the voice calling out, Soo-min. Soo-min cursed inwardly, her eyes filled with annoyance. Oh god, those guys really are. Song-nam and the other 2 guys were happily looking around, Soo-min, where are you? Are you done pooping? The image of him in her mind was full of disgust, a meathead, and if he's ugly, she doesn't like him. Soo-min's eyes darkened, looking helpless. Why are the guys around me all like this? She shouted in disgust, her legs running fast, don't follow me anymore. Behind her, Song-nam excitedly closed in. Soo-min, I've been looking for you this whole time. On this side, Hyun-jun chuckled, softly exclaiming, cute, isn't she? He suddenly roared in fury, raising his voice to question, what, you got beaten up by that fat girl, /n/n. She spoke up in dissatisfaction, her voice bitter, starting trouble with us out of nowhere. Beside her, the other girl quickly chimed in, she just flew up and kicked swoosh, swoosh. Soo-min immediately waved her hand to cut them off, that's enough. Song-nam instantly lost control, rushing forward fiercely, dared to hit Soo-min, I won't let this slide. Hey, she immediately shouted, don't, I will show you the figure of a reliable man /n/. The bustling crowd followed one another, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes darting around searching. Song-nam gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, where did she go, let's see if I can find her. Suddenly, he paused, his eyebrows tightly furrowed, his gaze directed at Hyung-seok, that guy is. At this moment, he was sitting silently on the stone bench, looking depressed, it's that guy, the one who was with her. Song-nam closed in, his tone threatening, kid, where did she go, that pig girl who was with you, I won't let you off this time, /n/. Hyung-seok looked up in confusion, momentarily flustered, was with her, could it be Soo Young, I'm also looking for Soo Young, does she know about my body swap, that's right, I need to meet her and ask directly. He then frowned, his murderous aura flaring. Song-nam became frustrated, silently dissatisfied, this brat, how dare he ignore me now, this guy and that guy, everyone dares to look down on me. His mouth immediately mumbled, spit flying everywhere, dare to, look down on me, Song-nam decisively threw a punch, looking crazed, brat, you're quite confident. Hyung-seok sat there in a daze, confused. Suddenly, his eyes changed, coming to an abrupt halt. Soo Young spoke up resolutely, looking uneasy, did you undergo a transformation? Hyung-seok's hands clenched tightly, his mind in turmoil, why did she ask that? I already said no, but I couldn't hold it back, /n/. And he was startled and looked up at the growling curses, you little brat. You are so confident. A powerful punch came crashing down. What the? Quick as lightning, Hyung-seok tilted his head to dodge. So annoying. Song-nam glared with wide eyes, looking horrified. He thought in panic, what the heck? He dodged, a loose wire like me. Hyung-seok didn't care, wondering to himself, who exactly is Soo Young? His mouth immediately muttered, spit flying everywhere. He dodged a kick and punch from me, Han Song-nam. Then a flurry of punches rained down, but Hyung-seok calmly dodged them. Drop dead, you brat. /N/N nearby, Jin Sung stopped in his tracks, his expression changing. He watched in confusion as Song-nam lost control. That crazy bull. What's wrong with them? Jin Sung's eyes darkened as he evaluated inwardly. If left alone, the most problematic one is still Hyung-seok. He seems so docile, but he never runs away from a fight. His eyes seem completely unbothered, chillingly indifferent. On top of that, he's just sitting there playfully dodging. He was shocked as he remembered, shuddering slightly, how he had also dodged his punch before. That agile movement made Jin Sung sigh in admiration. His lips were speechless, and a moment of silence passed. Could it be, I have no ability? Jin Sung quietly calculated, looking rushed and frustrated. If all these talented guys die, only then can I be the top. Ni Jin, hurry up, are you constipated? By this time, he was exhausted, his face turning pale. In front of him, Hyung-seok still calmly tilted his head to dodge. What is with this guy? How can he dodge so well? Song-nam was losing control. This owl-like head was too weird, making his mind a mess. Soo-young, what should we do? The people in this school are too weird. Could they be? Hyung-seok's eyes glanced over indifferently. His thoughts drifted far away. Clones? A strong slap landed. Soo-min's eyes glared in dissatisfaction. She raised her voice angrily, stop it. She stepped closer, leaned towards him, and frowned, questioning, what are you doing? Why did you hit him? Song-nam immediately stepped back, forcing an explanation. Soo-min, what's wrong? No, it's not like that. A glint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, bitterly adding, I did this for you because you said you were hit. Soo-min hurriedly asked, her tone anxious, hey, are you okay? I'm sorry. Song-nam instantly felt resentful. Why are you defending him? Then, his eyes full of jealousy, he gritted his teeth. Why are you putting your hand on his chest? His mouth mumbled, spit flying everywhere. He suddenly turned around and ran away, tears and snot running down his face. Hey, Song-nam. The people around stepped back in confusion, whispering, he runs so fast. What is that? A cow? A herd cow. Soo-won asked in a low voice. Soo-min is really going too far. Beside her, Jae-hee raised her eyebrows and sighed, cruel, just because he is handsome. She stood there dazed, her eyes wavering slightly. Cruel. Hyung-seok suddenly realized something, his face looking stunned. Because of his long legs, would the secret of the surgery be known? It's so risky, let's go, I have to find Soo-young. He decisively turned around and left. Soo-min stared passionately at his back and exclaimed, the long-legged guy is running away, he's fast too, as beautiful as a doll. Her eyes showed a hint of regret, sulking, really, being that handsome, I don't think it's to that extent. At this moment, she was confused seeing the crowd of schoolgirls bustling and pushing each other. What's going on? Why are the girls running away? The two people's eyes widened in panic. Is there a fire? Or a movie shooting? The lights from the stage flashed brightly. In the hall, hundreds of spectators cheered enthusiastically. Kang-hwan stood confidently on the stage, slowly introducing, hello everyone, I am MC Ho Kang-hwan. He excitedly led the way, the corners of his mouth twitching up. Crystal Library is open. Please don't faint when you see the people about to appear here. Soo-min's group immediately blushed shyly. Their eyes full of anticipation, saying that really scares me, I'm about to see real-life actors, I wonder who the idol is? A new star shone. Each member of the group appeared with a dashing, cool look. In spirit, hello, we are in spirit. Everyone's faces immediately became excited, blurting out, oh my god, in spirit. Amidst the crowd, he arrogantly lifted his chin, looking smug, a group like that, if I showed up. She helplessly spoke up, stop bragging so much. Kang-hwan was momentarily amazed by the audience's enthusiasm. Woo Jong. Why don't we see Jong Gun? Woo Jong, yesterday Jong Gun. Woo Jong calmly spoke, his voice lowering, an unexpected accident while filming caused our senior. The audience immediately panicked, oh my god, hope he recovers soon. He stood confidently on stage, his eyes steady, even though we are missing one position, we will still perform. I hope Jong Gun recovers quickly. Suddenly, someone nonchalantly interrupted, no, wait, Woo Jong. Woo Jong turned around in confusion, yes? Each footstep carrying a heavy aura echoed rhythmically. We are not missing anyone. Everyone's faces changed color, their eyes widening. The space momentarily paused, becoming completely silent. DG's sudden appearance made the audience explode, DG. It's DG. The auditorium instantly became more passionate than ever, yeah, DG. People turned to each other to gossip, exclaiming in admiration, did DG also come to join the ceremony? Could it be, he's the representative director of PTJ after all? But why did he go up there? She looked disdainfully at his pale face, slightly mocking, don't dare to brag anymore, huh? On stage, he was also confused, muttering, what are you saying? Are you stepping in? His expression remained calm as he slowly spoke, whether it's by chance or destiny, I was invited here. DG's arm raised, his tone sincere, to be able to stand here and meet this member. He pointed towards a person in the crowd, Park Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok stood bewildered and dazed. Surrounded by enthusiastic cheers, go up there. Soo-min's group widened their eyes in shock. On this side, Song-nam also turned pale, looking panicked. His eyes paused, showing a momentary waver. Woo-jong joyfully exclaimed, Hyung-seok. DG calmly spoke, his gentle tone making the audience erupt. Do you still remember the Dance to Death song from Class A? Who is he? Does he know DG? He raised his eyebrow, his eyes full of hidden meaning. You also have a lot to say to me. Hyung-seok was still amazed by the enthusiasm. Come up here. Who is it? Awesome. Hyung-seok. Everyone cheered excitedly. So cool, he knows both DG and Spirit. Who is he? The stage lights turned on, revealing the enthusiastic cheers of the audience below. Hyung-seok confidently coordinated his moves in every dance step, he stood out, radiating a glowing aura. The audience immediately became excited and whispered among themselves. Park Hyung-seok, who is he? Truly amazing. I am now. Everyone's faces were filled with amazement, their eyes mesmerized. To be on the same stage with Spirit, to be told that a PTJ trainee is standing on the stage. In the crowd, Soo-min's eyes were glued to the stage. Seeing this, Song-nam cried silently in his heart, gritting his teeth, Soo-min, over here. He also looked dissatisfied, his expression changing. Knowing DG. Each member appeared handsome and confident. Lee Woo-dong looked even more dashing. Hyung-seok, still the same. Hyung-seok? Gyu-song took off his mask. How hard they had practiced during those days. Class A trainees, trying out rap to find a team with so many people, those dance teams. Hyung-seok was still amazed, his eyes in disbelief. He came to the crowded place to find Soo-young. He couldn't imagine being able to perform, but the reason he was brought up was. The performance ended amidst the enthusiastic cheering of everyone. Thank you, thank you. A moment later, the car slowly rolled by. Woo-jong happily shook hands, his voice carrying a bit of regret, it's a pity, join the next plan. Hyung-seok immediately replied, yes, sir. He smirked, his tone sincere, you know my number, call me anytime. Woo-jong continued, let's watch Razori together. He casually accepted, yes, Woo-jong, I. Woo-jong, I. The members approached DG with confused eyes, DG, tell us. Hearing that, Hyung-seok was also quite curious, pondering, tell us, anything is fine. He glanced over indifferently, his voice full of hidden meaning, that's right, you are there too, aren't you? He suddenly became panicked, looking confused as the pieces of his memory reconnected. What did that saying mean last time? DG lowered his voice, each word ringing out heavily, there are also useless guys. Hearing this, Hyung-seok stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes full of astonishment. That's right, try uniting the 4 heavenly crews, then we will talk. He became confused and stunned, what crew? Hey, wait. He spoke calmly, looking satisfied, FNL is still a high school student, right? Then it perfectly fits the mission. The car sped away along with a panicked cry, stop. Not yet. Hyung-seok stood frozen, his eyes filled with confusion. DG left after saying those incomprehensible words. What is uniting the 4 heavenly crews? Meanwhile, in the deserted hallway, Song-nam sat there helplessly, his face filled with dissatisfaction and anger. What exactly is he? He recalled the moment he shone on stage, having originally looked down on him. Being a friend of those appearing on TV, Soo-min also disappeared somewhere. Song-nam slumped slightly, screaming inwardly, so frustrated. His sly gaze suddenly paused. At this moment, Lee Eun-tae was standing quietly in a corner observing. That guy is. Song-nam chuckled to himself, looking devious. That idiot, he's the only one who's fragile and easy to break, let's relieve some stress first. He immediately shouted, acting fierce, hey, idiot, what are you doing? He was slightly startled and stammered, you are. I'm waiting for Bum Jae to go to the restroom. Song-nam smirked, that elephant-eared guy? Lee Eun-tae's face changed, sweating profusely. But. He was confused when he saw him standing in an iron cage, are you locked up? A delighted laugh rang out, hey idiot, look at this. He decisively ran over, looking serious, I'll save you, wait a minute. Lee Eun-tae's face changed, rooted to the spot. In front of him, Song-nam was straining to bend each iron bar. Allez hoop. He opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a word. Lee Eun-tae exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration, awesome, truly awesome, what a magical strength. His face contorted fiercely, muscles bouncing powerfully. This guy is so stupid, he doesn't know it's rubber. The rubber bar was easily controlled. Among the iron bars, there were 2 rubber bars meant for taking pictures. Song-noon smiled inwardly, feeling smug. Look at his surprised face. Holy man, he blurted out in admiration, his face full of awe. That's crazy, magical, bending it in just one breath. Then he turned his back to pretend to bend it back decisively so as not to be exposed, pretending to bend it back, heave-ho, even bending it back. Admirable. Song-noon tilted his chin up, his voice arrogant. Kid, call me boss, hear me? Lee Eun-tae cheered excitedly, boss, you were so cool, boss. He laughed heartily, looking punchable. Don't touch the part your bro just bent, it's weak now so it might break. Got it, boss, this little brat is quite cute too. He trotted over to examine it, looking flustered. That's really top-notch, I probably can't do it. Song-noon raised an eyebrow. What, do you want to try too? He casually crossed his arms and observed, laughing heartily, you can't do it, kid. He doesn't dare touch those 2 bars, looks like he really respects me. Suddenly, the 2 iron bars bent under the force of Lee Eun-tae's arms. Song-noon instantly turned pale, his mouth wide open, speechless. His eyes seemed to change, an iron wool exploding. He stared in shock at the trembling body in front of him. That was real iron. But a moment later, Song-noon calmed down, thinking it was also made of rubber. He lifted his chin, looking smug. I really am something, damn, that scared me. Lee Eun-tae turned around with a wry smile, scratching his head awkwardly. I can't bend it in one go like you, boss, respect. Song-noon immediately turned pale, his mouth hanging open, unable to utter a word. It was still bent. He stepped closer and applied force, but the iron bar didn't budge at all, his muscles bulging, showing how much pushing force he used. But a moment later, Song-noon was exhausted, his breathing heavy. It was real iron, it was really bent. Lee Eun-tae was confused. What's wrong, boss? He was still in shock, unable to believe it. This idiot bent iron with his bare hands, using sheer strength. Suddenly, a group of thugs appeared and blocked their way. Here he is. Hey, he's right here. So he was here. We've been looking for a while. Where did you go? Song-noon froze, his eyes full of unease. Those guys, the thugs from earlier, had fierce expressions as they interrogated. Where did you go? And what about Bum Jae? He immediately trembled with fear, his face contorted with worry. Were they looking for him? Searching everywhere, were they hunting him down? At this moment, Lee Eun-tae casually raised his hand to greet them. Vasco, you're here? Song-noon was terrified hearing their conversation. Waiting for Bum Jae, did he go to the restroom? He became confused, deep in thought. Vasco. Isn't he a foreign worker? Excited laughter immediately rang out. Did Vasco do that? It's bent. As expected of our leader, the leader. Song-noon trembled slightly, sweat running down his spine. This monster, he was the leader of a gangster group. He smirked and spoke generously. When Bum Jae gets here, let's go eat together. He recalled the moment when Lee Eun-tae tried to break the iron bar. Must not break things, have to bend it back like the boss, so obedient. Holy crap, bend it back. His muscular back flickered into view. Looking closely, it was a perfect inverted triangle, and under that loose suit, muscles were bulging, clearly showing a lot of muscles, perfectly proportioned. How could he not have noticed? Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice rang out. Who is that? He casually spoke up, looking serious. A respected senior. Everyone greet the boss. Song-noon shuddered, stumbling backward. I'm dead. Each thug respectfully bowed their heads, their voices echoing firmly. Hello, boss. He immediately trembled. The gangsters greeted him. Song-noon's expression changed, and he waved his hands awkwardly. Damn it. Hello, boss. Nice to meet you, boss. No need for that, I have to get out of here quickly. Tu-baek suddenly appeared right at the exit. Song-noon, you're here? Next to him, Hoan asked in dissatisfaction. Where the hell did you disappear to? He immediately trembled, sweating profusely. I'm dead tired from looking for you. What are you doing here? Why right at this moment, and Soo-min too? Song-noon urgently relayed the message, looking flustered. Get them out of here quickly, if we get involved, we're dead. He and the other guy suddenly stopped, their eyes filled with confusion. Why? Tu-baek unexpectedly attacked Lee Eun-tae from behind, looking like he was asking for a beating. You idiot, what are you doing here? He immediately trembled, his eyes darkening. Go play on the seesaw over there or something, you bastard. Sorry. Song-noon had lost his composure by now, his face contorted in terror, thinking, damn this crazy bastard, what is he doing? His eyes darted toward the ferocious faces of the underlings. It was going to happen soon. They were holding back, just because they were told he was a respected boss, they were holding back. Song-noon decisively forced a smile and pulled the guy away. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go, this joke has gone too far. Tu-baek tilted his chin up arrogantly. What do you mean, when was I joking? Hoan was also briefly confused. What's wrong with you? /n/n he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that the guy was clueless. Let's leave quickly. He laughed heartily. What's wrong, Vasco? Why did you let him hit you? It's fine. Suddenly, he stepped out and blocked the walkway, his voice resolute. Hey, stop causing trouble, I can't hold back anymore. Song-nong froze, his whole body trembling. What now with this guy? Please just let me go. Those eyes hid suppressed anger. Hitting someone on the head isn't just a 1 or 2 time thing. /n/Noontae paled and stepped back, stammering to advise him. Don't get mad, why do you keep picking fights? Hearing about the underling, he became even more terrified. Underling, he's an underling. Song-nong awkwardly spoke up, a forced smile on his face. Well, it must be a big misunderstanding, just a trivial joke, as gentle as possible. Suddenly, he was kicked and sent flying to the ground. Tubek tilted his chin up arrogantly, warning in a sharp, cold voice, who are you raising your voice at? Do you know who that person is? You think he's just some great potato farmer? He loudly and eloquently declared, his name is Han Song-nong. He immediately trembled, silently cursing, don't, motherfucker. /n/n Song-nong hastily rushed over to ask Han under the confused gazes of everyone, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? What's wrong with you, Song-nong? Why are you suddenly acting like this? He then coldly brushed his hand away. Let go, don't say I'm the leader. He tried to force a smile, stammering to ease the atmosphere, but luckily it was just bumping into an underling, so honestly, my friends were just joking around, it probably shouldn't come to. At this moment, his eyes filled with rage, he coldly threw his shirt down, unforgivable. Song-nong fell to his knees in terror. I'm dead. Noontae transformed into a completely different person, hissing every word, you mess with my underling, I'll teach you a lesson. Scene change, inside the amusement park. A group of students was intently searching through the bushes. Jae-yeol suddenly stopped as a shout rang out, found it. He smiled awkwardly, handing over a wallet and a phone. Is this it? It's a bit cracked. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and speechless, slightly choked up. It looks right, thank goodness. Jae-yeol emotionally hugged the items tightly, looking completely satisfied. What? A reward? It's nothing, people should help each other. Inside the hallway, the sound seemed to fall completely silent. Song-nam squeezed his eyes shut, his face pale with resignation. I am Han Song-nam, nicknamed the Great Han Song-nam. He was trying to brace himself, his face contorted in pain, the strongest in town, no, the strongest in the country. At this moment, Song-nam was being restrained by Lee Yoon-tae, unable to move at all. He stood rooted to the spot in shock, his eyes bewildered. What the F*** is this strength? He panicked, terrified by this humiliating feeling. Soo-min is watching, damn it, and she's not even helping me. Nearby, Tubek smirked mockingly. What? Hoan also chimed in, Song-nam, stop messing around with them. Song-nam helplessly took the beating, sweating profusely. It's a bit cowardly but, there's no other way. My designer shirt, my 10 million won shirt, hand over your ID card to compensate. He coldly glanced over with a nonchalant look. Lee Yoon-tae held out his own shirt, his voice mocking, here, my beloved shirt, to me it's worth 10 million won. He immediately cursed inwardly, God, it's a school uniform. Song-nam stood up in dissatisfaction, raising his voice to question, are you kidding me? You want to exchange this piece of trash? At this moment, he immediately cut in, I will pay you 10 million won later, until then just hold on to it for now. He froze, rooted to the spot, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their expressions changing. Lee Yoon-tae lowered his voice, his appearance carrying explosive murderous intent, but I will not forgive you for messing with my subordinates. His eyes burned red with anger as he hissed each word of warning, I will torture you, fair and square. The scene shifts to a small ice cream shop. Hyun-jun rested his chin on his hand, listening, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. So, your friends go around fighting all the time? Jae-hee immediately agreed, frowning, it's unbearable. Soo-won also questioned in dissatisfaction, they are all a bunch of idiots. Soo-min stood silently amidst the loud laughter, briefly calculating, because Soo-min is so pretty, I already got the churros vendor's number. She stood rooted to the spot as if attracted by that beauty. Handsome and a store manager, with potential. He smiled gently, flirting, Soo-min is both kind and pretty. Seeing this, Soo-min suddenly remembered Jae-yeol, but for some reason she muttered to herself in frustration, reassuring herself, why keep thinking about that guy, no, snap out of it Soo-min. Soo-min's eyes looked around intently, her face full of determination, that's right, I just need to focus on the churros guy, he just gave me some pastries and a headband. Suddenly, Hyun-jun turned pale, her eyes wide with astonishment. She paused briefly, calling out in confusion, brother, what's wrong? He stood up decisively and seriously said, hello. Hyun-jun carefully spoke up, director. Ki-tae, looking dashing, smiled casually, it's fine, no need to be so polite. Soo-min asked curiously, who is he? He interrupted in annoyance, be quiet. Hyun-jun carefully introduced, that is the chairman's son, currently being trained to take over the business. A Chable, the rich kid kind you often see on TV? Her eyes looked towards Jae-hi in shock. What? This girl, wasn't she just with that group earlier? He spoke up casually, can't you contact him? She stood there with her arms crossed in frustration. I can't reach him, brother. Everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes filled with shock as they listened to their conversation. No way, it seems his phone is broken, we can't contact him. Day back, a Chable family. Jae-hi suddenly turned around, the corners of her lips curling up. Here he is, I've been calling forever but couldn't get through. Jae-yeol suddenly appeared with a cold demeanor. Brother. Soo-min was shocked speechless, her mind filled with confusion and a series of question marks. Everyone's faces changed color, their eyes wide with panic. What? What's wrong with his appearance? We couldn't contact him either. Why, meaning, he is a tycoon. He's kept quiet all this time, owning this entire park, oh my god. He spoke up seriously, calmly questioning, even though the whole family agreed to let you move out and live independently, why did you drag Jae-hi into that nonsense school? She hastily explained, it's not that, it's because I wanted to get in, because of Hyung-seok. Soo-min was still in shock, what should we do now? She firmly reassured herself, thinking, no, I already have the bakery guy, I can't let myself be swayed. After all, he is. Hyun-jun suddenly stopped, her cheeks blushing shyly. Soo-min's eyes instantly darkened, grinding her teeth. What is it? What did you see? She was suddenly stunned, rooted to the spot. Ki-tae spoke up shyly, his eyes full of affection. Ah, you're here, sorry for calling you over so suddenly. Soo-young was slowly approaching. Soo-young, everyone immediately gasped in awe, exclaiming, so freaking pretty, oh, incredibly pretty. She replied calmly, her demeanor nonchalant. The investor called, of course I had to come. Soo-min's group immediately turned pale, their eyes wide. Wow, artists, actors. /n Soo-young was lost in thought for a moment, her eyes carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm already having a headache over Park Hyung-seok, why is this guy calling me over again? She silently evaluated him, the eldest son of H Group, Hong Ki-tae. Hong Ki-tae spoke up awkwardly, his eyes full of admiration. There's an opening event today, Soo-young, you can't miss it, right? Through fleeting transactions and exchanges, the heir of H Media Group had a pretty good relationship with her father. He was associated with flashiness and luxury, an important business partner for the success of exquisite TV products. /n Ki-tae immediately introduced them with a calm exterior. Say hello, this is Choi Soo-young. Choi Soo-young, this is my younger brother. Soo-young immediately spoke up. Hello. She bowed politely, her tone gentle. Hong Jae-yeol, he is that guy's younger brother? Nice to meet you. They didn't seem very close. /n he struck up a conversation awkwardly, seemingly deep in thought. If you had come a little earlier, you could have met DG. Soo-young replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I see him all the time. As expected of Soo-young, are they dating by any chance? /n she turned to smile at Jae-yeol. Over here, he and Soo-min were insanely jealous, their eyes full of anger. Soo-young paused for a moment, her eyes wavering. She looked at her with deep resentment, her facial expression twisted. Soo-young immediately felt a chill down her spine as if her true appearance had been exposed. The sun is already high up, I'm no different anyway. /n scene change, in the restroom, Song-nam frowned, muttering in frustration. How can I go out like this? Tu-baek was still in shock, his voice trembling, that idiot, I can't believe he is that strong. Beside him, Hoen gritted his teeth and hissed every word, boss, are you going to let them off? He couldn't speak clearly because his face was bruised purple. /n Song-nam, the guy continued to provoke, looking uneasy, if it was a one-on-one fight, our boss wouldn't lose. Damn it, how could just one punch result in this? He also turned pale, trying to reassure himself, that's right if it was a fair fight. That's right, they just had too many people, I don't even know if I can open my eyes. /n Song-nam opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice hoarse, that's right, they had too many people so we had to endure it. The smell of cigarettes was strong, but, we don't have to endure it anymore. Each of their faces looked fierce and aggressive, the elite potato army, now it will be our turn to crush them. /n boss, what do we do now? Those soul guys dared to look down on us, let's beat them all up. He strictly ordered, his voice heavy, Jun-jin, go prepare the tools. Wait, what's that smell? Did someone take a dump? At this moment, Hoen had climbed up the adjacent toilet cubicle, his voice mocking. Song-nong, there's a guy from Seoul here. Song-nong suddenly stopped. What? Seoul? There's a guy taking a dump. He immediately stood up, a punchable, sly smile on his face. You're in luck, the first scapegoat. Come out, roll out here, move aside. Song-nong decisively swung his leg and kicked the door hard. Don't blame me. He gripped the door tightly, his voice provocative, stop taking a dump and come out here. Your time is up today. Smoking too, huh? Song-nong suddenly stopped, his face stunned. A calm voice rang out, "Hey, do you have any toilet paper?" Tae-sung nonchalantly raised his head, his eyes full of murderous intent, "Bring it to me." The underlings, with fierce expressions, spoke up indignantly, "Boss, it's him, the guy from earlier, he dared to look down on us." Song-non stood blocking the toilet stall, tilting his chin threateningly, "What, looking down? Dare to look down on us?" He cursed loudly, looking reckless, "These damn soul bastards, beat the sh*t out of them." Tae-sung nonchalantly raised his head, his eyes full of murderous intent, "What the hell are these guys barking about?" In his eyes, Song-non's group was as weak as a flock of baby sheep. These sheep. Song-non paused for a moment, his face changing color. His eyes shuddered slightly at the sight of the dense tattoos covering his entire body. Another buffalo. This guy, are all of these real tattoos? Song-non suddenly lost his nerve. He regretted it, but he couldn't back down now. However, from behind, provocative voices rang out again, "You're dead meat. Boss, show him what you're made of." "You guys?" He silently observed the tattoos, reassuring himself. To open the match, the first thing needed is to boost morale. That's right, those tattoos, I have them too. He's sitting there taking a dump, there's no way he can win. Song-nam fell into deep thought, telling himself that those tattoos must be just for show, though he looked freaking terrifying. Tae-sung's expression instantly turned ferocious as he hissed every word, "I told you to get me a roll of toilet paper." Immediately, he launched a powerful kick, rushing forward, "Go to hell, die." Unexpectedly, Tae-sung casually caught it, his eyes glancing over indifferently. Song-nam stared in horror, his eyes widening in panic, "What? Caught it with his bare hands?" A voice full of murderous intent rang out, "You guys are dead meat." He decisively slammed Song-nam flat onto the ground, "Jiu-jitsu, I told you to bring me the toilet paper." After that, Tae-sung gripped his hair tightly and pulled him back forcefully, "In the past, I used to keep a Pikachu." The underlings stood rooted to the spot, their faces pale with fear. At that time, there wasn't any toilet paper like this either, so... His face was fierce, his wide eyes cruel, "I also used it to wipe." Tae-sung gritted his teeth, hissing out, "Just like you." Outside the bathroom, a series of curses echoed continuously, "Damn it, you trash." He lowered his voice, radiating killing intent, "Trash." A moment later, beneath Tae-sung's feet were rows of defeated underlings. So boring. He lay in pain on the ground, breathing heavily, monster, he didn't even pull up his pants. Tae-sung raised an eyebrow, his tone full of contempt, "You're not even worthy to be my toilet paper." He stepped closer and tightly grabbed Song-nam's shirt, "This can be used to wipe." He tried to resist, screaming inwardly, "No, not that." The scene changed, the sunset was falling. Song-nam sat shivering, huddled in a corner, his face distorted with pain. The bruises spread widely, "It could have been washed, my 427,001. That guy is clearly from the same school as those guys, how could there be such a monster? No way, where is the dignity of the potato department head?" Suddenly, Jin-sung appeared with eyes full of rage, "Found you." /n/n Song-nam froze, suddenly feeling uneasy. This guy was the one from the cafeteria earlier. He questioned in a deep voice, "How dare you do that to my Mijin? Now this guy too, daring to look down on me?" He immediately lost control, throwing a powerful punch, "If you're so tough, come here, go to hell." /n/n but Jin-sung's punch was a step faster. Song-nam's face twisted completely to one side. His eyes gradually blurred, his mind dizzy. The sounds of punching, kicking, and cursing echoed, "How dare you touch me, Jean?" /n/n scene transition, night fell. How the hell did it turn out like this? Song-nam staggered, trembling as he walked, his eyes and nose bruised and swollen. How? Song-nam shivered slightly, looking frustrated. From the idiot to the girl crazy fool, why the hell is everyone a monster? Are all the kids from that school this terrifying? /n/n he suddenly startled, his expression changing. Song-nam decisively turned around and ran away, hurriedly begging for mercy. He shut his eyes tight, praying silently, "Please spare me." That guy must also be. Hyung-seok stopped dead in his tracks, his face full of confusion, "He's a monster." He was shocked to see Hyung-seok running away for his life. "Song-nam, why did you run away after seeing me? Where exactly is Hyun-seok?" Everyone stopped in front of the store. "Wait, there's a mom's touch in latte too?" "I don't know either, maybe the author wanted to eat it." Inside, the chef was excitedly preparing the food. It tastes so good, chewy and soft. A delicious burger was instantly finished. Cheese hamburger, new item, new flavor. Hyung-seok and his friends happily enjoyed the food and chatted animatedly. "Let's eat, I'm so hungry." Park Han-nul, switch seats. Jae Yeol, switch seats with me. We gathered together again. By the way, where did Ji-ho go? He slowly lifted the burger, his eyes flashing with surprise. So delicious. Is it good? Beside him, Jae-yeol was also eating with satisfaction. Jae-yeol, why couldn't I call you? What, you lost your phone? Is it good? Hyung-seok immediately asked with concern. The phone is completely shattered? Are the photos okay? We went on the roller coaster, and this is the first time eating hamburgers with everyone. Transitioning the scene, under the shimmering lights, everyone eagerly spoke up. Come on, get over here. 1, 2, 3. He and everyone took a commemorative photo together. This is the first time taking a group photo with friends. Loneliness gradually made Hyung-seok feel anxious. Outside the glass dome, the sky was gradually darkening, and a sense of sadness grew along with it. As the lights dimmed, it was also the time the parade began. On the main road, a stream of people in strange costumes was parading. Look, sounds of awe and joy echoed. So beautiful. Cheerful dances, gorgeous costumes. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, their eyes enthusiastic and delighted. The festival atmosphere was joyful, but somehow mixed into this brilliant atmosphere was an indescribable sense of regret. His face gradually became quiet. We knew that when the parade ended, it would also be the end of the field trip. As the crowd gradually thinned out, Hyung-seok still felt a bit of regret, standing still and looking on. The field trip had ended, and me. His eyes wavered slightly, wondering, where is Soo-young? Is she smiling right now? Amidst the bustling crowd, Soo-young stood silently in the back, her eyes carrying a loneliness that was hard to hide. The bus was slowly rolling along when the students dissatisfiedly questioned, damn it, who is it, who stinks so much? One boy annoyedly covered his nose and gritted his teeth. It smells like shit, did someone fart? Suddenly, a shrill curse made the atmosphere heavy, shut your stinking mouth. Song-noon yelled helplessly, his face smeared with tears and snot, whoever says anything else, Song-noon, hold it in, I'll pull all your teeth out. He anxiously lowered his head, telling himself, it can be washed, right? Outside the bus window, the shirt was left hanging loose, my expensive shirt, my 427,001 shirt. Suddenly, a new shirt was held out. Soo-min stood in front of Song-noon, saying grumpily, hey. He immediately stopped, unable to utter a word, Soo-min. She explained irritably, I didn't buy this for you, just put the shirt on. Song-noon was instantly moved, a sobbing sound echoing out, XXL, I wear size XXL. He called out softly while choking up, Soo-min. Soo-min immediately cut him off with disgust, shut up right now. At this time, the car had also stopped as night fell. The man casually spoke up, can you make time for the eldest son of H group? Soo-young replied in a deep voice, let's just do that for now. Her eyes slightly lowered, Park Hyung-seok, was he looking for me at that time? The reason my father told me to keep an eye on him. Soo-young suddenly froze, her gaze panicked, astonished, and speechless. The man asked in confusion, what's wrong? As the car slowly glided past the store, she replied, nothing, please keep driving. Soo-young covered her mouth in panic, trying to reassure herself, no way, how could it be? She felt a flash of unease, her eyes showing a bit of hesitation, the figure just now, what if it was Park Hyung-seok? Soo-young wondered, her mind becoming a jumbled mess. How could those two appear at the same time? Did I guess wrong? She suddenly realized the mistake, so when he said I was talking nonsense, it was true. That was actually a different person /n/n in reality. Hyung-seok spoke in a gentle voice, thank you, I'll take it from here. Does it still hurt? Glasses, how was the audition? He replied calmly, I failed. /n/n Soo-young calmly spoke up, that was just a joke. He froze, a bewildered look on his face, a joke? She raised an eyebrow, her tone firm, because you looked busy, and how could there be such a thing as having two bodies anyway? Did I look too serious? It was just a joke. /n/n Soo-young's eyes suddenly became sharp. I still can't be sure if it's true, I should have gotten out of the car and confirmed it back then. Hyung-seok breathed a sigh of relief, it was just a joke, probably because the schedules overlapped, anyway it was really lucky. She sat there quietly, looking thoughtful, her phone screen suddenly lit up, Eugene spoke softly, what's the matter? Soo-young's expression became serious, Eugene, look into this for me. Cut to a deserted alley. The garbage truck was slowly approaching, the sanitation worker was working hard. When he opened a bundle, his arms suddenly froze. His expression immediately changed, his eyes widened in terror, and a piercing scream immediately rang out. In the middle of the night, people had discovered cats tied up and thrown into a recycling garbage bag. Night fell, at this time Hyung-seok was determinedly jogging, his breathing becoming heavy. In a moment of silence, he remembered DG's words, unify the four heavenly crews, then we will talk. Hyung-seok was confused, his face pale from exhaustion, what is going on? Suddenly mentioning the four heavenly crews, only knowing the name, are you teasing me? He decisively stopped to rest, his back slightly bent, if you know something, just say it, it won't kill you. I really want to ask clearly, but he is an idol, I can't meet him. This is my territory. Hyung-seok suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Lee Jin-sung twirled the stick in his hand, his voice firm, "Hey." He immediately raised his head, looking bewildered. Yes, the Navy uniform. The old man immediately gritted his teeth. You there? Tae-young questioned in dissatisfaction upon seeing Inu peeing inappropriately. How dare you pee on the cat food? This is my territory. He awkwardly spoke up. I apologize for Inu. The old man trembled with dissatisfaction, spitting saliva from his mouth. Lately, the cats are dying in battle because of hunger. Well, that's not exactly dying in battle. Tae-young lectured for a long time. How could you understand the people who have dedicated themselves to distributing food to cats, those who take care of their old mothers, truly catmen. Frustrated, he immediately chased after him, scolding, Hey you, stop right there. He sighed, what a busy old man, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. Hyung-seok slowly took him home, comforting, let's go home, Inu, time to eat. Inu happily wagged its tail. Tae-yang suddenly stopped, looking silent and thoughtful. /n/n scene transition. At school, Bum Jae suddenly spoke up, his eyes filled with confusion. For Heavenly Cruise, what? He shyly looked down, lowering his voice. Do you know about them? He was slightly confused. What the heck, why come to me? The corners of Hyung-seok's mouth slightly curled up. I asked around, but for some reason, they told me to come here. Bum Jae immediately questioned in dissatisfaction. What kind of violent gang do you think we are? He hurriedly spoke up. I'm sorry. Bum Jae decisively pointed at the board, speaking seriously. First is the territory of the 4 Heavenly Crews. Hyung-seok suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with amazement. He actually knows. He slowly explained, using the Han River as a boundary, it's divided into 4 areas, east, west, south, and north. Our area is in the center, so it doesn't belong to any gang's territory. Bum Jae's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold as he said seriously, rumor has it that the 4 Heavenly Crews were created by some mysterious figure, but it's just a rumor. Whether it was true or not, it was said that each group conducted illegal business operations. He was stunned and stammered, business? But they are students. An image of Kim Ji-myeon with murderous eyes flashed by. In the West was Big Deal, running a gambling business, led by Kim Ji-myeon who was currently in a juvenile detention center. Then came the appearance of mysterious guys. In the North was God Dog. Ever since a monster appeared there, he had destroyed the old system, taken over, and changed the group's name. Power struggles and infighting were taking place. In the East was Hostile, which was in a period of generational transition. That place was considered a home for criminals. Finally, there was an even more terrifying underground force. In the South was Ilhiho. They were terrifying in their own way, not like a bunch of 10-year-old kids gathering together, they were more like a corporation. He explained in a deep voice, looking stern, each crew has its own business sector, but generally, the methods of making money are the same, though it's very difficult to discover them. Hearing this, Hyung-seok trembled with wide eyes, like the Big Deal gang? If they structure their organization by points, it's very hard to track, normal people would hardly know. Only groups like us know clearly. He exclaimed in horror, with a suspicious look, so, is Vasco planning to do that too? The 5th crew? Bum Jae suddenly interrupted, we. His eyes became resolute, his voice firm. What are you talking about? We are the ones who voluntarily follow Vasco. Hyung-seok paused, his eyes filled with disbelief. He silently marveled, a look of awe on his face. Vasco was really awesome, who would have thought so many people followed him? The underlings chatted casually. Back when Vasco wasn't around, a lot of guys left to join the 4 Heavenly Crews. I was recruited too. Me too, I was really an immature kid back then. Hyung-seok fell into a moment of silence. In the past, he didn't even have a single friend who would be willing to follow him. You're a first year, so why do you keep going up to the second year's place? How can I be like that? His eyes, full of admiration, turned to Lee Eun-tae, asking himself, please tell me, Vasco, I want to be like you too. Hyung-seok suddenly spoke up, come to think of it, where is Vasco? Bum Jae was immediately startled, his eyes panicking. He hesitantly explained, he said something about having to pay someone 10 million won, so he went to make money. I'm going to make money and then come back, remember to brush your teeth before going to bed, why are you so surprised? As the evening sun set, he was jogging slowly. Hyung-seok's expression became serious, suddenly feeling skeptical. The 4 Heavenly Crews, is there such a concept in Korea? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed truly surreal. Hyung-seok stopped to let Inu relieve himself, it's really crazy, it doesn't feel real at all, my own turf. He sat down quietly on the bench, scratching his head helplessly, but how can I merge those 4 groups now? I can't figure it out no matter how I think about it, but I have to figure it out somehow. Suddenly, a series of barks rang out. Ahead, Inu and Eden were arguing fiercely, biting each other. Hyung-seok immediately jumped up, shouting in panic, stop, stop, stop. Johan unexpectedly came running in a hurry. He was stunned when their eyes met. Opposite him, Hyung-seok also froze, his face full of shock as a moment passed. The two immediately reconciled, both speaking up. Sorry, I should have tied him up, but the dogs were still dissatisfied in fighting. This is my turf, this is my turf. No, me too. Johan then jogged with him, his eyes slightly surprised. Do you train like this every day? Hyung-seok fell silent, even though it's not with this body. He observed the guy's hair in confusion, saying casually, did you come all the way here from no one just to get a haircut? Is there a famous shop in our area? But your hair looks so messy. Hyung-seok asked casually, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. That area is north of the Han River. Does it belong to the God Dog gang? Hearing this, Johan suddenly froze, speechless. He asked doubtfully, you also know God Dog? He immediately faked an awkward smile, his voice hesitant. You know too? Well, it's the area you live in, so there's no way you wouldn't know. Johan lowered his voice. I know a little bit. His expression became serious, his tone heavy. I heard that area is full of rebellious guys, a den of criminals. I don't know if you've heard of it? Johan suddenly spoke up. Hey, he laughed heartily, his eyes full of excitement. Let's have a race. The sunset covered the space with an orange hue. A while later, both of them lay flat on the nearby grass, panting heavily. Hyung-seok's face was pale from exhaustion. I lost. He pondered silently, his eyes bewildered. He is even faster than Jin Sung. Is he a track and field athlete? At this moment, Johan smiled helplessly. I didn't expect this. I almost lost. I can't even be mad. What? Nothing. The two comfortably chatted about random things. What's your dog's name? Inu, and yours? Eden. Eden, what about your family? It's just me and my mom. What about you? I have me and Eden, of course. A moment later, he said bitterly, I only have one family. Hearing that, Hyung-seok paused, his eyes filled with astonishment. He spoke heavily, tinged with a bit of sadness. Let's take our time walking back, they must be really hungry by now. But at this moment, there were only 2 dog leashes lying on the ground. The two's expressions immediately panicked, their eyes anxious. They're not here. /n Hyung-seok lost his composure, sweating profusely. There are no signs of the leashes being cut, someone must have unfastened them. Who could it be? He immediately turned around and spoke urgently. First, let's search around here. Johan's eyes darkened, his expression changing. As night fell, a helpless voice echoed, the 2 dogs, again? /n well. The janitor lowered his voice, his expression serious. Lately, more and more people have been posting about looking for their pets. It seems like someone took them. Hyung-seok exclaimed in panic, what? He widened his eyes in terror, looking uneasy. Taken? How is that possible? /n the thing is. Well. His expression became grave, his voice heavy. They were all found thrown away in plastic bags. That terrifying image flashed by. Today, there was also one in the trash bag. I almost fainted. He spoke slowly, sighing in relief. When I opened it, I saw 3 kittens. Luckily, they were still alive, but it still startled me. The 2 stood stunned, unable to utter a word. They were all thrown away before they died. Who knows what kind of maniac did this? Hyung-seok panicked, his eyes becoming anxious. What? No, he called out silently in his heart, Inu. At this moment, Inu stood rooted to the spot. Under its feet was a motionless kitten. Eden quietly approached, and they tried to wake the kitten up. Even more terrifying, a large number of pets appeared ahead in an incredibly miserable state. /n the scene shifted, the sunset fell. Suddenly, someone kicked away the pet food tray. Tae-yang immediately blew a whistle, shouting angrily, stop what you're doing. He raised his voice, irritable and sharp, you kids, why do you keep leaving cat food in front of people's houses? Chan Jian and Haewon were slightly startled, stammering, we're sorry. Tae-yang continued to curse. Looking dissatisfied, no wonder stray cats keep coming here to meow and poop everywhere. Because of you the number of stray cats keeps increasing. The 2 immediately protested, lowering their voices, sir, how is that our fault? Their eyes looking towards the dogs. The stray cat nearby, with a sincere voice, because more and more people are keeping pets, the number of people abandoning them is also increasing. Even without us, they would still increase. Conversely, letting them live and scavenge in the garbage would be even more unhygienic. /n but he was still angry, decisively using his stick to shoo them away. Nonsense, I don't care about any of that. Tae-yang stood there waving his arms and legs, cursing with saliva flying everywhere. Where does this come from? Adults talking and you just keep arguing back. Oh my shoulder. Then he quietly walked away, muttering, this body is not what it used to be anymore. Agu, I need to take care of my health. Hyung-seok paused upon seeing this, looking bewildered. He doubtfully asked himself, that old man, so strange, is he the same person, or is he different because he's in front of his house? Saying that, Hyung-seok slowly continued running, excitedly talking to Inu, let's go Inu, let's run to the riverside. His mind was blank right now. Gourd /n Inu wagged its tail looking very cute. In a hidden corner nearby, Tae-yang's eyes immediately changed, looking at a flyer printed with a picture of Miro who was being desperately searched for. Jaeseon's eyes were teary, choking up as she spoke. Mister, did you also lose your dog? He tightly gripped the flyer, looking panicked. Yeah, have you still not found yours? The little girl softly replied. Yes. Hyung-seok immediately softened his voice to reassure her. I will look for it with you. When did you lose it? Jaeseon sobbed, her voice trembling. Almost 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. The little girl firmly asserted, speaking urgently. I'm sure it was taken by someone, but the police officer wouldn't look for it. He paused. Taken by someone? Jaeseon nodded decisively. Yes, because it can't move right now. Hyung-seok paused in thought and pressed. Couldn't move? Was it injured? The little girl choked up and replied, no, Miro was pregnant at that time. She was pregnant. The scene shifts to a litter of puppies surrounding their mother. Miro lay there weakly, her body trembling uncontrollably. The puppies whimpered softly, calling for their mother, but she still couldn't get up. Looking frail, Miro's eyes became lifeless and helpless. Ahead, a bunch of pets with completely disheveled bodies stood there, their eyes glowing pitifully in the dark night. One dog, being so hungry, decisively injured itself. They helplessly licked each rusted water faucet. Inu and Eden watched everything in silence. A sharp, triumphant voice rang out. You guys are very lonely too, right? Live with me for a long time. The hand slowly approached. You guys, if you betray me, that won't do. Don't leave me. He lifted the weak Miro into the air. Like this one, it's so weak it can't resist. Why do they always want to leave me when I've cared for them so much? He coldly threw Miro into a garbage bag. Great, stop. Immediately, the helpless puppies ran over and barked loudly. Your mother said she hates it here. It's okay, I'll bring more friends for you guys. At this moment, Inu and Eden started barking fiercely. Don't bark, I'm very good to you guys. He stood there annoyed, showing his dissatisfaction. I told you not to bark anymore, you have to listen to me. The iron stick quickly swung down. I told you not to bark. It was late at night. Johan, with an anxious and heavy expression, spoke up. Sir, you didn't see them? He tried to describe and visualize them in detail. They look like this. If you see them, please contact me at this number. Johan suddenly stopped, his eyes shocked. What, there are many people who often take care of stray dogs and cats at the park? I'll go there and ask. A shadowy figure stood there, watching him silently. He tightened his grip on the plastic bag and walked away. Meanwhile, at the park, Chanayon, who was taking care of stray cats with his friends, was shocked. Someone kidnapped the dogs? Hyung-seok spoke up urgently, his face pale with worry. Yes, someone took off the dogs' collars and took them away. Did anyone happen to see it? He replied, I didn't see anything. Hyun turned around and spoke hesitantly. Hey, could it be that person? Chanayon frowned, his eyes bewildered. That armored general? He suddenly stopped, his voice heavy. The armored general. His expression changed slightly. There was a person, the image of Taeyang with a fierce look flashing by. It was the old man wearing a navy uniform. Hearing that, Hyung-seok stood rooted to the ground. At this moment, her eyes became resolute, her voice firm. I've seen it before. That old man walked by holding a garbage bag. In the middle of the dark alley, he tiptoed away. That time I went out to collect sorted trash and saw that old man holding a garbage bag and looking around. Hyun lowered his voice, his eyes dropping. I also saw clearly that the garbage bag was moving. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. What did you say? So, this way. His expression also changed, his eyes darkening. Hyung-seok looked over in shock, speaking heavily. Yo, Johan, what's wrong? Johan suddenly stopped, his lips trembling. Just now I met. The creepy smile of the old man wearing a naval uniform flashed by. He suddenly remembered, his eyes instantly terrified. He was holding a black plastic bag in his hand. At this moment, he also quickly realized, I've seen his house before. He immediately pressed, where? Hyung-seok hesitated. I only passed by, so I don't know exactly. Jin-sung suddenly spoke up, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. I know it, let me lead the way, but I won't go inside. He firmly replied, please lead the way. The scene cuts to a sparsely populated residential area. Jin-sung looked up, his voice firm. Right there, the house at the top. Well, I'm heading back. This is the place indeed. The door slowly opened, and the two tiptoed with heavy steps up the stairs. His face changed color, slightly shocked. Ugh, this smell. The hallway is completely filled with a foul stench. Gloomy darkness enveloped the space. What is this smell? The smell of feces? Did something happen? Hyung-seok suddenly felt uneasy, trying to calm down. Inu, you must be safe. Johan stood there angrily, his expression filled with murderous intent. The path ahead was blocked. The door is closed. He stepped closer to investigate, his voice firm. The inner hallway is open, find the bell, Johan. He decisively threw a punch to break the door on this side. Hyung-seok was so shocked he couldn't speak, looking in bewilderment as Johan coldly took the lead. An iron door, how did he do that? He hesitantly opened the door, allowing the light to creep in. Yo, Johan, coming in without permission like this is a bit. Inside, the room was as messy as a garbage dump. This smell, every corner reeked horribly, the smell of feces. Why is it so dirty? Suddenly, from behind the door came the rapid sound of dogs barking, woof woof. Hyung-seok froze, his eyes wide with shock, the sound of dogs barking, woof woof. Johan decisively stepped closer, his hand tightly gripping the door. The two of them were instantly stunned, their eyes widening in horror. A cold, sharp shout rang out, "What are you doing?" Tae-yang rushed out like a madman, "Is that so?" Hyung-seok saw Johan open the door, which surprised him greatly. "Yo, Johan." What struck both of their eyes was a scene that left them completely astonished. Right in front of them, three dogs appeared, wagging their tails continuously, their eyes staring blankly at the two of them. A loud voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the space, "There is no inu.brbr." Immediately, a loud voice rang out, "What are you doing?" An old man slowly crawled out, his eyes fierce, "You brats." The old man's face became horrifying, with deep wrinkles, saliva flying out with every word. "What are you doing?" Looking at the scene, Hyung-seok's face only asked, "Old man, what is going on?" Being threatened like that without fear only led to him being grabbed by the collar. Johan suddenly lunged forward, his voice stressing every word, full of intimidation, "Where is Inu?" The frightened old man, choking on his saliva, yelled out, "Thief, there's a thief." Brbr. Hyung-seok called out from the side, "Hey, Johan, a robber," but he didn't waver at all when Hyung-seok called, his voice remained furious and gritty, "Where are our dogs?" The three people who were arguing heard a strange noise, immediately stopped their actions, and saw a person with messy hair and disheveled clothes running out quickly. The old man shouted in confusion, "Dogs? What dogs?" Hyung-seok looked surprised, that is. Unbearably terrified, the old man tremblingly told the truth, "I only found them in the trash bags and brought them back to treat them. I picked all of them up." Brbr. Remembering a woman who often picked up dogs, was it that woman, the person in room 202, the one who pointed the way? However, her eyes were intensely frantic, looking deep as if she wanted to swallow everything. "Found them, finally found them." In her hands, the stolen dogs were clearly visible, their eyes panicked, "I see them, my dogs." The scene from the past appeared, she was feeding the dog, Omo, so pitiful. Songyi's face as she fed them was extremely gentle. "Eat a lot, little girl." /n/n Pyong appeared from nowhere and asked her, "It's a cat, why call it a little girl?" As if recognizing an acquaintance, "Mr. Landlord." Seeing the pitiful cat on the ground, Songyi spoke up, its tail was cut off by someone. Hearing this explanation, he wondered, "Are you going to raise it?" She was certain of her decision, "Yes, I will raise it /n/n." After feeding it, Songyi carried it home affectionately, "Little one, from now on, this will be our home." In her room full of stray dogs and cats, "Say hello, these are all your friends." Songyi's face had a sinister, savage smile, "I will take care of you guys, all of you." The cuddled cat didn't know the impending danger. "Don't you ever leave me." The sky had also gotten much darker by this time. /n/n Pyong was sorting the trash. "Why is there such a smell lately? Not even bothering to sort the trash. Seriously, I have to catch them red-handed today." Opening the trash bag, he seemed to see something that surprised him, looking at the starving cat, lying dying and shivering in the trash bag. "This is that cat." Pyong couldn't hold back and went to Songyi's room, opened the door to room 202. He saw no one answer, pounding on the door continuously. "The smell is all over the hallway, and it's so noisy. Who can sleep?" "Open the door, you live alone, right?" Not receiving a satisfactory answer, Pyong questioned, "If you're just going to abandon them like this, then why pick them up in the first place?" "Open the door." Room 202 /n/n Songyi sat in a corner holding her head, shouting loudly for the outside to hear, "It's no use, I already paid the rent, you can't kick me out, our home." Looking at the dirty dogs and cats turning towards her, "You can't kick us out." Pyong saw that it was getting dark and returned to the dump. His face looked full of worry, his voice helpless, truly pitiful. Seeing that the trash bag still had the sounds of a cat, "Come with me." As Tae-yang just picked up the trash bag, there were already murmurs around, "Hey, what kind of trash bag is that trash old man carrying again? Day back, is he going to throw it away again?" /n/n The next morning, Song-si's face was extremely surprised when she saw Tae-yang holding the cat, walking and singing very happily. Looking closely, it turned out to be the stray cat in the trash bag from the day before. "I clearly threw it away, it isn't dead yet?" Song-si's eyes looked at the cat madly, "If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown it away, it's mine." /n/n She went in front of Taeyang's house, the cat's voice echoed, "Bok bok, meow." Her face looked like a madman, gritting her teeth while standing outside, "Rabicho." Her eyes were full of hatred, looking through the iron gate, "Behind the door is my cat." /n/n The image of the dog relieving itself on the pile of food. "How dare you pee on the cat food?" "Bok," the voice of the dog's owner rang out, "I'm sorry, Inu." Song-si's voice was full of resentment, gathering the food while scolding, "How could you understand those who have dedicated themselves to distributing food for cats, those who take care of old mothers?" /n/n But then she laughed to herself with a strange smile, "I will take you away, you poor animals, I will take care of you." A noise from afar caught Song-si's attention, "Hey over there, stop your actions." A stick, following the momentum towards where the sound came from, was flying straight at her. Song-si couldn't dodge in time, getting hit by a strike that startled her. You, this uneducated brat, again? /N holding the stick, Song-si ran away quickly in annoyance. Give the stick back here, give it back. The cursing didn't stop, don't come back again. Hyung-seok tried to sneak away, let's go Inu, bak. The scolding still echoed, where did this crazy person come from? The dog seemed to understand his intention and walked quickly to escape the noise. Seeing this, Mr. Taeyang thought to himself, all the cats and dogs around here have been taken away by it. At that moment, someone kicked the food bowl away. It turned out to be Taeyang, whose voice was full of authority, even holding a whistle to remind them to stop. Seeing the two people in front of him, he scolded even louder, you guys, why do you keep leaving cat food in front of other people's houses? The two people only cowered, we are sorry, we are sorry. Not accepting that apology, the scolding voice continued to ring out, no wonder stray cats keep coming here to meow and poop everywhere, it is because of you that the number of stray cats keeps increasing. This only made the other two angry and argue back, sir, how is that our fault? Song-si was pressing her face tightly against the glass, her eyes full of hatred looking forward, making her extremely furious. What the hell is he doing? How would the cats dare to come like this? Feeling Song-si's gaze directed at him, Taeyang looked up, why do you keep hindering me, the cats want to live with me too. Recalling the door of Mr. Taeyang's house made her thoughts even angrier, open it, open the door, you cannot live happily like that without me. That extremely loud noise came from room 202. Song-si was wearing gloves preparing to do something, her voice also full of frustration, I really hate that you guys just die like that, that person was also that cold at that time. Holding the dead Miro in her hands, looking incredibly pitiful, with that cold, chilling feeling, are you planning to leave me too? The two dogs beside her wouldn't stop barking loudly, which only made Song-hee more irritated. Don't bark, I treat you guys so well. Despite her scolding, the barking continued. I said don't bark, you have to listen to me. She ran off holding the stick she had just grabbed, I told you not to bark. You'd think Song-hee would use it to hit the dogs, but she started hitting her own head instead. Why? Why do you guys hate me so much? The two dogs beside her stopped barking when they saw her continuously hitting her head. That's right, go die, go die. Hyung-seok and Johan were surprised and asked back about the old general. A friend in the group resolved their confusion, there is someone, it's that old man in the naval uniform. Song-hee, on the side, was anxiously listening to the conversation. What do I do, the owner of those dogs? She seemed to realize something, they thought. Hyung-seok asked his friend, where? I just passed by so I'm not exactly sure. So they were mistaken, it was that old man? Song-hee was obsessed with the iron door, causing countless thoughts to appear in her mind. If so, if it's these guys, they might be able to open the door. She came up with a plan and smiled maliciously, I know where his house is. When they arrived at the place, Johan gently opened the door. Song-hee didn't dare to go up, only standing at the bottom of the stairs watching them. Seeing that the iron door was no longer closed, she was incredibly overjoyed, the door is open. The scene shifts to when it was getting dark, Johan's voice rang out asking Taeyang, you said room 202, right? As if knowing clearly, he answered firmly, it's useless, she probably took the dogs away. Hyung-seok heard a noise and turned around. Who is it? A woman asked in a very panicked voice. You said you lost 2 dogs, right? Hearing that, he replied, yes, which made all 3 people stand there in complete surprise. Just now, a lady passed by leading 2 large dogs. Johan was the most worried, his face already pale, one of them was wearing clothes, right? As time passed, the sky also got darker /N and the 2 friends who were still sitting and feeding the cats heard this and asked in a panic, no way, is it that lady? That's not a catman, that's an animal hoarder. Hyung-seok was extremely tired from running around looking for the dogs. We also searched but still couldn't find them. Ah yes, thank you. He couldn't force himself to keep running and just stood there panting. Who would have thought there would be people treating cats and dogs like that, even reporting to the police wouldn't help. Hyung-seok continued to run and search. How can he find them now? Inu, please let me find them quickly. /N Johan, as it was already dark, looked around and saw a bright spot. Johan couldn't find them, so he called for help. Sorry for calling everyone for such a personal matter, he got straight to the point. What? Eden was kidnapped? Hearing that, those people immediately gathered at Johan's location. Marcos will. The scene shifts to the city, the streetlights of the high-rise buildings have been turned on. 2 guys stopped someone and asked, hey wait, let me check. The other person gently replied, yes. Seeing the dog wagging its tail, isn't it? It looks like it recognizes you. Yes, it's a hound. Seeing the 2 people in front of them still let through, and there was no Eden either, plus the owner was male. The face of the person who was stopped was extremely worried. What is this? Who are these guys? Let's go. The sound of people chattering around was lively. Did you see any auntie walking two dogs? Why suddenly? Seeing Johan's people all over the street looking for the dog made the people around extremely worried. Why are there so many dangerous elements on the street like this? Never seen this before. A phone call rang. Hello, Bum J? It's getting darker and darker. The other woman called out to Hyung-seok, brother, over here. Hyung-seok's face was full of anxiety as he asked, you said you saw it, where? Pointing straight ahead, over there. Seeing a woman walking two dogs ahead, Hyung-seok called out, Inu, Inu. Hearing the call, the dog led by the woman turned back to look. Hyung-seok's face was full of disappointment when he saw it. Inu, it's not you. Yes. The woman was extremely panicked when she saw the two people in front of her. No, these dogs, what is this? Who are you people? Seeing this only made Hyung-seok more certain, it wasn't Inu. Fierce knocking echoed on the door, Hyung-seok's voice yelled loudly calling the name, Inu, Inu. Hyung-seok's face seemed to realize something, filled with anxiety and helplessness. Come out, give Inu back. Song-hee was still sitting hugging herself in a corner, surrounded by the sounds of dogs and cats, so noisy, so noisy. Hearing its owner's call, it also scratched at the door, Inu, Inu. The noise outside only made Song-hee full of anger as she hugged her head and yelled loudly, shut up, there are no dogs of yours here. The dogs and cats were lying weakly in the room. We are living happily here, I take care of them very carefully. The spoken words completely contradicted the scene inside the room. Where are you taking my poor children? You bastards don't even love them. The woman grew even angrier, yelling so loudly that her spit flew out. You guys are threatening me. I have the right to not open the door. As if realizing the intention of the two people outside, Song-hee threatened, even the landlord has no right to kick me out, I will sue you guys. Hearing this, Taeyang replied, this kid is talking nonsense again. Hyung-seok didn't understand and talked back. He couldn't wait any longer and picked up his phone. No, I have to call the police. Taeyang reminded him, it won't work, I've called them several times too. The police officer received the call but replied very indifferently, room 202 again? I've been there not just 2 or 3 times, but there are no applicable regulations. Hearing this only made Hyung-seok ask back, what? No regulations? But my dog is in there. According to current laws, unless the pet dies, there can be no penalty. He angrily said to the police, where did that law come from? That law has been modified a bit, but it still doesn't fit the situation over there. Taeyang stood on the side explaining to Hyung-seok. Because she usually secretly threw them away before they died, that's why, and the rent was fully paid in advance so she couldn't be evicted. If she simply picked them up, accusing her of killing them wouldn't work. His voice holding the phone still muttered, my dog is locked in that house. But the police officer annoyedly retorted, did you see it directly? That lady is also afraid of the police so she won't open the door. If you didn't witness it directly, there is no way. Not getting a satisfactory solution made Hyung-seok shout loudly, in there, I hear my dog's voice. But the police officer's voice was full of sarcasm towards Hyung-seok about reporting the crime. Next time if you witness it directly then report it, if it's just a hunch, we can't search someone's house. Damn it. Looking at the door emitting sounds of dogs and cats inside, clearly just one door away, daring to treat Inu like an object, and then hiding behind the law. Song-hee, hearing the conversation, her madness flared up, you have no right to separate pets from their owner, that is personal property. Seeing her scream like that made Hyung-seok unable to bear it, that woman dared to abuse animals, I can't take it anymore. Hyung-seok seemed to have found a good solution but did not forget to inform Taeyang, sir, I'm sorry, more than anything. As soon as the words ended, he immediately burst the door open, the filthy dogs and cats, as if escaping from hell, quickly rushed out. Seeing the light come and made Song-hee, who was holding her head, look up, in the case where the law can't do anything. Hyung-seok, still holding his phone, called the police, I surrender, confusedly asked, huh? He had also hugged his dog in his arms. For the crime of vandalism, Hyung-seok's voice was completely calm, taking the blame on himself. Now something can be done, right? After that, the police arrived immediately for the crime of property damage. On one side, loud noises were echoing, hey, no, come back, hey. A hand placed on the dog's head, it happily found its relative, wagging its tail to greet Johan. Seeing Hyung-seok holding the dog, surrounded by dogs and cats running out, it seems I owe you, Johan's voice called out, Hyung-seok, next time come to no one to play. Seeing him pointing at the shirt representing his gang, even though they are all unruly, I will repay you this debt, we never betray our friends. Seeing the shirt made Hyung-seok even more incredibly surprised, God dog, as if remembering something in his confused mind, what? He was still blankly looking at the walking figure, still hasn't recovered, God dog, the boss of the Eden gang, who is Johan, he just said God dog. The smiling face of that figure surprised Hyung-seok, Johan, when you called to report the crime, the police car quickly arrived at the scene. Opening the door, the inside of the house was like a garbage dump, the condition inside the house was terrible, the floor was filled with garbage and animal waste. The bowls containing dog and cat food were no longer intact, and the food trays were swarming with maggots. Some animals that were no longer whole also walked out, among them were cats that could not be treated and had to have both eyes removed. Sung-hee was arrested, but she still did not understand her behavior. Why arrest me? I am an animal lover. After consideration, that woman had to bear a penalty for animal abuse. A ticket was given to Hyung-seok requiring him to pay a fine of 500,000 won, and I also had to pay a similar fine for the crime of property damage. The next day, when morning came, Sung-hee had only been fined. She sat at the front park again, muttering uncomprehendingly, "They all left, what ungrateful things." According to a report by PETA, the International Animal Protection Association, animal hoarding is an animal obsession symptom that is like an addiction. But Sung-hee didn't realize her mistake and only got angry, thinking pets were a bunch of useless things and a waste of time. In front of her was a running cat, more than anything else. Sung-hee's eyes were fiercely sinister, so pitiful, the relapse rate is almost 100%. The cat was caught in Sung-hee's hands. "Let's go with mommy, are you sad?" Those who suffer from animal hoarding will constantly seek out and bring animals home, /n/nin another place. Two people were chatting lively. "We are taking care of those pets now. Until they get better, we will do our best. Sorry for misunderstanding you, sir." The two students praised Mr. Tae-young. "You were so great, for saving and treating them." It just made his face turn red with embarrassment. What are you saying? You kids are the ones working hard. Catman, you are the catman, look at him getting shy. /n/nam the paper was information about the rescued dog. "Thank you for treating it, so glad we found Miro." The woman also thanked Mr. Tae-young immensely. "Miro that you were looking for, fortunately, the puppies are also safe, thank him, child, don't be shy." Seeing Miro happily wagging its tail at the two of them in front, right? Although it can't move well yet, it seems very happy. But the faces of the two people were extremely terrified. Hyung-seok on one side was very grateful. Thank you, let's go Miro, thank goodness, so good." Seeing it look so visibly different. "Mom, is that really Miro?" Let's take it to the hospital." "Yes, then I will play with the puppies." That Miro is still wandering around scavenging in the trash. "Vasco, is that Vasco?" Its body is skin and bones, searching for food and water in the garbage dump. "Vasco, is that you?" Those who suffer from animal hoarding will constantly search for and bring animals home, /n/n time passed quickly, and it was already dark. The streets were in an uproar, really noisy. Two groups of people were in a direct confrontation. "What are you guys doing here?" "God dog." One of them spoke up first. "Is this your territory? Are you the leader?" "The leader isn't here right now. Speak up if you have something to say." Johan refused to back down, his voice full of coldness. "Shut your trap, do you believe I'll tear it apart, /n/, and everyone was busy arguing, but the dog next to them remained carefree. "What? I'm in a good mood today, so I just came to take a look. You guys should be welcoming me instead." "What?" The other side couldn't hold back and blocked Johan, wanting to settle things. "Motherfucker. Hold on, without Vasco's orders, don't do anything rash. You guys have no business here." But Johan just turned around and gave a warning, not wanting to cause trouble. "We will come back next time, don't let it get eaten /n/, it had gotten even darker. Let's go." Johan looked ahead with eyes full of intense anger. He recalled the scene of himself and Hyung-seok lying exhausted in the field. On one side, Hyung-seok was out of breath. "I lost." But Johan, though his voice was a bit tired, felt happy. "I almost lost, I'm not even mad anymore." "What?" Nothing. He is even faster than Jin-sung." The two of them were talking very happily with each other. "At first, you were jogging, right?" Hearing this, he also replied, "Yeah, that's not fair, how far did you run then, like how far?" Johan also answered Hyung-seok's question, probably about 5 kilometers. Hearing that made him, who was panting heavily, extremely surprised. "What? 5 kilometers? Is he even faster than the track athlete Jin-sung? Running 5 kilometers and still almost matching me." Recalling the scene where Hyun-seok bravely broke the door, Johan realized that not everyone could do that. Remembering that he himself had also broken a door to get in, he copied me, putting all his strength into it with fast speed. /n/, thinking no more, Johan called someone, Jin-hyuk. The other guy replied, yeah. Johan expressed his desire, "There's a guy, I want to try fighting him." Hearing that, the other guy wondered, "Who?" The dog in the corner was still going to the toilet, being the owner of your friend Eden. "I could also be friends with him, oh no, almost." In the afternoon at the convenience store, "Thank you, Jin-sung," causing Johan, who was playing with his hair to think, "I ignored my bangs again, I'll have to cut them." /n/, seeing the dog playing with the trash, he called it, "Eden, come here, hey." But seeing that it didn't come, he walked over to Eden. What are you messing around with again? There's nothing for you to find. What are you looking at? Johan's eyes seemed to strike something that surprised him. Seeing the dog sitting still and looking at him. What is this, your friend? I got it. It turned out that in Johan's hands was a trembling, barely alive Miro. Anyway, you really have a lot of friends. Hearing that, Eden barked happily. I know, don't poop everywhere. The scene shifts to the highway traffic at this moment. On that bus, someone casually rests their feet up. Compared to normal socks, it has better ventilation, very suitable for preventing athlete's foot. Actually, Hyung-seok is sitting in his seat enduring him, toe socks, that's just too much. Behind him is a bald uncle sleeping soundly. Even though this uncle looks tired, there's a woman sleeping so deeply that her head hangs out like a ghost. Seeing her completely unconscious unconsciously scares Hyung-seok, making him jump out of his skin. What kind of sleeping posture is that, geez? Seeing that his mother next to him has also dozed off, mom is asleep too, busy all morning. Does everyone really have to go? There's a baby in the arms of a woman who hasn't slept looking over at him. Seeing Hyung-seok makes its face gradually turn into a whimper. What's wrong? No, please don't. A loud cry echoes through the entire bus cabin. What the heck? Hello, what a mess. At this moment, we are heading back to the hometown. The highway is still jammed, and vendors take the opportunity to sell their goods. Bread here. The scene transitions away from the bus. There is a loud noise in there. Mom, do we really have to go? It's so annoying. It turns out Hyung-seok is carrying something very heavy with an ugly expression. Dad passed away a long time ago. What does it matter if we don't go? Why do we have to go every year? Don't say that, our grandma is really looking forward to seeing our Hyung-seok. Returning to grandma's without a dad. Seeing that the things he's holding are already a lot, he looks next to him to see even more things. Why did mom buy so much? If we don't prepare this much, people will look down on you for not having a father. Obviously, this is too much. But Hyung-seok's mother on the side is still packing things up to prepare. Is it only me being looked down upon, and what kind of clothes is mom wearing? Mom doesn't mind, wearing this is comfortable, a torn appearance. The clothes were already torn, but we still prepared our things very carefully, somehow feeling really uncomfortable inside. It had gotten quite dark. At a house where a dog was barking, as soon as Hyung-seok opened the door, the dog's barking became incredibly loud. As soon as we reached the main house, we could hear the dog barking. The two were struggling to carry the belongings. Cobwebs and insects were everywhere. The chained dog in a corner barked in their direction. Jinkyua, hello, are you welcoming or guarding against us? Being locked up all year round. A voice rang out calling, Hyung-seok. The relatives sitting and gathering for a meal all saw people coming in. Are you here? We just arrived. Sister-in-law, you are so late. Stop drinking, bring more alcohol out here. Father's brothers, uncles. Tae-ji-yeon, who was eating, didn't forget to ask, how have you been lately, Hyung-seok? Yes uncle, have you been well? Yes. I don't know how you are studying these days? Seeing the mother and son still carrying a lot of things, yet no one came out to help. My Hyung-chun is attending 4 schools, so wouldn't it be better if you had gone to a technical school from the start? Hyung-chun is my cousin of the same age. On the side, Bo Jaeyoung, holding her phone, couldn't help but speak up for me. Let it go, Dad, what's so good about that guy? But she was scolded by him. Insolent, you have to call him brother. What have you been eating lately to be so picky? This is Hyung-chun's younger sister who is in middle school. Hyung-seok didn't answer any of the questions, just listened in silence. Hyung-chun, come out and see, Hyung-seok and his mother are here. His cousin Hyung-chun studied well and dressed nicely, he was his uncle's pride. Hearing his name called, someone stepped out. Oh, you're here? Hello auntie, how have you been? Seeing this, Hyung-seok secretly sighed. They were cousins, but completely different from him. Stepping out, Hyung-chun looked extremely cool. Seeing him step out, everyone asked him questions very carefully. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Why are you wearing a hat indoors? You're getting cooler every day. But Mr. Jun-hyuk, who was drunk, angrily shouted, why are all of you like pigs? You don't exercise at all, do you? Hearing him speak, his wife tried to stop him. Honey, stop drinking for a bit. The two people ignored Mr. Jun-hyuk's words and kept talking to each other. You have to get into college like our Hyung-koo. Look at Hyung-koo and learn. After getting into college, he lost weight and became handsome. Why don't I see Hyung-koo? He's a college student, so he must be on his way. Hyung-koo also became a lot more handsome after going to college. The dog's bark rang out outside the door again. Someone walked in. Mom, your son is here. The one with the highest education among the relatives. It turned out to be Hyung-koo coming in with a bright face. Even the dog was happy. I'm here. Jin-koo was let out too. Uncle Hyung-koo saw that he hadn't changed, he still looked like this last year. Hyung-soo happily greeted the people present. I'm so hungry. Hello to my two aunts. So cool. The relatives' joyful voices echoed, all three of them are here. Very good, very good. Bo Ki-young, playing with her phone on the side, saw the scene and just cursed inwardly, what a bunch of crazies, so boring. The lights on the ceiling were completely covered with insects. Then Hyung-seok saw the two newcomers playing cards. I threw a punch like this, hitting his chin. A gathering of peers. On one side, Bo Ki-young remained silent, playing with her phone without saying a word. Hyung-seok turned on his phone to see unanswered messages. Why is it so quiet now, so peaceful? Bo Ki-young still couldn't stand it and got frustrated. Let's check Facebook for a bit. Shit, WTF, there's nothing either. Seeing Hyung-seok's profile page, the photo was incredibly handsome. Ah, Hyung-seok Appa. Wow, he's so handsome. It seems like you don't manage your account very well, huh? Should I try sending a message? Seeing the incredibly handsome photo appear made her extremely fascinated. She was addicted from the first time she saw him. I also got to see the real person once, compared to my cousins. Looking up and seeing her cousin who was also named Hyung-seok only made her angry seeing how different they were. How can they be so different when they have the same name? They are definitely not of the same species. On one side, her cousin saw her and invited, Bo Ki-young, what are you doing there alone? Come over here and play cards. She didn't even bother to answer. Hyung-jun on the side still acted extremely cool while talking. I heard you transferred schools, Hyung-seok? That is the territory of the Burn Knuckles gang. Hearing that, he asked Hyung-jun, hey, you also know Burn Knuckles? Hyung-jun said with a boastful voice, my network is pretty wide, I almost joined that group back in the day. Park Ji-young on the side heard that and muttered, crazy bastard. Hearing that made him angry. What did you say? She gently and calmly said, even if you joined, you would just be kicked out, acting like a street thug, hey. Hyung-seok on the side changed the subject and asked, wow, so you are acquaintances with Vasco, Dayback? Hyung-jun was surprised hearing that. Vasco, what is that? Not knowing, he picked up his phone to check. Well, Vasco. I said I was close with the boss over there. No Vasco, no, it seems there is a misunderstanding. Right after the words ended, the phone rang. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hyung-seok picked up the phone and heard a very familiar voice. Hello Vasco, it's Hyung-seok. Hello, I am at my paternal grandparents' house, what about you? A friend of that Vasco guy? It's truly impossible to know his type of friends. On the other end of the line, Vasco asked Hyung-seok, I am earning money. Money? Are you not going back to your hometown? I have to pay off my debt first. Debt? Hearing that made Hyung-seok surprised and asked back, yeah, 10 million won. 10 million? Seeing the people from afar waving their hands, I just made a new friend, Prickett. Bakio, Vasco, let's go eat. Vasco, they are a bit lonely here so I often tag along, they also teach me Muay Thai. Hyung-seok remembered something and asked, I heard Inu got kidnapped, is it okay? Hearing that, he replied, yeah, we found it, thank goodness. What kind of conversation is this, are they joking? Imagining a completely cowardly person, unable to watch anymore, is Vasco the name of some hero in a movie? Ah, hello, I am Vasco, I am the righteous Vasco, Vasco in imagination. Unable to hold back, he grabbed Hyung-seok's phone, hey, give it here, is that Vasco over there? Hyung-chun arrogantly snatched the phone and said extremely bossily, hey, I'm Hyung-seok's older cousin. Oh, hello sir, still greeting politely, this guy. Then Hyung-chun shouted loudly at the person on the other end of the line, you should exercise a bit, remember to take good care of Hyung-seok, got it? Seeing such a scene made Hyung-seok admire him immensely, are you working out right now? Just do as you're told. Yes, I will try my best. And do you know the Burn Knuckles gang? I'm close friends with that crew. Really? Ah, Hyung-chun is so awesome, he can even yell at Vasco. But on the side, Bo Jae-young's annoyed voice sounded, ugh, it's deafening, go to the corner of the room to talk, which made Hyung-chun curse, you crazy girl, why don't you get lost, no need to kick you out, you weirdo. Seeing this scene, the brothers in this family don't seem to get along very well. Next to him, Hyung-koo still had a smiling face, Hyung-koo, you look really cool. My appearance, huh? You have a good eye. He also broke the ice by asking, you guys don't have girlfriends, right? Hyung-chun is a bit rough, girls all like neat guys like me. Wow, after becoming a college student, your finances also went up, is there any secret? Looking at the bookshelf filled with many books, let me tell you, boys must pay attention to their appearance. Major books? Psychology, The Path of an Artist. Seeing that, Hyung-koo took off his glasses and explained, just a few items are okay. Look at this face, a face like this is already manly, but he immediately put the glasses back on for the two to see, wearing extra glasses. How is it, is there any difference? Hyung-suk couldn't help but take out his phone to show off to the two. Here, look at my girlfriend, the queen of the fashion department, she is completely crazy about me. Wow, she is pretty, but why is she dating Yukai? But on another side, the sound of playing cards rang out. It turned out that the relatives were gathering together. Eat, close, if dad wins, you have to give me money. Damn, the adults are playing Go Stop so fiercely. Hyung-suk went out but couldn't find if his mother was sitting and playing cards. Where is mom, is she with the aunt? Lost again. Seeing his aunt resting on one side, auntie was watching a movie, or is she hurting somewhere? Egu, his aunt's voice complained while watching, my waist, Egu my arm. But Hyung-suk was still looking, where is mom? Hearing a noise in another room, mom. Hyung-suk stepped closer to the door and opened it, and what caught his eye was the sight of his mother sweating from the heat. It turned out that only Hyung-suk's mother was sitting there cooking with great hardship. Immediately, a huge noise echoed in that room. With a face full of tears, Hyung-suk shouted angrily, why are you the only one doing this? Hyung-suk's mother smiled gently, not annoyed at all, and just advised him, I'm not the only one doing it, just go inside and play. But he refused and immediately sat down to help his mother. Who else is there besides you? You are all alone, I will do it too. A questioning voice came, what are you doing? Right then, Hyung-suk's mother pulled him out. What is a boy doing in the kitchen? Get out, get out. But Hyung-suk refused to leave. What does it matter if it's a boy or a girl? Go out, you look so tired already. But Hyung-suk's mother looked extremely sad, my only son, being in the kitchen, it's not right. Seeing the skinny hands and incomplete clothes pushing him away, go inside, go rest, Hyung-suk looked at his mother and couldn't bear it, not daring to speak up, along with the other kids. The dishes on the table were already laid out by now, making Juhee look at the table full of food in great surprise /n/n. Did you prepare all this by yourself? Only she panicked and felt guilty, rummaging through her bag. Why didn't you tell me? I feel so bad, I haven't prepared anything yet. But the people next to her didn't care. Wow, it looks so delicious, still as good as always. Juhee took out a wad of cash and handed it to Hyung-suk's mother. Here, sis, a little token of my appreciation. /n/n only made Hyung-suk's mother feel extremely awkward, not daring to accept it. Aigu, you don't have to, no, we haven't prepared anything either, please take it. Hyung-suk saw the scene in front of him and said nothing. I'm the youngest yet I'm like this. But Hyung-suk's mother had to accept it. I'm so sorry. Aigu, thank you, really, /n/n looking at the carefully prepared pile of food on the table only made Hyung-suk annoyed. That money was nowhere near enough to cover what his mother had spent. Looking at the vast difference in their outfits made Hyung-suk judge, dress so nicely, but anyone looking would think she's receiving a few spare coins. Don't laugh while accepting it like that. Do you not have any self-respect, mom? /n/n Hyung-suk saw the scene of them happily eating the food his mother had carefully made without a care. Son, eat this. Mom, seriously, why didn't you take out the fried fish cakes? I hate that dish. Isn't auntie in pain? No one was willing to help his mother, /n/n behind the house, there was also a small area. There was a small pig pen behind the house, so the smell of pig manure always hit the nose. The pigs raised in the back were extremely fat, only eating, sleeping, and defecating. The only day they got out of the pen was when they were taken to be sold. Humans are truly the cruelest animals. Seeing the extremely kind-hearted pigs looking at humans, but in front of those kind eyes is a farmer preparing to butcher them. This made Hyung-suk imagine such a scene, seeing his relatives as acting similarly. It ran away. Stop it, don't let it run. The eldest uncle slaughters a pig every time there is a family gathering. The relatives' meal was still ongoing, the meat was being grilled on the stove. Mr. Jun-hyuk was on one side, drunk and talking nonsense. What do you think you have to do to make a living, huh? Hyung-suk was sitting in front of him being lectured. Hurry up and learn a technical skill. Technical skill? He only knew how to listen and agree, strange. Seeing his mother working hard grilling meat by the stove. Don't look down on farmers. Do you know that farming makes quite a bit these days? Mom even has to grill the meat, coming here just makes it more tiring, so what's the point of coming? You didn't even have to come. The piece of meat was grilled very carefully by Hyung-suk's mother. He was also about to pick up his first piece of meat. I'm sorry, pig. The first bite was filled with a sense of guilt. When the bite was tasted by Hyung-suk, it surprised him immensely. Everyone on one side was eating, with Hyung-suk's mother cooking. So delicious. Is it delicious, Hyung-suk? Yes. Seeing the sky getting darker and darker, the feeling of guilt was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. A very long night. A dog was holding a leash in its mouth. It turned out to be a mother dog holding a leash to watch her 4 puppies. Jae-yeol was sitting reading a book, letting his dogs play with each other beside him. The doorbell rang, Jae Yeol went to open the door, and it turned out to be a food delivery. He happily received the bag of food. In the evening, everyone's voice rang out, "Didn't think you would be home alone during the holidays. Thanks for taking care of Inu. Let's party. Come here, Inu, I'm also having a different kind of evening." Morning had come to the courtyard of Hyung-seok's family home. The dog in the corner of the yard was wagging its tail happily. The first time he met it was when he was 7 years old, which meant it had been locked up here for 11 years. Hyung-seok sat in front of it, looking at it. Every time he returned to his hometown, he would untie its leash. The dog was extremely happy to be let loose by him. Compared to Inu yesterday, it was truly pitiful, an unfortunate dog. To think it only got 1 or 2 hours of freedom a year was heartbreaking. /n Hyung-seok arrived at the place filled with photos containing memories. "Grandpa, we're here." The photos next to it were of his father, uncles, and aunts. Halmione, with her wrinkled face, squinted at the newcomers. "Egu, why do my sons look so withered? Your faces are all gaunt." This was our grandmother. It turned out the three of them were cowering in front of her. "Really, you must eat properly, Egu." "Mom, these are your grandsons, I am your son." She completely mistook us for our fathers. /n Halmione held out a box of almonds to offer them. "Children, I'm giving you this, it's very delicious, almonds." Seeing Hyung-seok happily eating them, she praised him. The second one looked so benevolent. He ate while expressing his gratitude. "It's so delicious, thank you." The faces of the two older relatives were full of anxiety when they saw Hyung-seok enjoying it. "Hey, about that, didn't you know?" In Halmione's hand was a packet of almonds, not like the ones she offered in the box. It turned out Halmione had put the almonds in her mouth and then spat them out into the box. Seeing this scene made Hyung-seok terrified. It was almond candy, but it was a waste, so she left them. "Second one, do you want more?" He did not hesitate to refuse immediately. "No." /n many fruits were laid out on the table. "You guys come here, bow down. 1, 2. What kind of bowing is that?" It turned out to be the drunken Uncle Jun-hyuk muttering. "The family tree, look at the family tree, why are you being so fussy, go buy some liquor quickly." The eldest uncle was already drunk early in the morning. His loud voice caused his spit to fly everywhere. "Mom, what kind of bowing is that? Look at the family tree, come on, bow, 1, 2. All three were bowing down, but right in front of them was the dog sitting there. "Ah." Everyone looked up and saw it, and it hurriedly ran away. "Who untied the dog?" "I'm sorry." "You idiot, why aren't you going to chain it back up?" Hyung-koo thought of something fun and said, "We got our New Year's money, let's go to town." Everyone wondered, town? Seeing her sitting in the corner, he kindly asked, "Is Bo Ki-young coming?" But with her face still glued to the phone, she said, "Take it. /n and the three of them went into town. Wow, going to town is always so enjoyable. That's right, seeing the stores still the same as in the past, his youth was all here. Seeing that the other side hasn't changed much either, that supermarket is still there, this area really hasn't changed at all. Here lies his memories with Bo Ba /n Hyung-koo looked at his younger brother and asked, "Hyung-jun, can you even look ahead? Does it hurt somewhere? How are you walking? No swag, did you get surgery or something?" Hyung-koo was full of energy, full of passion at that time. If he hadn't gone to college, he would be here too. Wow, Hyung-koo was so badass /n but on the way, they saw two extremely dangerous looking guys walking around. Their faces showed a murderous aura as if they were looking for something. The three of them quickly and fearfully hid their faces and turned to the corner of the wall. Hyung-koo was worried and didn't dare to look back, hearing the other person call, "Hyung-koo, why are we meeting here?" At this exact moment, he broke out in a cold sweat but still didn't dare to turn his head. "Do these guys still live here?" /n and the two guys kept walking. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, seems like I've seen them somewhere." "Absolutely do not make eye contact." Then all three talked to ease the awkwardness. "Ah, my eyes were just a bit blurry." "Ah, me too." Turns out he was the only one scared. Hyung-jun's face lit up as he looked ahead. "Look over there," seeing a woman sitting there. "It's just a clothing store, not that, It turned out it wasn't the clothing store, but the person right in front of his eyes, sitting in front of that door, ringing, making Hyung-koo awaken when he saw her. Looking closely at her face, it was an acquaintance. That was Yoon Bo-are, his first love. Hyung-koo remembered his time as a student, 6 consecutive years of only daring to look from afar. 6 years of not acknowledging his existence. Is she still here? /n Hyung-chun couldn't hold back his excited face and asked, "Hyung-koo, show me your secret to picking up girls." But Hyung-koo was embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. You said you could get all the girls' phone numbers, I wanna see." Hearing that, Hyung-koo didn't hesitate to agree to that inquiry. Of course, it's simple. /n Hyung-seok on the side secretly admired. That's awesome, really? Hyung-koo was extremely anxious because of covering up that lie. So should I show you guys? This battle of Park Hyung-koo, what do I do now? Seeing her from afar made his mind a mess. Calm down, I can do this. Hyung-koo walked straight in that direction. I am different now, you can do it. The two people standing from afar had secretly admiring faces. Those two are looking, just do what you've learned. That's right, my teacher. /n then remembering the moves he had learned, the secret to picking up girls, pickup artist G, the VIP course worth 1,360,000 won. The scenes of the course were trying to appear in Hyung-koo's head, DVDs, books, lectures. I have completed 100% of the course and have been reborn in /n, but it didn't make Hyung-koo feel less anxious. Right, that's right, there's nothing to worry about, He had also experienced the practical scene. The third hunting trip was accompanied by the teacher. Hello, what is it, let's go. I completed it excellently, I just need to do exactly as I learned /n Hyung-koo finally stepped up to her and said, excuse me. His face trembled with embarrassment, standing in front of her stuttering for a long time before he could say, may I ask? Bo-are was extremely puzzled seeing Hyung-koo come. Hello, are you here to buy clothes? Probably for his mother /n Hyung-koo tried to control his feelings to continue talking. Calm down, just do what you were taught. Remembering the person who guided him, he secretly prayed, help me, teacher. Course 4, asking for the store employee's phone number. The scene of watching the practical application flashed through Hyung-koo's mind once more. Using the items they sell, is this coffee good? Wow, that's $4. /n VIP course, meeting and striking up a conversation. Casually striking up a conversation, but in the end he couldn't hold back and went into the store. Hyung-koo's face turned completely red holding a colorful shirt. Does this shirt suit me? Bo-are was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. What the hell, this shirt is so elegant and outstanding. And the pattern is really unique. But in her mind she thought, is he crazy? But Bo-are spoke up to remind him, sir, this is a women's clothing store. /n making Hyung-koo even more embarrassed and red-faced. I'm so disrespectful, actually I came here to buy some women's clothes. Then he took out a wallet full of cash from inside. It's enough for my budget. The move the teacher had taught him, when in doubt, show her your money. Bo-are looked at Hyung-koo's actions expressionlessly. Seeing that, she had to speak up. Alright, do you want me to help you pick out a few outfits? /n it worked. He thought he had succeeded in the first step. I did it. That was step 1. Hyung-koo was filled with gratitude in his heart. Thank you, master, signing up for the VIP course was indeed the right choice. He was doing exactly that, but Bo-are still didn't notice that Hyung-koo was approaching her for another reason. She just introduced the clothes. If she is smiling, it means she likes me. Are you picking out clothes? Think about the money, think about the money. Alright, time for step 2. Then he recalled the guidance. Step 2, win her heart. Bo-are, paying no mind to his expression, just introduced the clothes. These floral pattern fabrics are selling very well right now. Really? Hearing the advice, Hyung-koo picked out a floral shirt. He even struck a very dashing pose. Flower? With a flower. Hyung-koo's face was extremely radiant. I will give you money, and you will give me your fragrance, right? Bo-are, witnessing this, simply didn't know what to say next. But Hyung-koo didn't realize she disliked him. Don't overthink it, baby. It's only natural for women to fall for me. The selected clothes were brought out by her. Oh, she's not angry? Okay, you're buying it, right? Please wait a moment. Crazy. Does that mean you want to stay with me longer? Finally, the last step to attack. Alright, step 3, keep attacking. The two people in the distance were overjoyed seeing this scene. Seeing the two people inside talking to each other so much. He is really good at this. He is still talking to her. Aren't you tired? Why do you keep hovering in my head? Do you have a twin sister? If not, then you are the most beautiful girl in the world. Do you know you are worth more than gold? /n na pile of colorful clothes was brought out to the checkout. So cool, you are paying in cash, right? Thank you for waiting. After that, Hyung-koo handed Bo-are a phone. Hyung's face was blushing brightly. I like other colors, but they don't have them here. Next time, can I have your number? /n the final stage to make a decision, the final step, asking for her number. Bo-are held the phone with an extremely serious face. Please, will it be successful? Hyung-koo tried his best, his intuition telling him yes. Please. In her hands, Bo-are was holding Hyung-koo's phone. His face stared intently, then Boare held it for a long time. His face felt like he realized something and became overjoyed. /n/nbore annoyedly handed the phone to Hyung-soo. Violet, text me, I will tell you whenever I can. Violet, someone I could only look up to before. It was nothing yet, but he had already imagined a different scenario. She gave me her phone number, I will marry her. Future plans, we will get married. /n/n remembering the person who helped him conquer this, thank you, master. Thank you for the VIP course of $4,800, excluding tax. The scene shifts to a cafe with arcade machines inside. Hyung-chun was happily playing games there, winning 5 matches with just 1 life. Hyung-seok came from behind and reminded him, Brother Hyung-jun, are you sure we should leave Brother Hyung-koo alone like that? Are you stupid? Since what happened earlier was a success, we should give him some privacy. Despite hearing that, he still tried to finish playing. After a victory, someone who was playing turned around and shouted angrily, you bastard, you cheating bastard. Hyung-jun looked at him with an extremely unpleasant expression, what the hell is going on over there? Hyung-seok tried to stop him from the side, Brother Hyung-jun, don't fight with him. But ignoring the advice, he still provoked, you damn dwarf, do you want to fight? Immediately, Hyung-jun went back to playing the game. They need to be taught a lesson, otherwise they will run around arrogantly. Brother Hyung-jun is so different from me. Hyung-seok, feeling anxious, finally found a way to go out, then, I'll go out to buy some things. Alright, a consecutive win. The arcade still had no new people coming in. Hyung-chun kept playing without paying attention to anyone, securing a winning streak. While continuing to play, he was still scolded by that guy, hey, you cheater, what, making Hyung-chun surprised by whatever he saw. It was like noon outside with no one around. The guy was holding an open wallet full of cash, so is this all you have? Yes. A child was crying in anger, you think you are so good? You damn bastard. A violent gang, you guys? You dirty cheater, do you want to die? Hyung-chun was cornered by them, you don't live around here, do you? Yes, sir. What the hell are you wearing? Worried but not daring to speak up with anger like before, this is bad, I'm sorry. That is all of my savings today. The guy continued to beat and curse at him, you bastard, I will beat you to death. Hey stop, he didn't do anything. Do you see? Ha? Ha? The boss seemed to realize something and asked, what the hell is this? Seeing Hyung-seok walking outside searching, what the hell? He doesn't look like someone who lives around here. Seeing the person standing from afar, the guys were full of questions, why do you guys look so alike? I thought that guy had a twin. Is he your friend? Where did Brother Hyung-chun go? Yes. The other side wouldn't let him go and signaled. Hyung-chun peeked out to one side, hey. Hyung-seok heard someone calling him and looked around to find them. Hyung-chun was forced to call him. Turning around, he saw him covered up completely, Hyung-chun, where have you been? You weren't there. Hyung-chun was terrified and didn't dare to speak, but his eyes couldn't help looking towards the alley, those guys. Before Hyung-chun could speak, he interrupted, are you going to fight them? Don't do that, Brother Hyung-chun. Stammering for a while before he could say, his face extremely pale. Wanting him to go there too, Hyung-seok walked quickly into the small alley. Jae-yeol saw him and clicked his tongue in annoyance, these bastards. He sarcastically commented on the Hyung-chun brothers, are you guys twins or something like that? Hearing that, Hyung-seok thought in fear, what is this? Why am I in this place? Jae-yeol opposite him continued to say angrily, these bastards, killed him. Hyung-seok glanced to the side, slightly worried. Why was his brother Hyung-chun so quiet? Was he that scared? He calmly thought, actually, I'm not surprised. Jae-ryan looked at him and shouted loudly, hey, you bastards, why aren't you answering? Hyung-seok remained silent, thinking, anyone would be scared. He lowered his head slightly in silence, but, for some reason, Hyung-seok suddenly recalled some past memories. He said to himself, I don't. Jae-ryan, seeing the two brothers Hyung-chun remain silent, angrily asked, where are you two from, don't you know the anchovy gang? Hyung-seok ignored him and briefly thought, it's supposed to be scary, but why? Jae-ryan suddenly turned to Hyung-chun and threatened, this bastard is wearing pretty expensive clothes, aren't you? Are you rich? Share a little. He whined and complained, we're going through some tough times, you see, you'll let us off, right? Hyung-chun, after enduring it for a while, suddenly ran away. Jae-ryan's group called out in slight surprise, what, that fat bastard is running away, hey. Then, the group laughed loudly, you got played by him, he abandoned you. Hyung-seok was a bit surprised but then calmed down. It's okay, no problem, Brother Hyung-chun. He thought sympathetically, I know how you feel, just keep running. Hyung-seok kept looking after Hyung-chun until his figure gradually disappeared. A moment later, Jay Ryan snatched the wallet from Hyung-seok. This damn fat bastard is really rich. I think he already received his allowance. He looked at him and thought to himself, that was all the money he had received this morning. A few seconds later, Jay Ryan suddenly raised his voice. Don't be sad, you're just taking the fall for your twin brother. He glanced at Hyung-seok and then paused. Wait a minute. Jay Ryan angrily ordered, what the hell is that, hand it over. Hyung-seok replied in a trembling voice, you can take everything else, but please let me keep this, I have to go home. One of Jay Ryan's accomplices also said softly, hey, let him keep it, it's only $5, this fat ass thinks he's better than us. Hearing this, Hyung-seok clutched the bill tightly in his hand. No, my mom, he recalled when his mother had given it to him earlier. She also requested, please don't hit or bully Hyung-seok, kids, do me a favor. Hyung-seok thought to himself, she gave this to me. Suddenly, Jay Ryan's shouting voice rang out, you damn pig. He angrily grabbed his head, are you refusing me? Jay Ryan said with a scowl, hey, stop hurting the kid. Damn it, do you think you're so cool? Damn it. Hyung-seok softly said, no, as he tightly grabbed Jay Ryan's hand. You will not, he warned with a cold face, take this. Jay Ryan looked momentarily flustered and raised his hand to attack. Damn fat pig. You bastard. At the same time, outside the alley, Hyung-chun and Hyung-koo were rushing over, shouting, hey! Over here! They're over here! Panting heavily, the two called out, Hyung-seok! Hyung-seok! Seeing them, Hyung-seok wondered in surprise, did he not run away? The two ran up to him, and Hyung-chun worriedly asked, Hyung-seok! Are you okay? Hyung-koo acted like an adult and yelled at Jay Ryan's gang, how old are you guys? You're high school students, aren't you? Seeing him, the underlings burst out laughing, are you guys triplets? Jay Ryan also chimed in, it's so funny, they look exactly the same. Then he quickly approached Hyung-koo, and Jay Ryan smirked, asking, how old are you? What are you gonna do? Hyung-koo remained silent with a cold face, subtly signaling to his two younger cousins, Hyung-seok, Hyung-chun, go wait outside. Hyung-koo put on a dangerous expression and said, it seems there are no words left to say to guys like you. As he was pulled away, Hyung-seok called out worriedly, no, Hyung-chun beside him gently reminded, let's go, Hyung-seok. Jay Ryan immediately asked, what is this? You want a one-on-one solo? Hyung-koo turned to look at the entrance of the alley for a moment. Once he saw the two had disappeared from sight, Hyung-koo lowered his voice, you guys, he whispered, don't know what it's like to be tortured, do you? If I sue, you guys are going to be in big trouble, don't you know that? A little while later outside the alley, Hyung-seok poked his head out worriedly and asked, why hasn't he come out yet? Did something bad happen? When he saw Jay Ryan's gang coming out, he whispered, there they are. Jay Ryan walked past Hyung-chun and the other, counting the money and exclaiming, wow, he gave us this much, he's really rich. The two underlings excitedly asked, what do we do now? The two underlings curiously asked, how much money is it? Jay Ryan resentfully said, I wish we had taken the money from those pigs too. Then Jay Ryan's group laughed out loud, let's go play PUBG. Waiting only until that group left, Hyung-chun and Hyung-seok immediately rushed into the alley from earlier. Hi Hyung-koo. Inside, Hyung-koo was striking a cool pose, leaning against the wall. Hyung-chun and Hyung-seok hurriedly asked, Hyung-koo? Hyung-koo smiled brightly and replied, I'm fine, I already taught them a lesson. Hyung-seok looked at the mark on his face and thought in astonishment, Hyung-koo, there's a handprint on your face. On the other side, Hyung-koo still smugly recounted, it turns out they know one of my underlings, they are good kids. Hyung-chun suddenly spoke up, Hyung-koo. He admiringly praised, you're so amazing, thank you. Seeing this, Hyung-seok was briefly stunned, Hyung-chun, you know everything, but... Hyung-chun beside him continued to praise, I knew you could do it. Say no more. Hyung-seok smiled slightly and let out a breath, then he also played along and said, you're so cool, thank you. Hyung-koo smiled and replied, that was nothing, this place has become my territory. Hyung-seok recalled the situation just now and thought to himself, they are all really cool. A little later, on the way home, Hyung-chun suddenly asked in surprise, really? Hyung-koo, are you going to confess your feelings? Hyung-koo confidently nodded, that's right, guys, she will be mine now, if I hadn't saved you guys, from now on called her sister-in-law, listen up, all you need to do is... He excitedly recounted his plan, he would go back and surprise her. Hey! Hyung-koo imagined Bo-ra acting surprised and saying, oh my god, you're back. Hyung-koo continued about the second step, he would melt her heart with his top-tier words. What's your blood type? Bo-ra would admiringly say, type O. Hyung-koo would flirt again, but you look like you have blood type A or A+. Bo-ra would shyly exclaim, oh my god. Hyung-koo continued to the final step, the confession, he would kneel down and confess, please date me. After that, Hyung-koo even planned for his two younger brothers to shoot confetti poppers, and finally, he imagined a French kiss. Hyung-chun remarked in amazement, that's really bold. Hyung-koo excitedly shared, this is from lecture number 5 in the How to Start a Conversation series. Hyung-chun asked in confusion, lecture number 5? Hyung-koo quickly hid it and replied, it's nothing. Nearby, Hyung-seok thought in disbelief, will this method really work? A moment later at the Octagon store. Hearing the customer arrival chime, Bo-are hurried to welcome them, hello. Right at the door, Hyung-koo was acting his coolest, looking at her confidently. Bo-are turned pale and thought, oh crap. Hyung-koo softly spoke up, I'm here to pay for the outfit I had my eye on the other day, I had to go on a sudden business trip. Bo-are looked at him and thought to herself, alright, you just need to pay and leave. Suddenly, Hyung-koo asked, excuse me, do you have anything you want to say to me? Right after that, he pulled out a bouquet of flowers and presented it to Bo-are. Hyung-koo shyly stuttered, my fiancé. Seeing this scene, Bo-ra's face instantly darkened. Outside the store, Hyung-chun and his companion happily thought, this is great, he went straight to step 3, now is the time to use the confetti. At the same time inside, someone grabbed Hyung-koo's head and pulled him back. He softly asked Bo-are, honey, who is this pig? She happily called out, honey. Outside the store, Hyung-seok and the other instantly turned pale. Looking at Hyung-koo's expression, they thought to themselves, help? Does he want us to help him right now? What should we do? Ojium, who was approaching the store, stopped in his tracks upon seeing them and asked, who the hell are you guys? Jae Ryan raised his voice and questioned, explain it, are you scamming me? Are you kidding me? He turned to ask Bo-are, you, with that loser? She hastily replied, he was harassing me. Hyung-koo, whose hair was being grabbed, thought in fear, this is bad, that voice is definitely. He secretly guessed, the bully at our school, swing, over there. Bo-are was still explaining, he said he came here to buy clothes, and didn't buy anything. And kept babbling about some weird things. Jae Ryan turned Hyung-koo around, hey, buddy. He warned, if you're here for clothes, buy them. What are you doing with my girlfriend? Hyung-koo replied tremblingly, I'm sorry. A moment later, he hurriedly grabbed a few pieces of clothing and brought them to the cashier. Jae Ryan then asked Bo-are, how much is it, honey? She replied in annoyance, a total of $200, card or cash? Jang Hyun turned around and reminded him, buy the clothes and get out. Hyung-koo hurriedly replied, yes, sir. If I pay in cash, can I? He thought in panic, I'll just pay and leave. Suddenly, Hyung-koo froze, where is it? My money? My wallet? He quickly recalled what had just happened, damn it. They took my money back then. Jang Hyun snapped, what are you waiting for? Get the money. He angrily approached, you didn't bring the money, did you? Hyung-koo thought in fear, he's going to kill me. From behind, Hyung-chun unexpectedly handed him a wallet and said, Hyung-koo, you dropped your wallet. Seeing this, Hyung-koo paused in slight surprise. He thought to himself, that's your wallet, isn't it? Did you know everything? Hyung-chun winked to signal him, you're so clumsy, here you go. Hyung-koo hurriedly said, right. He thought gratefully, thank you, Hyung-chun. A moment later, outside the store. Jang Hyun, who was carrying 2 of his underlings from Jae Ryan's gang, said, you should have told me earlier. The person behind reminded him, focus on rapping. Hyung-seok thought with gratitude, these guys got our money back for us. Jang Hyun advised, do you guys know why Usain Bolt wins? Because he ran to his death. You guys should do the same. Hearing this, Hyung-seok thought, not every athlete runs to their death, right? He murmured to himself, they don't seem like bad people. A few minutes later, on the bus. Hyung-seok thought silently, we didn't say anything, all 3 of us were quiet on the way home. Hyung-seok recalled what happened in the alley. But even without saying a word, all 3 of them, including Hyung-chun, suddenly smiled, we all shared the same feeling. Hyung-seok thought to himself, we are a big family. As it got dark, at Hyung-seok's grandmother's house, his relatives all gathered around his mother and interrogated her, do you have any opinions? Jun-hyuk reminded her, you shouldn't take this lightly. Tae-yeon also pressed, how are you planning to raise the boy? The whole group hurriedly spoke up. Jun-hyuk's people kept saying, you know how much college tuition is, right? It's not easy without a father. Jun-hyuk softly asked, do you know how we raised Hyung-koo? Il-1, beside him, chimed in, we sold pigs to get him into college. Taeyeon also said, even with 2 sources of income, it's hard to send them to college. Ju-ri hesitated, will Hyung-seok? All 4 of them were worried, can he grow up without a father? At the same time, the voices of Hyung-seok's cousins suddenly rang out, we are home. Hyung-koo grumbled, I'm so hungry. Seeing Hyung-chun's brothers return, everyone immediately changed the subject, you're back? Il-1 hurriedly brought a tray of food to her son, eat up, son. Hyung-koo asked again, have you eaten, mom? On the other side, Hyung-chun suddenly bowed and said, Dad, let me go to a rap school. Taeyeon's face darkened in surprise. What? Bo Jaeon, playing on her phone next to him, said, if you're going to do that, buy me a concert ticket. Both of Hyung-chun's siblings whined and demanded, Dad, please, Dad, I want a smartphone. Hyung-seok looked at his mother sitting on the ground and wondered, why is she so quiet, is she sick? At this moment, Hyung-seok's mother was still deep in thought, recalling the words her relatives had just said. Do you know how we raised Hyung-koo? We sold pigs to get him into college. Even with 2 sources of income, it was hard to get them into college. She kept agonizing over their words. Is it possible to grow up without a father? On the other side, Hyung-seok suddenly took out a pack of almond candy. He happily handed it to Halmiani. Grandma, you like this, right? The adults in the house were stunned when they saw the scene and turned to look at him. On the other side, Halmiani was happily saying, my son, did you buy this for me? Hyung-seok gently reminded her, Grandma, I am your grandson. Halmiani continued, they said how is it possible to raise a son, I have 3. Her voice trembled as she said, but only one has a good personality. Hearing this, Jun-hyuk and Tae-jun were immediately surprised. Hyung-seok's mother also woke up from her daze. A moment later, Jun-hyuk and Tae-jun embarrassedly changed the subject. Wine, bring more wine. Tae-jun asked Hyung-chun, hey, do you know how much it costs? Hey, why do I have to let you go to a rap school? He still stubbornly pleaded, come on, Dad. At this same moment, Hyung-seok's mother smiled softly. A few minutes later, L1 looked at the pile of clothes Hyung-koo brought back and exclaimed, how kind, our Hyung-koo was also a good son. She happily asked, did you buy clothes for me too? Hyung-chun, standing nearby, laughed and said, you're all grown up now because you go to college. Hyung-koo shyly tried to stop her. Mom, stop it. L1 proudly remarked, it seems you also grew up with a good personality. She happily said, it seems our eldest son is a filial son, how could I dare to wear these clothes? After that, L1 immediately turned to Hyung-seok's mother and said, you should also take a set. She replied while shaping the dough. I'm fine. L1 gently reminded her, your shirt is all torn, you're definitely not fine. Hyung-seok's mother replied, I like this outfit. Hyung-seok, she said proudly, bought it for her with his own money. Hearing this, Hyung-seok was immediately startled. What? He suddenly remembered the convenience store. Since then? Why is it so torn? Hyung-seok quickly realized, has mom been wearing it this whole time? Hyung-seok's mother continued happily, my son bought it for me at the convenience store, it's actually very expensive. Hearing this, Hyung-seok bowed his head in guilt. He recalled the words he had said to her, who cares what people think about me, I'm more worried about your clothes. At that time, Hyung-seok's mother had gently said, don't worry about me, I like this outfit. He remembered his own thoughts, I wanted mom to wear nicer clothes, people would think she was a beggar. Thinking about it, Hyung-seok heartbreakingly held back his tears. Mom. When night fell, Hyung-seok suddenly thought to himself, I didn't want to come here, but now I don't want to leave. At this time, the 3 of them were sleeping together. We were all in bed. That night, we were all awake, but we all pretended to be asleep. In the countryside, there are usually quite a lot of mosquitoes, and Hyung-koo woke up to catch them. He moved gently so the younger ones could sleep. Hyung-koo quietly caught mosquitoes all night so we didn't wake up. Thinking of the scene, all 3 of Hyung-seok smiled lightly, and Hyung-koo softly clapped his hands so we could still sleep at /n/. The next day on the bus back to the city, Hyung-seok suddenly said seriously, Mom, I will buy you new clothes. Why do you always wear those clothes? Hyung-seok's mother smiled and replied, I like the material of these clothes. She handed him a piece of kimbap to feed Hyung-seok and said, say ah. Hyung-seok felt guilty and thought, Mom makes me feel bad. /n/. And he suddenly asked again, do we have to come back here every year, Mom? You are always working. Can't we just not go? Dad is not here anymore anyway. Hyung-seok thought sadly, I hate having to see my mom work. Hyung-seok's mother gently replied, Hyung-seok, I used to be an orphan, so you don't have any family on my side. She softly reminded her son, your only relatives, your only family, are those people. /n/. Hyung-seok's mother continued, you will need guests for your wedding later, right? She worriedly talked about the future, your dad is not alive anymore anyway. If your relatives don't come either, others will look down on you. Hearing this, Hyung-seok was shocked, I didn't know. He thought to himself, I only thought mom worked hard. Hyung-seok used to complain, why do we still come here when dad is not here anymore, Mom? Why do we still have to go every year? He recalled the image of his mother and thought, every day passes by living like a fool for no reason. Hyung-seok thought sorrowfully, but, that is for me. At the same time, Hyung-seok's mother suddenly turned to comfort him, I'm not that tired, son. Hyung-seok painfully bit his lip tightly, then he said, who cares about that in this day and age? I just need you, Mom, that's enough. Hyung-seok's mother smiled and asked, so you don't want to get a wife? He hesitantly replied, no. Hyung-seok silently felt grateful, thank you, Mom. In another place, Song Nam was holding a heavy bundle in his hands. He was stunned to hear Lee Eun-tae continuously saying, "The only potatoes growing in the whole country are here, thank you for waiting for me." Lee Eun-tae pointed to the bundle and explained, "Here is your $10,000. He continued babbling, "I worked to the point of not sleeping, so I could pay you as soon as possible, but I'm still happy." Hearing this, Song Nam fearfully thought, "I am so stupid, I should have told him the truth and returned it, but I was afraid he would kill me, so I didn't say anything." A few days later at Seoul Station, the announcer's voice rang out loudly to remind passengers, "This is the final station. This is Seoul Station." As soon as Song Nam stepped down, he resolutely thought, "I have to return the $10,000. Song Nam looked at the surrounding streets and thought to himself, "A place full of traps, Seoul. I really didn't want to return to this place, but the flow of life pushed me." He looked at a few passers-by. Song Nam briefly thought, "I heard hip-hop is the trend recently, so I prepared carefully before coming." He tried to look annoyed, silently praying, "I hope no one comes to cause trouble." People around all turned to look at Song Nam, thinking he was a thug or lam tae. Meanwhile, he was busy calculating, "I definitely have to return this money." Song Nam observed the street ahead and recalled Lee Eun-tae's information, "That guy is at J1 High School, right? It seems to be around here, not much different from my place." He thought back to when he paid the money and was still amazed, "That guy, I didn't expect him to actually bring 10 million won to pay. Where the hell did he get a 10 million won shirt? 10 million won is equal to 200 million Vietnamese dong." Song Nam recalled that scene and shuddered, the outside of the CL cloth bundle was even stained with blood. Hard-earned blood, damn it, did he kill someone to rob their money? Thinking so, Song Nam resolved, "Even if I die, I have to return it. If I confess honestly, I probably won't end up dead, right?" The street was a bit quiet at this moment. Suddenly from somewhere, a hand held out a flyer to introduce it. Prickett smiled and asked, "Do you want to eat pho? It's very delicious. I am not fluent in Korean." The two people who were handed the flyers both avoided him. Prickett looked after them a bit sadly. Why didn't they accept Prickett's flyers? At the same time, from behind the car, Sarian shouted angrily, "Prickett, why aren't you handing out flyers? What are you doing just standing there?" Prickett hurriedly turned back to him, "Ah, boss." Sarian ordered loudly, "Use the native strategy to attract customers quickly. If you don't hand out all of that pile, you won't get paid." Prickett bowed awkwardly and said, "Boss, Prickett has been doing it since early morning, but no one took them." He asked softly, "Besides, Prickett is Thai, why do I have to pretend to be Vietnamese?" Sarian replied disdainfully, "In my eyes, you all look the same." Prickett hurriedly argued back, No, we are different, Thai people are great." At this time, a figure appeared right in front of Sarian. Song Nam stood sternly looking down at him. He reminded in a deep voice, "Mister, act more like a mature adult." Sarian saw Song Nam and thought in terror, "Thug, a thug." He glared threateningly, "Discrimination like that is not right, especially regional discrimination is unforgivable." Sarian stuttered in response, Sorry." A moment later, after Sarian had left, Prickett immediately bowed and said, "Thank you so much, I almost didn't get paid." Song Nam asked softly, "Don't you have any self-respect? Yielding like that?" Prickett replied softly, "Debt." He said with a hint of sadness, "Because I owe people money, and I still have my family back in my hometown." /N/N Prickett recounted his situation. Everyone at home was waiting for Prickett to send money back, so whether he had self-respect or not didn't matter. He suddenly took out a bracelet. Prickett knelt down and respectfully handed it to Song Nam. "You are a friend of Prickett. This bracelet is very important, please accept it." Song Nam hurriedly backed away. "Why would I take this?" Prickett immediately explained, "You are Prickett's benefactor." Song Nam quickly reminded him, "Stop kneeling, who told you to do that?" Prickett replied softly, "The boss said that in South Korea, you have to kneel." /N/N Song Nam was awkwardly holding the bracelet in his hand when a voice called out from behind, "Hey!" Leon angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing him, Song Nam thought in a panic, that guy, his underling. Leon continued to question him, "You're that guy from Latte." Song Nam thought fearfully, "Why is this guy here? I'm screwed." /N/N Leon, seeing the scene of Prickett kneeling before Song Nam, immediately shouted, "How dare you bully a pitiful laborer like this? You trash." Song Nam muttered to himself, "No, that's not it, I was helping him." Isn't calling someone like that even more excessive? He briefly thought, more importantly, I didn't come here to cause trouble, this guy is that bastard's underling. Leon quickly stepped forward to shield Prickett behind him, saying, "This illegal immigrant uncle. Get behind me." He waved his hands frantically, "No, I am not an illegal immigrant." Leon continued, "It's okay, I will protect you, sir." At this moment, from a nearby building, a careless worker dropped a brick. Song Nam panicked, "Above your head." He hurriedly pushed Leon away, "Watch out." Not understanding what had just happened, he angrily said, "You bastard, how dare you sneak attack?" The surrounding people were also frightened. What's going on? A thug is beating someone up. Everyone, are they fighting? Hearing this, Song-nam panicked. Huh, what? He held up the brick and stammered an explanation. No, it's not like that, because of the brick. Seeing this, the crowd panicked even more. Hurry and call the police, he's planning to hit someone with a brick. Song-nam was startled and thought, no, that's not it. He muttered to himself, the misunderstanding is getting worse and worse, I just came to return the money. After standing up, Leon immediately said, Sir, you must run away quickly, if the police come, they will arrest you for being illegal. Song-nam stammered, no. Leon reassured him again, I am here for you now. Song-nam hurriedly said, it's a misunderstanding, I came to Vasco. Leon asked back, Vasco? Song-nam immediately grimaced and replied, I came to return the money to that guy. Hearing this, Leon was horrified, this guy must be crazy. He panicked and asked, you came to take revenge for Vasco's money? Song-nam nodded to confirm. Hearing this, Leon became even more furious, how dare you come here to declare war? He softly said that the guy was just a fool, but Leon quickly took a combat stance, are you their boss? Leon signaled with a cold voice, get him. Song-nam looked a bit confused, screaming inwardly, why? How did it turn out like this? I didn't come here to start a fight. Leon continued to interrogate, daring to charge in here all by yourself, you seem quite confident. Who are you trying to bluff with that outfit? Song-nam nervously asked himself, could it be that this guy doesn't know the package received from Vasco, which includes 10 million won in blood of unknown origin, is the money that guy gave me? He thought in fear, does he think I'm here for revenge? At the same time from the corner of the street, Lee Yoon-tae's underlings also appeared. What's going on? A fight? Leon hastily called out, hey, come over here. Seeing this, Song-nam was surprised, more are coming. On the other side, Leon quickly explained, this guy came to take revenge on Vasco. The underlings hurriedly asked back, what? Vasco? Song-nam worriedly thought, I'm so dead, I have to explain things clearly. He was secretly terrified, but if I tell the truth, it's no different from confessing that I bragged about the shirt. If those guys find out, I'll definitely end up on the altar eating bananas. With that thought, Song-nam immediately ran away. Seeing that, Lee Yoon-tae's underlings shouted loudly, hey! Catch him! He's running away! Prukit, standing nearby, slightly frowned as he watched them run, chase him. A moment later, in a parking lot, Song-nam was sitting huddled in a corner, crying secretly. Why did it turn out like this? Song-nam thought in humiliation. I only came to return the money, and now I have to hide in disgrace like a dog /n/n outside. The voices of Lee Yoon-tae's underlings still echoed, found him yet? Not here. Go look over there. Hearing this, Song-nam became even more anxious and thought, I must quickly find that guy, pay the money, and leave this place. He hurriedly searched his pockets for the money packet. Should I pay a little extra interest? That might save me from getting beaten up /n/n suddenly, Song-nam froze in shock. He searched all over his body again and again. A moment later, Song-nam quickly took off his clothes. He stared blankly at the clothes on the ground, nothing. Song-nam thought in horror, the money, the package received from Vasco, is lost. It's not here /n/. Not few minutes later, on the street from earlier, Song-nam angrily grabbed a passerby by the collar. Did you see it, the 10 million one there? He shook the person violently. Think carefully again. The people around said in fear, hurry up and call the police, that thug is bullying a pedestrian /n/. On the other side, Song-nam was crying bitterly, thinking, I'm screwed, I must quickly find the money, otherwise they will think I really came for revenge. He calculated secretly, should I go to the police? No, I will be arrested for fraud. His 10 million won. Suddenly, a passerby spoke up softly, I saw it, a paper bag wrapping something. Song-nam asked joyfully, did you really see it? Where? I'm saved. The other person quickly replied, it was that guy Prukit, he took the bag and left. Song-nam asked himself in astonishment, huh? He thought in confusion, that foreigner, is he really that kind of person? The passerby continued, I saw him pick up some bag and sneakily hide it away. Hearing this, Song-nam suddenly turned pale. Come to think of it, he remembered their conversation earlier, at that time he also said he was in a lot of debt, could it be he intended to use that money to pay it off? Thinking so, Song-nam was determined, that is that guy's money, I must find it back even if I die. At the same time, from behind, Lee Yoon-tae's subordinates caught up, there he is, he's bullying the foreigner. Song-nam panicked and turned to run away, these guys are as persistent as leeches. At this moment, a child on the side of the road, oblivious to an oncoming motorbike, dashed out. Everyone yelled in panic, watch out, you'll get hit, it's dangerous. Nearby, Song-nam heard this and panicked, an accident. Then he shook his head and thought, I didn't see anything, I must get out of here quickly, I'm sorry. But just a second later, Song-nam ran fast and headbutted the motorbike away to save the child. Moo! Get out of the way for daddy. Leon stuttered in terror. That guy. The subordinate was also terrified. The child. Leon's group immediately got angry. He took the child. He's planning to use the child as a hostage, that bastard. The commotion from them immediately caught Jae Yeol's attention. The child was taken away. Catch that guy. A moment later, in a small street corner, Song-nam put the kid down and reminded him, seriously, be careful next time. The kid still happily said, again. Right behind him, Lee Eun-tae's underlings along with the newly joined Jae Yeol were rushing over. There he is, stay right there. Song-nam panicked. They caught up. Seeing Jae Yeol, he was surprised. That guy at the amusement park is with them? Why is everyone dragging themselves out here? Song-nam turned around and ran away again. Shit. I was so busy saving the kid that I couldn't hide in time. I need to find a way to escape now. I have to get out of here even if I die. On a nearby slope, he hurriedly pushed an old lady's scrap cart while muttering, goodness. What is this stuff? Why is there so much? They are right on my tail. The old lady softly said, thank you, young man. Song-nam internally screamed, what the heck am I doing? A moment later, on another street, Song-nam saw a robbery and acted righteously again. You dare to rob? I'm so busy right now. He muttered to himself, you have to be careful on the street, auntie. Prakit nearby looked at the chaos, slightly confused. This pervert. Damn you. The luggage spilled, you should tie it tightly. He took out his phone and called someone. The other person immediately asked, so, do you have the money to pay today? Prakit nodded, yes. On the other side, Song-nam was struggling to run away, crying inwardly, I only came to return the money, but why? Below him, the crowd chasing Song-nam had grown even larger. It turned out like this again. Ha-nul shouted loudly, chasing after him, and the subordinates behind were also furious, thief. Mi-jin and Jin-sung also yelled, kidnapper. Song-nam thought of Lee Eun-tae in horror. That guy was really unexpected, truly unexpected to have such power. A moment later, in a small alley, Bum Jae heard his subordinates report the news and asked in astonishment, someone came to assassinate Vasco? Yes, the freshmen are chasing him. After that, he immediately led his subordinates to pursue Song-nam. Let's go, this guy must have a death wish, daring to come here and cause trouble. Hyung-seok saw them rushing so hurriedly and softly commented, this Burn Knuckles group is always so lively, but what's this about assassinating Vasco? He turned to Lee Eun-tae and said, looks like they are calling for your assassination, Vasco. He asked back in confusion, me? At the same time, in a building, Song-nam's heavy breathing softly echoed. He slightly opened the bathroom door and looked out. Seeing someone enter, Song-nam hurriedly hid himself. Damn it, coming here? He thought to himself, should I knock him out and run? The subordinate was still looking around, not here? Song-nam silently prayed, no, please just go away. He saw the guy looking out the window and thought, is this guy crazy? Who in their right mind would jump out there? That subordinate was still thinking, or maybe outside the window? But this is the 5th floor, using light footwork martial arts? Suddenly, he slipped, and the subordinate quickly fell out of the window. At the same time, an arm reached out and grabbed him, as Song-nam softly reminded, hey. He should have been careful. As soon as the underling saw him, he screamed in fear, help me. Song-nam fearfully replied, hey, calm down, don't scream like that. He thought to himself, this guy, I just saved him. At the same time, hearing the scream from outside, the gang of underlings rushed into the restroom. Hearing the noises and screams, the guys were stunned as soon as they entered. The crowd shouted loudly, let Dong-chin go, you bastard. Dong-chin cried out in panic, help me. Song-nam panicked and said to himself, no, it's not like that, I just saved this guy. Thinking about it, he immediately gritted his teeth. Song-nam held Dong-chin up and warned, don't come any closer, take one more step and I'll throw him down there. He stuttered, I mean it. The underlings hurriedly reassured him, got it, calm down. Song-nam whispered, sorry, I will let you go later, don't worry. Dong-chin was already foaming at the mouth and soon fainted. Song-nam looked at the crowd surrounding him and calculated, how can I escape from here, should I just surrender? Thinking about it, he remembered Soo-min again. No, he had to survive and get out of here. Seoul, the image appeared in his final moments, he had to return to Soo-min. Right after that, Song-nam immediately pushed the fainted Dong-chin towards the underlings. At the same time, when the underlings looked over at Song-nam, they were terrified, he had jumped down from the current floor. Song-nam turned pale with fear. He was both terrified and thinking, Soo-min is waiting for me. Lee Eun-tae's underlings looked down in panic, he jumped down. They stammered briefly, this is the 5th floor, he fell into those tarps. The crowd panicked when they saw Song-nam continue walking, he's still alive, how terrifying, this guy is not human. A moment later, on the road passing by Priket's workplace, Song-non walked quietly while shirtless, wiping his wounds. He recalled what Saryang had said. What? Priket, he quit his job. Song-non continued to think about his additional words. Contact address, how would I know? I only hired that guy for one day at first. He thought to himself, that foreigner took my money and disappeared. Song-non thought helplessly, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away this humiliation. What should I do now? I have to prepare the money from scratch. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew a piece of paper onto his face. Song-non flipped the paper over to read it, and it turned out to be a loan shark advertisement. He gently clutched the paper tightly in his hand. Song-non muttered in his heart, this is what I need. A few minutes later, at the loan shark building, an employee in the room heard the doorbell ring and immediately spoke up, come in. As soon as he saw the person walking in, he was startled. The employee panicked slightly when he saw Song-non's tall, blood-stained figure. He backed away in fear. Raid? Who is that? Which gang is this? Song-non hurriedly said, are you the manager? I'm here to borrow money. In the loan shark office, Song-non was glaring at the person opposite him. Jia Chun also looked back at him fiercely, with the whole group of loan sharks surrounding Song-non. Jia Chun spoke up, which pig is this? What are you doing here? He thought to himself, this guy, no matter how you look at it. Jia Chun remarked in his heart, my kind. Song-non quickly said, what do you mean what am I doing? Isn't this a place to borrow money? Hearing this, Jia Chun was surprised, so this guy didn't come to cause trouble? He quickly deduced, I see, this guy is the vanguard. Seeing him remain silent, Song-non worriedly thought, what? All of a sudden? Jia Chun was still pondering, a new power has come to take over my territory. At the same time, in the next room, a loud shout suddenly rang out, I just paid. Why isn't it enough? The man questioned loudly, Korean law, why did 1 million won turn into 10 million won? The debt collector in the room yelled back, if you feel wronged, go back to your country to borrow money. Song-non heard the noise and also paid attention to the room. This voice. Inside, Priket was kneeling and begging, please give me a little more time. I will work hard. The debt collector snapped, damn it, didn't you just say you brought enough money? /n/n Song-non saw him and immediately recognized the foreigner. A second later, Priket heard the knock on the door and quickly turned around. Song-non appeared at the door and shouted, give it back, my money. The debt collectors in the room were surprised, who is this guy? Where did he come from? Song-non rushed towards Priket. He tried to explain, misunderstanding. /n Song-non was still angry and said, you still dare to speak, you bastard. Priket quickly said, here. He held out Song-non's bundle of money, here is your money, I was planning to return it to you. He received his belongings back, so happy he couldn't speak. The package received from Vasco was found. Song-non said to himself, finally found it. Su-min, I'm going back soon. /n at the same time, a voice called out from behind, hey. Jia Chun asked with a cold face, which gang are you from? Quickly declare your identity. Seeing the money in Song-non's hand, the subordinates immediately said, what? That guy has money, and he's not paying? De Chun quickly threatened, leave the money, and scram. He thought worriedly, is this guy going to attack? Song-non hugged the bundle of money awkwardly, this is. Seeing this, De Chun became smug again, how does it look? How does it look? Even I can see this guy came alone. Suddenly, from outside, there was a loud shout, over here. A subordinate following Bum Jae hurriedly said, I saw him run in here. He asked back, are you sure? The newly arrived group was stunned. The people in De Chun's debt collection group were also startled. The two groups quickly faced each other. Bum Jae, a bit panicked, said, ganging up on us? There's quite a lot of you. Chun Song said softly, so it's you guys. Messi beside him also commented, the scale is pretty big. Bum Jae thought to himself, what is this? Just a bunch of thugs. Are these idiots planning to beat Vasco? De Chun asked loudly, I didn't expect this guy to have accomplices. Do you want to start a fight or something? Two subordinates next to him chimed in, do you need me to help you get a ticket for plastic surgery? High school brats are getting pretty bold these days. Song-non looked around in confusion, thinking, what is this situation? Are these guys not on the same side? De Chun continued to interrogate, you guys must have eaten a tiger's gall to dare charge in here. Who ordered you? One of the debt collectors suddenly rushed forward, boss, let me handle this guy. Right after that, he was lying flat on the ground. Song-nam awkwardly said, no matter what you guys say, I will not hand over the money. He nervously asked, is this little brother okay? I only hit him lightly. Songnam thought to himself, if I lose this money, I will surely die without a burial place. A moment later, another guy from the debt collection group attacked with a bat. Motherfucker, die. Songnam couldn't dodge in time and turned around in shock. Dead, he thought, couldn't dodge in time. At the same time, Pricket's hat suddenly flew up, and he swiftly kicked the debt collector away. That guy was hit and fell backwards. Seeing this, the loan sharks whitened their eyes in fear. Pricket only then softly asked, "Are you okay?" He smiled lightly and said, "My friend." Songnam asked himself in astonishment, this person, why? Pricket continued, "My friend, when holding that money of yours, I also developed greed." He softly expressed his thoughts about what Songnam had done, "But you are a good person, I am truly jealous of you." Pricket added, "So I cannot take this money, but intend to return it to you." Bum Jae looked at this scene and asked in confusion, "What is this, aren't they on the same side?" Leon also turned pale, along with the illegal uncle. On the other side, Songnam anxiously asked again, "But, you still have a family, is it okay to beat them like this?" Pricket put on the bracelet and replied, "This bracelet, I always carry it with me." He recalled what Songnam had once said to him, "Do you have no self-respect, always yielding like that?" Pricket took a combat stance while smiling and said, "You were the one who told me, you have to live true to yourself." A loan shark saw this stance and said in fear, "That is," he stammered, that is, the Muay Thai champion Pricket. Dechun's group asked in shock, What? The debt collector softly introduced, the pride of Thailand with 128 consecutive wins, rumored to have retired after accidentally beating an opponent to death in a match. Who would have thought he would appear here? Ja Chun asked again, "Are you kidding me? What is a guy like that doing in this country of South Korea?" Bum Jae beside him was surprised. What kind of situation is this? Leon also found it hard to believe, that old guy? At this moment, Lee Eun-tae's voice suddenly rang out from behind, "I heard someone was planning to take me down?" Bum Jae immediately shouted out loud, "Vasco." Lee Eun-tae softly replied, "Bum Jae." Bum Jae quickly asked, "How did you know to come here?" Lee Eun-tae calmly replied, "Who told you not to answer your phone?" "I had to use my sixth sense to get here." Bum Jae was confused, "Sixth sense? And you still managed to get here?" Seeing this, Ja Chun on the other side was terrified. What is this? Another guy who looks like a boss. Lee Eun-tae on the other side was suddenly surprised and called out loudly, "Pricket." Pricket replied, "Vasco." Bum Jae asked in disbelief, "You guys know each other?" Lee Eun-tae nodded, "We used to work together. Then he taught me Muay Thai, he is my master." Pricket on the other side said awkwardly, "Vasco, long time no see." Everyone around was surprised, "Huh?" A moment later, the space in the loan shark's office suddenly became quiet. Ja Chun's group was sweating in fear. At this time, Songnam softly spoke up, "Ahem." Lee Eun-tae only noticed him then, "Basically, this guy came to return the money to me." Songnam said softly, "It's all a misunderstanding, so I came here to find you." Lee Eun-tae quickly nodded, "Alright, I'll accept it." Then, he held out the bundle of money to Ja Chun again. Lee Eun-tae quickly said, "Take it, and clear Pricket's debt." Songnam and Pricket were both startled upon hearing this. Pricket hurriedly asked, "Vasco, what is the meaning of this?" Lee Eun-tae stammered, that. Ja Chun demanded again, "How touching, but what about the medical fees and the broken furniture?" Suddenly, he was startled into silence. Lee Eun-tae coldly warned, "From now on, you guys are forbidden from touching Pricket." Ja Chun hurriedly said, "This much is enough, no need to pay anymore." He thought in fear, "How scary, those eyes look like they want to eat me alive." Pricket said, moved, "How can that be? I cannot accept that money, it is too much." Lee Eun-tae loyally replied, "A teacher's debt is also a student's debt." Hearing that, Pricket immediately rushed forward and hugged Lee Eun-tae in gratitude, "Vasco, thank you so much indeed." Beside him, Songnam secretly thought, "Is it really okay? It's a whole 10 million won." After that, he suddenly chuckled softly, and Songnam sighed inwardly, "What a kind-hearted guy." Ja Chun then spoke up softly, You guys, it seems not everyone here is completely bad." He yelled out, "Do you think this is a school? Now get out of here." At Pricket's rented room, Songnam asked in disbelief, "Pricket, isn't that your most precious bracelet?" He looked at the room piled high with bracelets and asked, "If it's so important, why are there so many?" Pricket held up a bracelet and replied affectionately, "It's really important, I made it with my own hands." Songnam heard this and thought, "A side job?" After that, Pricket quickly put a bracelet on Songnam and said, "Anyway, cheer up, colleague." He cheerfully encouraged, "We need to sell all of this quickly, then pay Vasco back." Songnam's face darkened as he thought of Su-min. A second later, he immediately yelled, "When are we ever going to sell all of this?" Pricket calmly replied, "There are only 3,000 pieces left, Han Songnam. For now, we have to stay in Seoul and sell hammocks." At another location, Jun-goo's phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up and asked, "What's up?" Soo-young spoke softly on the other end, "Jun-goo, I need a favor." A moment later, as time passed, the two of them were almost done talking. Soo-young then said, "Got it, I'll transfer the money right away, I'm counting on you." Soo-young recalled that day when the two of them appeared together. She had to ask Jun-gu to find the CCTV footage from that day. She thought anxiously to herself, just to confirm the truth. A few minutes later, Soo-young was immediately shocked when she watched the camera footage that Jun-gu sent. The video showed the footage at the convenience store that day. As soon as Soo-young looked at the clerk, she realized that this was Pyeon Deok-hwa, not Park Hyung-seok. She thought in surprise, as expected, I wasn't mistaken. In the afternoon at school, students were moving crowdedly outside. It was testing time, and the teacher sternly reminded them, pass the papers to the back, distribute them properly. The rustling sound of paper continuously echoed, no looking around, if I catch you, it's a 0. Soo-young bowed her head deeply, starting to draw conclusions in her mind. Park Hyung-seok, he must definitely be just like me. Based on all previous speculations, the fact that my father told me to monitor him makes everything make sense. Soo-young thought that the only reason to monitor an ordinary person could be because he has two bodies. She also figured out one thing, therefore if he gets exposed, I would also be in danger, which is why I was given this task. Thinking like this, Soo-young immediately stared intently at him. I won't take my eyes off you, the exam just started 10 minutes ago and he is already sleeping. Even the lowest rank Lee Jin-sung is taking the test properly, the only thing I don't understand is how he can be first in the entire school, /n/n. She pursed her lips and observed Hyung-seok's appearance with his face buried in the desk. He must definitely be sleeping now. Soo-young said to herself, swap bodies and look at the answers with the other body. This thought immediately made her smirk in self-mockery, definitely because I do the same. Soo-young's glasses shone brightly as if she had just discovered something interesting, and she hurriedly urged in her heart, come on, wake up quickly and do the test, Park Hyung-seok, and prove to me that you also have two bodies, /n/. Just a moment later, the clock struck exactly 3 o'clock, the teacher immediately called out as a signal, time is up, the last person stands up to collect the papers. The students cried out in fear no, while Soo-young, seeing Hyung-seok still with his face buried in the desk, panicked and thought, not waking up? A cheerful voice laughing and talking in front rang out, Hyung-seok, wake up, we still need to go to the cafeteria after this. His attitude confused Soo-young, how could it be? He didn't even wake up once. Her entire face broke out in a cold sweat, could it be he didn't connect? Solving the test in just 10 minutes and then sleeping, it's impossible /n/net this time. The friend at the last desk had approached Soo-young since who knows when, hey, aren't you submitting the paper, hurry up and hand it over. Hearing this, she panicked and realized, oh crap, the exam paper. Soo-young hurriedly pleaded, sir, wait a minute. The teacher loudly and coldly said, no, hand in the paper quickly. Hyung-seok, who was stretching and giving a long yawn, was also surprised and thought to himself, Soo-young, hasn't she finished yet, what's wrong, oh /n/. Just then, Kyung-soo suddenly approached him and asked, Hyung-seok, it seems you studied really hard for the exam, right? The test was so difficult but you solved it in a flash, and even slept, you must have studied everything for the next subject too, huh? A classmate next to him called the class president. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was still immersed in his own thoughts, the next period is history, I've memorized almost everything, that much should be enough to do well. He recalled with satisfaction that while sleeping, he had reviewed for the next subject, so that didn't count as cheating. Hyung-seok confidently affirmed that, just like last time, he didn't take advantage of having two bodies to cheat, but did it entirely with his own effort. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a happy smile. In the blink of an eye, it was late afternoon, and the sky gradually turned orange. Soo-young hid behind the wall, crying bitterly in secret. Damn Park Hyung-seok, she was so busy staring at him that she forgot to do the exam. She couldn't believe he solved everything in 10 minutes and then went to sleep. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind, determining that this time she would definitely find evidence. Soo-young aimed her gaze straight at the shabby dwelling in front of her, setting up an ambush right at his house. She brewed her plan very carefully. If he had two bodies, he would definitely swap bodies and go out, and then she would just have to sneak in to break the law. Soo-young remembered an old memory. At that time, during the stalker incident, she had her suspicions. That's right, when she was tied up, she saw it. And she was certain that in the basket, there was only one set of chopsticks and spoon. If two people lived together in the same house, there was no reason to have only one set. Her intuition was telling her something. However, thinking up to this point, Soo-young realized something else. Wait, what if they really are two different people? The scene of two young men feeding each other appeared in her mind. Open your mouth. That passing thought made Soo-young blush with embarrassment. She hurriedly squatted down, hugging her knees. Oh my god, what am I thinking? It must be just one person, definitely. However, right at that moment, a dog's bark suddenly rang out from somewhere. In front of Soo-young was a golden retriever constantly wagging its tail, Inu. She happily rushed over and hugged it. Long time no see, you little devil, you are getting cuter and cuter. While she was rolling around playing, Soo-young's face suddenly stiffened. Hyung-seok stood above, looking down at her with a weird expression. He was so awkward that he was speechless. Hi. At this moment, Soo-young could only shyly greet him back. She cried silently in her heart, damn it, this sly guy, how dare he set a trap for me. But just as Soo-young was still thinking, Hyung-seok suddenly spoke up, perfect timing, are you free right now? The scene transitioned to the shopping mall. The sky was a light orange-yellow. People inside were constantly dropping their jaws looking at something. At that moment, the two of them walked into the store together. Soo-young was sweating profusely out of nervousness, asking me to help pick out clothes out of nowhere. Moreover, what caught her eyes was a series of beautiful clothes, and they were women's clothes too. This guy. Soo-young was annoyed and cursed inwardly, skipping studies to buy clothes for girls. At this time, Hyung-seok asked, how is this one? I don't really have an eye for clothes. She was confused, it's not like I'm close to him or anything. Soo-young angrily blamed herself, I actually thought he wasn't that bad back then, I must have been crazy, sure enough, this guy is only good for his face. Hyung-seok didn't notice the other person's attitude, he continued to hold out a fur coat, I want to buy a gift for my mom, does this look okay? His words immediately left Soo-young stunned. She stared at Hyung-seok in surprise, for his mom, he came here to buy things for his mom. A few minutes later, Soo-young still pursed her lips, unable to speak. Finally, she had to ask, did your mom wear the jacket you gave her before until the leather was worn out? Hyung-seok let out an in acknowledgement, she wore it over and over again, so I want to give her a new one. Then he suddenly remembered something and became curious, by the way, you and your sister have the same name, right? Both are Soo-young. Feeling exposed, she unconsciously raised her voice, just call me Crystal, my English name from when I was studying abroad. Hyung-seok nodded, I see. Soo-young fixed her eyes on the bulky bags in his hands. She didn't expect this guy to be so filial, even buying things for his mom. Although they were just ordinary brands, mixing and matching them wouldn't look too bad. Then she thought to herself, now that I notice, the clothes he's wearing are all designer brands, the ones at home are old too. At this moment, Hyung-seok pulled his shirt to look, should I buy some clothes to change into? I still have some money left, the money Jae Yeol gave me has been around for a year. Finally, he spoke up, I'll buy some for myself while I'm at it, wait for me here. Hearing that, Soo-young nodded in agreement, but her heart became even more puzzled. Buying more? Where did he get the money? At this very moment, she was suddenly startled. Right, that's right. Soo-young imagined in her head. This guy. SCV, he uses that body like an SCV. She firmly believed that it was a money-making machine to polish up the handsome body, it must be so. Then Soo-young got lost in her own thoughts, on one hand, using that ugly body to work at the convenience store, and then using that money to cover this body in brand-name clothes. A few minutes later, Hyung-seok ran out wearing a weird outfit. Did you wait long? This image instantly made her wince. Soo-young was confused, no matter how she looked at it, he looked like a beggar, wearing sandals with socks. He continued to tell her, this shopping mall really has a lot of stuff, wait a bit, I'll be right back. Having said that, Hyung-seok quickly rushed into the crowded clothing counter. She asked herself in astonishment, the clearance counter, not brand-name clothes? He's even fighting with the middle-aged women. His delighted face when he snatched a pair of pants made Soo-young panic, no, put those crappy pants down right now. Right after that, it was strap sandals again, I beg you, put them down for me, you weirdo. Soo-young stood outside, trembling with fear. No, that sweater, no, that, what were the things he wore before? I can't look anymore. Now she hurriedly ran over, getting out of the way. Hyung-seok smiled and called out, Crystal, and she yelled, stop it right now. Just a few minutes later, he came out with a different look, only needing to wear a simple sweater, styled with a bit of a layer at the waist. There was no need to buy pants, and he already had sneakers, right? Soo-young carefully selected, adding an outer coat. With the previous outfit, it was done, but she still thought to herself, why do I have to mix and match clothes for this guy? At this time, around the store, the sound of gossiping constantly echoed, look, buying clothes for her boyfriend, so jealous. The noise was so loud that it caught Jae Yeol's attention, so handsome, such a beautiful couple. The store staff immediately recognized him, young master, what's wrong? In the blink of an eye, it was evening, on a small deserted alley without a single shadow. Then from somewhere came the sound of hurried footsteps running over. Soo-young gritted her teeth in annoyance, that guy, seriously, in the end, I couldn't find anything out. Then she asked herself, could it be that he knows I'm getting suspicious? Soo-young ran while firmly making up her mind, no, I can't let him lead me by the nose like this, I will go meet him face to face. In the middle of the convenience store, Hyung-seok stood blankly looking at the other person, Soo-young crossed her arms and glared challengingly. Finally, she commanded in a low voice, call him, call Park Hyung-seok. A while later, outside the convenience store, it was quiet without a single shadow. Soo-young sternly swung the door open, he definitely has two bodies. At this time, Hyung-seok spoke up, hello, and Lee Eun-tae was surprised, huh, Crystal? Soo-young made up her mind, let's do it. She quickly moved in front of Hyung-seok, her eyes extremely judgmental. However, Soo-young kept trying to speak but couldn't form the words. Thoughts kept appearing in her head, I will tell Hyung-seok, call Hyung-seok. I'm not sure if he can do it, if that other body is sleeping and can answer the phone. Then there will be 4 possible scenarios, Soo-young began to analyze. 1. He will make an excuse and won't call him. 2. He will call someone else or pretend to call Hyung-seok, in which case I will ask him to let me talk. 3. He will say Hyung-seok cannot answer the phone or will not answer, this scenario is highly likely to happen. 4. Hyung-seok actually answers the phone, this is very unlikely to happen, it will be scenario 3, right, /n/n. Now Lee Eun-tae warmly asked him, do you need anything? I don't sell cigarettes here, but she didn't bother to pay attention and just stared at Hyung-seok. What is he looking at? Where is he paying attention to? Then her eyes widened in astonishment, the computer screen displayed an image that Soo-young could never have expected. What? What is this? Hyung-seok on the screen is currently in another place, streaming? How? Shouldn't that body be sleeping already? /n/, and then she hurriedly looked at the person in front of her. What? What is happening? Soo-young was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Is it really number 4? That's ridiculous, I need to confirm it again. Thinking of this, she quickly regained her composure. Call Hyung-seok for me. Soo-young was determined with the intention that she needed to confirm it with her own eyes. /n/, and now Hyung-joon hesitantly asked back, call him? A few minutes later, the ringing of the phone began to echo in the store. Hyung-joon looked down, his whole body shrinking in anxiety. Soo-young looked up and observed for a long time. Will he answer the phone? If Hyung-seok is streaming right now /n/, she was suddenly startled. That's right, all of this is a trick. Soo-young stared at the laptop on the table. Is that a pre-recorded stream? He prepared this to use as an excuse for number 3. Soo-young seemed to have discovered that secret. He prepared this so he could say he was busy streaming. He definitely intended to say that guy couldn't answer the phone /n/. However, completely unexpectedly, Soo-young suddenly heard something. On the screen was Hyung-seok shyly holding out his mobile phone. I'm sorry, I have a phone call, Deokwa shouted angrily. I told you to turn it off. On his mobile phone, there was indeed an incoming call that astonished Soo-young. This is live, not recorded. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. So it's number 4? So was I wrong from the beginning? At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from the door. Hey pig, hello. Ha? Ji-ho thought to himself in surprise. Crystal? Soo-young suddenly rushed over and grabbed his shoulders tightly. Ji-ho! She shouted urgently, you know where Deokwa lives, right? BRBR. Ji-ho was dazed by Soo-young's beautiful face. Of course I know. He thought to himself, if you ask me to go with you, I'll go even to hell. BRBR. The scene shifted to another house, the light from the window shining warmly. Soo-young looked around blankly. Deokwa turned his head and spoke, hello, Ji-ho. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok looked surprised. Crystal? Is there something wrong? He looked at her and smiled very warmly, a sight that made Soo-young freeze. He was really here. She bitterly blamed herself, realizing she was completely wrong, and returned to the convenience store at the end of the street. Lee Eun-tae cheerfully cheered, Hyung-seok, 100 more squats. He continuously urged, you've gotten weak Hyung-seok, while Ji-ho opened his mouth to beg, hey Hyung-seok, let me eat some food /n/. At that moment, Ha-nul pursed her lips as if wanting to say something. She hesitated and muttered, then, after that Ha-nul didn't hesitate to point straight at him. Who is that? A questioning voice rang out. Why is everyone calling him Hyung-seok? Hearing that, Lee Eun-tae laughed out loud. What are you saying, Ha-nul? You're so funny. /n/. Right then, the sound of the doorbell suddenly chimed. He hurriedly turned his head and smiled. Hello. Hyung-seok calmly walked inside. Are you guys all here? This sight immediately made Lee Eun-tae break out in a cold sweat. He shouted in astonishment, there are 2 Hyung-seoks. Amidst this ironic situation, Hyung-joon suddenly sobbed like a child. I didn't know exercising was this hard. I did 1,000 squats today. Lee Eun-tae was still in shock. Are you a fake, a clone? Only then did he gently take off his glasses. I don't know why you guys think I'm Hyung-seok /n/, and the real Hyung-seok stood to the side, happily praising him. Sorry I'm late, you did a great job today. He emphasized the other person's name with a firm voice, Hyung-joon. Hyung-seok seriously introduced to everyone, let's get acquainted, this is my cousin, Hyung-joon. He cried bitterly and pleaded, stop, no more squats. Hearing this, Lee Eun-tae shouted even louder, what? A few hours ago at the convenience store, the sky wasn't completely dark yet. Hyung-joon, after hearing the agreement, shouted excitedly, you'll introduce me to Deokwa. Hyung-seok, having his arm squeezed, nodded awkwardly, yes, as long as you watch the store for me. He agreed immediately, of course. Swag. He thought to himself, I didn't know that Hyung-joon was a fan of Deokwa. He watches Deokwa's streams all the time. I guess it's since he got into hip-hop. He keeps cheering, awesome, swag. Hyung-seok reread the message from the other party. Earlier, Deokwa had asked, are you free tonight, Hyung-seok? I'm planning to stream tonight, can you come? I couldn't say I couldn't go because of watching the store. He also always remembered that since Deokwa had helped him the previous 2 times, he needed to return the favor, he needed to find a replacement and go help Deokwa. At that time, Hyung-seok had instructed, I need you to put on the uniform and take off the diving goggles. Hyung-joon gritted his teeth in confusion, it's just glasses. After taking off the glasses, he continued to say, good, can you take off the scarf too? He corrected, that's not a scarf, it's a durag. Hyung-joon looked at his current appearance and wondered, what is this, do I really have to wear this to work? Hyung-seok jokingly pretended, the boss ordered it, so I have to accept it. Finally, when everything was done, he carefully reminded him one more time, then I'm counting on you, Hyung-joon. He repeatedly reminded, you must bring Deokwa here, you hear me? Hyung-seok agreed, alright. A while after he left, Hyung-chun thought to himself, he said someone else would come, I'll let him do all the work while I just sit and relax. However, a scene he never expected suddenly appeared. Leun-tae casually took off his outer jacket, revealing a body fully covered in tattoos. How are you, Hyung-seok, doing well? Today we are going to do squats. However, right after saying that, his face darkened, did you eat snacks again, Hyung-seok, then we'll double the squats, Hyung-seok. Hyung-chun thought to himself in horror, what is this guy a gangster? Hyung-seok, you bastard, are you hanging out with thugs? Seeing the other person's unusual behavior, Leun-tae urged, are you discouraged already, Hyung-seok, you need to get back to how you were before. He was so anxious that he trembled, it seemed the gangster thought he was Hyung-seok. Are you kidding me, I need to clear this up. Just as Hyung-chun was about to speak, he suddenly realized something, wait a minute, this guy's voice sounds familiar. That conversation flashed through his mind once again. Hey, I'm Hyung-seok's cousin. Cousin? Yeah, that's right, nice to meet you, go exercise, you idiot. Make sure to take care of Hyung-seok, understood? I'm sorry. Hyung-chun stammered, Vasco? By then, Leun-tae had lost his patience, so Hyung-seok, are you ready? He vaguely remembered, then Hyung-chun muttered, so this guy is Vasco? Hello, I'm Vasco. After saying that, he was confused again, that's not his name. At this moment, Leun-tae spoke first, let's start with 200. Hyung-chun bowed his head, okay. He thought to himself, he will kill me, if I tell him, he will definitely kill me, I just need to keep quiet. Right at this critical moment, Soo-young suddenly pushed the door open forcefully from the outside. She called out faintly, hey. Hyung-chun looked at that face and was dazed, so beautiful. Soo-young crossed her arms and coldly demanded, call Hyung-seok for me. Hearing this, he trembled and confirmed, call him? In his head, he thought, do they know each other? Does he know this beauty? Finally, Hyung-chun put the phone to his ear while cursing inwardly, pick up the phone, you bastard, I'm so jealous, really jealous, this bombshell is looking for you right here. The light from the convenience store shone out, making the end of the alley seem to brighten with life. Now Hyung-joon struggled to hold a pen and paper, managing to say, I've always wanted to meet you. He whispered into the other person's face, Deokwa. Leun-tae smiled and teased, you're really awesome, Deokwa. Beside them, Jong-gun also chimed in with a laugh, take a picture of him, /n/n. Now the female friend next to her suddenly stopped. But, she asked gently, how did you know, Ha-nul? In front of them was the scene of the guys talking. Ha-nul paused for a long time before asking back, what are you guys talking about? She looked at Hyung-seok's happy smile and calmly continued, anyone can tell, they are different. /n/n. After saying that, Ha-nul also gave a warm smile. A moment later, after introductions and getting to know each other, Leun-tae finally burst out, nice to meet you, Hyung-joon. You know the boss of Burn Knuckles, right? Jong-gun asked in confusion, isn't this guy the boss? He suddenly realized, oh, right. How long have we been friends, Hyung-joon? Cutting to another place, Hyung-seok tightly holds a book featuring unique fashion styles. He bows his head, attentively observing each image in the book. In front of Hyung-seok, a series of shopping bags are piled up on the floor. Meanwhile, in another location, Jae-yeol is swimming vigorously, every movement of his incredibly graceful. Jae-yeol recalls the image of Hyung-seok and Soo-young from that time. His face suddenly reveals a faint, complex expression, and a moment later Hyung-seok shockingly screams, young master, a butterfly. Cutting scenes, a brand new bag of clothes is neatly placed inside a shopping bag. Jae-yeol looks up at the other person and speaks, I feel really bad for always receiving things from you. Hyung-seok holds the bag and smiles warmly, I have a gift for you, here. The more he listens, the redder his face gets, I bought this at the department store. However, at that exact moment, a chubby hand suddenly reaches out from the front. Soo-young excitedly slaps him hard on the back, giggling, that is a wonderful act of friendship. She continuously cheers, I thought you were a bad person. Hyung-seok asks in confusion, Soo-young, what's wrong? But she pays no mind, I'm so happy. That bag of clothes still lies quietly on the desk. Amidst their refreshing laughter, the corner of Jae Yeol's lips also unconsciously curls up. Cutting to his private home, everything is arranged neatly and tidily. Jaeomyeon follows with a hesitant look. Young master, are you really? He is so conflicted that he can't speak. Is he going out looking like that? Then comes a panicked scream from Jaeomyeon. Young master, wait, you have a meeting to attend today. Cutting to another place, Johan coldly calls out, Jin-hyuk. He immediately replies, yes, sir. He says thoughtfully, there is someone I want to test. I need to know whether that person is a friend or a foe. In the morning at school, the outside was completely deserted without a single soul. Jin-hyuk seriously reported the situation. Johan, yes. He stared at Hyung-seok's group. I am watching him, he is very handsome. Right after that, Jin-hyuk turned around and sneakily tore the papers in his hand. Yes, no need to worry, I understand the business. Didn't you say we wouldn't do this anymore? He carefully pasted them on the telephone pole. No need to worry, I will make money right now. On the paper was a bank account purchasing service. Jin-hyuk continued, Big Deal has lost their boss, hostile is infighting, and workers do not even care about areas other than Gangnam. Saying that, he observed his face again. So we will. Jin-hyuk held the phone close to his ear. Take over Central Seoul? Johan. At the same time inside the classroom, Hyung-seok excitedly held the photo and praised, this picture is so beautiful, did you print this out? Jin-sung scratched his head, smiling lightly in agreement. It is beautiful, he enthusiastically suggested. Let each of us print one out to keep. The group of girls also cheered excitedly. Look how cute we are. Han-nul suddenly hesitated. It seems Soo-young is not in the picture. Soo-young just smiled and replied, it's okay. The crisp, ringing laughter echoed throughout the classroom. Behind them, Jiho still sat quietly and lonely in a daze. He sighed sadly to himself. I look invisible, I'm not in the picture either, yet you guys only care about Soo-young. At this moment, a surprised voice exclaimed, we have an extra picture here. The other person immediately asked, who is in it? Hearing that, Jiho's heart pounded. Oh, me, it's me. After that, they giggled. It's Vasco, he's riding the Ferris wheel, look how scared he is. One of them suggested, this copy is extra, maybe we should give it to him later. Jiho remembered those moments that day and felt self-pity in his heart. I went with you guys all day, why don't you remember, they took pictures without me. After they were done, they continued to invite each other, let's go down to the canteen guys, sure. The sound of their conversation was like a knife that made Jiho panic and jump up. What about me? I always go with them but they never invite me. A cold truth hit him that if he didn't go, he would be all alone. Jiho watched them happily leaving the classroom while a scream choked in his throat. Let me go with you, don't, turn your back, I also want to go with you. Just as he was still wandering in his thoughts, a gentle voice called out, Jiho. Hyung-seok warmly reached out his hand and urged, hurry up, let's go down to the canteen. These words made Jiho nervously purse his lips tightly. He stared at the other's confident demeanor. Park Hyung-seok, if I were you. The scene shifted to a convenience store. At this moment Jiho was reaching for a packet of snacks on the shelf. The whole space seemed to sink into silence. Suddenly, from behind Jiho, a piercing scream broke the silence. Didn't I tell you already? My account is locked. The moment Jiho turned his head, a young man puffing on a cigarette immediately caught his eye. The guy casually sat on the ATM machine, shouting loudly, give me the money, I can't withdraw any. I'm old enough to have an ATM card. The young man kept cursing, damn it. /N/NJI-ho quickly realized that the guy was Young-ho. A terrifying memory suddenly flashed in his mind. He was definitely the crazy guy from middle school. He got expelled for burning books just because it was cold. Yang-ho excitedly shouted, come here, it's so warm here. The classmates panicked and told each other, call 911, call 911. Thinking of this, Jiho immediately bowed his head deeply. He might remember me because we used to be in the same class. Just get out of here, don't look at him. Smoking in the convenience store, that guy hasn't changed a bit, /N/N however, at this moment, the store clerk tilted her head and reminded him, hey you can't smoke in here. Jiho broke out in a cold sweat, begging inwardly, don't talk to that guy. As soon as the girl finished speaking, Young-ho suddenly flicked his cigarette ash hard onto the keypad, and casually laughed, is that so? I really didn't know. Sorry. The female clerk panicked and yelled, you can't flick ash on the ATM. /N/ just as Young-ho looked up, he suddenly stopped and looked to one side. The sight of Jiho stealthily opening the door immediately caught his eye. Hey. Yang-ho smirked and asked, you know me, right? A few minutes later, the mechanical sound of the ATM and the rustling of several bills rang out. Yang-ho gleefully picked them up. Thank you, you just saved me. You are a good person too. Jiho said to himself in fear, thinking he was going to be extorted, but the guy just wanted to receive money through his account. He replied tremblingly, it's nothing. Then, Lee Yang-ho started explaining, my account is locked, so I can't receive my salary. By the way, where did we meet? Jiho stammered, Seoul Middle School. Hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, I remember now, so we are friends, right? Just as Jiho was still confused, he suddenly held his phone in front of him. Lee Young-ho smirked and suggested, can you give me your phone number? Let's hang out sometimes. Jiho mumbled blankly, while a panicky scream echoed in his mind, I'm doomed, I'm about to become his lackey, please don't call. Cutting to the next scene, the sky gradually darkened, and Jiho's phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was none other than that familiar name. He wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, absolutely terrified. I knew this would happen. However, Jiho silently calculated, but if I don't answer, he will come here. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to pick up. Hello. Lee Young-ho replied, hello, Jiho, where are you? Jiho said, I'm at home. In his heart, he muttered, it's Jiho, actually. The guy continued to urge, come out here. A few minutes later on the brightly lit street, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed continuously. Jiho hastily put on a jacket and ran outside, panting. His tears and snot started running down his face. Why is that guy calling me out at this hour? What is he thinking? Jiho calculated, I need to get there as soon as possible. It takes 10 minutes to get there, so this time I need to make it in 5 minutes. Upon arriving, what caught Jiho's eyes was a crowd waiting for him. Yang Hoon crouched down and spoke first, hey, why were you running? Jiho bowed his head and sniffled, sorry, I ran as fast as I could, but I'm a bit late. In his head, he told himself, I'm so dead, it took me exactly 10 minutes. At this moment, a tall guy frowned and asked, who is this? The guy next to him asked back, is it him? Jiho looked around in fear, were all the middle school students here? He asked in confusion, did you call him out, James? Yang Hoon laughed, is there a problem? They were all popular guys. Jiho's whole body trembled, I'm so scared, I'm going to pee my pants. However, at this very moment, Yang Hoon suddenly came close and comfortably put his arm around his shoulder, smoking a cigarette and winking playfully, this guy was in the same class as me in middle school, let's get to know each other. Those words immediately stunned Jiho, and the group quickly pulled him in. Yang Hoon asked with concern, why were you running earlier? Anyway, let's go inside. Jiho was confused, huh? What is happening? Changing scenes, inside the room was a variety of fragrant food, combined with thick cigarette smoke swirling around. The young man wearing a hat introduced himself first, so this guy's name is Jiho, I'm Song, nice to meet you. Jiho replied timidly, yes, I'm Jiho. He recalled, I know you, you are the guy who got expelled from class 2. The two young men in front of him also quickly introduced themselves, hi, I'm Sam. Hi, I'm Harry. At this time, a girl sitting next to Jiho asked softly, do you smoke? Jiho answered shyly, yes. However, even though he was faking it, his heart fluttered, she's so pretty, and she's even sitting next to me. They continuously pressed him with questions, Jiho, what school do you go to? Drink up, Jiho. So he doesn't go to the same school as you? Every word made Jiho feel suspicious, why were they being so nice to him? Just then, Lee Young-hoon suddenly slammed his hand on the sofa, Jiho, come here, sit next to me. He said while blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, thanks for helping me out, buddy. We should hang out more often. /n/Jiho was dazed for a long while before murmuring in agreement. Was he really grateful for that? Because I helped him? He remembered the image of his friends turning their backs, and he was no longer standing behind them. Jiho was arranged to sit in the middle by them, surrounded by a series of colorful lights and delicious food piled up right in the center. Everyone raised their hands to clink glasses very happily. Lee Young-hoon opened his mouth wide to giggle and comfortably put his arm around Jiho's shoulders. Just a few minutes later, he completely joined in, picking up the mic to sing karaoke with the group of friends. The girl with a cigarette clamped in her hand looked at Jiho with passionate eyes. Everything made Jiho smile so happily that his eyes narrowed into slits of /n/ and they took a group photo together, and he was in the center. Jiho thought to himself, it's really fun like this. Just then, the manager of the karaoke bar angrily busted the door open, you little brats, are you trying to ruin my business? You damn brats, get out of here right now. The awkward employee scratched his head, boss, I'm sorry. Changing the scene, the night sky was still as dark as ink, with warm yellow light shining down from the utility poles. Below, they were still cheering and shouting at each other, this is so fun, why did you guys just leave quietly this time? Because we ate for free, we didn't pay, idiot, you are a genius. A sweet voice rang out, sorry about what happened earlier, Jiho. He smiled and shook his head, it's nothing. Jiho blushed and thought to himself, seriously. He stared at the girl and praised, Anna, you are very beautiful. At that moment, they suddenly looked towards the car in the distance. It seems like that's the owner's car. What, really? Really, I saw him park his car here earlier because he didn't want to pay for parking. Jiho also turned his head to that side, a Benz. Young-hoon raised his eyes and continued, do you guys know how much that costs? It's over 50 grand. Hearing that, the group shouted in amazement, really? That guy is so lucky. Ji-ho muttered in surprise, $50,000, absolutely crazy. At this time, he put both hands in his pockets, his demeanor becoming extremely arrogant. Should I act cool? Thinking of this, Ji-ho spoke up, just because of that guy, my mood is ruined today. Should I just smash his window? His friends cheered excitedly, Ji-ho. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the front. Young-hoon had used his elbow to smash the window, shattering it to pieces. Sharp shards of glass immediately flew out, whizzing past Ji-ho's bewildered face. A long trail of blood began to flow down Young-hoon's cheek, and he smirked, good idea. After that, Young-hoon went crazy and used his hands to completely shatter the glass. The sound of shattering glass along with the excited laughter turned the scene into chaos. Stop it, are you kidding me? Ji-ho was so shocked his mouth hung open, what is wrong with these people? At that moment, a camera was revealed from inside the hole. They quietly scolded, so stupid, what if the camera records it, should we take it? Yang-ho refused, no need, he casually shoved his face close to the camera, stuck out his tongue, and laughed playfully. The group of youths standing in front of the car kept shouting, he won't call the police, he sold beer to minors, you are a genius, well done. Ji-ho stood to the side in fear, oh my god, just as he was lost in his thoughts, a large brick was brought right in front of him, he gently urged, here, Ji-ho. Yang-ho bent over, looking at the other with an expectant gaze, this is a great idea, this is a lot of fun. Ji-ho's face broke out in a sweat listening to his coaxing, you should try it too, the red light from the camera inside kept flashing continuously. Do it. At that moment, Ji-ho tightly gripped the brick in his hand, he began to step 1 foot back and raised the brick high, his teeth clenched tightly in tension. Ji-ho trembled and asked himself, what do I do? He stared at the shattered Ben's window, are these guys always like this, not even caring about the camera at all? Yang-ho grabbed the car's logo, a cigarette still dangling from his mouth puffing out smoke, too scary, crazy. Ji-ho cast a glance around, the group of youths didn't seem timid at all, he thought, however, I can't let myself be seen, damn it, I have to throw it. Ji-ho gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, sorry, boss, as he aimed straight for the camera inside ready to act. But at that very moment, an angry shout rang out from behind, hey, what are you guys doing? The group of young men had already left at some point, the store owner scolded loudly, come back here, Yang-hoon jokingly waved his hand, bye-bye boss, while he helplessly yelled, stop right there \n Ji-ho naturally understood the current situation, his eyes started to well up with tears, but in his heart Ji-ho still breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness, thank goodness. In the blink of an eye it was already the next morning, the pale blue sky was lit by a few gentle rays of sunlight, inside the sparsely populated classroom, at this time Ji-ho sat in a daze at his desk. He broke out in a cold sweat and anxiously told himself, I can't associate with you guys, then Ji-ho blamed himself that, I'm crazy too, none of those guys are normal, \n this time a classmate suddenly left the classroom, let's go to the cafeteria, the other person replied, okay, hearing this Ji-ho immediately stood up, I'm going too. However, the sudden ringing of his phone made him freeze, a new notification appeared on the screen, a message, who is it, mom? Ji-ho quickly opened it to see, a group chat room, no, I can't sink any deeper into this. He immediately tapped the keyboard repeatedly, I have to reply first, then pretend not to know them when we meet, Ji-ho mumbled, did everyone get home safely? As he saw the screen constantly scrolling up, he asked himself in astonishment, they even sent pictures? Did we take that many photos yesterday? Catching Ji-ho's eyes were the pictures from that night, here's Anna, so pretty, my face looks so stupid, so goofy, was I that drunk then? And also a picture of them clinking glasses together, at that time, who took this picture? It looks really nice. After that, they were kicked out of the pub. Next was a picture of the whole group going to karaoke together. Someone commented, Hyung-seok is so handsome. Stopping posting pictures, Ji-ho nervously thought to himself, Anna was standing right behind him. His face showed a hint of complexity that was hard to hide, for the first time a photo clearly showing Ji-ho's joy was taken right in the center. Then he quietly put his phone down. The space around Ji-ho was as quiet as a mouse, the entire classroom was empty without a single shadow, he thought to himself, everyone has left, to the cafeteria. Late afternoon had arrived, the sky gradually turned into a very warm orange, Ji-ho gently pushed the door open with his hand, I should go too. Lee Yang-ho casually greeted him with a cigarette in his mouth, Ji-ho, you're here, he silently had the answer, going to his friends. Ji-ho looked around and guessed, everyone was already here, they seemed familiar with this place. Then Sam asked, have you eaten? He turned to observe another friend slamming the table and swearing, I don't know how to play, what game is that? Right at the moment he was still dazed, a voice rang out, Ji-ho, Lee Yang-ho grinned mischievously, Ji-ho, help me out one more time, just like last time. The scene shifted to the convenience store at the end of the street, the rustling sound of the money counter rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Lee Young-ho, right when he held the stack of money in his hands, his face became greedy, thank you my good friend, because those other guys don't have bank books. Ji-ho awkwardly scratched his head, it's fine, after all, it's your money. He suddenly spoke up awkwardly, hey Young-ho, why don't you have a bank book? You used mine last time too. Yang Ho casually replied, my credit card got cut off, so I can't use my bankbook either. Ji-ho thought helplessly, there really is no other way. He recalled the old image, after all, it didn't look like he was being bullied. Yang Ho forcefully threw an arm around his neck and dragged him away, ignore those guys, let's go find something to eat. Ji-ho agreed softly, okay. Even so, they were friends, right? Sometime later, Yang Ho received a call from him, my birthday, September 3rd, but why? Ji-ho smiled and replied, nothing, see you later. After hanging up, he gently typed the password into the machine. Ji-ho looked up and reported to the bank teller, I'm done entering it. The password. Scene transition. Ji-ho slowly handed over the bank card along with the documents. He calmly explained, the password is your birthday. Isn't it annoying to use my bank book every time? Ji-ho happily continued, use it freely, I made a brand new bank book just for you. He narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his warmth, you don't have to worry about accidentally withdrawing my money anymore. Now that you have a bank book, use it carefully. Ji-ho thought to himself, as expected, he didn't know I registered to receive text messages on my phone. But observing Yang Ho's happy and surprised expression, Ji-ho told himself that he wouldn't have to worry about losing money, nor was it integrated with a transportation card. At this moment, he quickly threw his arm around him. Yang Ho, smoking a cigarette, said loudly, thanks, buddy. These words naturally made Ji-ho extremely happy, his smile seemed to warm the cold loneliness deep inside his heart. The next morning at school, the air was cool and fresh. While the other friends were still being noisy, Ji-ho sat alone typing a message, let's go to the cafeteria, okay. Hyung-seok quickly noticed he was lonely. He immediately approached and asked, Ji-ho, what are you doing? Want to go to the cafeteria? However, unlike usual, Ji-ho just looked up and calmly replied, no. This strangeness made Hyung-seok feel stunned, okay. Ji-ho didn't pay any attention, continuing to look down and type on his phone's keyboard. The scene transitions to a deserted street corner. Lee Yang-ho was urinating while shouting, I promise to pay today? He pinned his phone to his neck and frowned, arguing, alright, I'll pay, I told you I will pay, seriously. A nearby security guard angrily ran over, hey you, no public urination here, stop right now. Lee Yang-ho spoke loudly, yes, see you later. But he wasn't embarrassed at all and even turned around to ask, I can't pee here? Then why can dogs? The man stepped back in fear, don't turn around. Lee Yang-ho leaned his hand against a utility pole, how am I supposed to pay today, where can I get the money? An advertisement flyer posted on it immediately caught his attention. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. At Ji-ho's house, he was lying on his bed in a messy room, with things thrown everywhere. Ji-ho tightly gripped his phone, looking at the image on the screen, Anna, I really want to add her as a friend. He continuously rolled around on the bed with hesitation, should I send a friend request? Finally, Ji-ho looked back at his personal profile, but it was no good, his Facebook, it was so embarrassing, he couldn't let the guy see his Facebook. Ji-ho sighed in frustration in his heart, so pathetic, no one even wanted to make friends with him, /n/net at this exact moment, he suddenly noticed something strange, why were there 58 messages? Spam? As soon as Ji-ho clicked on it, his eyes immediately widened in shock. A series of terrifying messages were continuously sent, hey you, aren't you going to send the goods to me? How dare you scam me? I will find you. He was terrified and didn't understand, what is this? What is going on? /n/n Ji-ho immediately grabbed his glasses and sat up abruptly, why would anyone, he commented all over my wall. He recognized Choi Jung, who is this? A bully, why is this guy looking for me? The post on his wall showed his anger, damn it being scammed for an iPhone 10, daring to steal 1.2 million won from me, Ji-ho was bewildered, but why is he talking about me, /n/net this time, Ji-ho regained his composure, I have to close the account first, if anyone sees it, they will misunderstand, it's so uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, the classroom still had a few scattered students inside. Ji-ho was so tense that he broke out in a cold sweat, to the point of posting on my wall like that, it's probably not a joke, /n/, and he wondered to himself, maybe they mistook my name for someone else? If so, thinking of this, Ji-ho remembered the card he had given to Yang Ho at that time. Finally, he still stubbornly shook his head, it's probably not, I already registered to receive notifications on my phone /n/n however, right at that moment, a stern shout rang out from outside, hey. Choi Jung stood in front of the door, pointing his finger and cursing, found you, you damn scammer. The guy raised his voice and said, did you think I couldn't find you? His accomplices also chimed in, that guy is right here. Choi Jung continuously beckoned threateningly, come out here quickly. This incident immediately caused the whole class to gossip, what's going on? Who is that? Ji-ho was pinned tightly against the locker behind him by Choi Jung. Outside the door, students from other classes also ran over to watch the drama, looks like it's Ji-ho, he scammed that guy. The guy growled and swore, you bastard. Did you think I couldn't find you? Ji-ho, feeling both pain and humiliation, thought to himself, so embarrassing. It wasn't me. He tried to open his mouth and pleaded, let me go first and we can talk slowly. What did I scam you guys out of? The two accomplices laughed upon hearing that, let you go? Choi-young widened his eyes and repeated, you're asking what you scammed? He began to list the items. I used iPhone 10, my 1.2 million one. Ji-ho rubbed his neck in pain. With everyone looking, he also lost his patience and swore, that's why I said it wasn't me. At that moment, Choi-young held up his screen to confront him, is this your account number and phone number? Searching your phone number on Facebook immediately brings up Park Ji-ho. Are you still going to say it isn't you? As soon as his eyes met that string of numbers, a cold shiver ran down Ji-ho's spine. This number, it's my old phone number. That day, it was the number I used to make a bank book for Lee Young-hoon. Seeing his bewildered expression, Choi-young bitterly threw a punch, how dare you not answer the phone? All the students gathered into a crowd to gossip, I know what's going on. Ji-ho asked himself in fear, it's Lee Young-hoon, what did that guy do? Everyone has seen it all. I need to get out of this situation first and then explain to them clearly about Lee Young-hoon. Right at that moment, Hyung-seok approached and patted the guy's shoulder, hey, what's going on? As soon as Choi-young saw him, he stealthily stepped back. No, he muttered to himself, too tall, is he this guy's friend? The whispering sounds of the crowd made Ji-ho's face turn crimson. Hyung-seok stepped up to talk, so cool. Is Park Ji-ho really a scammer? He cursed inwardly, damn it, what's the big deal? Everyone was gossiping. Thinking of this, Ji-ho took a risk and called out loudly, hey. He beckoned forcefully, showing none of the fear from earlier, let's go outside and talk clearly, I will settle this. In contrast, he resentfully cursed in his head, Young-hoon, you bastard. The scene transitions to the billiards room, where the atmosphere was dead silent. Harry had a cigarette in his mouth, continuously puffing out smoke. Ji-ho barged in, pretending to be calm as he probed, arrived so early today, aren't you going to school? Ji-ho also held a cigarette, walking arrogantly with one hand in his pocket, where is Young-hoon? Choi-jung was sweating bullets, muttering, that guy seriously, he asked in confusion, what are those guys doing here? However, Ji-ho didn't bother to answer and just shouted towards the other side, Young-hoon. He leaned over, aiming at the billiard ball, Ji-ho is here? He confronted loudly, hey, what is this all about? Yang-hoon calmly asked back, what? Ji-ho lost his patience and yelled, didn't you send the goods to them? Yang-hoon nonchalantly replied, what? He continued, the iPhone 10, obviously? Saying that, Ji-ho pointed at the guys behind him, the bank account I set up for you, these guys transferred the money there, right? Yang-hoon still pretended not to understand, what account? Hearing his words, Ji-ho's voice lowered a bit, I gave it to you back then, didn't I? Yang-hoon continued, you? When? Finally, he coldly urged, stop barking nonsense, go eat some noodles to digest and get lost, I'm almost winning. Just as Yang-hoon pushed the cue, the ball suddenly slipped, making him curse in anger. Harry sneered, what 300? Step aside and let me show you how it's done. The bursts of gleeful laughter made Young-hoon's face grow darker and darker, noodles. He slowly turned around and said in a deep voice, the window is open. The moment Harry turned his head, Young-hoon immediately raised his leg and kicked him straight in the nose, causing blood to stream down. Harry fell painfully across the pool table, a sight that left the debt collectors and Ji-ho so shocked that their jaws dropped. Not stopping there, Young-ho roughly approached and shoved a billiard ball into his mouth, pressing the cue stick close, his voice carrying a provocative tone, let me lock in 300 for you. A second later, the whole room was filled with agonizing, blood-curdling screams, and they broke out in a cold sweat, no one daring to say a word. Yang-ho's hands were covered in blood, but he acted calmly as if nothing had happened, turning around with a smile, did you order the noodles yet? Cut to outside the alley, Ji-ho bitterly handed over the items to the other party, my phone is also an iPhone 10. Choi-jung and his gang quickly turned around, and he said slowly, it's a bit annoying, but I'm also a victim here. Then, before leaving, Choi-jung still had the good heart to advise, I don't know what's going on, but hang in there, if you're not close to them, stay away from those guys. Every word he said made Ji-ho purse his lips in deep thought for a long time. The question popped into his head, was the account number just stolen like that? Ji-ho recalled the image of the night they went out, just like that, it was taken. Young-ho, that guy didn't even care. He couldn't believe what had happened, we used to be friends. Now, Ji-ho was walking quietly alone on the street, crying bitterly like a child out of self-pity, getting scammed like this, I really am an idiot. Cut to the screen showing a post selling a phone, Ji-ho sat in a daze in the school's computer room. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, were all these scam posts uploaded by Young-hoon? Ji-ho moved the mouse cursor to the account name, so this ID is Young-hoon, let's verify it. As soon as he clicked on it, his eyes immediately widened in shock. A series of sales products stretched out, what is this? Ji-ho was confused, why are there so many, and the categories are different too. A cold chill ran down his body. Could it be that he used my account to scam people? How could this be? Why wasn't there even a single notification message? Outside the PC bang, Jiho's timid voice rang out. Could I please borrow your phone to make a call? His friend wondered, where is your phone? He hesitantly replied, it's lost. In Jiho's mind, a plan was formed. First, I have to block the bank book. The bank, I need to call the bank quickly. A few minutes later in the school restroom, a terrified scream came from the stall, getting fined. He cringed, just lending the bank book could result in 2 years in prison or a fine of 2 million won. I didn't lend it at all. Jiho didn't expect that lending it would also be punished. Then he hurriedly continued, then I will proceed with the procedure to report the lost bank book, yes, thank you. The restroom stall became incredibly noisy. On the other end of the line, the bank employee quickly offered assistance. What is the account number? Jiho began to read out 010. She replied, confirmation complete. He silently recalled his old phone number. The employee continued, what is the address? Jiho carefully read out, Seoul. She reported, confirmation complete. Finally, the bank employee concluded, I will proceed to suspend the transactions from now on. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, yes, thank you. He muttered to himself, that's it for now. A few seconds later, the other side asked, lastly, what is the 4-digit password? As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room immediately fell dead silent. Jiho muttered, password. Then, a cold jolt of electricity ran down his spine, and he panicked completely, his mouth wide open, I forgot. At that moment, Jiho tried to recall that day's conversation, it was clearly that guy's birthday. He started reading, 0603. The other end replied, incorrect. Then 0707, but it still continued to be incorrect. Jiho tried 0803 again. However, it was still incorrect. Jiho pursed his lips and didn't say another word, ultimately screaming in fear, they are all incorrect. At this time, the bank employee offered a solution, if you forgot your password, you must visit a branch directly. Jiho heartbreakingly slumped his head against the wall, in person? The other side immediately replied, yes, but... She hesitated before announcing, today is Friday and it is already past 4 o'clock, so you must wait until next Monday. Jiho froze, what did you say? He hurriedly yelled into the phone, meanwhile, my bank book has been, so what should I do? The employee awkwardly replied, if you do not remember the password, we have no other choice. Finally, she reminded him, please bring your ID card next time. He regretfully told himself, it was clearly right here. In his head, Jiho couldn't think of anything else, what should I do? Right now, my account is being continuously used. In the blink of an eye, it was late afternoon, the sky turned a very peaceful orange, and Jiho hurried down the deserted street. He was panting but remained determined, he had to go to the police station, there was one near the school, he had to report it. Jiho continued, the iPhone 10 had to be paid for with his own, no one else had been harmed yet, could it be stopped now? But right after arriving, Jiho's face immediately froze, the door of the police station was tightly closed, a cold gust of wind blew by making the scene even more lonely. At this time, a security guard walked by, what's wrong, did something happen? Jiho was bewildered, yes. He continued asking, got mugged? He hesitantly shook his head, yes, no. The kind security guard reminded him, the police station, they are closed on weekends. Every word of his left Jiho speechless, if it's Friday, you have to arrive before 6:30. He helplessly asked back, closed? The security guard replied, small police stations like this are all closed on weekends. Jiho continued, then what should I do if I want to report it? He immediately replied, other places that accept reports won't start working until Monday. Finally, after he left, Jiho quietly sat down on the steps, the sound of the wind howling coldly in his ears. He asked himself sadly, do the police take the weekend off too? Everything that had happened made Jiho helplessly pinch his fingers. The account couldn't be closed, the bank closed at 4 o'clock, and the scam posts kept being published. The police station required reports before 6:30, what could be done by Monday? At this rate, things would only get more serious. At this moment, Jiho suddenly stood up with his head held high. The corners of his mouth trembled, his face scrunching up as he choked out, what do I do now? What should I do? The scene shifted to an internet cafe, where the interior was pitch black with rows of computers. The artificial light etched deeply into Jiho's face, making his heavy expression even more apparent. Jiho quietly searched on a forum about the cybercrime police taking the weekend off, and a comment quickly appeared below confirming it. Jiho widened his eyes in intense stress, is there really no other way? It felt as if a heavy boulder was pressing down on his heart. No matter how much he warned people, the scam posts continued to be uploaded continuously, no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. Was he supposed to just sit back and do nothing all weekend? Cold sweat began to pour down Jiho's forehead, damn it, what did I do wrong to deserve this? damn it, damn it, damn it. However, right at this moment, a greeting suddenly rang out from behind him. Hello, what are you doing? Scamming again? Jiho thought wearily, these guys, what now? The guy kept teasing, selling old phones here, is this your office? Jiho complained frustratingly in his mind, damn it, please stop, I'm not in the mood to joke around with you guys right now. He still never understood why he always got stuck with guys like these. They continued to mock him, live properly, stop scamming people. At that exact moment, a loud noise seemingly pierced through that classmate's ears. Jiho screamed in frustration, why do I have to hear those words from a guy like you? His entire face scrunched up, who the hell do you think you are, why does everyone treat me like this? Suddenly, a hand appeared and tightly squeezed his lips. The classmate continuously slapped Jiho's face and cursed, Park Jiho, you crazy bastard. He frowned in annoyance, you've got some nerve, let me teach you a lesson. But then he suddenly stopped. Jiho used his hands to continuously punch the opponent's face, making him cry out in pain. The classmate couldn't believe his eyes, you son of a bitch, did you take the wrong medicine today? He refused to back down and quickly threw a punch, you bastard, you're dead today. However, right at that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind, what are you doing? Jin-sung tightly gripped his wrist, if you want to fight, go outside, you're bothering other people. Jiho immediately recognized him, Lee Jin-sung. Then Jin-sung also turned to lecture him, you two, stop causing trouble. Before he could finish his sentence, the opponent tremblingly interrupted, you. Jiho's scratched face was stained with messy tears as he raised his head and asked directly, how are you any different? Jiho gritted his teeth and called him out, stop pretending to be kind, you're exactly the same as them, don't tell me you've never bullied me? He began to list it out, drinking, smoking, beating people up, and now pretending to be righteous. At this point, Jiho bowed his head deeply in humiliation, recalling the image of that group of people in his mind, you guys. Then Jiho sobbed again, have you ever considered me a friend? /n/n those words hit Jin-sung directly, leaving him speechless and unable to argue back a single word. After a moment of dead silence, he finally admitted, that's right, you're not wrong, I have nothing to deny. Saying this, Jin-sung paused, but, did you ever consider us friends either? Jiho froze in bewilderment. Have you ever hung out with us without calculating anything? Finally, Jin-sung gently advised, if you want to be friends, be more honest with each other. /n/n outside the internet cafe, the sky was peaceful and quiet. Jin-sung held the phone and looked through the list, this is. He asked in a deep voice, you got scammed using your account number? Jiho quietly hummed in agreement. Finishing his sentence, Jin-sung immediately suggested, try calling that bastard, I'll talk to him. Hearing this, Jiho could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Holding his head in frustration, he recounted, phone, I don't have it, I just gave it away to pay off a debt. Jin-sung pursed his lips and pondered while looking at him. Right at that moment, Jin suddenly stepped out from inside and called out loudly, Jin-sung, where are you going? Finally, Jin-sung suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiho's hair, then he turned to leave, I'm stepping out for a bit with this friend. Jiho, whose hair was being grabbed, could only bend down. He hesitantly spoke up, but Jin-sung, they. However, as soon as he looked up, Jiho immediately froze in terror, striking his eyes was Jin-sung's terrifyingly angry face. Scene change, returning to the billiards room, Jiho's face was covered in a cold sweat. He tiptoed down the stairs, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, really, only the two of them came? Jin-sung's decisive steps made Jiho question, don't tell me, he's planning to fight those guys, impossible? He then remembered the image of Hyung-seok shoving a billiard ball into that guy's mouth, that guy, he's crazy. A few minutes later, they arrived downstairs. Hyung-seok, puffing on his cigarette, excitedly teased, is that Jiho? He casually asked as if nothing had happened, did you leave your phone, and who was with you, a friend? Jiho was so scared he stuttered, unable to speak a word. He thought to himself, what should I do? At that moment, Song suddenly approached and pressed against Jin-sung, but this friend of yours, I don't like the look in his eyes. In that instant, Jin-sung did not hesitate to throw an uppercut, making the guy's nose bleed. Jiho stood to the side, his mouth agape in shock watching this scene, while Hyung-seok, still with a cigarette in his mouth, calmly observed the surroundings. From the opposite side, Harry charged forward like a mad beast, roaring a curse, motherfucker. However, Jin-sung only swayed slightly, dodging the attack perfectly and easily. Harry was stunned by this display, huh? Right after, he forcefully raised his elbow, throwing an elbow strike. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Sam quickly slipped away, while the whole room seemed to shake from the sounds of their kicking and punching. Just a few minutes later, all three thugs had fallen at Jin-sung's feet, and he waved his hand in disgust as if he had just touched something dirty. Jiho hid in the corner of the wall, thinking in terror, 3 guys at once, and they were all famous guys back in middle school. At this time, Yang Hoon did not seem afraid at all. He smiled sleazily to praise him, you fight well. Jin-sung quickly got straight to the point, hand over the bankbook. As soon as he finished speaking, Young-hoon suddenly stepped in front of him. He raised an eyebrow, carefully observing every expression of Jin-sung, and the room became strangely quiet. The three thugs were lying all over the ground, and the floor was still sticky with reeking blood. Jin-sung lost his patience with his attitude. Damn it, what are you laughing at? He looked at him with contempt. Stop laughing, don't you know what situation you are in? Hearing that, Young-hoon was not only unafraid but also joked around. So cool. Speaking of this, his voice suddenly deepened. But hey, the window is open. Sure enough, Jin-sung was also startled by these words. Ji-ho quickly realized his trick, his mouth wide open, unable to hide his panic. A series of those images once again appeared in Ji-ho's head. At this very moment, Young-hoon swung the toe of his shoe forward once again. His foot was only a very short distance away from Jin-sung. At this time, Ji-ho's whole face went blank. Anna's group standing on the side also froze in fear. However, as time passed, Jin-sung's face remained unchanged as before. Cold sweat began to pour down Young-ho's forehead. At that moment, Ji-ho suddenly rushed forward, using his body to block the kick. Yang-ho shouted, Ji-ho. Trying to endure the pain, he growled, give the bankbook back. He frowned and cursed angrily, you bastard. Immediately after, Young-ho suddenly felt a strange aura above his head. Jin-sung gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly as he rushed in madly. Ji-ho held tightly onto his lower leg, cursing inwardly, damn it. The two of them joined forces to attack, making it impossible for Yang-ho to struggle. His face took the full brunt of the punch and instantly started bleeding. After that, Jin-sung skillfully threw his slender body to the ground. Yang-ho grimaced, his mouth bleeding non-stop. Jin-sung's sharp eyes captured every single expression in his mind. Once it was over, Ji-ho slumped to the floor, panting heavily. Suddenly, a voice from above him rang out, Ji-ho. Jin-sung came over, shook his hand, and praised him, nice shot. The fight having just ended, the billiards room fell silent once again. Yang-ho, grabbed tightly by the collar by him, choked out, motherfucker, I didn't expect this. He stubbornly ordered, let's fight again later. Jin-sung wearily cut him off, shut up. He frowned and seriously demanded, give the bankbook back. Ji-ho tried to speak in a reconciling tone, just return the bankbook, don't use my bankbook for scams anymore. Yang-ho still argued back, scam? Scam what? He shouted angrily, you still. At this time, he gloated and continued, I sold that thing right after I got it. On that day, Young-ho was being chased away by security. Can't I pee here? Why can dogs do it? The man backed away in fear, don't come back. At that time, he leaned his hand against the wall, thinking in frustration, how am I going to pay it back today? Where can I get the money? Then, Yang-ho suddenly stopped in front of an object, which was a service flyer posted on a telephone pole, buying bankbooks. /n back in reality, Young-ho boasted as if it were an achievement, I don't know anything about those scams. I sold it, so go find those guys to settle the score. In his heart, Ji-ho couldn't believe it, what? Jin-sung angrily grabbed his shirt and shook him, sold it? Sold it to whom? Yang-ho calmly sneered, how would I know? There's a phone number on the telephone pole. He continued to mock, how pitiful, Park Ji-ho. You were the one who told me to use it freely. /n Ji-ho muttered blankly, what did he just say? Sold it? He panicked and shouted, then who did you sell my bankbook to? Yang-ho replied, I don't know, I just called the number and someone answered immediately. Ji-ho gradually understood the problem, so Yang-ho wasn't the one who committed those scams. Thinking of this, he quickly ran over to search his pockets. Phone, what's the phone number? Yang-ho opened his mouth, look at the messages. /n Ji-ho turned on the screen. Here, the message history, he muttered to himself, please give it back. However, as soon as he called, only the operator's voice rang on the other end, the phone number you are calling does not exist. Every sound was like a heavy blow directly hitting Ji-ho, please check the phone number again. /n Young-ho naturally heard it too. He laughed so hard that his body trembled violently. Then he slowly raised his head, can you make the call? Those guys even use fake numbers. Yang-ho widened his eyes, his voice full of defiance, that's 1.2 million won, Ji-ho. Thanks, buddy. His obnoxious laughter left the two of them deep in thought, let's split it in half. Ji-ho stood frozen as if unable to accept this truth, the last chain of trust had finally been broken. Couldn't make a call. Outside the internet cafe, the sky gradually turned dark. In the dim, pitch-black room, a voice rang out, so what do we do now? Another person spoke up, they are still posting, maybe we should call someone for help. Jin-sung and his group of friends gathered behind, he boldly said, we are a team. Jin-sung seriously analyzed, the police station and banks are closed on weekends, so we cannot stop these scams from happening during this time. Therefore, we must find them over the weekend. He went deep into each point. Even if the victims report it, the police won't process it until Monday. So before that, we must retrieve the bank books and return the money to the victims, because lending a bank book also results in a fine. Furthermore, if we want to stop this before more people are scammed, we must quickly catch the scammers. Hanul criticized in frustration, Jiho, you really are too useless. Every word felt like a slap to Jiho's head, that's why we have to step in. He bitterly replied, alright, I get it. At that moment, Mi-jin asked, but Jin-sung, have you thought of a way? How are we going to catch the culprit? Just then, Jin-sung suddenly brought out a list containing a series of neighbor addresses. He confidently declared, as long as we check the scam numbers, the iPhone 10 will be able to find the IDs. Speaking of this, Jin-sung raised an eyebrow. Usually, these IDs revolve around a single number, so even if they block the ID, it can still be done, but we have to buy the phones they use for the scams. They shouted in unison, so that's how it is. A moment later, Jin-sung started dividing the work. Now let's split this list of IDs, everyone takes a part. Hanul's mouth dropped open. If so, we just need to search all those IDs, maybe we can find them. He excitedly said, bingo. However, Lee Eun-tae still didn't understand what was going on. I don't understand a single thing you just said, can you explain it again? Couple rings, fake phones, Jin-sung teased, please go home so the country can be at peace. With that, they all sat down at the computer desks and started their operation, /n/n in the blink of an eye. It was evening, the sky was pitch black, and occasionally a gust of wind howled. Jin-sung was still working tirelessly, searching without resting. By this time, Mi-jin leaned back in her chair. Jin-sung, Jiho hesitated, this. He awkwardly said, why haven't we found anything at all? Jin-sung dejectedly buried his face in the desk, strange, that's impossible. It's clear that the ID was originally created for scamming, how could it not leave any traces? Mi-jin awkwardly smiled, trying to calm the situation. No, it's okay, we've just started. So what's the next plan? Jin-sung whispered weakly, there is none. /n/n at this moment, Hanul finally spoke up, that guy is ranked last in the whole school, I was so stupid to rely on him. Jiho anxiously opened his mouth to ask, then, what should we do? Is there no other way? Hanul offered a solution, if we can't do anything, let's leave it to the police. She slowly analyzed each word, making Jiho look dumbfounded, or wait until Monday when the bank opens to report to them. He helplessly told himself, it's over, we can't stop them. Right at that moment, a young man suddenly appeared in front of them. What a bunch of useless people. Jun-gu raised an eyebrow in a bored, mocking tone, I really can't stand it anymore. He continued to complain, getting scammed again? I already helped you out back then, didn't I? Jiho trembled and thought to himself, Koji. Every word from Koji was like an arrow piercing straight into his heart. Haven't you learned your lesson? Do you like getting beaten up? Grow up, you're always causing trouble. At this moment, Koji suddenly stopped and glanced around. He guessed inwardly, these monkeys, are they from the fashion department? Jiho hesitantly called out, Koji. Meanwhile, Jin-sung grumbled in annoyance, how dare you speak so informally? Koji recalled, the monkeys that the rich guy is raising. Then he suddenly set a condition, hey Park Jiho, normally I would charge a fee, but Koji calculated this as an investment for future returns. He took a bite of ice cream and slowly confronted him, this time I'll do it for free. You just need me to find those criminals, right? Now the operation truly began. Inside the internet cafe, it was dimly lit. Koji typed swiftly on the keyboard while criticizing, your biggest mistake was searching Google to find a scam email. He comfortably rested his legs on the chair and analyzed, emails created for scams like this, how could they be traced so easily by others? Jiho, breaking out in an awkward cold sweat, said, but Koji, that... He interrupted, look here. Saying that, Koji firmly hit the enter key hard. A blinding white light emitted from the screen. Koji lifted his chin arrogantly and asked, well? At this moment, Hyung-seok was so surprised that his mouth hung open, and Jin-sung also mumbled, we couldn't find it on Google, but, there it is. The opponent's name and game account are clearly displayed on the screen. Koji smirked and explained, when creating a game account, of course, an email is required. You guys collected all those emails, right? Those emails might be useless elsewhere, but for making a game account, it's a given. Hearing this, Jin-sung became extremely excited, so that's how it is. If we find it, we just need to use some sexy photos of Park Hanul to make friends and get to know them. From behind, she angrily spoke up, why not use, you bastard, why not use Kim Mi-jin's? However, Koji turned his head away and muttered a scolding, stupid. Jin-sung, confused, let out a huh? Idiot. He continued typing on the keyboard while showing disdain, so your level is only up to this point. Jin-sung, bitter and angry, clenched his fists and lunged forward, what did you say, you little mouse? Jiho hurriedly hugged his stomach, calm down, Jin-sung. Mi-jin clapped her hands to restore order, we don't have much time left. What if they are girls? He was startled, right? By now, Koji had left his chair. The problem here is, what do those scammers pay attention to the most? His eyes looked sharply around. Jungu didn't wait for them to respond and answered immediately. When illegally dumping trash, isn't getting caught in the act or being recorded by a camera what people fear the most? That's why they usually throw out trash late at night. He continued, however, inside the plastic bags they throw away, there are also receipts from when they bought things. Jungu's step-by-step analysis left his friends gaping. That was the reason they were caught for illegal dumping, and that is what I am doing right now. Jungu emphasized his point with a serious tone. It's just like digging through those thrown-away receipts, a loophole they never even thought of. The thing currently showing on the screen is the nickname. Hanul couldn't help but clap her hands loudly. That's awesome. I also often use an ID as a nickname. Jungu tilted his head and continued to explain, in a place where personal information is public like social media, everyone is careful to protect their personal data, but in games, everyone is careless. At this moment, he pulled Jiho down into the chair, his hand starting to move the mouse. Power Gundam 2, huh? Looks like a smooth account. The probability of the real nickname being Power Gundam is very high, so now we just need to search for this nickname on Google. Jungu clicked the cursor once and then stopped. We could do that, but since it's a nickname, it's a bit special. His eyes darted quickly. There's a better way. The computer screen immediately displayed another website, which was a Naver blog. Jungu instantly moved the cursor up. If we change that nickname into an alias and then search. He typed the opponent's name into the search bar, and the three of them still couldn't help but drop their jaws. Jungu bit his fingernails and raised his voice excitedly. Bingo! He pointed at all the blatant information right there. This is that guy's blog, and here. They glanced down at the text. It was a real ID. Hyung-seok stood behind them, extremely amazed. It was awesome that he could actually find it among a pile of fake IDs. After explaining for a while, Jungu lost his patience, turned his head, and urged, "What are you spacing out for? Start already." They hesitated, okay, and everyone sat in their correct positions. Jungu turned his chair around and happily ate his snacks. Now, from that ID, KakaoTalk, Facebook, everything could be searched. They would definitely expose a weakness on there, so, he crushed the snack in his hand. The hunt begins. The ceiling lights of the internet cafe flickered dimly. After searching for a while, Hanul suddenly called out, "Jungu, there isn't much information on here. Facebook and Instagram are set to private." She helplessly explained, "The only things we can see are these few photos. It's hard to find anything on them." At this time, Jungu also came closer to check the situation. He muttered to himself, even though it's a real ID, why is there only this much information? As expected, these guys are smarter than I thought. Jin-sung asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Did you just call someone stupid?" Now Jungu rested his leg on the chair, indifferently turned around, and said, "I already found him anyway." Mi-jin was surprised by his speed. "You found him?" Hanul was also curious, "But how?" Then Jin-sung suddenly shouted loudly, "That's it, the photo." They all stared intently at the screen. "That is all we need." Next is the convenience store outside that window. They are on the second floor opposite the convenience store. The room was filled with his screaming and yelling, "I'm so smart, this is great." However, Leun-tae's face suddenly went blank in a strange way. He ran outside without saying a word. They fearfully shouted, "Vasco, what's wrong? Don't tell me he found that place already." HUD /N/N Jin-sung clenched his fists, unable to hold back his excitement. "Now we just need to find that convenience store." Then match it with Neighbor Street View. Mi-jin softly called Jin-sung. He amusedly muttered to himself, "How about it, Mi-jin?" However, Jungu continued to mutter and scold, "Stupid, blockhead." He angrily rushed up, "This dog," while Jiho once again clutched his stomach. Calm down Jin-sung /N/N he asked again, "Do you know how many of those convenience stores there are?" Jin-sung gritted his teeth and replied, "Around 1,000, which means 100 for each person?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jungu clicked search. The result was something they didn't expect. Jin-sung opened his mouth wide, speechless. He wondered to himself, more than 10,000. Why are there so many convenience stores? Is this Japan /N/N Jungu wearily took a bite of his cake. Besides, that street view is useless. "Are you planning to search until New Year's?" Mi-jin reassured. Jin-sung, "It's okay," while Hanul sneered. "Dead last in the whole school." At this moment Jiho tremblingly asked, "Jungu, then do you know where that place is?" He indifferently said, "If I knew, what would I still be doing here?" Jiho worriedly said, "Then what should we do?" /N/N Jungu jerked his chin toward the screen. "You just saw it on the photo." The other person asked again, "Photo, but there isn't a single digit on the signboard." At this time, Jungu added, "The second problem, do pigs care about appearances?" Hanul replied, "Of course not." Jiho shouted, "The important thing is the inner qualities, right?" He dismissed it. "Wrong, it's meat." Hanul snorted, "A real pig?" Jungu nodded. "What other pig?" He was surprised. "What's that?" Koji continued to turn around and use the computer. The screen began to display a series of parameters. For example, this photo, if you just glance at it, there is nothing special, but it will yield tons of information. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. GPS, this guy uploaded the original photo. Koji explained point by point, recently people only take photos with their phones, right? Phones are always equipped with GPS. If you don't turn off location services, the GPS information will be posted along with it. After saying that, he strongly pressed the enter button. Based on the longitude and latitude here, searching on the map will reveal it. A city map appeared on the screen. Koji laughed excitedly. Got it, as expected, the chain has been reconnected to /n/njIho stared intently at the person in front of him, constantly praising in his heart, too amazing, a genius. At this time, Koji urged, call that worm and tell him we found them /n/n. The scene switched to the red light district. The light from the shops overflowed with colors. On the other side of the phone, they announced, Vasco, we found them, I'm sending the address. However, Lee Eun-tae only replied gently, no need. He stood in front of a shop extremely arrogantly, I'm already one step ahead /n/n. Everyone was extremely shocked upon hearing that. How did you find it? He slowly explained, on the photo just now. Lee Eun-tae recalled the convenience store, and on the table, the arrows, those two things. Under the weird gazes of passers-by, Lee Eun-tae panted while running and searching, then his eyes suddenly stopped in one direction. Lee Eun-tae stood motionless, staring at that shop. Jin-sung hurriedly shouted, I didn't expect that guy to find it, hey, don't rush in there alone, wait for us to arrive. However, Lee Eun-tae decisively hung up the phone, take your time coming, Professor Jin-sung. Immediately after, he coldly stepped inside, you guys. The crowd was confused seeing Lee Eun-tae in a tank top. What's this? The place is closed, aren't you cold? Lee Eun-tae didn't bother to reply and ordered, who is Power Dang? Give back the bank book. They immediately looked at each other. What the? Is this the bank book seller? How did you know the way here? Came alone? In the dark room, as the laughter echoed from outside, Lee Eun-tae continued to question, who is Power Dang? Hyung-seok held his phone, staring intently at the photo on the screen. Lee Eun-tae's face looking straight into the camera was extremely clear. He immediately adjusted his hat, so it's him. Then Lee Eun-tae looked straight at his underlings, you guys? He got into a fighting stance, you better prepare your coffins. However, they didn't seem afraid at all. Aren't you cold? Lee Eun-tae lost his patience and repeated, I asked who Power Dang is? Give the bank book back. At that moment, a young man suddenly stepped out of the crowd, it's me. Return the bank book? He bent down and rummaged through his pockets, hold on, here you go. Lee Eun-tae looked down seriously. Bank book? But at that exact moment, Jae-ha suddenly raised his hand and punched him straight in the face. Blood immediately squirted from Lee Eun-tae's nose. They laughed in amusement, take that. Just when they thought the opponent had given up, Lee Eun-tae suddenly gripped Jae-ha's wrist tightly. His pupils instantly shrank in shock. Lee Eun-tae's face was bleeding, but it still couldn't hide his cold and arrogant demeanor. He squeezed Jae-ha's wrist tighter and tighter, causing his fingers to curl up. Jae-ha opened his mouth wide and screamed incessantly, followed immediately by a piercing whistling sound of the wind. Without hesitation, Lee Eun-tae smashed his head straight into the ground. After finishing, he raised his head and looked up. Seeing this, the two underlings froze for a moment and cried out in horror, what is that? An arm, the arm is broken. The whole group angrily rushed forward, cursing, you bastard, what the? Lee Eun-tae tightly gripped the huge guy's ankle. Then he forcefully hoisted it onto his shoulder, looking like he was gathering strength to throw his opponent away. The unsuspecting crowd immediately took the full brunt of the body flying towards them. A bald guy quickly seized the opportunity to put Lee Eun-tae in a tight chokehold, got him. But at that very moment, he reached behind his back, skillfully grabbed the guy's neck, and slammed him down, a blow that left his nose bleeding profusely. On the other side, another guy was raising a chair high, but Lee Eun-tae was one step ahead. He ran over and used his hand to push his face away. Finally, Lee Eun-tae shoved him into the crowd behind, causing them to collapse unexpectedly. Then, with his sharp eyes, he noticed the guy next to him and, without hesitation, threw a straight punch right into his face. The scene inside the nightclub became extremely chaotic. In the distance, Jin-hyuk was still coldly observing. He pursed his lips in deep thought without saying a word. Every single one of Lee Eun-tae's strikes was captured in Jin-hyuk's sight. A moment later, his underlings had completely collapsed, with drops of blood scattered on the floor. Lee Eun-tae looked down around him, you guys aren't bad. At that exact moment, a voice called out from above Lee Eun-tae, burn knuckles. Jin-hyuk tilted his chin up and asked, show us what you've got, all by yourself. Lee Eun-tae was panting heavily but still adjusted his defensive stance, Power Dang, return the bank book, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin-hyuk quickly took off his hat, then he bent down to dust off his shirt. At that very moment, he raised his leg and aimed a powerful kick right at Lee Eun-tae's face. Jin-hyuk acted full of challenge, come and get it if you're so good. At this time, the two of them rushed into a fight. Lee Eun-tae threw a straight punch, however, he dodged it in time. After that, Jin-hyuk took the opportunity to land a knee to Lee Eun-tae's stomach, making him open his mouth in pain. Lee Eun-tae's eyes rolled back along with a surge of saliva spilling from his throat. Jin-hyuk didn't change his expression. Your strength is not bad. At this point, Lee Eun-tae still refused to give up. He tried to swing his fist but still missed. Jin-hyuk casually turned to walk away, but it's too simple. He suddenly took off his outer jacket. Since you desperately came all the way here like this, Jin-hyuk mentioned in a deep voice, our boss. The scene shifted to inside a car. Jong-gun suddenly gave a faint smile. So busy, there are still 400 places to go collect from. The other person replied, either way, those areas all have crews to collect them. They chatted animatedly. The newly acquired areas were all handed over to me. What a pain. I have to do it anyway. Are you planning to merge first? When? Boss plans to start from big deal first. Following that, it's easier since there's no leader, easier to take over without Kim Ji-myeon. In a few years, it will rot away anyway. It's a bit of a pity, but there's no other way. Johan looked up and spoke. It seems that guy is planning to stop collecting money. Each crew has to pay 100 million a month. That really is a large sum. He retorted, what's so large about it? With 100 schools per district, if you calculate it, you only need to collect 1 million a month from each school. What's so hard about that? Jong-gun calmly continued, whether one person pays 5,000 or 6,000, doesn't the leftover belong to you guys? Speaking of this, he glanced over. Anyway, nothing illegal is allowed, but letting it get exposed is unforgivable. The driver reminded him, don't do a sloppy job. Are you guys still running the bank book scam? He opened his mouth. No, I stopped it. The driver continued, even so, you still have to be careful. Your gang used to use that method to make money before you became the leader. Jong-gun immediately brushed it off. You don't need to worry about that, I will do well. The driver asked again, what's with that name? I still like the old one better. He said, I don't use the old name. Jong-gun curiously confronted him, isn't that guy dissatisfied? He was the former leader after all. Johan was surprised, Jang Jin-hyuk? He's still doing his job very well. He praised, that guy is quite talented too. Another guy chimed in, well, he was miserably defeated by you, wasn't he? Johan looked up and recalled, that guy is not the type to easily negotiate with words. He can patiently find his opponent's weakness like a ghost. Once he holds your weakness in his hands, you won't be able to move even a little bit. The other guy smirked again. You probably don't have any weaknesses, do you? Johan continued. Then, at this moment with Lee Eun-tae's entire body soaked in red blood, he would enjoy the pleasure of playing with his prey before the kill. Lee Eun-tae's face darkened, his voice becoming a faint whisper, give the bankbook back here. Opposite him was Jin-hyuk, calmly smoking a cigarette. His clothes were clean, without a single wrinkle. How stubborn. Saying that, Jin-hyuk raised his head. Vasco, the monster, Lee Eun-tae used all his remaining strength to charge forward, determined to fight him to the death. However, Jin-hyuk just gently dodged. I told you, it's too simple, he stated nonchalantly, it's time to end this. Lee Eun-tae gritted his teeth, swinging his arms while counting to himself, 1, 2. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist right in the middle of his face, mocking, have a safe trip. However, right at that moment, Lee Eun-tae swung his shin and slammed it hard into his opponent's leg. Jin-hyuk was stunned by this attack, his eyes widening. He dropped to his knees, utterly shocked inside. What, a low kick? Jin-hyuk hadn't expected it at all, he had never seen it before. Lee Eun-tae was still panting, 1, 2, low. He kept muttering repeatedly, 1, 2, low. Jin-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. Vasco, his reverence for his Muay Thai master. He recalled that it was a token of gratitude to the master who taught him his own existence. Therefore, with Muay Thai, Lee Eun-tae's hand hovered in the air. Lose? He still maintained his standing posture, which was simply unacceptable. As soon as Lee Eun-tae finished speaking, the room immediately fell silent. At this time, a series of bodies were still piled up on the ground. Jin-hyuk couldn't help but laugh out loud. He glanced with interest, what a surprise, I didn't expect you to still be able to hold up. Then Jin-hyuk wondered, Muay Thai, right? Why are you only bringing it out now? Lee Eun-tae coldly opened his mouth, with the respect I have for my master, if I lose, it's like my master loses. His eyes were filled with determination, I will definitely win. With Muay Thai. Every word of Lee Eun-tae made Jin-hyuk feel like he just heard a joke. He held his stomach and burst out laughing. A moment later, Jin-hyuk reached out to wipe his tears, do you still think you can beat me with that? He looked at Lee Eun-tae's silent demeanor and continued, alright, I like you now. Jin-hyuk suddenly offered, join God Dog. He lifted his chin arrogantly as if granting a favor, this area will be swallowed up anyway. Before that, join God Dog, I will recommend you. Hyuk analyzed that every gang wants to take over big deal, so no matter who takes over this area, our boss will unify everything. In the end, that guy is a true monster. Hyuk still stopped to remind, but the matter of the small bank book is now lost with that boss. At that very moment, a punch swung past like the wind aiming straight for Hyuk's face, but he managed to dodge in time. Hyuk frowned and thought to himself, as expected, words won't get through to this guy. He speculated inwardly, because he is the boss. Lee Eun-tae continued counting silently, 1. Hyuk started to focus more, this Muay Thai is hard to analyze. Then came, 2. Both of them raised their legs together. He thought that the movement was still the same. This thought instantly made Hyuk unable to hold back a smirk. Lee Eun-tae's clumsy appearance told him that this guy only knew the basics of Muay Thai. He was still persistently counting 1, 2, down. Sure enough, apart from 1, 2, down, he didn't know anything else, /n / at that moment, Hyuk immediately seized the opportunity. Here it comes, a low kick. He was still muttering 1, 2. However, beyond Hyuk's expectations, Lee Eun-tae suddenly raised his knee and thrust it hard into his stomach. Hyuk opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva from his throat. He observed his opponent in absolute astonishment. No way, he changed his stance, /n / and then Hyuk recalculated again. It's still just a strike, I just need to widen the distance. Lee Eun-tae's foot pressed firmly onto the ground, creating an ear-piercing sound. Just as Hyuk prepared his counterstance, he suddenly turned his back. This action immediately made him widen his eyes in confusion. Lee Eun-tae clenched his teeth, his body moving as fast as lightning. Finally, he powerfully delivered a straight slap that made Hyuk stumble, lose his balance, and crash to the ground, /n / and Hyuk lost his momentum and spun several times in midair, streams of blood flying into the air. He gasped, his mind only able to think of Lee Eun-tae's backhand strike. Hyuk's entire body was thrown uncontrollably and crashed straight into the arcade machine behind him, creating a terrifyingly piercing noise. However, Lee Eun-tae didn't stop there, he continued to jump up extremely high. After that, Lee Eun-tae did not hesitate to deliver a fatal straight kick to his groin, causing him agonizing pain that felt worse than death. The punching machine's score immediately shot up to 759, and the mechanical sound quickly rang out in congratulation. Lee Eun-tae stared at him and spat out, "You guys will never be able to take over." He emphasized in a low voice, "Where is Burn Knuckles? Because we will pay everything back." Meanwhile, outside on the streetlights were brightly lit and extremely bustling. At this moment, 3 young men hurriedly ran over. Jin-sung gritted his teeth and cursed, "Vasco, you idiot." They stood in front of that shop. "Here, that's right, the dark pub." Jin-sung peeked inside and shouted loudly, "Vasco." However, the scene inside instantly made their group freeze. Lee Eun-tae was sitting casually on the sofa, and beneath his feet were rows of bloody bodies lying all around. Lee Eun-tae asked in a deep voice, "You're here?" He raised his head and smirked, "Professor Jin-sung." Finally, Jiho's bankbook was found, containing a large amount of money that had been transferred in. "We have returned all of that money to the victims." The vast majority of bankbook fraud cases in the city area are publicly named as a way to prevent this issue. Excerpt from the Daily News of Daecheon. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, morning at school. They looked at Lee Eun-tae's appearance and couldn't help but be amazed. "Vasco, what happened?" They couldn't believe their eyes. What on earth had happened? Lee Eun-tae's face was covered in bandages. He awkwardly raised his hand to greet them. Then Lee Eun-tae pointed and explained, Professor Jin-sung and I solved the phone scam case together using Muay Thai." Hearing this, the whole group yelled out, "What are you talking about? What are you wearing on your head? Is your head injured too?" "I don't know what that is, but drop that pretentious look right now." At the same time in the fashion department, the students in the class were also smirking and teasing, "What a fool, if you're dumb, you die, it's not a disease." Those laughs made Hyung-seok confused, it was truly ridiculous. He stared at the empty seat over there. Jiho hadn't been seen in class since that day. Rumors gradually spread. In a bar, the workers in Gangnam were also gossiping, "Did you hear anything about God Dog?" And even at the Gangnam hospital, that guy was taken down by one person. One person? Who is it? Sorry, anything but the police. The rumors also reached the ears of the prisoners. That guy wasn't weak, right? What's his name? The other person replied, Lee Eun-tae, his subordinates usually call him Vasco. Vasco? I think I've heard that somewhere. This person was none other than Kim Ji-myung of Big Deal. He muttered, "While we are busy harming each other, they are getting stronger and stronger." Regarding a group of people named Burn Knuckles and Vasco, they constantly discussed, "Pulling him under our wing is also a way, but..." Then they looked at Jin Hyuk lying on the hospital bed. "How the hell did you end up like this?" At this time, the whole group bowed their heads and kept whispering, "Burn knuckles, I think I've heard of them." Johan sat quietly listening to his subordinates talking. How disappointing. He looked at the photo on the screen. I thought we were friends. Johan's gaze suddenly stopped at one person. Jin Sung's stern face prominently appeared in the photo. There is a truth that a dog that bites its friend must be punished. Saying this, Johan coldly turned around. Let's go, gangbot god dog. At night at Jiho's house, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The room inside was pitch black. Jiho sat blankly on the bed. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door from outside. Jiho, open the door. He lowered his head. A sudden sliding sound came from below. Outside the door, that person was still calling, Jiho, Jiho. Jiho tightly gripped the box cutter in his hand, continuously sliding the blade up. Shifting the scene to another place, the sound of counting echoes from inside the room. 2, 3. His arms trembled violently. 3, 7. Jiho tried to do push-ups, his whole body sweating profusely. 8. He gritted his teeth, panting tiredly. In his mind, Jiho recalled past memories. I am too weak, frail, and useless. He continued to count in his mouth. 9. But right at that moment, Jiho collapsed, unable to do another push-up. Jiho felt sorry for himself and thought, it can't be like this, we've been different since birth. He remembered the image of his friends fighting, he couldn't become like them. All those moments had one thing in common, he only knew how to stand behind and watch things happen, not even able to solve his own problems. He smiled bitterly in pain. I really am a piece of trash. No, as soon as he looked up, a box cutter on the ground suddenly caught his eye. Who knows how long it had been lying there silently, a ray of light from somewhere entered Jiho's eyes. All right. Returning to the present, Jiho was still sitting absent-mindedly on the bed. Outside was the sound of knocking on the door. Jiho, open the door. A voice quickly came in, your friend is here to see you. He bowed his head and told himself, Lee Young-ho, it's all his fault. Thinking of this, Jiho pushed the knife up higher. He stared at the message on the screen. Lee Yang-ho was inviting him out to play billiards. Jiho paused at this screen for a long time. His eyes lit up slightly. Young-ho, it was all his fault. That guy was the one who made him like this. Thinking of this, Jiho didn't hesitate anymore and pushed the door open forcefully. He had to do it himself. He pursed his lips, determined to leave, resolving to settle this once and for all with his own hands, ignoring his worried mother who kept calling out, Jiho, Jiho. He just ran off into the dark alley, leaving behind her shouts, Jiho. Hyung-seok stared at them blankly, speechless. Your friend is here to see you. What on earth is going on with him lately? The scene shifts to the familiar billiards room. At this time, Young-ho was playing billiards and chatting with his friends. They were constantly laughing and talking cheerfully. By then, Jiho had arrived, constantly fumbling around the inner pocket of his jacket. Jiho called out coldly, Hey, Young-ho. He lowered his head and continued, the window is open. Right at the moment when he was dumbfounded, Jiho immediately pulled out the knife from inside. I can do this. After that, he decisively slashed a strong line across Young-ho's face, making him scream miserably. Young-ho clutched his bloody face, swearing non-stop. At this point, Jiho became even more infuriated. He clenched his fists and retorted, You. He opened his mouth wide and screamed frantically, Do you think I'm that stupid? Then Young-ho tried to endure the pain, opened his eyes, and called, Hey, Jiho. However, Jiho didn't care anymore, he continued to slash down with his knife, You still. But right at that moment, Jiho's foot suddenly twisted. He tumbled to the ground right at Young-ho's feet, the box cutter flying right next to his leg. A look of panic immediately appeared on Jiho's face. Just a few seconds later, Young-ho pulled out a baseball bat from nowhere, smiling with a challenging, gleeful grin. Young-ho panted and continued, That's right, a lot. Jiho completely fell into a panic, trying to reach for the knife. No, it's no use. Before he could do anything, Young-ho violently smashed the bat into Jiho's back. He was in so much pain that his face contorted as he screamed agonizingly. Yang-ho didn't let up, continuing to stomp on him. Wanna fight? Answer me. He sneered mockingly, What? Aren't you going to say anything? Not speaking right? However, right at that moment, a sudden weight from behind forcefully pulled his arm back. Hyung-seok hurriedly urged, Jiho, run away. Noticing the situation, Yang-ho tilted his head and asked probingly, Another friend of yours? You have a lot of friends. He mocked, What a lucky bastard. Hyung-seok continued to urge, Jiho, run. Only then could Jiho lift his head to observe everything. He bitterly cursed inwardly, Why? Why did you come here? Why did you have to meddle in my business? Realizing the other party was distracted, Hyung-seok shouted, Hey, Park Jiho. Jiho had picked up the knife and walked over, which made Hyung-seok even more frantic. Calm down, what exactly is wrong with you? He grabbed Young-ho with one arm and kicked him away with his foot. Snap out of it. Ji-ho's anger had reached its peak. He sat sprawled on the ground and yelled loudly, "Are you my mom? Or my dad?" Losing control, Ji-ho constantly yelled, "Who do you think you are to keep meddling in my business?" Yang-ho cursed while headbutting Hyung-seok's chin, refusing to let go. Hyung-seok's nose began to bleed, but he still tried to persuade him, "We are friends." These words only made Ji-ho more furious. Friends? Who is friends with you? His long-suppressed resentment finally burst out. Lee Jin-sun, Vasco, you guys? Wincing in pain, Hyung-seok tried to make peace. Do you hate them that much? Even so, you. At this point, Hyung-seok paused. There are still Deokwa and Hyung-seok. These two names instantly made Ji-ho freeze. Pyeon Deokwa and Park Hyung-seok. He still held onto his hand tightly to resist, thinking that with that other body, he could help him. Ji-ho secretly agreed, "That's right, maybe I fit in better with that side." Then he remembered Hyung-seok's confident demeanor. "How could a popular guy like you ever understand how I feel?" At that moment, Ji-ho suddenly stood up, reaching both hands forward, as their contrasting eyes locked onto each other. Hyung-seok widened his eyes, not understanding his intention. Suddenly, Ji-ho lunged forward and forcefully pushed both of them towards the window frame. A deafening crash echoed as the glass instantly shattered into pieces. Both Young-ho and Hyung-seok disappeared from sight, free-falling outside. Hyung-seok reached out into the air in despair. Up above, the only thing he could see were two dangling hands and the ruined glass window. He simply succumbed to gravity and free fell to the ground. Then, the surrounding scenery blurred and eventually sank into darkness. In a scene transition, Hyung-seok's other body, which was sleeping, instantly sat up, with continuous gasps echoing throughout the room. He bowed his head, trying to control and steady his breathing. Both of Hyung-seok's hands were covered in cold sweat, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. His eyes darkened a bit, unable to hide his terrifying fear. At the same time, down at the base of the billiards room, the rescue team was rushing back and forth. Both were unconscious. Screams caused chaos across the entire street, splint carefully from the neck down. "Hurry up! If it's truly broken, you guys are done for." "Sorry." At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "Officer, would you like some coffee?" Ji-young-won coldly shook his head. "No need, I already drank." The person nodded, yes, and quickly returned to the main topic. "So, the story is," Ji-young-won stared at Ji-ho's trembling body. "Those two fought and then fell." He stuttered in reply, "Yes, yes." Ji-ho's entire body was covered in cold sweat. "Those two are my friends. I tried to stop them, but..." Ji-young-won complained in frustration, "What a headache." Park John, beside him, also reported, "There are no other witnesses." Ji-young-won tilted his head and asked, "What about the store owner and the CCTV?" He hesitantly recounted, "About that, the owner was in the restroom, and the cameras are all fake." Hearing this, he muttered tiredly, "The cheap kind, these bastards." Ji-ho bowed his head deeply to reassure himself. "Not a single word is wrong," he silently recalled. The two of them argued, both were his friends. Of course, the main point, that was the only thing he didn't say, it wasn't a lie. Anxious thoughts kept creeping into Ji-ho's mind. Would they die? If they really died, what should he do? Murder, attempted murder, self-defense, the police wouldn't suspect him, right? What should he do? Ji-young-won sighed, there was no other way, both of them were unconscious. Then, a sentence from him made Ji-ho freeze. Now we can only wait for them to wake up. He carefully calculated and pieced things together. Wait, so if they didn't wake up, thinking of this, Ji-ho's face darkened, then he would get away with it. At that moment, Ji-young-won was still looking down, staring intently at Ji-ho, whose mouth was bruised and swollen. The rescue team suddenly shouted, "No consciousness." They continued to yell, "If it's really critical, you guys better prepare yourselves, sorry." The sound of machines beeped continuously, respiration 25, give him oxygen, heart rate 130, 140. By this time, Hyung-seok had quickly rushed to the scene. He bent over, panting exhaustedly. The nearby area had been barricaded. Hyung-seok stared blankly inside. His pupils shrank as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. The familiar shoes and that body were laid on a stretcher, everything covered in red blood. Hyung-seok opened his eyes even wider. The slender hand of that body was also covered in blood, looking incredibly terrifying. Hyung-seok immediately jumped inside, but the rescue team quickly held him back. "Stop. You can't go in." He opened his mouth, desperately screaming, "That's me." With his neck fixed in a brace, Hyung-seok screamed frantically, "That's me." He stood behind the fence, looking at his own body lying motionless as the shouts of the people echoed in his ears. "Quick, use the defibrillator, how is the pulse, check the ECG immediately, administer epinephrine /N/N. Hyung-seok's lips trembled but no words came out. The rescue team continued, "Have you checked his background?" "We are confirming the Guardian." "What about the address?" "Not yet, we still need a surgical consent form, why haven't we found it yet?" His eyes grew blurry. Surgery, they just said surgery. Hyung-seok stared intently at the closed doors of the ambulance. I'm right here. I'm alive and breathing right here, /n/n. He hurriedly quickened his pace and ran faster, as flashes of memories from the life of that body flooded into Hyung-seok's mind. As he ran, he reached out his hand, trying to hold on to everything, but no matter how hard he tried, Hyung-seok couldn't do it. A scream echoed in his heart, don't go, don't take my body away /n/n. At this moment, inside the ambulance, they were still rushing to save him. His heart stopped. Use the defibrillator right now. Hyung-seok reassured himself, you can't die. The continuous beeping of the heart monitor made the atmosphere heavy. Get ready /n/n. In the freezing snow, Hyung-seok desperately chased after the ambulance. All I need to do is swap back. Suddenly, he stopped and took a deep breath. The body. Immediately, Hyung-seok forcefully smashed his head onto the ground. I just need to swap back, the body. The paramedic shouted anxiously, no, get ready. Red blood started to spurt from Hyung-seok's forehead. Just passing out temporarily. They rushed to race against time. 3, 2, 1. He continued to take a deep breath, just needing to swap bodies. The moment Hyung-seok hit his head on the ground, the chest of the other body suddenly jerked up and swelled. 1. Hyung-seok exhaled a puff of hot smoke, continuously begging in his heart, wake up, Park Hyung-seok. However, the heart rate monitor shrieked a long beep at that moment, and the heart wave on the screen turned into an immobile horizontal line, cutting off all hope. /n/n. Outside, the sky continued to drop pure white snowflakes. Hanul breathed into the palms of her hands and gently rubbed them. She sat huddled in a corner of the convenience store, her eyes constantly glancing around as if looking for someone. Not coming today? She muttered in her head. The first snow has fallen /n/n. Transitioning to the school, the morning had light sunshine and a gentle breeze blowing. A slender hand suddenly offered a carton of milk. Here, drink it. Everyone looked in that direction together. Congratulations on your hospital discharge, Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok smiled shyly, thank you, making everyone worry. He whispered in his heart, so lucky, still being able to see everyone again /n/n. At this time, Taesung suddenly approached and put his arm around his shoulder. We were so worried, handsome. He continued to raise his voice to invite, congratulations, let's go to the cafeteria. Hyung-seok was confused, why is this guy? Soo-young stood aside and smiled, you should come along too, don't be shy /n/n. At that very moment, the real Hyung-seok suddenly walked in from the outside, and she continued, even though I don't know who you are. The whole group turned their heads to look, who is that? I don't know, just ignore him. However, that Hyung-seok still approached and patted his head, I am here. Hyung-seok stared blankly at his own face right in front of him. That other Hyung-seok asked, don't you like it? Finally, they turned their backs and walked away. Looks like he doesn't want to go. Never mind, let's just go. Hyung-seok was so shocked that he was speechless. He was confused, what's going on? Why am I also here? Why are you leaving me behind? That is my body. That other Hyung-seok suddenly turned his head back, that guy is a fake. I am the real one. That person smirked provocatively, I am, truly. Hyung-seok reached out in despair, He stood frozen, the scene instantly becoming eerily quiet /n/. Just a moment later, Hyung-seok's eyes widened, his forehead still bleeding. He lay flat on the cold snowy ground. It turned out to be a dream. However, Hyung-seok still blankly asked himself, did I just have a dream? He squinted his eyes deeply and tried to remember everything. How strange, that dream. Finally, Hyung-seok suddenly woke up, he slightly jolted up. In the middle of the freezing winter night with heavy snowfall, Hyung-seok cheered in his heart, oh yeah, my body. /n/n. Upon arriving at the hospital, in the room filled with the sound of the heart rate monitor, the other body still lay motionless on the bed, eyes tightly closed with no sign of waking up. Hyung-seok's face darkened as he muttered to himself, just how badly injured is it? At this moment, the doctors were already on duty inside. Are you a friend of the patient? Can you contact his family? If you know, contact them immediately. There is severe bleeding in the head, and his heart even stopped beating earlier. /n/n. Hearing this, Hyung-seok froze. The heart stopped beating, so that's why he couldn't body swap. The doctor continued asking, by the way, did this boy fall from the third floor? She continued to analyze, there is another person who was also admitted to the hospital, right? He is in the surgery room right now. Compared to this boy, that person's condition is more critical because he was crushed underneath. Saying that, they observed the body lying on the hospital bed together. In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I've seen a case like this. Does this boy practice martial arts or any sports? The doctor slowly continued, although he still needs to be closely monitored until he wakes up, in this condition, it might be okay to take off the oxygen. Hyung-seok was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Not dead, not dead. He bowed deeply inside in relief, truly, thank goodness. At this time, the doctor turned to ask, has the police not found out this boy's background yet? The nurse shook her head and replied, not yet, sir. To be admitted to the hospital, there must be a guardian. Hyung-seok was startled, background. Cutting to the police station, the light inside was still shining outwards. They looked down at the background information in their hands and discussed, has the fax with that student's background arrived yet? Yes, the school has sent it. Park Hyung-seok, is this him? Weight loss, plastic surgery. Ji-young-won continued to ask, what about the guardian? Park John hesitantly replied, we have contacted the victim's mother. He sighed, she must be very shocked. Then he began to analyze, no matter how you look at it, this guy seems to be the troublemaker. Kang Yang-ho has been arrested 7 times for theft, 2 times for arson, full of criminal records. After that, Ji-young-won looked back at his photo. As for this Park Hyung-seok, it seems like he was bullied. Did both of them fall down together? Now he glanced with a complex expression. The problem is, inside the police station, Ji-ho is sitting there blankly. The only witness is that kid. At this time, Ji-ho was so anxious that he kept picking at his fingers. His whole body felt as if it had fallen into an extremely dark ice cellar. So scary. Ji-ho glanced around. What will happen to me now? Who would have thought the police station would be so scary? Don't panic, Park Ji-ho, you are a witness. He quickly noticed the gaze of the 2 police officers. Why are they looking at me so scarily? Was I exposed? If they find out, what should I do now? Ji-ho began to break out in a cold sweat. I absolutely must not let them know, I have deleted all the evidence so. He secretly affirmed to himself, there is nothing to worry about, everything is perfect. Those 2 will probably not wake up. Heaven is truly helping me. Ji-ho continuously squeezed his hands tightly as if comforting himself. Oh God, Buddha, please help me. Promises appeared one by one in his head, I will study hard, I will listen to my parents, do volunteer work, and I will not cause trouble anymore. Ji-ho clenched his hands and bowed his head deeply, trying to hide his tearful face. I promise to live a good life, so please, please don't wake up. Just as he was still lost in his thoughts, at that exact moment, a large hand from out of nowhere suddenly placed the box cutter on the table. Ji-young-won frowned tightly, his voice gradually becoming heavy, do you know what this is? As soon as these words were spoken, Ji-ho's face turned completely pale. Switching scenes, back to the hospital where they are being treated. In the room, the sound of machines and conversations mixed together. Yes, I know. Park John reported over the phone, I have arrived at the hospital, I am standing in front of the hospital bed now. He slowly continued, Park Hyung-seok, the background check has also been received, I will hand it over to the hospital right away. After speaking, Park John bowed his head to look at something in the background check paper. In his mind, he secretly told himself, I really can't believe it. Park John stared at the photo in astonishment. He looked like a completely different person. Was this really the same guy? He wondered, did he lose weight or get plastic surgery? Thinking about this, Park John felt a bit of admiration. How miraculous, I need to lose weight too. However, right at this moment, a plump figure suddenly appeared and sat on the edge of the bed. Park John was so terrified that his face turned pale, and he dropped the resume in his hands. He screamed in terror, out of body. Yelling patriarch. Looking at the other's expression, Hyung-seok was extremely surprised. Police? Why are the police here? He quickly glanced down at his feet, it was his admission photo. Hyung-seok immediately understood the current situation. So that was it, the police came to verify his background. Park John was still wide-eyed, not understanding what was going on. He continued, they've already investigated all the way to the school, this is bad. At this time, Park John hesitantly asked, student, what is your name? Hyung-seok deliberately sucked in his cheeks and answered in a deep voice, excuse me? Park John had stood up by now, hurriedly rubbing his eyes, isn't it him? Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly, I survived, passed the test, my acting was too deep. Then Hyung-seok quickly slipped out of the room, I need to pee, I have to go to the restroom. He thought to himself, I have to get out of here as naturally as possible. However, right at this moment, a frantic voice rang out from outside, Hyung-seok. My Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok. Her tears and snot ran down her face in extreme panic. He was surprised, Mom, why are you here? As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed over and hugged his face, coma? Fell from the 4th floor? My poor son. Mom. Hyung-seok's cheeks were squished, making him unable to say anything. He told himself, I'm dead. By now, Park John had also heard the noise outside, hey, did you just call Hyung-seok, ma'am? Then he pointed to the body lying on the bed. Park Hyung-seok is this person. Hearing this, she immediately became angry. Hey, my son is still perfectly fine right here. My son is standing right here. Park Jong confirmed again, are you Park Hyung-seok's mother? She confirmed again, yes, my son hasn't been here for long, yet. Then she kept raising her voice, son, we should. Hyung-seok cautiously sucked in his cheeks and muttered, Mom, what do we do now? He was also asking himself, what do I do now, /n/n, but before he could do anything else, Park Jong immediately made a phone call, boss, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. He slightly glanced at Park Hyung-seok. At that moment, Park Jong vaguely observed the two of them and reported, there seemed to be two people. Each word made Hyung-seok so panicked that his mouth hung open. Requesting information confirmation /n/nat night in the hospital, the white lights of many rooms shone outside. The nurse gently applied medicine to the bleeding feet. Aren't your feet hurting? They are all scratched. Hyung-seok's mother smiled faintly. It's okay, as long as my son is safe. She softly recalled, I was in such a hurry that I didn't even have time to think about wearing shoes. Then she suddenly asked, you didn't ask clearly, but is that other Hyung-seok seriously injured? Hyung-seok broke out in a cold sweat, deep in thought. Thankfully my son is fine. I'm a mother but I couldn't help him at all /n/n on the other side. Park Jong was so angry that he lost his patience and yelled, not this Park Hyung-seok, I mean the other Park Hyung-seok. He started to worry and asked himself, what do I do? Park Jang's shouts echoed louder and louder. Don't send just one person completely, the school only sent this one. Hyung-seok naturally knew one thing. No matter how many times they requested, there was only one profile. The truth was because Park Hyung-seok was the only one. At that moment, he suddenly raised his volume, making him jump. What? That school only has one Park Hyung-seok? He thought to himself, I'm dead. Park Jong urged in confusion, what the hell is going on? Are you sure? Hyung-seok trembled with anxiety, what do I do now? Then Park Jong quickly turned his head and asked, hey, student, is your name really Park? However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Hong Jae-yeol looked around the hospital room in confusion, what, where did he go? At the same time, in the emergency exit area, the warning lights were glaringly bright, and Hyung-seok's hands were holding the phone, trembling violently. He sat alone on the pitch-black corner of the stairs. Hyung-seok searched on the Naver forum for how to create a new identity. He pursed his lips tightly in helplessness, it's impossible to get one, but... Hyung-seok started to think of solutions. Should he ask Jun-gu for help? No, then he would have to tell him everything. Or borrow someone's identity? That won't work either, that's only temporary. Or go back to school and change it now, but how? At this moment, he was so depressed that he held his head inside, no method would work. Hyung-seok thought to himself, if he was discovered, would he be allowed to continue treatment? If he was arrested for forging documents, what if the fact that he has two bodies was exposed? Then Hyung-seok would be cut open inside by the doctors. Then, another thought crossed his mind, he should just take that body and run away. As soon as he arrived, Hyung-seok suddenly froze. His eyes widened while his pupils shrank. The bed that had just been here was now gone. Hyung-seok gaped in astonishment, it wasn't there. Panicking, Hyung-seok ran over and asked, Mom, where is Hyung-seok? His mind was completely in chaos. Where did it go? Where did it disappear to? At this moment, Hyung-seok's mother hesitantly recalled, well, the police officer received some kind of call earlier. She slowly continued, each word making Hyung-seok's entire body stiffen, then he took that boy away. /n/n back at the police station, Jeong-won gently placed the box cutter on the table. Ji-ho's entire face turned pale, completely drained of blood. He deliberately leaned over to observe his expression. This was found at the pizza counter. You didn't know? Ji-ho silently cursed, damn it. Ji-ho's eyes darkened. Jeong-won continued pressing his hand on the knife and demanded in a growling voice, confess honestly. I know everything. Ji-ho fearfully bowed his head deeply. I'm doomed. He couldn't believe looking at the knife in front of him. How could it be found? I clearly threw it away, I'm going to be exposed. /n/n Ji-ho began to hesitate. Should he confess honestly, then bow down and apologize, saying he tried to tell him the truth? At that moment, Ji-ho forced the words out, I am sorry. However, exactly at this moment, Jeong-won suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table. Damn this kid, even if you are friends, you don't need to cover up for him like this. These words instantly made Ji-ho's face go blank. He yelled, continuing, it was Park Hyung-seok who told you to do it, right? /n/n as soon as he finished speaking, Ji-ho sneakily revealed a subtle smile. Jeong-won frowned and reminded him, that's why you got dragged into his mess. So stupid, don't bring up that loyalty nonsense here. Ji-ho looked up in a daze, a ray of hope enveloping him. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be punished? At this moment, Ji-ho's eyes started to get wet. A drop of water instantly fell from above, and 2 streams of tears continuously ran down onto his tightly clenched back of the hands. Ji-ho kept wiping away his tears. I can go home now? Ji-won awkwardly rubbed his back. Hey, don't cry. This isn't betraying your friend at all, wipe your tears. Ji-ho deliberately acted deeply. No, it's my fault, everything is my fault. The old man gently comforted him. You didn't do anything wrong. He happily thought to himself, thank goodness, I haven't been exposed. /n/n Ji-ho continued to cry and recount, but I couldn't just leave them like that, my conscience wouldn't allow it. The more he acted, the less he could hide his happy smile. I should have stopped them, right from the start I should have stopped them. /n/ Just as Ji-ho was halfway through his sentence, a pair of handcuffs suddenly made a clicking sound from out of nowhere, completely locking him up. Ji-ho looked bewildered, he didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, a police officer appeared and seriously gave a formal salute. Senior, you've worked hard, the evidence has been fully gathered, he recounted the incident. We found the bloodstained shirt and broken glasses in the restroom trash can, all belonging to Park Ji-ho. One more important thing, there are also witnesses who said they saw a pair of hands sticking out of the window when those two fell. At this point, the police officer turned his head to look at Ji-ho, and there were only 3 people in the billiards room at that time. He growled to conclude it all, you are the attempted murder suspect. Returning to the hospital. The night sky was still as dark as ink. Outside hospital room 602, Hyung-seok stood blankly, looking as if he wanted to go inside. He recalled asking the medical staff earlier, that patient? He has been transferred to room 602. Hyung-seok worriedly muttered to himself, being transferred out of nowhere, I thought I was exposed. Then he was extremely confused, but why a sudden room transfer? Then he looked up at the sign on the door, Park Hyung-seok, room 602 right, why isn't there a name, or have they not fixed the name outside yet? Thinking of this, Hyung-seok quickly went inside, looking around, the familiar body was still lying quietly on the hospital bed, he happily whispered, found it. However, the chair next to it was empty, the police officer wasn't here either, did he go to the restroom? I have to quickly take this body away. But right at that moment, Hyung-seok suddenly stopped, he intently looked at the paper on the chair, what is that? The image pasted on that paper made Hyung-seok extremely confused. Switching scenes to the hospital corridor outside, Park John was standing in front of the vending machine. He gently inserted a coin inside. Yes, I just received it, the other patients are also asleep. A few seconds after grasping the information, Park John pressed the button while continuing to reply, so Park Ji-ho is the criminal? You really can't judge a book by its cover with that guy. A can of Fanta quickly dropped down, so these two are just victims then, no need to worry about them running away anymore. He quickly popped the can open, also, they have been transferred to a normal hospital room. At this time on the other side, Hyung-seok widened his eyes in shock because of what he just discovered, you are. In his hand was the background paper of that body. Park John continued, saying the background verification was also done. Hyung-seok read each line in horror, the name Lee Ji-hoon. His whole body felt like it was falling into a deep abyss, truly, so that body actually had an identity. Hyung-seok clutched the paper, unable to believe his eyes, who was it? The scene transitions to the police station. The atmosphere was dead silent. At this moment, a deep voice rang out, so, you confirm again, this knife belongs to Park Hyung-seok and... Ji-won added, the hands reaching out of that window were meant to hold those two back. Then he raised his voice and asked, and you threw the shirt away because you were afraid of being suspected? By now, with his hands tightly handcuffed, Ji-ho nodded tremblingly, yes. Ji-ho kept bowing his head, stammering his explanation, really, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. He continued to analyze out loud, at that time he meant to pull those two back, looking up from the first floor, how could anyone see clearly? Ji-ho reassured himself that he couldn't possibly be seen clearly, he had to speak very carefully. He firmly believed that just saying that would get him through. At this moment, Ji-won suddenly leaned back in his chair and burst out laughing. Sighing wearily with a hint of implication, Ji-won calmly spoke, since you are a minor anyway, you can't be interrogated. Hearing this, Ji-ho immediately rejoiced. So, he happily muttered to himself, can I go home now? The officer's eyes stared sharply at him, and his voice lightly suggested, call a lawyer, and call your parents too. A long while later, Ji-ho's mother arrived at the police station. She shouted angrily, my son would never do such things. After that, she turned to hug Ji-ho tightly, his only mistake was making the wrong friends. Why are you treating my son like this? He shyly whispered, it's okay, Mom. In his head, he really wanted to stop her, Mom. She continued to scream, causing chaos in the whole room, you people should go catch real criminals. Why arrest my son? At that moment, a man hurriedly scolded, quiet down, dear. Then, he scratched his head and turned to speak softly. You officers have worked hard. I am Ji-ho's father. He helplessly mumbled in his head, Dad. After that, Ji-ho's mother stubbornly argued again, that knife isn't his either. As for the father, he casually tried to get close. I went to the same school as the police chief here. He angrily reminded her, you keep scaring him like that, how can he say anything? I heard that Young-ho kid even has a criminal record. At this time, Ji-ho bowed his head and tearfully thought, with my parents here, the police officer can't say anything at all. Just when they were still in chaos, Jeong-won suddenly spoke up. I think it was 5 years ago. He stared intently at the family of three, his voice carrying an unhideable sharpness. At that time, there was a kid just like you, only later did we find out he also hid all the evidence. Jeong-won recounted the incident, bringing a weapon and carrying out a crime plan, then destroying all the evidence, lying to the police, without even a bit of repentance. Each of those implied words made Ji-ho's eyes widen. Around your age, he should be 23 years old now. He stealthily calculated in his head, 5 years? At that moment, the two parents became extremely furious. They took turns yelling at the police officer's face, what nonsense are you talking about in front of a child? You are threatening him. Witnessing this attitude, Jeong-won just rolled his eyes in frustration. They continued to scream, is there evidence? What kind of police handcuffs him without any evidence? At that moment, he helplessly picked up the bag containing the box cutter. Evidence, your son's fingerprints are still here. Jeong-won calmly questioned, do you think he'll be released just by sitting here for 2 hours? His conclusion made Ji-ho's face darken. Even though he wiped the fingerprints off the handle of this knife, they are still on the blade. A cold chill ran down his spine, and his pupils shrank. Jeong-won continued a barrage of words that left them speechless. What kind of police handcuffs someone without any evidence? Right then, he called out, Kim Seon-kyung. He immediately stood up. Yes, sir. Then he ordered, take him to the holding cell. A long time later, Ji-ho was standing behind bars. His two hands tightly gripped the cold iron bars, his eyes staring blankly into the space outside. His parents outside continued to make a fuss. Ji-ho. Move away, my son is in there. The prison guard angrily reminded them, even if you are parents, you cannot go in. Meanwhile, the prisoners on the other side were swearing. Damn it, let me sleep, shut up. His face looked like someone who had lost his soul. The yelling sound still didn't stop. Ji-ho, my friend works at the city hall so don't worry. But those words were immediately overwhelmed by the vulgar swearing of two other prisoners. Who the hell is making that noise? Everyone has a mother. Ji-ho absent-mindedly looked in one direction, unable to believe it in his mind. What? He kept asking himself. Why am I locked up like this? The judge, the lawyer, can't I get out now? Can't I go home? The more he thought, the more Ji-ho gritted his teeth. Me, is this the end? Thinking of this, Ji-ho grabbed the bars, trying to jump out. His mouth kept screaming loudly. Mom, Dad. His tears were slimy and smeared all over his face. Can I get out anymore? I can get out tomorrow, right? From the outside, he immediately replied. Ji-ho, just trust Dad, Dad will help you get out of there. Ji-ho screamed. Really? I trust you, Dad. However, right at that moment, a bowl of black bean noodles suddenly rushed from behind. It smashed straight into the head of Ji-ho, who was standing holding the bars. The black sauce then splashed all over his body. The impatient prisoner swore. Damn it, won't you shut up? Is this the end? Another guy lying on the floor talked in his sleep. Bastard, go to sleep. The guy glared annoyedly. You little brat, can't you see we are eating? The guy next to him chimed in. Do you need help so you won't ever see your mother again? At this moment, the young man who owned that bowl of noodles hurriedly crawled on the ground, bending down to scrape up the spilled noodles and chewing them ravenously. This unbearable sight immediately made Ji-ho unable to contain his fear, his pants starting to get wet. Ji-ho was trembling so much that his face turned pale, his lips quivering without being able to form words. He widened his eyes, his breathing becoming heavy. It was too scary /n/nat this time. The prison guard noticed the noise, approached, and shouted, What are you doing? Can't you keep quiet? Ji-ho, as if catching a life-saving straw, turned his head and silently pleaded, Mr. Police Officer, please help me. However, completely beyond his expectations, the guard gave him a disgusted look and assessed, Hey, you are the one who pushed your friend, right? He frowned in contempt, nothing but a bunch of scum, you are in here for attempted murder /n/naviri word from the other party made Ji-ho choke up, unable to speak, you probably have an arrest warrant, right now it's attempted murder but. The guard slowly emphasized, if someone dies, you will become a murderer. Ji-ho asked himself in horror, a murderer, I am a murderer? He turned his head to look at the prisoners inside. Me, Ji-ho helplessly gripped the iron bars tightly. Oh God, please, please. The more he thought about it, the more helpless Ji-ho became. He fell to his knees on the ground, constantly begging in his heart, "Please help me wake up \n \n". Transitioning to the subway, the hand straps continuously swayed and hit each other due to inertia. Hyung-seok sat on the seat with his hood pulled tightly over his face. He bowed his head in deep thought, his eyes never leaving the phone for a second. On the main screen was a photo of the background of that body. Hyung-seok's face darkened. "Lee Ji-hoon, who are you?" He began to read more carefully. Incheon district, never heard of it before, parents residing abroad. Living alone? So from before until now, have I been completely using someone else's body? A series of questions flooded Hyung-seok's mind. So why? Why didn't anyone come looking? He continued to recall his past activities, Facebook, broadcasting, even modeling. Hyung-seok was surprised, unable to believe his eyes. Parents are abroad, they don't even contact their own child? Does this Lee Ji-hoon have no friends at all? He tiptoed, thinking to himself, right now that body still hasn't woken up, yet that body has an owner, even has a family. At this moment, Hyung-seok stood in front of a house with a B1 sign. He asked himself the question, can I still use that body? Hyung-seok pursed his lips and remembered, apartment building B1, Lee Ji-hoon's address. Furthermore, the bills outside also belonged to Lee Ji-hoon. Does he really live here? Thinking of this, Hyung-seok slowly reached his hand toward the doorbell. Behind this door, behind it. His whole body felt like it fell into an icy cellar. There was a clue. The space was so quiet that one could hear Hyung-seok's heart pounding. At this moment, he quickly pressed the doorbell. However, at that exact moment, his back was suddenly hit hard. Park Hyung-seok. Suddenly, Hyung-seok was stopped by a hand. He turned his face and opened his eyes wide in absolute surprise. This was Ji-hoon's tearful mother screaming, "Why are you here?" Ji-hoon's father held her hand back and turned to ask, "Who is it? Ji-hoon's friend?" Ji-hoon's mother did not answer but cried continuously, "You also came because of Ji-hoon, right?" Hyung-seok also quickly recognized the two people in front of him, Ji-hoon's parents. She brought her face close and burst into tears waiting for an answer. "You came to help Ji-hoon, right?" "Really, thank you so much." The man behind her constantly tried to stop her. "Mom, calm down." Having listened all this time, he also recognized the keyword, help Ji-hoon. Was he arrested? Ji-ho's mother could not keep her calm at this moment. "You also believe in Ji-ho, right? You know that our Ji-ho is not that kind of person." Hyung-seok also had an answer in his head, "Of course I know, because more than anyone else, he was the insider, more than the others." Hyung-seok, acting with a cold attitude, spoke up to remind them, "Shouldn't you worry about the victim first?" They didn't even bother to go to the hospital /n/. Hearing this, her attitude changed immediately. What do you mean? Ji-ho's father beside her was more rational and tried to stop her. "Stop it, no matter how long we wait, he won't come out." That made the boy himself feel bewildered. "What?" He gently rubbed her back, trying to comfort her softly. "It seems like no one lives in this building." Ji-ho's mother also couldn't understand the reason. "The address is right here, could it be a fake declaration /n/. Hearing that information, Hyung-seok was also stunned. An empty building, no one is here? He still stood in front of the door of the unpopulated house. He looked down with an extremely confused expression about the reason. "No one lives here, but why are there electricity bills?" Hyung-seok looked down at the pile of bills and made up his mind, "I can't go back like this." After a moment of hesitation, he also grabbed the doorknob. Hyung-seok mustered all his courage to press the doorknob down to open it. The door was not locked. The scene inside the house was extremely filthy and messy. The sink still had a few unwashed dishes left. Books and notebooks were thrown all over the house. He looked at the scene before him in great confusion. It didn't look like anyone lived there, and dust covered everything. Hyung-seok turned his head, looking around and speculating, "It's obvious no one has lived here for a long time. Is it because I'm using that body?" He then reached up high to grab some books. Hyung-seok was currently extremely bewildered, wanting to find out the reason why he was able to use that body. He wanted to use every means to answer his questions. "Please tell me," but suddenly Hyung-seok stopped, his face blank. All the books had fallen down, leaving him standing in disappointment. There was absolutely nothing. Hyung-seok looked around, only becoming more confused. The furniture is clearly still here, why is there no more information? Suddenly, he was startled and noticed something. Hyung-seok had spotted a school uniform shirt on the floor. He approached and clearly saw the school badge, so Hyung-seok decided to put that uniform shirt on. He looked at the surrounding scenery and was very surprised. This was Lee Ji-hoon's school. He had tracked it all the way here. Hyung-seok looked through the iron bars and sighed tiredly. "I didn't think it would be such a desolate place. It took 3 hours by train." Sweating profusely, he wondered, "Who are you, really? Why is the school so far away?" In front of the gate was a padlock and many chains, yet Hyung-seok tiredly couldn't believe his eyes. It was an abandoned school. The school's scenery looked desolate and ruined. As he stepped inside to observe, he became even more confused. The house had no one living in it, and the school was closed too. Hyung-seok used all his strength to climb inside. How strange, what is going on here? He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely and struggling. What exactly did you do? Suddenly, Hyung-seok looked up, regaining some hope. Maybe there were still some documents left in the office. He turned his head to look around and guessed, it's usually on the first floor, right? Suddenly, Hyung-seok opened his eyes wide, noticing something unexpectedly. He saw shelves full of gold and silver cups, trophies, and awards. They just left all this behind? Hyung-seok curiously leaned his face close to observe carefully. A desolate school like this actually has a lot of awards. Suddenly, he saw a trophy with the name Lee Ji-hoon inscribed on it. Seeing this achievement, Hyung-seok had to admire him. He even knows how to draw. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked up again. Hyung-seok once again saw a gold trophy for Lee Ji-hoon. At this moment, he lowered his head, somewhat timid and shy. He's so talented. But suddenly, Hyung-seok's attitude changed completely. He opened his mouth in utter surprise. All the awards here shared the same name. From gold to silver prizes, they all belonged to Ji-hoon. Hyung-seok glanced at the trophies in amazement. After a while, he finally realized everything. Hyung-seok lowered his head, feeling somewhat insecure. This Lee Ji-hoon was so talented. He looked up after discovering the truth. They were all Lee Ji-hoon's /n/n. Suddenly, the blocked door was kicked open. Hyung-seok quickly rushed in and threw it wide open. Lee Ji-hoon, please tell me. He looked inside the locker in extreme confusion. Who are you, after all? Hyung-seok tried to ransack everything to find a clue. There had to be something /n/n. First year, class 1, Lee Ji-hoon. After a while, he also saw a photo taped to the door. Finally, Hyung-seok found a new clue. Was this a childhood photo of Lee Ji-hoon, with his parents next to him? He tried to memorize the name of the supermarket in the picture. By now, it had turned into the afternoon, and Hyung-seok found his way there. He looked up at the bus sign and memorized the number, Yunha Supermarket, 10 minutes from the school. Hyung-seok opened the door and walked in, bewildered. He broke into a sweat, feeling wary of everything. Something wasn't right, it was really strange. Hyung-seok came to a shocking and concerning conclusion. There was absolutely nothing here either. He looked at the desolate scenery and worried, did he used to live here? Until what age, /n/n. Hyung-seok slowly stepped further inside the supermarket. The answer was not beyond his expectation. Sure enough, it was abandoned again. The deeper Hyung-seok explored, the more helpless he became. He felt like he was searching for a ghost right now. Suddenly, an old man appeared outside. With a fierce expression, he leaned in and interrogated, "Who are you, kid? What are you doing here?" He stepped back in extreme terror, thinking in his head, a monster, /n/n. The old man kindly reminded Hyung-seok a few things. No one has lived here for 5 years, there is nothing to steal in this house. He backed away in fear, tears falling, but from the beginning until now, Hyung-seok still couldn't stop being afraid. Almost wetting his pants, after a while, he could finally sigh in relief. It turned out the old man was just passing by. The old man later leaned on his cane, turned his back and walked away. This house, a father and son used to live here, but they moved away. Where they went, I don't know either. Hyung-seok suddenly felt as if he had awakened, realizing the moving day. He lunged forward and attentively grabbed the piece of paper in his hand. They moved on this day, and the address was also here. Hyung-seok read for a while and his face turned pale. The sky had completely turned a sunset yellow. He sat on the train so he could return home. Hyung-seok's heart was filled with chaotic thoughts. By the time he arrived, the sky had grown dark. He trudged alone, walking silently on the way back home. /n/n. Hyung-seok looked up at the sky attentively. He stood silently outside on the street, looking thoughtful. Hyung-seok looked at the place in front of him with suspicion. Lee Ji-hoon, did you live here before? At this moment, he felt extremely shocked. This is my house, isn't it? Hyung-seok was so stunned that he still couldn't believe it. It's impossible, how could it be my house, /n/n. Series of questions continuously popped up in his head. A coincidence? How could that be? Is that why I am using Lee Ji-hoon's body? Is that really the case? After a day of investigating, Hyung-seok became even more puzzled. Since he used to live in my house, where is he now, /n/n. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from inside. You're too late, Park Hyung-seok. He stood silently outside for a long time. Hyung-seok's eyes widened in shock. Who is it? Is there someone in the house? While lost in thought, a voice suddenly said, could it be that you came looking for Lee Ji-hoon? Finally, Hyung-seok threw the door wide open to see who it was. /n/n. Inside, there was someone sitting and waiting. On that person's hand, there was a long scar along with many rings. Soo-young's father was sitting inside, leaning on his cane, waiting. Hyung-seok's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. This person. His face darkened as he asked clearly, why are you curious about Lee Ji-hoon? Feeling like he was struck by lightning and completely taken by surprise, Hyung-seok opened his eyes wide and told himself inwardly, how much does he know? I can't say anything. He was extremely worried that his secret would unfortunately be exposed, that the truth about his body would be revealed. Soo-young's father suddenly spoke up with praise, such rich expressions, surely you must be very curious as to why I am here. He confidently continued his words, because the door was locked, but that doesn't mean I can't open it. Soo-young's father took out a bunch of keys and explained, it's as simple as getting a key made, I can come in whenever I want. He held it up in front of his eyes in a somewhat challenging manner, but it seems you can't open the door even with a key. After that, Soo-young's father sat back down and interrogated, you have one too, right, a copy. He had early on discovered the loophole, another body that could help him escape from the bottom of this society. Hyung-seok, with no way to deny it, was rendered speechless and opened his eyes wide. He stood frozen in disbelief, he knew. Soo-young's father pointed his cane straight at Hyung-seok's face, extremely angry, it truly is casting pearls before swine. His face darkened and, unable to hold back, he declared, trash like you, I really can't just sit and watch anymore. He tried to step back, sweating in fear, how could this be, but right after that, Soo-young's father lunged straight at him. He aggressively grabbed and lifted Hyung-seok's chin, you don't have the right to ask, listen carefully, Park Hyung-seok. Soo-young's father leaned close to his face and emphasized, there is no Lee Ji-hoon at all, that person has absolutely nothing to do with you. He forcefully kicked his whole body down and demanded, you don't know that to hide this matter, I had to hurriedly create a fake identity. Soo-young's father reminded him, making Hyung-seok terrified, that body in the hospital, it is yours. He frowned and emphasized clearly, therefore, forget everything about Lee Ji-hoon. Soo-young's father's face darkened as he listed, Building B1, Yunha Supermarket, the detective game should stop here. Only after a while did he take his hand off, but you also surprised me. Soo-young's father stood up straight and declared, I will let you live. He glanced down with a bit of acknowledgement, in that situation to be able to find your way here, you're not entirely trash, I also didn't expect you to be able to use Lee Ji-hoon like that. Hyung-seok held his face coughing repeatedly, unable to believe it, he knows everything, he tried to crawl down after him continuously begging, please tell me, what is the deal with my body? Hyung-seok kept screaming and begging, tell me, please tell me, hearing that Soo-young's father turned around and made a decision, alright? He just calmly gave a suggestion, surpassed e.g., Soo-young's father turned serious and emphasized, among my children, he is the brightest. He deliberately highlighted more details, making me a lot of money, you've seen it too. Soo-young's father started to feel worried, but he has become too powerful. After giving the condition he turned his back and walked away, at that time, I will accept your question. Only Hyung-seok was left kneeling on the ground, his eyes looking up full of hope recalling, if I want to know, I have to surpass DG. But then Hyung-seok looked toward the dark street, full of doubt, how could that be? The next day, the scene shifts to the interview room, where Ji-ho sat inside mentioning a familiar name, Lee Ji-hoon. He began to look confused and explained, the person I pushed? That was Park Hyung-seok, wasn't it? I don't know this person. The lawyer flipped through the documents, also finding it hard to understand. In all my years as a lawyer, this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't even know their friend's name. He took out a piece of paper with details and a picture, asking again, you don't know this person? Ji-ho took the paper and gasped in surprise, Lee Ji-hoon. He clenched the paper in his hand, baffled, why is Park Hyung-seok Lee Ji-hoon? In his mind, Ji-ho recalled, utterly confused, what is up with that name? A fake name? He stood up, slammed the table, and asked in panic, Mr. Lawyer, is that a fake name? You mean he's still using this fake name? He was still intently watching the documents and then confirmed, yes. The lawyer softened his voice and carefully reminded him, kid, your parents are struggling and running around, spending so much money to hire me, so listen carefully. His face darkened as he laid out the instructions, starting from now, you will be the victim. The lawyer asked him to play the role of a victim, a student isolated and bullied by friends. Ji-ho began to widen his eyes in absolute astonishment. He continued to go deep into drawing the scenario, you were bullied by those two guys for a long time. The lawyer was profound enough to make up a mental illness, claiming he was stressed, depressed, and slightly psychopathic. Finally, he drew the ultimate conclusion for the story, pushing the two of them was because you couldn't stand being bullied, it was just an accidental incident. The lawyer twirled his pen and emphasized solemnly, just trust my words. I am an expert in this field, so don't worry. Don't make your parents worry in the future. He held out the file and asked once more, got it? But shifting the scene to the court, the judge banged his gavel and delivered the sentence, Park Ji-ho, 2 years in prison, found guilty. After hearing the sentence, his parents immediately begged non-stop. Your Honor, this can't be, no, I beg you, no. They continuously clasped their hands and bowed, please spare my son, no, he is not that kind of person, no. The two parents still tried to hold on to hope. Your Honor, please reconsider, no, my son is completely innocent, no. Meanwhile, Ji-ho stood frozen, his eyes wide open in shock. He still couldn't believe the sentence he had received, 2 years. The bus stopped after a period of moving. There were footsteps stepping down onto the ground from the vehicle, and the aggressive inmates also got off one by one. Ji-ho, his face covered in nervous sweat, walked behind. He was squeezed between the massive prisoners. An aggressive guy turned back and shouted, "Damn you, hurry up and walk." Ji-ho was then immediately dragged down to the ground painfully. They argued chaotically. "Who the hell are you pulling? He pulled me first." While being dragged, he opened his eyes wide to observe. The prison scene in front of him appeared extremely terrifying. The criminals continuously raised their hands and shouted. Another side cast cold glares at him. Ji-ho looked at the scene ahead with terrified eyes. His eyes widened in fear. The door behind him was pushed shut by someone. Ji-ho suddenly turned his head to look behind, looking back with eyes full of astonishment. They had officially been locked up in prison. The scene shifted to an image of him sitting and smoking. This was the story that happened before Ji-ho met Hyung-ho. Then it shifted to the scene of him raising his hands to beg before Song-nong met Brekdak /n/ and the scene shifted to a beautiful cherry blossom forest. That was a story about some young men. Lee Eun-tae was standing under the cherry blossoms. Bum Jae, eating ice cream, approached from afar and asked, "What are you doing, Vasco?" But his face was extremely tense. Seeing this, he was also somewhat frightened and stammered, "Vasco." But right after, he suddenly called out, "Bum Jae." Lee Eun-tae suddenly turned his face back and announced the important news, "I'm going on a date." He immediately screamed in panic, unable to believe his ears. "What?" /n/ After a long while, the scene shifted to the technical room. Bum Jae placed his hands on the table with a serious expression, leading the conversation. "It's been a long time since we had an emergency meeting like this." He sat in the center position and asked again, "Is everyone here?" Burn Knuckles and the vice captains. With a fierce look, he crossed his arms and wondered, "What's going on?" He gave a weird, puzzled smile. What was the matter to call upon Tunka Onso, the morning hammer Hwang Mun-song, the flying pliers Bae Wong-jin, and the lovely duck Go Deok Sunday /n/ and they continuously speculated on the issue, "Is God Dog coming to cause trouble again? Let's show them who the boss is here, they are the ones who must lie under our feet." But then after a while, Bum Jae also revealed the reason, Vasco was going on a date. Immediately, the atmosphere fell into silence, then he continued to ask a general question, "Does anyone here have experience dating girls?" A moment later, Deok-sun stood up to anticipate the situation. "Even so, if Vasco gets dumped, isn't it the same as stepping on Burn Knuckles' face?" Moon Se-on, sitting in the front, turned around and acknowledged, as expected of the golden duck Ko Deok Sunday. Jin Bae also turned around to express his agreement, "We have to join forces." The three of them bounced ideas off each other and discussed. "Let's send all those small fry guys hovering around to the afterlife. You're a guy too. Why don't you castrate yourself first? We ourselves will build the bridge to Vasco's heart." "Right." Bum Jae sat there for a while and concluded, "These guys are useless." Jin Sung suddenly appeared, speaking loudly in surprise. "What? How to talk to girls?" He stepped forward, looking bored, and explained, "The guys in our department are all defective. Anyway, you always hang out with girls." Suddenly, there was a scream echoing outside. Did that guy jump into the wrong comic? Jin Sung suddenly reached out his hand and pinned another person closely against the wall. He used his seductive eyes to use that person as an example, and struck very fast. The corner of Jin Sung's lips slightly curled up, clearly stating the keywords, strong and affectionate. He finally boldly asked the concluding question, "Understood?" Suddenly, Mi Jin stood out and called loudly to remind him, "Lee Jin Sung, where did you go while cleaning?" Right after that, he went out to mop the hallway floor, softly and quickly. What was he saying? She from behind also continuously urged, "Hurry up and mop here." Jin Sung also obediently replied with a sweet voice, "Okay." The person following behind blushed with admiration, affectionate, strong. Bum Jae, seeing that reaction, was also speechless. It was a mistake to ask this guy. Then he glanced over, wanting to change the plan, or should we go ask Hyung-seok? A group of schoolgirls was surrounding someone. "Come here, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Hang out with us." Leon, feeling cornered, quickly waved her hand to refuse, "I have a date tomorrow." But those girls still wouldn't let it go and kept clinging. "Your skin is so pretty, is it with a lover? Are you lying? You devil." First year. After that, she had to blink continuously to signal, "Vasco. Tomorrow there is a fireworks party with Burn Knuckles." Hearing that, the girls twistingly asked, "What? So it wasn't a lie?" Bum Jae, watching from afar, couldn't believe it. What the heck, has this guy always been this popular? He then spoke up with a grumpy look, shooing them away. "Hey, you guys are too loud, come over here quickly and help Vasco go on a date." Leon opened her eyes wide in complete surprise. "A date?" Bum Jae then briefly explained, "This guy has a date with a girl tomorrow. And you can already see how he is." Lee Eun-tae reached out his hand, his face looking fascinated as he clearly said, "I'm counting on you, I want to get married." In his head, he had already envisioned a future scenario: having 3 daughters would be nice, and we'd raise a kangaroo in the yard. She stood frozen, not understanding what was going on. Why is he already having kids, and why is there a kangaroo here? Leeun-tae even imagined the scene when he gets old and weak. Later, when I get old and die, I want to rest in peace with the little kangaroo in a house in Africa. You've gone too far. He even pretended to be kind and asked for an opinion. If you're lucky, I will give you one too. How about it? After hearing that for a while, Leon angrily stomped on Leeun-tae's foot. You idiot. Then immediately she turned and ran away. Go shave your beard, and take off those clothes you haven't changed in 1,000 years. Bum Jae, staying behind, was extremely worried. Gulp, Vasco. While comforting him, he turned around confused. That kid, why suddenly talk about shaving and changing clothes? Seeing the impact, Bum Jae also had to marvel. As expected, taken down in one strike. Leeun-tae sat on the ground, hugging his leg in pain. Bum Jae. Transitioning to the fashion department, he walked over and briefly mentioned a few issues. I asked Hyung-seok and was told that you are the one who picks out clothes for him. Bum Jae pleaded with a miserable expression. Help me, I need a stylist. After presenting the situation, he introduced, this is the guy. Leeun-tae walked inside looking rugged and unkempt. I'm counting on you, Jae-yeol. He also had to add a few words to beg. Please, Vasco, this might be the last chance in his life. He was wearing a pair of slippers on his feet, and Leeun-tae's arms were full of tattoos. With an innocent and excited face, he declared, I want to get married. Leeun-tae did not forget to emphasize one last time, no matter what, we believe in you. A moment later, Leon hid behind the door and peeked her head out. She looked inside, grinding her teeth in bitter disbelief. That idiot was actually going to do it. The scene shifted to the evening when she returned to her own house. Leon furiously threw a strong punch. Idiot. She continuously punched the bag to express her anger. Brainless, shrimp beard. Leon used all her strength to mock endlessly. A date? How ridiculous. The punching bag swayed back and forth for a while before she collapsed to the ground, holding her face. Leon was out of breath and could only say, idiot, constantly repeating that single word, idiot, /n/n. Cutting to the next day on a crowded street, the beautiful Seon was already waiting for someone, while Leon peeked out from behind a wall to observe. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment, unable to believe it. It's crazy, this is completely crazy, Vasco is going on a date with her. In her head, Leon had already predicted it, he will definitely get dumped, 100% getting dumped. What? I was just passing by. Bum Jae also popped out to watch, confidently asserting, he will definitely get dumped. She turned around, saw him, and panicked. Ah, senior, what are you doing here? Bum Jae turned around and was equally surprised, asking back. And you, what are you doing here? Leon just found an excuse to justify herself. I was just passing by /n/n. She shifted her attention and suddenly exclaimed, this is truly crazy, how could a person like that agree to go out with Vasco? He also looked extremely confused. Actually, I don't know either. Maybe I should text her saying Vasco is busy and can't make it. But just as he said that, Leeun-tae's voice rang out. Hello? Bum Jae knew he couldn't stop it in time. He's F******ing here. He greeted her first with a friendly demeanor. Nice to meet you /n/n. Leeun-tae changed his appearance and introduced himself. I am Leeun-tae. The two of them peeking turned pale, that is. They couldn't believe the person standing before their eyes, that is Vasco. Bum Jae's jaw dropped. Unbelievable, where is his beard? How could he change this much? Flashing back to that moment, Leeun-tae gave a few more words of instruction. Jae-yeol, you can rest in peace now. He didn't forget to emphasize with gratitude, we will never forget your final masterpiece /n/n. Leon realized outside, looking full of thought, while Seon looked up with unexpectedly sparkling eyes. Even she couldn't believe her eyes. Damn, from a heavily muscled meathead, he did a complete 180-degree turn like this. But after the greeting, he froze. What should I do next? In Leeun-tae's mind, he recalled the scene from yesterday, Lee Jin-sung at that time. He suddenly raised his arm high. Leeun-tae leaned his face close and invited her to eat. I think it's done like this, let's go eat something, Seon. She was caught off guard by that sudden action and couldn't react in time, while the two spying on them couldn't believe their eyes either. Leeun-tae's hands suddenly began to tremble, and Bum Jae looked on, completely speechless, not knowing what to say. Vasco, a wall, you're supposed to do that where there's a wall. While Leon laughed, he stared wide-eyed. How could he endure that? This guy's toes and muscles, it's totally crazy. But anyway, Leon still forced a smile and praised, you're so good, what on earth, is this magic? The scene shifts to after a while when he led her to an old, shabby restaurant. Upon arriving, Leon's expression completely changed to a look of despair. On the table, there was only a single pot of fish hot pot that looked a bit dirty. Leeun-tae sat down, his face full of excitement as he introduced, this restaurant is really delicious, I often come here with my friends. Bum Jae was still following them, observing from outside the door. He really came to the gang's hangout spot, the Cod Row Hot Pot restaurant. She looked down at the hot pot in frustration. What the hell is this, aren't we supposed to be on a date today? Seo-John looked up, hesitating a bit. Is he kidding me, or does he just not like me? He took a spoon, scooped up a piece, and explained that you get a lot of roe here, and you can even ask for more. She was mesmerized by his handsome looks. After that, Seo-John also bowed her head and tried to eat, thinking it's just a restaurant, not because he is handsome or anything. Lee Eun-tae gazed intently at her, suddenly remembering the advice in his head, Vasco, girls always like to be cared for. Immediately after, Lee Eun-tae observed closely, there are bones, then he placed his hands on the table, stood up straight, and reached over. Lee Eun-tae grabbed both sides of Seo-John's hair and suggested, tie it up like this. Her eyes completely changed into a look of annoyance. Bum Jae, just watching from a distance, also clearly realized, it's over. Seo-John frowned in frustration and declared, how dare you? Don't follow me. Right after that, she quickly ran forward. Seo-John ran away in frustration, sobbing, unable to take it anymore. She gritted her teeth, unable to bear it, feeling so embarrassed, just looking at him made her hate him. Thinking of that, Seo-John stomped on a manhole cover. Why is there such a guy in this world? Then her high heel broke, causing Seo-John to fall backward. She gasped in panic, thinking she was going to fall, when suddenly Lee Eun-tae appeared and caught her from behind. He softly asked with concern, are you okay? Seo-John immediately realized, Lee Eun-tae, he followed me. She turned her face back, reacting extremely angrily, what are you trying to? He softened his voice and explained gently, I had something to say to you, so I ran after you. Lee Eun-tae also admitted frankly about himself, this is my first time going on a blind date. Feeling apologetic, he immediately started taking off his shoes, so if I made you uncomfortable anywhere, I'm truly sorry. Lee Eun-tae then took the shoe and slipped it onto Leon's foot, it's my first time going on a date, so I really didn't know what to do. He gently said a few words of advice, even so, thank you for coming. She looked down in disbelief, what? You? Leon blushed, her eyes welling up with tears as she frowned, this is breaking the rules, how could anyone hate this? Suddenly, a passing car splashed water, and Lee Eun-tae quickly turned around to block the water for her, watch out. She couldn't hold back anymore and started tearing up, you? Leon turned her face, her voice softer, Lee Eun-tae. She asked about his condition and saw his six-pack exposed, are you okay? Lee Eun-tae looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness you didn't get wet, next time be careful and walk on the inside. Then he turned his back to leave, goodbye, I'm taking off then. Suddenly, Leon reached out and grabbed Lee Eun-tae's shirt. She gripped her skirt, looking shy and stammering with a blushing face, wait, Leon was no longer shy and made a suggestion, let's keep hanging out, even all night is fine. He also turned his face back with an affectionate smile, Leon. Lee Eun-tae couldn't believe it and asked again, you don't hate me? She now also honestly confessed, yeah. He was extremely overjoyed and shouted out loud, I'm so happy. Leon also affectionately nodded in response, yeah. Bum Jae, watching from behind, was also extremely happy. It was a success, truly a miracle. He then continued to complain, who needs those secrets anyway? Isn't it better to just act normally? We should have done this from the beginning. Leon suddenly turned around and angrily kicked Bum Jae, shut up, idiot, you're spouting nonsense. She continuously scolded, criticized, and mocked loudly, what is so good about that guy Lee Eun-tae anyway? Seeing Leon turn her back and walk away, he felt helpless, this kid, could it be? The scene transitioned to the evening by a riverbank. A stone was thrown into the river, and the person who threw that stone was none other than Leon. She looked down, clearly showing a sad and thoughtful expression. Leon hugged her legs to hide her tattoos. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears when suddenly, the sound of fireworks shooting up into the sky was heard. The fireworks shooting up in the sky were incredibly gorgeous. Leon unconsciously looked up, feeling very surprised. Lee Eun-tae walked over with a bag of fireworks, you're here? You're a bit late, kid. She turned her face in disbelief, Vasco. Leon looked over, confused and wondering, why are you here? What about the outing? Hearing this, he immediately showed a suspicious attitude, how did you know? She had to find an excuse to justify it, that, telepathy. Lee Eun-tae sat down and answered straightforwardly, I turned it down. Who told you I already had a prior appointment? The fireworks gathering of Burn Knuckles. Then, he wondered in confusion, asking about the others, are the other guys not coming? Why is it just me and you? Bum Jae had previously confirmed with him, Vasco was just bluffing. Leon gritted her teeth, her face turning bright red, just because of that reason he cancelled the entire date. Seeing her crying uncontrollably, Lee Eun-tae became confused, what's wrong, are you sad, it's okay, let me cover you /n/n. Suddenly, a firework was shot up. Leon turned and pointed the sparks at him, shut up, you idiot, shaving your beard makes you look even stupider. Gulp. He turned back, extremely panicked and emphasized, stop shooting, this is a borrowed shirt. She still chased after him, constantly screaming, it doesn't suit you at all, go to hell. Lee Eun-tae kept running away and begging, "Stop right now, please." She smiled a very radiant and happy smile, while the fireworks in the sky continued to be shot up /n cutting to another detailed scene, an extra cookie drawn by the character, Cookie a rejection from Vasco. Lee Eun-tae had previously quickly declined the invitation. "I'm sorry Seon, I can't go with you," he raised his voice somewhat hesitantly. "Seon is very nice, but I'd /n Lee Eun-tae reiterated the wish he had fantasized about, the dream of raising a kangaroo together, a family of 3, Vasco, Seon, kangaroo. He coldly decided to turn around and walk away to say goodbye, but right now burn knuckles is more important, so goodbye. Bum Jae stood in the distance observing, not understanding anything. Is this guy crazy? /n cutting to when Seon wanted to pursue Cookie too, falling in love. She came to the school to pursue Lee Eun-tae. This is the school he attends, nicknamed Vasco. Today I will definitely say it. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, "Vasco!" Hearing that, Seo-jeon couldn't help but feel nervous. Vasco had arrived. A friend walked up, turned his face, and asked, "Didn't you shave?" Lee Eun-tae turned his face and casually explained, "It's only been a day, and it grew back already." She was stunned, unable to believe it, and screamed, "No way!" Seo-jeon turned away, unable to believe her eyes. That wasn't her. Lee Eun-tae, it's a lie, that's not the truth. Suddenly, she stumbled and accidentally fell backwards, and the person who caught Seo-jeon was none other than Leon. "What are you doing here, Leon?" Her heart immediately pounded, and Seo-jeon, deeply infatuated, took the initiative to invite, "Would you like to hang out tonight?" But immediately after, Leon ran away, instantly rejecting her /n and then the scene shifts to another place, Cookie 3, a spring day of the burn knuckles. A person sitting at the head spoke up to check the assembly. "Is everyone ready?" The 6 vice captains of burn knuckles, excluding Bum Jae. Someone crossed his arms, clearly showing extreme anger. "Is that guy Bum Jae still not coming after all? Forget him, the coward, so shall we go?" They started working on stretching out the slogan banner, "Come on, shout it loud." Immediately after, a chaotic scene unfolded at the school. Strong, emotional. What's wrong with him? Tie your hair up like this to be neat. Annoying burn knuckles. Thank goodness I didn't get wet. Don't go out, our burn knuckles are about to shine. Strong, emotional. /n and the scene transitions to a broadcasting station currently filming. "Hello everyone, I'm Kim Bon. Today I will show you how to make ginseng chicken soup." He began to explain the initial steps in detail. After removing all the excess fat on the chicken, wash off the blood still clinging to the bones. Kim Bon meticulously used a knife, opening the lower part of the chicken to stuff the ingredients inside. He demonstrated while explaining, "Open it more. But actually, the thing inside was none other than Jiho, the ginseng chicken soup. He had his pants taken off, his hands tied behind his back miserably. "I am ginseng chicken soup." Jiho was being physically abused by other inmates. "Open it more, damn it." /n to briefly explain the management system inside the prison. Once you are arrested and put into a juvenile prison, you have to undergo a physical examination. Show, unbelievable, how could they stuff that in there? It is exactly to check if cigarettes or phones are hidden inside the anus. One guy was actually caught with cigarettes stuffed inside. "Bastard, why did you stuff so much?" "Sorry, I didn't expect someone to actually stuff it." After a while, Jiho also put on his prison uniform, holding a small tool tray compared to the other inmates. Jiho's feet couldn't even fit into the shoes, the uniforms were all one size. He was also forced to wear a pair of glasses on his face, plastic glasses to prevent injuries. He just couldn't get used to it. Jiho looked at the issued personal items in annoyance: 2 toothbrushes, 2 towels, chopsticks and a spoon. "Is this all? Where is the shampoo? Where is the lotion?" He was led back to his cell by the prison guard, wishing this was a dream. Suddenly Jiho looked up and wondered, "This is just a dream, right? /n but the prison guard looked down and reminded him, "Wake up, from now on this is your home. If there is any problem, press the bell in the room." The prison guard briefly explained the difference here. A juvenile prison is not like an adult prison, there people look at money and status, but here. The prison guard seriously emphasized that strength is everything. There was a boss sitting inside glaring maliciously. Next to him were 2 underlings watching closely. Jiho witnessed that scene and dropped his jaw. "It's so scary, what is this?" Jaju, who was sitting in the toilet, suddenly called out, "Newbie." He observed him for a moment and wondered about this guy. Is he really a teenager? He also looked at the badge and asked, "Yellow stripe, what are you in here for?" Jiho snapped back to reality, his mouth stuttering, "Yes." Briefly explaining the hierarchy in the prison, the yellow stripe indicates the classification order. White is for ordinary criminals like theft and fraud, yellow is for violent criminals like attempted murder and physical assault, red is for death row inmates which in this case are sent straight to prison, blue is for drug trafficking. In the juvenile prison, the severity of the crime is categorized by color. He bowed his head and stuttered, "Attempted murder." Jiho looked at everyone's reactions and got scared. "What's wrong?" The guys sitting inside started whispering to each other. Attempted murder, what if he acts up in the middle of the night? He looked around and quickly realized it. What's with that reaction? At this moment, Ji-ho looked around and quickly noticed, coming to the realization that everyone else here was a white stripe, he was the only yellow stripe. Now he finally paused to think carefully, wait, strength is everything here, if the hierarchy is divided by colors then. Ji-ho smirked with a forced smile, deducing that since he had harmed someone into a coma, his status must be the highest here. Jia looked at his physique and wondered, a yellow stripe? It's been a while, but you look like a limp noodle. Ji-ho quickly turned pale as he realized the guy's identity. He was the boss here, \n \n. The guy continued to interrogate his background. Which gang are you from? Huh, oh never mind. To explain Jia's actions a bit, after using the toilet, one has to cover it with a plastic bottle to block the smell. Ji-ho waited anxiously to see the sign. Could that guy also be a yellow stripe? But as the guy stepped out, he rejoiced, a white stripe. Jia pulled up his pants and stepped out with pleasure. That felt great. Ji-ho was overjoyed to see that the color was a white stripe \n \n. The guy quickly ordered one of his underlings, the last guy, go clean it up. One of them immediately stood up holding a towel, yes. But suddenly, Jia emphasized, not you. He pointed toward the filthy toilet and ordered, you there, the last one to come in, go clean that mess up. Ji-ho stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what it meant. The other guy awkwardly handed him a white towel. Here, it's yours, a \n. He was so disgusted he couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is that massive piece of sh*t, and he has to wipe it barehanded? At first, Ji-ho wanted to resist but couldn't. This was complete madness. He wouldn't do it even if beaten to death. He turned his face away in anger, realizing their intention. It was the old inmates bullying the new guy. Because he was a yellow stripe, they wanted to assert dominance right away, a \n. However, Jia glared down at him with a terrifying look, and Ji-ho obediently went in to clean up. He looked at the excreted waste in disgust. What the hell is that massive thing? Go shove it back up your own $1 hole. Ji-ho never expected to see the day he had to wipe someone else's shit. As he cleaned, he thought about the future, having to do this every day, motherfucker. Suddenly, Ji-ho stopped what he was doing as another fierce, large guy stepped inside. Seeing this, he was extremely terrified and screamed \n terrified. Ji-ho still tried to stammer and raise his voice. What are you going to do? The guy disgustingly licked his lips and emphasized, what do you mean what am I going to do? Take a shit of course. Not again, this guy is so funny. Pushed against the wall, he asked in confusion, but why do you have to take off your pants? The guy replied very calmly, so it doesn't splash, I only have one set of uniform \n noonable to hold back anymore. Ji-ho gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, really? No way? Are you kidding me? This is also a preemptive strike. He didn't want to swallow his pride any longer, he couldn't stand it. Ji-ho looked at everyone around the room and thought, anyway, they are just white stripes, I am a yellow stripe. In his mind, he clearly showed his confidence. I don't know how I was on the outside, but I came in here for attempted murder. Ji-ho couldn't take it anymore and deduced the opposite. They should be wary of me instead. He gritted his teeth tightly, sweating profusely. If he endured it now, he was destined to clean toilets for the next 2 years. Finally, Ji-ho made a decision. No matter how scary it is, I have to let them know I am a yellow stripe. He had to assert his dominance first, so he grabbed the opponent's collar and shouted, you motherfucker. \n Ji-ho opened his mouth wide and yelled right in his face, do you know who I am? I'm an attempted murderer. Do you want me to turn you into a vegetable too? He emphasized once again, I'm a yellow stripe. The other guy was still unfazed, calmly holding Ji-ho's hand, is that so? Then that guy also took off his outer shirt, then were the same. Only now did he realize in shock, a yellow stripe. Zio angrily stripped off Hyung-seok's shirt, making him feel embarrassed and hug himself. Take this back, it got shit on it, damn it. In his mind, he was surprised, that wasn't his shirt. Hyung-seok was being threatened and questioned by the boss about his failed murder attempt. Zio's face leaned in close to challenge the newcomer, so, what am I? At night, the sun had already set. The inmates in the prison were sleeping, but Hyung-seok was shivering in a corner. He couldn't stand it and lay there gritting his teeth, it's so cold. The people next to him were sleeping soundly, but Hyung-seok was still shivering because he was near the toilet, so there was a draft. Then a guy who needed to use the toilet stepped on him, get out of the way. Hyung-seok was full of annoyance, I want to sleep. Damn it, they walk past once and I wake up 5 times. Damn it. He was angry and had to cover his ears and nose, closing his eyes to try and sleep. It was cold, smelly, and noisy, every day was like this. Hyung-seok finally fell asleep. Ji-ho, wake up and go to school, a voice called out, still not waking up. He sleepily replied, 5 more minutes, Mom, but right after that, a large foot stomped on his face. Someone was exercising, interspersed with scolding, motherfucker, this guy still won't wake up. Not waking up, huh? And calling for Mom too, do you think this is your house? Mom, wait, the teacher is teaching me the morning exercise, breathe in. The song was still echoing, but his thoughts were a mess. How many days have I been here? The music played, raise your hands high to the sky, stretch your arms across your shoulders. Who the hell put this song on? Hyung-seok looked at his cellmates in disgust. Another hellish day had begun. In his cellmate's hand was a lint roller meant for mopping the floor, made by poking a hole in the bottom of a bottle, inserting a stick, and wrapping a rag around the outside. The two of them were exercising enthusiastically, hands parallel to their chests, letting go of both hands, hands parallel, closing their eyes and letting go. That cellmate scolded Hyung-seok, perhaps occasionally due to a lack of civilized affection. Hey, didn't you see my turn signal? You can't park here. Sorry, I'm busy folding blankets. Hey, wiping by hand might be even faster. Are these guys playing a puzzle game? Wait, I mean playing house. Hyung-seok, while folding clothes, was full of anger. Damn it, these guys just drive, while I alone, damn it, why do I have to do everything for them? Ja-ju heard a loud noise and turned his head to look back. Hyung-seok was worried, his voice flustered. It's nothing, just go back to sleep, let me go wash the rag first, with his arms spread at shoulder level. He was cursing in his head but his hands kept working, while that guy did absolutely nothing. It's so cold, my hands feel like they're going to crack, and there's no hot water either. At that very moment, Hyung-seok was provoked by a guy. You plan on using the toilet all by yourself, huh? Sorry. After that, the prison guard came in for roll call. Number 24 present. Good morning to you, sir. The prison guard seemed to ignore the greeting and counted the numbers. Total count is 7. One person is out for a medical checkup, so the current count is 6. Sir, morning roll call. Over, out for medical checkup. Hyung-seok just silently listened to the roll call. How many times a day do they check the count? Morning, noon, and night they all do roll calls. And what's with this room? Why is it so dirty? Seeing the messy clothes on the other side, the prison guard asked, whose blanket is that? Why isn't it folded properly? He rejoiced in his heart, it was that guy's blanket. Ja-ju, seeing himself being called out, looked arrogant. Hey, new recruit, aren't you going to fold the blanket? Hyung-seok stammered, yes, but in his heart, he was silently cursing the guy. It's not me, if I don't fold it, you should fold it. The prison guard penalized inmate 6618, Park Ji-ho, with a sticker. Looking at the board, several guys already had them. There is a sticker rule here. If you get 3, you will be removed from the early release list, or worst of all, receive heavier punishments. After morning roll call and exercise, it's mealtime. The sound of the food distributor passing by the cells rang out. It's mealtime. The guys clamored, rice, time to eat. Right after that, Soji distributed the food to each person, showing a bit of favoritism. Hello, boss. Here's some extra for you. This is when Soji's power is at its peak. The food distributor left, and a full array of dishes was laid out on the table. We got so much, being cellmates with that guy isn't too bad. The sound of everyone inviting each other to eat was very lively. Eat up, Ji-ho. But an isolated Hyung-seok was made to sit in a corner to eat. Damn it, I want to eat beans too, but I'm sitting next to the toilet. Looking at the bowl of rice on the table, his face was full of boredom, not wanting to touch his chopsticks. There are beans every day. Who the hell can eat this? There's a reason they don't eat it and force me to. The meal also ended, and Hyung-seok was already in the toilet. It was constipation. He was trying his best to push. Because of eating beans, my ass hurts so much. And the thing I hate even more than constipation is... Right after that, Hyung-seok pulled up his sleeves. He had to use an extremely dirty method. He had to wash, damn it, so dirty, by hand. Hyung-seok's thoughts were also full of calculation about this. If he used toilet paper, it would stink, so the water was cold, freezing his ass off, and washing by hand meant he only needed to wash his hands afterward. Despite thinking that, he still looked enviously at Jajil. Why did that guy get to use paper? The guy didn't notice and was busy playing, loading ammo, dropping bombs. He was still angry. Being able to use toilet paper was also a form of power. Hyung-seok noticed the time was still too early. It's only been 3 hours since I woke up, are you kidding me? I want to go online so badly. He was full of depression being in prison, but morning was also the time everyone gathered outside. It was such a long day. If only it were bedtime now, just staying awake was really hard. Hyung-seok sat blankly in a corner, hugging himself and watching everyone, then looked down at the ground inside. Only 30 minutes of outdoor activity. The sneakers don't have shoelaces, probably to prevent ending one's own life. So boring. A voice rang out along with a kick to Hyung-seok's body. Is this the place for you to sit? Causing him to fall. As he looked up, it was 2 of the guy's henchmen. What, are you here to buy goods? He was full of questions. Who is that? Those guys didn't care. Leave him be, newbie. How many cigarettes are you taking today? What were they doing? Hyung-seok was still crawling on the ground listening to them discuss. What, 1 cigarette for 8 man, equal to 160k? Are you robbing me? If you don't buy, then forget it. Hearing the conversation, he was surprised. They were dealing illegal substances. Jajil suddenly acted kindly, putting an arm around his neck and handing something to Hyung-seok. Take this, keep it carefully. Before he could even look, the guy blabbered on, if you get caught, remember to say it's yours, I don't know anything. Hyung-seok looked down in surprise, cigarettes. As someone inexperienced, his mind was full of questions. You can get this here too? Hyung-seok asked those guys stupidly, was that taken out of an ass? Making Jae-yeol angry, do you want to die? Both of them then fell into a space of silence. The other two guys reported to Jae-yeol, you are here, the total is 240 man which is 4.8 million. Seeing the other two still reporting while Hyung-seok had slipped away, what's wrong? Do you need us to go find more? One guy was holding 2 large stacks of money. I just saw in that crowd a boss sitting and throwing stacks of money to his underlings. His face also turned towards Hyung-seok who was running away with all his might, a familiar face. After the 30-minute break, they also returned to the prison cell. Hyung-seok returned safely and was watering the plant. But his mind was full of thoughts, you are like me, don't die, hang in there. All the prison guards also sat still, a voice rang out breaking the atmosphere, get in here. Everyone looked up at the guy being led in, number 0125, Juliet, Lee Won-chang. Hyung-seok's eyes widened, his mouth wide open in utter surprise. What is going on? Approaching there, seeing Won-chang hugging him, he was full of doubt. Blue stripe, that guy looks so weak. As if guessing something, it means that guy is the one who has to go out for medical examination. He just kept blabbering, water, Juliet. The prison guard didn't even care and warned, if you guys hide fingernail clippers this time, I'll give each of you a sticker. They answered yes in unison. The other guy hid the fingernail clipper, seeing the guys below sitting still and not daring to do anything. These guys all avoided looking at that guy. Raziel's voice was full of constraint, I know, even if you kill that guy, he won't die. Seeing him, Hyung-seok also found it strange, the boss too. He then turned to look at Gun-chang and evaluated that the guy was a lunatic so no one wanted to get close. When he approached and saw his plant being watered, Gun-chang's eyes welled up with tears, his voice choked, Juliet. Raziel was still eagerly working out as if he was used to his new existence. Hyung-seok saw rudimentary materials being rigged for exercising. In prison, playing sports is not allowed to prevent violent behavior, however, the thugs still worked out secretly to maintain their robust bodies. Water, tape, plastic bottles, they poured water in to work out and then removed it to erase the traces. Hyung-seok was keeping watch for the boss, of course, if caught, the guy's voice echoed to remind him, you have to call out when the guard comes. Intertwined was the subordinate's counting voice, 32, 33, 34, or else they would be punished with stickers. He had to stand at the door staring anxiously, he couldn't sleep at all last night, he was so sleepy. Unable to fight his reasoning, his eyes closed, his neck hurt, he really wanted to lie down. As soon as Hyung-seok collapsed, the prison guard appeared and shouted, room 24, stop moving. Everyone's faces in the room showed anxiety as they looked toward the door. All got bear stickers. Raziel hastily called out, wait. A person's voice in the prison cell cursed angrily, I already got 2, damn it, wait. Seeing that they hadn't laid a finger on Hyung-seok yet, his body trembled intermittently. Jeju, with angry eyes carrying the flames of hatred, looked towards him, Park Ji-ho. As soon as his name was called out, the underlings grabbed him. You son of a bitch. The boss, as if coming up with a new idea, laughed maniacally, I told you to pay close attention, how dare you doze off. Seeing the two guys pressing his body to the ground, Jeju approached imposingly, you did it on purpose, didn't you? As soon as that angry voice stopped, he used a taken-off sock and stuffed it into his mouth, pry his mouth open. Then Jeju prepared to throw a punch at him, bite down hard, when suddenly a toothbrush equipped with a blade appeared, pointing towards him. It turned out to be Won-chang standing in front of Hyung-seok to intervene. He was extremely surprised to see the person helping him, long hair, why? Hyung-seok was lying on the bed gritting his teeth, curling up hugging himself trying to sleep. The whole room was also enduring that noise, covering their ears in anger, stop it. Seeing Won-chang staying in the restroom every night that Chang would grind his toothbrush. He rubbed the toothbrush hard against the ground, creating terrifying noises. Even though no one knew why, he just kept grinding, and now he had ground it into a knife. Over there, the grinding never stopped, no one knew what he was grinding the toothbrush for, but everyone was terrified of being targeted by this madman. Knowing the purpose of that knife and that this time Won-chang was holding it to protect Hyung-seok, it was aimed at Daryu. All three of us were completely surprised looking at the person in front. He looked at Won-chang, doubtful of his actions, what kind of situation is this? That guy had no intention of stopping but still stood blocking his front. He just kept muttering Juliet, is he helping me? Jeju didn't sense the danger, his eyes full of contempt, damn it, this lunatic, won't you let go? As if not noticing that he had been stabbed, he angrily said, you're big bro. Won-chang kept muttering endlessly, Juliet. Seeing the guy cursing at him, but with his face turned upwards, he only called out Juliet's name. Jeju couldn't hold back and punched him hard in the stomach, leaving the three bystanders watching in complete shock. He also managed to pin Won Chang down and grab his hair. "Juliet, my ass, why the hell are you suddenly going crazy? Damn it!" But he didn't stop calling Juliet's name. Won Chang quickly counterattacked. With a face full of blood, he turned to look at him, then repeatedly smashed his head against Jeju's knee, making him cry out in pain. With every smash, blood continuously spewed from his face. Seeing the bizarre fight, the three guys were full of doubt. Is that guy crazy? Why is he headbutting a knee? Seeing Won Chang's crazy actions, Jeju angrily hit him continuously. "Let go. Get lost." Unable to take it anymore, he stood up and stomped hard on his swollen face. Jeju managed to pull out his weapon, his voice sounding more defiant. "Motherfucker, you bastard, don't push it just because I've been holding back." But with the foot stomping near his mouth, Won Chang opened his mouth wide and muttered, "Juliet. Ice cream." Without letting anyone figure out what he was doing, and not wanting to give Jeju any spare time, he bit down hard. Jeju writhed in pain from the sudden ambush. Jeju screamed tragically while the three guys on the other side stared with their jaws dropped. His voice kept echoing, "Juliet." Won Chang, his face horrifyingly covered in blood, turned and asked, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Is Juliet okay?" After that, Fat Chang went to the hospital for a week, due to mental breakdown and external injuries. Jeju calmly sat alone, treating his own wounds. The boss stapled his own wound shut. "Damn it, stepping in shit while just walking. Boss, is your thigh okay? Just putting some spit on it will do." Probably because he didn't want to go to the punishment room. No one knew why Fat Chang had an episode, but there was one thing everyone understood. Won Chang was relying on Hyung-seok. "It's that guy, counting on you, Juliet. Remember your brothers later, protect me." After the incident that day, life in their prison cell changed 180 degrees. He enjoyed his life, so happy, his face was cheerful and excited. Being able to wipe with real toilet paper felt amazing, and those guys couldn't say anything at all. Hyung-seok was singing while going to the toilet and wiping his butt. "For me, total victory, happy toilet paper, the teacher taught me morning exercises." Thanks to Chang BL, when it was time to eat, he was still isolated in a corner. Thanks to Won Chang, even if he didn't eat beans, nobody said anything. Looking at the dishes on the table, he was happy and joyful. Potatoes, onions, green peppers, kimchi, I even get to eat side dishes. While the food on the table looked that appetizing to him, Jeju complained, "Damn it, this food tastes like shit. This won't do. Hey, spicy chicken. Yes, it looks delicious." They had secretly used their own seasonings. Spicy chicken, cooking food according to the exact recipe in prison is very difficult. Chili powder, smoked chicken, water, plastic containers, tea bags, instant coffee, so the inmates secretly created their own seasonings to make the food tastier. The small bags were carefully packed, sugar was extracted from coffee and put into tea water to make the broth, all ingredients were put into a plastic container and mixed well, then divided into instant noodle packets, handed out to everyone, shaken well, so the spices absorbed evenly. Watching them work proficiently, then handing it to Soji to stuff into the rice bucket, push it deeper, don't let it burst open, have you tied it tightly, I'll give you a piece later. The rice is freshly cooked so when opened it will be very hot, leave it like that for 5 minutes. Opening it up, a fascinating, steaming hot dish was in front of everyone, chicken soup, so delicious. Hyung-seok ate heartily while secretly thinking that this is the reason why he pays taxes, even though he has never paid taxes. The other guy saw him eating and cursed, "Are you crazy?" Hyung-seok just turned his face back and cursed, "Damn it." Then those guys just cursed silently in their hearts and went back to eating. Hyung-seok thought his life was reaching heaven, without people there is no law. But he didn't pay attention to taking care of that small plant, leaving it to wither. Jeju ate his meal with a face full of anger. After the meal, it was evening, everyone was sleeping soundly. There was an inmate who replaced Hyung-seok's previous spot, shivering, so cold. Hyung-seok no longer had to lie next to the toilet at night, thinking to himself it was so warm, this corner spot is the best. The clock at this time showed 2 a.m., he was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up unexpectedly. Hyung-seok's face was still groggy as he opened the blanket to see, "What's this?" Seeing Jeju inside looking up at him, Hyung-seok screamed in fear, "Why are you here?" His questioning voice echoed through the room, "What are you doing? Why did you crawl in here?" The guy replied calmly, "It's too cold, that's why." Jeju looked mockingly toward Hyung-seok, "The wind is blowing so cold, so I just came over to share the spot for a bit." "Aren't you cold?" But he didn't hold back and cursed, "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." But with good intentions, Jeju invited him over, "If you're cold, come lie down with me." Hearing that, he scolded him, "Share my foot." But not done cursing, Hyung-seok still said with a face full of disgust, "Are you crazy? Gross." Not noticing his expression changing, Chang BL will be back soon, do you want to get stabbed again? The other guy, full of anger, took off his shirt and rushed toward him. Damn it, you're dead. He grabbed his hair and cursed profusely. We'll be back soon, huh? Then he can come back and pick up your corpse. Jaju reminded Hyung-seok to grit his teeth. Time in the room passed for another 2 hours. The whole room was fast asleep together, only one guy was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hyung-seok on the other side had a bloody, bruised face. He gritted his teeth and angrily cursed silently. Damn it, son of a bitch. Jaju slept very soundly after exercising his limbs. I will kill you. Outside, the sun was about to rise. Hurry back, Chang Bl, come back and kill this bastard for me. Tangled thoughts lasted all night until morning. The whole room suddenly turned their heads to look at the door. Then the prison guard shouted, Number 0125 Lee Won Chang, get in. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chang? Seeing him muttering Juliet, Chang Bl, Hyung-seok's face was full of joy as he welcomed him. You're finally back. Only he stood up to ask, One Chang? As if not caring, he asked, Juliet, are you okay? I'm back. Hyung-seok stood in front of Won Chang and asked, Are you okay? Have you recovered? But he just kept muttering, Juliet, are you okay? Hyung-seok turned back to the 4 people with a smug face. You guys are dead meat, Chang Bl is back. All 4 of them avoided his gaze, not daring to make a sound. Seeing his smugness, Raziel turned his face away. This guy too, damn it, you're dead for sure. BRBR unable to see Won Chang's expression, he excitedly said, Won Chang, let me tell you this. Seeing that he didn't reply, he stepped closer and asked, What are you doing? Won Chang's voice trembled, Juliet. Won Chang's eyes were cloudy with anger as he called out, Hyung-seok, it's not good. Seeing the plant he was holding with her, his voice kept repeating, Juliet, it's not good, Juliet. His face was full of surprise when he realized it wasn't him, that plant was Juliet. He looked embarrassed hearing him call out, You. Won Chang's face looked fierce towards Hyung-seok, I will kill you. BRBR a loud noise echoed in the prison, hold him down, separate them quickly. 3 prison guards had to run in to hold him, let go, if you don't let go, you lunatic. Won Chang had his hair pulled but didn't lose his angry demeanor. Cell 24, requesting backup. Hyung-seok was being choked, causing him to tremble, unable to match his strength. I'm dying. 5 prison guards had to hold down one person, restrain him quickly, cell 24, number 0125. Hyung-seok couldn't breathe, and in his head, only one thought kept echoing, he was going to die. Gun Chang's hands were still squeezing tightly, and the prison guards couldn't do anything. Damn it, why is his grip so strong? Pry his hands off, quick. 2 prison guards used all their strength to grab Gun Chang's head and pull him away, but it was no use. It's not working, his uvula is going to be pulled out too. The guy's eyes glared fiercely. For the first time, his eyes widened, his mouth couldn't close, looking at him full of fear. Me, that look, he really wants to kill me. /n the prison guards were still holding his hair, trying to pull Gun Chang's head, but failed. Let go, someone's going to die. Call the manager, quick. No one noticed the dead plant that made him go crazy like that. Why is he suddenly throwing a fit? Shoot him. As soon as the order was given, a stun gun fired, causing Hyung-seok to be shocked as well. He squeezed his eyes shut to take it. We shot this guy too, sorry. Right after being shot, Hyung-seok fainted. He was so scared he wet his pants because the guy wouldn't let go. Pull him out, quick. But he had lost consciousness, only hearing the voices of everyone around him. The eyes of the 4 death row inmates he had just threatened glared fiercely at him. You are definitely dead now, kid. /n the weather also turned to winter, with no one by his side, just someone holding a can of water. Hyung-seok was about to sit blankly, with a patch of torn hair on the back of his head, when right after that, a large piece of kimchi was thrown at his head with a loud thud. It turned out to be Jaju taking revenge, using a sarcastic tone in the cafeteria. What the hell kind of kimchi is this? It has no taste at all. But throwing that was still not enough, another piece was thrown at his face. Sorry, the guy seemed not to hear him speak but only angrily complained, why is the kimchi so sour? And Hyung-seok just kept repeating, sorry. His body was now covered with a pile of food. The voices of the underlings started urging Hyung-seok again, apologize quickly, you are wrong, I am wrong, apologize. Brbr. But before he could speak, a person behind him was walking towards Jeju. It turned out that Jian-woo, feeling indignant, took his whole meal that he was eating and hit that guy's head. The swift action made him unable to react. Right after that, the other guy suddenly had his hair grabbed, this time it turned out to be Sel Kong whose face was pressed hard into the meal he was eating. Causing all the guys around to be extremely surprised and turn their heads, their mouths wide open because of the actions of the 2 people just now. Brbr Jeju's voice was full of anger as he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Right after that, he jumped up, tore his shirt, and looked at the other 2 guys, you guys are dead. A scarred guy who was eating rice heard that, and the rice spoon in his hand also paused. Kim Hyung turned his head to look at him, his voice ringing coldly, "Me?" He put down his unfinished spoon of rice and approached Jeju, carrying an extremely strong oppressive aura. BR looking at his face, the memories in his head flashed with images of Kim Hyung. Why is this guy here? Because of that incident. He fearfully fell to his knees at his feet. Kim Hyung stepped on Jeju's body. "If you have started it, you must see it through to the end." The voice was full of contempt as he was not as loudmouthed as before. "Why did you stop?" Jeju's people, while kneeling, kept trembling violently even though they were being stepped on the head. "That's why you were being stepped under his feet." Right after that, he brutally used his foot to stomp hard, causing blood to spread across the floor from Jeju's face. Hyung-seok, with a gaunt face, was even more surprised seeing such a scene because of Kim Ji-myung's oppressive aura. His round eyes looked on in admiration as he heard Kim Ji-myung say that if you're going to fight, you must make the opponent feel like they are better off dead. He also shot a glance, giving advice toward him, only then is it an absolute victory. Seeing such an action, the prison guard hurriedly ran out to stop them and halt the movement. Seeing Jeju bloodied and lying unconscious flat on the floor, he asked, "Who was it who started the fight first?" Right after that, the first arm was raised, and then simultaneously, other arms were raised to take the blame upon themselves. The prison guard looked, not knowing how to handle such a situation. I did it. The prison guard could only stammer, you guys. Right at that moment, a voice rang out to stop the prison guard's action. "No, I fell." Jeju tried to get up but still had to hold his own bloodied face. They didn't do anything. The prison guard, seeing him awake, also went to support him but didn't accept his words. "You fell face first onto the floor yourself, huh? Let's take you to the infirmary first." As for Hyung-seok, he was still in a daze from Kim Ji-myung's words and his gaze. "Boss, what did you just say?" Right at this moment, the guy Jeju was led away to be treated, his eyes glaring maliciously at him. "You're dead, kid." Suddenly, there was a cockroach in the prison cell. A large foot naturally stomped and crushed the cockroach. It turned out Jeju had returned and still hadn't lost his habit of cursing. "Damn it, there are cockroaches here, why are there so many bugs?" Seeing Hyung-seok, whom he had beaten until his face was bruised, lying flat like the cockroach he just stomped on, "Right, you insect?" His pitiful eyes looked toward the cockroach next to him. "An insect, if stepped on, will die." Seeing that he couldn't move anymore, the guy squatted down and informed Hyung-seok, "I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back." While everyone was sitting in the dark room looking at him lying unconscious there, an announcement came from the speaker. "Number 5425, Han Du-pyo, requests to use the shower." Hyung-seok's eyes were still looking in the direction of the cockroach, seeing that it still had willpower, which helped him become more determined. "I must live, I have to live." Unable to give up, Hyung-seok's eyes also opened wide to try. "Do you want to live?" "Yes, I want to live." On the other side, Dario was showering happily after taking out his anger. He hummed, "The teacher taught me the morning exercise, 1 2 3 breathe in, breathe out." The guy scrubbed his body and sang even more happily, hands reaching high to the sky, hands spread horizontally to the shoulders. His singing voice was still full of joy, but he didn't realize the danger that was about to strike him. Hyung-seok was holding the shower hose as a weapon, charging into his bathroom. Dario was still happily singing, hands parallel in front of the chest, drop both hands. Hearing him sing only made him angrier, despicable. He held his improvised weapon firmly, full of anger. "Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in." Seeing that the guy didn't notice only made Hyung-seok more frustrated. "Damn it." The guy kept mumbling the lyrics, hands reaching high to the sky, hands spread horizontally to the shoulders. Hyung-seok had also approached and stood behind him, but Daria seemed oblivious and continued to shower calmly, hands parallel in front of the chest, drop both hands. Hyung-seok's face was covered in blood, but he remained resolute with his choice. "I will also live on the ground." Hyung-seok's weapon dropped, also covered in blood that was mixing with the water. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the result of what he had just done. Hyung-seok's body was also bare, while Jeju had collapsed. Changing the scene, the lunchroom was crowded with people getting food. The guys in there were gossiping. "Hey, did you hear, what? The guys standing in line waiting for food just talked about the shocking incident they just learned. Han Du-pyo got his head smashed. Damn, really? The new kid? Wow, he's not someone to mess with." Hearing that, the other guy didn't care about life or death but anxiously asked, "So did that room change its boss?" No, on the contrary." Jeju's head was heavily bandaged, but his face was still very fierce, not subsiding one bit. It was more like that guy wanted to kill someone. As if seeing Jeju listening, they tried to whisper to each other. Getting hit straight on, the new guy was really unexpected. Then what? The two of them still didn't stop discussing the incident. Nothing happened, did nothing. Don't tell me Han Du-pyo will just let it go like that? Hyung-seok was locked in a room, because he had been put in that room. He was in a very small room, his hands handcuffed, looking very miserable. It's too tight. Hyung-seok could only sit in one place, frustrated, looking at his pitiful self. 1 month in here. Looking at a room even tighter than a toilet, he just had to endure it without daring to complain. He couldn't stretch his legs, the window was sealed with cement, and his hands were handcuffed. Hyung-seok's body was exhausted, trying to find a comfortable position. Because of the handcuffs, just leaning was uncomfortable. With nothing to do, he noticed the wall next to him. A stain? What is that? Just as he was about to lie down, the loudspeaker reminded Hyung-seok, number 6618, to straighten his back and not lean. Now he looked up and saw someone monitoring him, and there was even a CCTV, which naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. Hyung-seok had no choice but to sit still cross-legged and look down at the ground, but it still made him much more comfortable than being in the prison cell. Even so, it was better than going back there. Just thinking about Jeju made him anxious and terrified. If he went back there, he might die. He shouldn't have done that /n/n, but Hyung-seok tried his best to think positively, stop overthinking, since he would be safe for a month anyway. Then he couldn't stand it and his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, being alone here, no cleaning, no working, having peace and quiet to think, but if he went out, that guy would definitely not let him off /n/, unable to bear it and unable to think positively, it was better not to go out at all. Unable to stand it, Hyung-seok shouted loudly, "Let me out of here," angrily crying and begging, "Just kill me, damn it." After that, the positive thinking became unbearable. At first, it might seem like nothing, being alone might even feel better than being outside, but after just 3 days, one would go crazy begging to get out /n/n. Hyung-seok banged on the door even more fiercely. "I was wrong, I'm going to die." He couldn't believe it and asked the heavens. It had reached that point, it was like torture in there. Of course, think about it, no TV, no internet, absolutely nothing, just sitting around doing nothing all day. As Hyung-seok sat idle, sleepiness also washed over him, but not long after, the loudspeaker warned, "No nodding off, no leaning, number 6618, no sleeping, straighten your back." You couldn't know when being in that room, thoughts full of confusion, whether it was time for breakfast or lunch, day or night, and being handcuffed meant you couldn't scratch even if it itched. Hyun-soo was putting his hands behind his back, even to go to the toilet, but the camera still wasn't turned off, everything he did was monitored. Seeing him doing dirty things, the speaker reminded him, number 6618, wash properly with water, do not let it stink. Hyun-soo's face had become gaunt and haggard a lot. The only thing he could do was wait for bedtime. But thinking it would be the easiest and lightest part of the day, even so, do you think they would let you sleep peacefully? First of all, your legs couldn't stretch out. Hyun-soo lay cramped in that tiny room, having to hunch his back in a narrow space, hands handcuffed, anyone would go crazy. Like a box enclosing him and he couldn't do anything, just being able to stretch his arms or legs once would be so satisfying. But week after week not being released like that, just thinking about it would drive him crazy. Hyun-soo hadn't been able to sleep for the past few days until today, causing him to tear his hair out, pulling out clumps of hair to hurt himself as well as to know that he was existing. Then came the self-harm. Hearing his fellow inmate tell the story made the other guy extremely terrified. Hearing that, the other guy also asked back, to that extent? Not only that, no matter how crazy you go, you are not allowed to cause a disturbance. Although the two guys had finished eating, they still hadn't finished discussing, otherwise, the punishment time would be increased. Moreover, just self-harming once. On Hyun-soo's side, with no clothes left, lying writhing, he would be switched to being handcuffed behind his back. He was also subjected to the rules they had told him about. If you pull hair, your head will be shaved. If you use your hands to cause injury, you will be handcuffed from behind. The room was full of strange noises. Being suppressed like that, going crazy was only a matter of time. Hyung-seok's face kept smashing into the wall until it bled. The crazier he got, the more he was restrained. Unable to bear it, he hit his own head against the wall to relieve the discomfort, but doing so only made him crazier. Pools of blood formed on the wall, those marks were the blood from his madness. An afternoon passed quickly, and it became dark. Hyung-seok was lying, hugging himself, tossing and turning in the corner of the empty room. His mouth could now only mumble endlessly, "I'm sorry." Thinking about his past actions made Hyung-seok feel full of guilt, wishing they would just go away. He hallucinated the face of the guy he had failed to kill. It was just an accident, Ji-hoon, I didn't mean to. Then the second guy appeared, and he mumbled his apologies to them. "Hyung-seok, we are friends. I didn't know the window would break, honestly." A corner of the room was consumed by illusions, making him crazily mumble to himself, I'm sorry. After the apologies, the guy named Jajin appeared. "No, I am not a bug." Imagining cockroaches crawling all over Hyung-seok's body made him scream loudly, "I am not a bug." Finding the noise too loud, the guy in the next cell yelled, "Damn it. Shut your fucking mouth." Seeing that Hyung-seok on the other side had gone quiet, he shouted again, "Damn it, do you think you are the only one locked up in here?" As if finding someone like himself, he was surprised. Next door? Hyung-seok stood up and looked towards the side where the voice had just come from. There's someone locked up like me." It made him feel like he had found the light of his life. Really, there was someone. Breaking the silence, the guy's laugh echoed, "So? When Hyung-seok's mindset had stabilized, the other guy asked, "Did you push those two down?" Hearing his admission, the guy continued, "Pushing your friends off the fourth floor, huh?" But Hyung-seok didn't reply, only daring to curse in his head, "Damn it, just keep laughing." Then other thoughts chaotically took over Hyung-seok's mind. "I know, I'm a bastard, just laugh. My life is that much of a joke." Thinking he would receive further criticism, the guy unexpectedly praised him. "Whatever, you did great." Seeing him still laughing while giving praise, Hyung-seok wore a deeply anxious expression. "You're acting so damn cool, are you kidding me?" Being praised filled him with doubt. "Did great, cool? What do you even know about me? You must be joking." Hyung-seok sat in the corner listening to the guy continue to praise him. "Anyway, you won this once." He couldn't quite process those words, his eyes still full of surprise. Then the guy turned back to ask him, "Do you think you're a coward? What does it mean to be fair and square?" He seemed to want to help Hyung-seok regain his spirit. "People get insulted for plastic surgery. Have you ever seen a handsome guy get mocked? If being naturally good-looking allows you to walk tall and proud, then is plastic surgery wrong or cheating?" He tried to make him understand better. "Then why take extra classes outside? If you want to be fair and square, just study hard at school." Hyung-seok sat quietly, listening to every word he said. "This world has never been fair to begin with. You are just trying to escape injustice, so is that worth condemning? In this unequal society, there is no such thing as cheating. You are merely struggling. Then comparing yourself to a celebrity, if you try hard, you could beat Ronaldo /n/, and then he continued to answer the questions he had raised. "No, at a minimum, taking away one leg would make it fair. As if hearing a speech full of truth. To win, you have to eliminate both of the opponent's legs so that he cannot even run away. That is true fighting." Then he encouraged Hyung-seok again for doing his best. "Once the battle begins, you must fight until one person dies. Therefore, you already won that time /n/. Hyung-seok realized what Kim Ji-myung said, "If you start a fight, you must make the opponent wish they were dead." Realizing what he had done, so that was it. It wasn't that he shouldn't have done it back then, he wasn't wrong, doing that was right, until the opponent dies. A cockroach crawled onto his head, but his thoughts made his face darken, thinking that he had been beaten until his face was unrecognizable /n/, and the cockroach crawled to Hyung-seok's mouth, but he didn't hesitate to open his mouth wide and took a loud bite when it got close. Seeing the lifeless cockroach lying on the ground, no, insect. Time passed quickly and the day to leave the prison cell finally arrived, surrounded by a crowded, bustling group of death row inmates watching /n/. Jeju was taking off the bandage from the severe head injury caused by Hyung-seok. "If we fight to the death, I missed you so much, missing you day and night." Seeing Hyung-seok looking angrily towards Jeju, Park Ji-ho. Hyung-seok didn't reply, taking off his shirt with a fully prepared mindset. "I will not lose, I have washed myself clean, you dog." The other prisoners gathered around the two of them to watch the drama, starting to pull out the items they had. "I bet 2 man he lasts 2 minutes. 6 cigarettes for 2 minutes. Deal, 1 ship for 30 seconds. Kim Ji-myung sat watching the people around him. "Money collected, boss, 30 seconds and 1 minute are the most." Seeing such a dramatic scene unfold in front of him, it had been a long time since it was this lively, so he decided to try betting 2 /n/, seeing Hyung-seok standing face to face with Jeju to see how long he could endure, but his mind only radiated the thought of killing. The more he looked at him, his will was just, kill, kill. But Jeju didn't care and spoke with a challenging tone. "I missed you so much, longing for you day and night. Kill, kill." His eyes looked like he wanted to lunge at him immediately. "Kill, kill. I've washed up cleanly, you dog. Kill, kill, /n/, and then, just as Hyung-seok took off his shirt, he rushed straight towards Jeju. "Kill." Before he could get close, a punch caused Hyung-seok's face to tilt to one side. Jeju looked at him holding his bloodied face and crying out miserably. "I thought I was going to kill you, but I changed my mind." Then, a powerful direct punch landed right on Hyung-seok's face /n/, and the guys around thought it would be good but only complained. "What, not even a minute, damn it, my 5-man. Then Jeju leaned in close and asked Hyung-seok, "Do you know why I bet on 10 seconds? But as his face got closer, he was grabbed by him. At that moment, Jeju's nose was bitten by Hyung-seok until it bled /n/, unable to bear it, he continuously beat him. "Let go, you dog." Then an illusion appeared, Hyung-seok recalled the insect from that day. Me. Then his imagination saw the insect as the nose, no, the insect. Unable to withstand the pain, Jeju kicked him away forcefully. Kicked away, causing the nose he bit to bleed even more heavily, the guy painfully held his nose, my nose. Hyung-seok's eyes, looking like a madman, stared intensely at Jeju. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, 10 seconds have passed, you dog. But Jeju tried to endure the pain in his nose while rubbing it, looking at him with angry eyes. "Your mouth, I will twist out every single tooth to see how stubborn you are." N time passed quickly, the sky gradually turned dark, but a crowd surrounding them still stood around to watch the drama. On the ground were patchy bloodstains, like footprints all over the dirt. It turned out Hyung-seok was lying flat on the ground, surrounded by his own bloodstains. Jeju panted heavily as if using all his strength to struggle with him. "You're wrong, I bet on it too." N thinking he had fallen, Hyung-seok then crawled back up, using his two hands to push his heavily injured body to stand. Finally, he used his willpower and all his strength to stand up. Seeing this, Jeju couldn't help but be surprised that he could still stand. Hyung-seok's face could no longer be seen clearly because blood and injuries had covered his true face. N Jeju's eyes widened, staring at the person he had just defeated, who used his weakest strength to utter a threat, "I will kill you." Thinking Jeju would be scared of him because of a threat, the guy rushed in and punched him repeatedly. His face was punched continuously as if it was impossible to know if he was still alive or gone. His mouth was swollen full of blood, but he still tried to clench his teeth tightly. With a terrifying look, his swollen face looked towards the guy. N after that, Jeju painfully held his face and screamed loudly. The terrified prisoners still asked in surprise, What is it, blood?" Seeing two teeth on the ground being pulled out and thrown down, "No, it's not, it's teeth," he pulled out teeth with his eyes. Then a white bandage, which was the wound bandage for Jeju, was used to strangle his neck, making him extremely surprised by this sneak attack. Seeing Hyung-seok's face full of anger, gritting his teeth and trying to kill him, Jeju finally remembered what he had just taken off. Damn it, the wound bandage. Unable to endure it, he immediately counterattacked by using his head to repeatedly headbutt Hyung-seok's face, but still could not escape the bandage wrapped around his neck. "Let go, let go, let go, let go." Jeju's eyes seemed to realize something, seeing Hyung-seok's face looking at him with immense resentment. Handu Pyo, it turned out that Gaze was completely insane, no longer possessing any consciousness. The bandage wrapped around the neck was still squeezed tightly, knowing that it was the gaze of someone who wanted to kill. He was so terrified that he peed his pants right on Hyung-seok's body. The prison guard came out in time to stop both sides. "Stop, hold him." Looking towards him, the prison guard asked full of questions, "Hey, why did it turn out like this?" Kim Ji-myung calmly replied, "You said otherwise, is this what you call nothing big?" But Kim Ji-myung still calmly responded, "Sorry, I will bow my head and apologize. What time is it to say that the superiors will not let this pass?" Hearing that, the prison guard also forgave him, 10 times? Alright, do not let it happen again next time. But Hyung-seok just held the bandage and laughed, "Okay, I am the only one who won the bet here." His voice kept trembling as he muttered, "Kill, kill." Imagining Jeju's face, I won. Hyung-seok felt like he was gradually drowning, but he would not lose. Holding the bandage in his hand, his heart was full of determination, he would not lose. Hyung-seok's eyes were no longer the same as usual. Just after half a year, N the guys in the dining room were gossiping about Hyung-seok again. "This guy, you changed rooms again? Again? Did you cause trouble again? Rumor has it that since he came back from the punishment room, he went completely crazy. Why?" The guys who shared a room with Hyung-seok were all beaten up. That guy was transferred to the room this time, and then everyone speculated about Kim Ji-myung. "I was always curious, so Hyung-seok got into the room he wanted and asked, 'Why did you bet on me winning?' His broken tooth proved the battle that day." Boss Kim Ji-myung, he sighed as if he didn't want to reply, "This crazy bastard. Seeing a person full of wildness. Who told you that your eyes were like this at that time? Why is that?" It was getting dark, an announcement rang out, "Number 6618 Park Geo, punishment ended, step outside." The prison guard kindly asked him, "First time going to the punishment room, huh? Was it hard?" Then Hyung-seok looked up towards a room. Then he peeked inside and was shouted at by the prison guard, "What are you looking at the next room for?" As if wanting to say to his past self, "I have to go now, thank you." A timid silhouette inside him also greeted, "Goodbye." Not forgetting to smile, Hyung-seok, "I will stay here, so just go." And the scene transitioned out of the prison and into a city. Jin-sung had prepared to appear first. He stood handsomely among the crowd. Jin-sung thought to himself, perfect hair gel, the shoes are also an off-white collab. The gossiping voices around, "Wow, look, off-white 18SS, even the wind direction is perfect." He opened the door and entered the cafe. Vasco was also going on a blind date. "I should make some progress too." N from a distance, he saw the person Jin-sung intended to meet. "I'm here, me Jin, the back view is also beautiful." Seeing him arrive surprised her, "You're here so early." Jin-sung saw the scene of her holding a baby. "You're here?" He looked and was startled, seeing Jenna opening her sparkling eyes looking at Jin-sung. "Me Jin is." A thought suddenly popped into his head, a single mom? N he didn't even ask to confirm, but his eyes teared up, worried, "Me Jin, it must have been very hard, right?" Seeing that, Me Jin angrily hit Jin-sung, "I'm fine, I can understand the pain of." "What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing the explanation, he looked at Jenna and asked, "So this Jenna has been crying for a long time?" She calmly replied, "Yeah, because if her parents couldn't find her, I was afraid she would meet bad people, so I couldn't ignore her. Looking at clothes like this, she's definitely not abandoned, she must be lost from her parents. What should we do now?" Jin-sung, seemingly devoid of sympathy, replied casually, "What can we do? Just leave it alone. Taking someone else's lost property without permission is a crime." Hearing this, Mi-jin hit him again. "Is a child an object?" /n/n Jin-sung's angry eyes turned towards the child who was reaching out to call him. "What are you looking at? I don't know anything. Go home, shoo, shoo." Yena, oblivious to his scary demeanor, innocently crawled towards Jin-sung. "Huh, that thing looks like a sticky rice cake." /n/Ne's hand trembled slightly as he was about to touch the baby's soft cheek, but as he got closer, Jin-sung's hand paused as if he realized something. "Wait a minute." He quickly ran off to wash his hands. Seeing this, Mi-jin turned and asked, "Why are you washing your hands?" His face looked embarrassed. "If it gets sick, I don't want to take responsibility." Before his hand could even touch her, Yena slapped it away. Yena looked at Jin-sung unhappily. He was angry but didn't dare to swear at the baby, this little girl. Right after that, Jin-sung tried to touch Yena consecutively but was hit every time. She kept looking at him like he was trash. Mi-jin, not letting the two play around anymore, spoke up, "Let's just take the kid to the police station." When they left the shop, it was extremely crowded outside. Seeing her carefully holding Yena, "Let's go, I will find your mom." Seeing that she had to carry the baby, he took Yena from Mi-jin's arms into his own, then reminded Yena, "Don't be a burden to Mi-jin." Seeing his annoyed expression looking at her, Yena was scared. Looking at Yena, Jin-sung showed no emotion. He was just struggling, not knowing how to hold the child in his arms properly. "What a coward, is this okay?" Seeing Yena uncomfortable, he kept asking, "Is this okay, little radish?" When passing by a store, both Jin-sung and Yena looked inside with sparkling eyes. Their eyes showed a bit of curious excitement, but Jin-sung found the price too expensive. "Does this shoe model even have children's sizes? Will that even fit her feet? It's so small but so expensive." The child in Jin-sung's arms didn't understand, looking at the store to choose, wanting that pair. "Do you have money, little radish?" Mi-jin had walked a long distance when she saw him and Yena still standing there. "Jin-sung, what are you doing? Come here quickly." He hurriedly walked over. "Okay." As if he had reached the place he wanted, a radiant smile appeared on Jin-sung's face, while he was still holding the baby in his arms. The child just didn't know and happily laughed and talked behind Jin-sung, whose sinister eyes were looking at the kid. The little girl, dropped on the seat, was crying loudly, causing Jin-sung to ask, "Mi-jin, do something about it." Mi-jin was confused and didn't know what to do. "I don't know either." He was shielding himself with cardboard to protect his clothes, but Jin-sung got Yena's poop shot all over his face, making him grit his teeth to endure it. "Just a little bit more, they are almost at the police station." When arriving at the police station, the door had a notice posted saying temporarily absent due to an emergency mobilization order. Seeing that made Jin-sung's mood drop. "Wow, it's closed." In his head, he only had the thought of leaving this Yena behind, but he couldn't. However, Mi-jin didn't pay attention to him. "It's an emergency mobilization order, it's closed." Hearing her voice again made him unable to hold back. "Oh my goodness." But Mi-jin had something busy and looked worried. "This won't do, Jin-sung, let's split up." Yena, who was in his arms, was taken by her. "Give Yena to me, I will take the subway to the police station. You go back to the cafe, maybe the baby's parents will come back looking for her." He awkwardly handed the child over. "Is that so?" and also sighed in relief for escaping the child. "Lucky." But Yena refused and grabbed Jin-sung's hand instead, her body turned towards him, her eyes looking sparklingly at the man, which made Jin-sung extremely surprised by the little kid's action. The scene shifted and they were already on the subway, passengers were crowded in the seats, Jin-sung was heading back, but he still had to carry that Yena in his arms. Seeing the little kid happy in his arms, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Little radish, do you like me that much?" Seeing Yena not answering but smiling back at Jin-sung, it was like a tacit agreement. "What is the little radish's name?" "Then let's call you Jin-jin, combining Jin-sung and Mi-jin." Seeing Yena smiling at him, Jin-sung also subconsciously smiled along. Thinking of something, he pulled out his phone and took a picture with the kid. Looking at such a beautiful picture, he could only sigh. "It would be so nice if I took this with Mi-jin. What was the point of spending 2 hours doing my hair for this?" /n/n But he saw Yena lying still in his arms. "Why are you sucking your thumb?" Seeing the child not taking her hand away, Jin-sung gently removed the kid's hand. "It's all smeared on your hand, it's very dirty." He felt something and looked up ahead, seeing the little girl staring at Jin-sung's hair. He then took whatever was poking his eye from Yena's hand. The little girl couldn't sit still and noticed the button on Jin-sung's shirt, then used her hand to unbutton it, causing him to awkwardly warn her, hey, that's not milk, you'll tear the button off." As if realizing something, Jin Sung's eyes looked worried. That's right, I watched the news before, there was a case of a child suffocating from swallowing Lego. Without hesitation, he grabbed the button Yena was looking at, and with determined eyes, forcefully ripped it off. This shirt is so expensive. Right after that, he regretted it immensely. Farewell, farewell Off-White. /n/nan old lady seeing Jin Sung taking care of the baby carefully also asked, Egu, the father is working so hard, where is the mother? Seeing him struggling to carry her for so long, she reminded him, don't carry her forever, let the kid walk by herself. It looks like the little girl is already at the age to walk. Jin Sung asked in surprise, she can walk? Then he tried as the old lady said, putting Yena down, and she immediately started walking. Ba. Jin Sung looked at the walking girl, his eyes full of anger. Hey, you know how to walk? The old ladies around kept praising, she walks well, oh so smart. He just screamed from behind, my buttons, my hair. /n/n seeing the girl walking, Jin Sung became even more worried. Grandma, is it okay not to hold her? Will she break her legs? The old lady encouraged him, it's fine, just let her walk. Seeing the little girl walking further away, the old lady kept praising, my little sparrow is so smart, so smart. Jin Sung's face was still pale as he asked, is it really okay? Besides, she's not your sparrow. /n/n the subway announcement rang out, the doors are closing, the doors are closing. The little girl's eyes caught sight of another Yena outside and she immediately ran after it. Jin Sung couldn't catch up in time, and the train doors closed, leaving him to look at her from the inside. The old lady scolded the other lady, Egu, 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 I knew it. Not knowing what to do, he stood from afar, blocked by the glass door, calling out, Yena ah. /n/n the subway finally arrived at the destination, and the announcement rang out, the doors are opening, please be careful when stepping off the train. Jin Sung immediately rushed out quickly, move, move. Panicking, he dashed to find the little kid, I have to go back, hurry up, to the previous station. Jin Sung looked up at the next train, his face now both panicked and covered in sweat. Then he braced himself to search, using all his strength to sprint, his face darkening, please, please, I'm coming. But Jin Sung didn't keep running, he stopped right at the crosswalk, causing him to be hit by a truck and fall right on the spot, right here, /n/n but Jin Sung still tried to run to the subway car to find the little kid, he ran here barefoot, even though his face was still dripping blood onto the floor. Jin Sung's disheveled appearance standing in the middle of the crowd looking for someone made people gossip endlessly. He kept struggling to find her, calling out, Yena ah. A passerby saw him bleeding and kindly advised Jin Sung, hey student, you need to go to the hospital, if you don't go, I will. But not hearing them, he just kept calling out. Me Jin, but without paying attention, he turned to the security guard there and asked, a child, did you see any child? A passerby tried to persuade him, student, I told you to go to the hospital, I just saw you. Looking all around the train station, Jin Sung still couldn't see a single trace of the kid. Where did she go? Me Jin. Looking around the vending machines, she was nowhere to be found. It's my fault, it's my fault. Jin Sung lost his composure and could only blame himself, it's my fault. A voice rang out calling him, hey. It turned out to be me Jin. What is this, you left the little girl behind, what am I supposed to do? His eyes were full of surprise but also joy when he saw the two of them. Jin Sung ignored her words and only looked at the kid. Luckily I left my phone number in the little girl's pocket, it almost became a big deal, the kid didn't even have shoes. As if seeing someone close to her, she ran towards Jin Sung, Dad. Seeing Yena running over, he quickly picked her up, making me Jin surprised, huh, what's wrong with you, are you hurt? He hugged Yena tightly in his arms, afraid of losing her again. She looked at the panicked Jin Sung as he mumbled, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Unable to control himself, he choked up with emotion and said, I'm sorry. By this time, the sky had turned dark, and the streets were deserted. With a worried look about his condition, Mi Jin called out, Jin Sung. He was wearing Yena and looking extremely happy. But, what is that? Hearing that, Jin Sung visibly brightened and explained to her, this is a necessary item for fathers, a baby carrier. Then, as if getting into the rhythm, he became even more joyful and excitedly told her, this model is very hot right now. It reduces the weight by half, reduces weight to protect the back too, and the breathable fabric has a structure that keeps the baby comfortable. See, I can use both hands. Mi Jin shyly asked again, but why did you buy that? Then she asked another question that made Jin Sung freeze and lose that excited look, to bring Jin back to her parents, right? But it seemed he had another intention and didn't dare to answer her. Seeing Yena looking at her, Mi Jin also stopped focusing on that story, Jin, you can't suck your thumb, oh, you're drooling. Taking Yena's hand away, Mi Jin caringly said, let me wipe it for you. Suddenly, Jin Sung reached out and tucked a strand of hair for her, causing Mi Jin to surprisingly glance up at him. Wait a minute, then Jin Sung explained his action to her, it will poke the baby's eyes. Mi Jin's eyes looked towards Jin Sung with deep affection, Jin, are you hungry, let's go eat. Two people coming out of an arcade were discussing extremely loudly, "You dog, you DUO bastard." Jin-sung quickly covered the little girl's ears, "Don't listen, and if you hear it, you shouldn't say those words." When seeing two pedestrians smoking, he also covered the mouths of the little girl and Mi-jin with his hands. "Hold your breath, breathing it in is not good." Jin-sung walked on the street worriedly reminding both of them, "Don't look at the trash on the ground, only look at good things, don't smile too much, you'll get wrinkles, hold on tight or else you'll be blown away by the wind." Two guys sitting and eating at the convenience store mocked them, "It's really messed up, these brats are walking around so arrogantly." But without stopping, the two guys continued to drink and curse. "What's the point of young punks falling in love? Can you take responsibility, or will you just blame your parents? What are you looking at, you punks?" Seeing that no one spoke up, those two guys scolded even louder. "Those guys just need to be taught a lesson." BRBR Mi-jin couldn't stand it and retorted, "You guys are being a bit harsh." But Jin-sung held Yena up in front of the two people. His face was full of joy as he asked the two drunk guys, "Our child, very pretty right?" Hearing that, the little girl also quickly called out, "Ah." He smiled even brighter with full of pride and continued, "Don't worry guys, and please bless us." Those two drunk guys could only lower their heads when they heard Jin-sung's words, "It's not because we are young that we don't know how to take responsibility." Then he turned to the little girl in his arms, "Right Yena," as if implicitly admitting it while calling out, "Ah, BR." It was already late afternoon and the two of them had arrived at the police station, but this time his face was not happy as he just stood in one place. "What are you doing Jin-sung, let's go in." Instead of answering her immediately, he called out intending to say something, "Mi-jin." Jin-sung's face looked pitifully at her, "Can't we have a farewell meal together?" BRBR transitioning the scene, the two of them took Yena to eat. The restaurant was filled with playful sounds. Mi-jin she was trying to eat while the two people next to her just kept playing, "I'll eat quickly, peekaboo." Then when he finished eating, the child was handed over to Mi-jin for him to eat. "I'm done eating." Jin-sung switch turns, "You eat, catch." The female restaurant owner looked at this scene and secretly praised, "Oh my, they look exactly like me and the kid's father." The employee next to her asked, "Huh, really?" Hearing that, she also recounted to the employee next to her, "Exactly like us back then, babysitting while eating." Then looking at the scene of Mi-jin feeding him food, "This is the hardest thing in the world." BRBR after finishing their meal, the two of them also arrived at the police station. Seeing them, the police officer praised the two, "You guys brought her all the way here, so kind-hearted." Then telling the two to go home, "If you find the parents, please contact me." Mi-jin's face was full of joy, "Then I'll leave it to you." The police officer saw the child sleeping so obediently in Jin-sung's arms. "The baby sleeps so well, must be very tired." The child also had to be handed over to the police institution. "You can rest assured leaving her to me, but if I didn't know," Jin-sung holding the little girl was also misunderstood by the police, "they would think it's a father and daughter." Jin-sung carefully handed the sleeping Yena over to the police officer, making sure not to wake her up, saying, "I am counting on you." His face was filled with worry as he asked, "You definitely have to find Yena's parents." Looking down in surprise, he saw that the little girl had woken up and was holding onto his finger. Despite being handed over to the police, Yena woke up and called him, "Dada." Jin-sung's face was full of surprise but also immense joy. Noticing his expression, Mi-jin patted his shoulder and praised him, "Jin-sung, did you hear that?" She said, "Dada." But not hearing him reply, Mi-jin had to call his name a few times, "Jin-sung? Jin-sung." When he turned around, his face was already covered in tears as he kept calling the little kid's name. Jin-sung. The two people hearing Jin-sung could only smile at each other, not knowing how to answer him. "Did everyone hear that? The baby called me Papa," he cried while reminding the police. "If she isn't found within 2 years, I will have the right to adopt her, right? You must definitely notify me." Jin-sung, that only applies to lost items. /n/n the scene shifts to a person holding a phone with a picture of 3 people, asking, "Is it these guys? We have to find them, right?" As if receiving a confirming answer, they prepared the car to leave. "If we find them, don't touch them, today we are just going to scout." One of the guys holding a cigarette looked at the picture and cursed, "This neighborhood is so scary and stinky, let's find them and then go play a few rounds of bowling." /n/n seeing a few people in front of them made them realize, that's their school uniform, right? J1 High School. Another guy quickly replied, that's right. Those guys rode their bikes up to block his way to get a look. "Hell no, the body shape is completely wrong, look at this fat pig, do you know Burn Knuckles?" Seeing the tattoo inside his shirt, showing he was not a high school student, the face of the guy being blocked looked extremely confused at the group. /n/nj High kindly reminded him, "Your hand is bleeding." The hand of Tae-sung, who was riding the motorcycle, was bleeding. He stepped off the bike, looking forward in surprise, and saw Ha-nul looking forward with expectant eyes. Park Ha-nul." Wondering why she didn't see Tae-sung answer, she held the bandage to help him, and then gently reminded, "You have to be careful when walking." But Tae-sung still stood frozen, thinking about the previous scene. "Why is it suddenly like this? She said she hated me." Ha-nul didn't notice his strange look. "You are wearing my school's uniform, where have I seen you before?" Thinking back to the past, could it be that she didn't know it was me? But the scene unfolding right before my eyes made it certain, she had definitely seen me. Taesung thought angrily, damn it, but she still reminded him, all done, be careful on your way. Now she was acting as if they had just met. Looking at the bandage, wait a minute, I like you, you pig. Seeing the feminine pink bandage wrapped around his hand made Taesung freeze for a few seconds. Watching her fading silhouette, he guessed, could it be? His face was full of mockery as he looked in the direction Hanul had just left. Look at this, the scene shifted to Taesung's car parked in a corner. He was looking at a mirror by the side of the road. If she says she likes pigs, there's no way she wouldn't fall for me. A masterpiece of muscle and fat. Even though I'm a bit chubby, my jawline is top tier. Taesung was busy looking at the mirror inside the car, dancing around and admiring himself. He made facial expressions in the mirror that terrified the two people inside the car. Bro, I'm so scared, shoot, don't breathe, dear God above. But then Taesung thought of something and turned his face away. A large man should be very mature. He turned to look at a group of injured people lying around on the ground. Taesung saw a person among them, squatted down and asked, hey girl, do I look handsome or ugly, huh? Handsome? But in just a split second, he punched the guy next to her, then seeing the schoolgirl still looking dumbfounded, Taesung asked, ugly or handsome, huh? The schoolgirl trembled but still dared to tell the truth, ugly, but Taesung did not accept that answer and asked again, damn it, why do you keep changing your words? His eyes were full of gloom as he still tried to ask, am I ugly or handsome? But he had another thought, which way did Hanul go? The sky was gradually turning into the afternoon, and Hyung-seok was sleeping sitting up inside the convenience store. He dreamed of the previous scene again, then unite the four heavenly crews, and then we will talk, remembering his close friends encouraging him to overcome it, and that the chairman knew that secret. Then he remembered himself lying on the hospital bed. Whether it took a day or a few years, the consciousness of this patient was very important, and he didn't know when his body would wake up. He couldn't help but think, what should he do while working part-time? A pack of cigarettes was thrown down in front of Hyung-seok. The guy's face called out arrogantly, hey you, check this out for me, but seeing that he still didn't react, hey, ring it up. Soo-young appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of Hyung-seok. I'm really sorry, I'll ring it up for you. She hurried to do it for him. It will be quick, so please wait a moment. Seeing a pretty girl made the guy feel shy. No, it's okay, let me do it. Soo-young silently encouraged herself that she had to work hard. Seeing Hyung-seok sleeping so soundly, he must be having a hard time because Hyung-seok was hospitalized. Look at that pale face, he needs to wake up soon. She stopped thinking and told the guy the price, for 50. Hearing that, the guy was surprised. Huh, are cigarettes 100 times more expensive now? Yes, hearing that, Soo-young also made an excuse. I'm giving you a discount, I'll pay right away. Hanul appeared outside the door, Piggy, I'm here. Then seeing that, she also asked JG, Crystal is here too, huh, Hanul? The guy buying cigarettes also turned to look, this convenience store is out of luck. Seeing Soo-young in an awkward situation, she helped out. Excuse me, let me ring that up for you, 450, thank you. Soo-young shyly praised her, Hanul is so skilled, does she come here often? Seeing Hanul expertly putting on the apron, she also wanted to help. Seeming not to hear Soo-young's complex thoughts, she asked, hey pig, are you still open today? Let me take out the trash. But Soo-young didn't answer, I want to do well too. Hanul didn't wait and started cleaning up. Is that trash? Then Soo-young didn't want to just watch anymore and joined in to help. Hanul, let me throw this pile away with you, I have to work really hard. Seeing that, Hanul reminded her, Crystal, those are new goods, not trash to be thrown away. Soo-young asked in surprise, huh, really? Soo-young's face looked at her sadly. Hyung-seok saw everything. Hey pig. Hanul, oblivious on the side, let me stack the goods. Soo-young was determined to redeem herself. Seeing Hanul arranging the goods, if it's just stacking things, I'll stack them beautifully for you to see. Quick as lightning, she grabbed the items on the shelf without listening to instructions. There, I'm all done. Soo-young managed to stack them into a robot, to bring customers back to their childhood memories, with the theme of a childlike soul. Hanul looked at the scene, not knowing what to say. What, was it inspired by the Power Rangers? She awkwardly said, Crystal, this is a bit. What's wrong? Soo-young asked. I should have made an Iron Man model instead, right? Seeing that she wasn't doing it right, Soo-young cried silently. What to do, this is not working either, undoing it halfway, all efforts are wasted. A voice echoed as Hyung-seok woke up. Crystal, I'm sorry, but could you please step outside? Hearing this, Hanul also froze because he said that. Sorry, I want to be alone. Soo-young stopped, not knowing how to answer, but then she regained her composure. I'll go right away. Then she quickly went outside. Goodbye. Hanul waved her hand. Stay strong. Hyung-seok was full of contemplation, not daring to look /n/n I can't trust Crystal. Seeing Soo-young's silhouette going out the door, because she is the chairman's daughter. Hanul at this time ran out and hugged Hyung-seok's arm. Be strong, he will wake up soon. But without any hesitation, he told her the same as Soo-young. Ha-nul, could you step outside too? But she answered bluntly, I don't want to. Seeing Ha-nul, his mind was full of doubts. Why is she acting like this towards me, coming to see me every day? She was still hugging his arm, her eyes full of smiles looking towards Hyung-seok /n/n on the glass door. There was Tae-sung's hand hitting the glass. He was pressing his face closely to look at Hyung-seok and Ha-nul. The scene transitions to a motorcycle riding on the road. It turned out to be Tae-sung's motorcycle riding on the main road. He was looking around searching for a silhouette. Park Ha-nul, it should be this direction. Tae-sung complained as he rode. If you say you like pigs, you should give your number. As if seeing someone's silhouette inside a store, at that exact moment he found it, Park Ha-nul /n/n but seeing a man next to her. Who is that bastard? Her boyfriend? Searching for information to see if Tae-sung had met him before. This guy looks like that bastard from last time. This fat pig is her boyfriend? Not me? Seeing Hyung-seok still talking, unaware of the danger. You bastard, let me see your face. Tae-sung's eyes glared fiercely inside. Then he pressed his face against the glass to see clearly. Hyung-seok saw a face full of murderous intent looking towards him. Pikachu /n/n the sky was gradually turning into evening. He was holding a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Tae-sung, with a face full of murderous intent, squatted in front of Hyung-seok. An extremely cold-blooded voice rang out asking, long time no see, Pikachu. Making no reply, he just silently looked at him, Lee Tae-sung, we meet again. Recalling the scenes of being bullied, I ran away like that, but is it all for nothing now? But then a series of other images appeared, no, I have changed. Without letting Hyung-seok answer, he immediately punched him, making him throw up everything he had eaten, but not stopping there, he slapped him across the face, then smacked the other side, leaving Hyung-seok unable to process it. Holding a still-burning cigarette and pointing it at him, lost your memory, my ashtray. Hyung-seok only bowed his head lower without answering any questions. Hearing that, he held both hands out forward. I let Tae-sung ash his cigarette into my hands, even though I didn't want to, I still let him do it, I haven't changed at all. Tae-sung smoked his cigarette, looking down at Hyung-seok, who was deeply intimidated by him. Seeing that he didn't even look up, Tae-sung looked down and thought, what is his relationship with Park Ha-nul? Then suddenly he asked, did you sleep with that girl in the convenience store? Hearing this, Hyung-seok looked up in surprise, Ha-nul. But he also corrected Tae-sung, she's not my girlfriend. Hearing the satisfactory answer he wanted, a smirk appeared on his face, is that so? Tae-sung also let Hyung-seok off the hook, alright, let's take a break. He replied, okay. Acting as if nothing happened, he put his arm around his shoulder. That girl seems to like you, did you really not sleep with her? Tae-sung asked probingly. Does she have a boyfriend? I don't think so. But he still wanted to know more, really? She must have a good relationship with the store owner. He pulled out his phone in front of Hyung-seok. Tae-sung looked shy for a long time before saying, give me her number. He looked at him in surprise, asking for a favor, why would he ask that? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Hyung-seok blurted out, no, I also. But before he could finish his sentence, Tae-sung punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to choke and spit out saliva. Kicked to the ground and stomped on the face, are you telling me you don't know? Tae-sung put his hands in his pockets, stepping on his face, you've grown quite big, haven't you? Immediately, a pair of shoes flew at Tae-sung's head. It turned out to be Ha-nul arriving, asking in a panicked voice, what are you doing? Her face was covered in tears, are you okay, pig? You said you were meeting a friend. She rushed in to hit Tae-sung, questioning him intensely, what kind of friend is this? Are you a bully? Tae-sung looked down at Ha-nul hitting him, her tear-streaked face made his expression darken as he turned away swearing, damn it. Tae-sung's face darkened as he turned away, leaving her to comfort Hyung-seok. On his hand was still her bandage. It was completely dark now. Tae-sung was holding the phone, asking, what? Hyung-seok, beaten bloody by him, was lying in a corner, you have the number. But he still tremblingly grabbed Tae-sung's arm with a bloody hand, wanting to say something. Seeing he had no strength left, he said arrogantly, let's see you try to catch me. The two of them were in the bathroom. The street was now completely deserted. A pair of legs was walking on the road, it turned out to be Ha-nul skipping along the empty street. Her face was very happy, what's wrong with him? Wanting to meet me in the middle of the night, does he think I'll come whenever he calls? I'm speechless. Despite saying that, inside Ha-nul's bag, she was already prepared, I just had time to put on some simple clothes and leave my face bare. Walking deep into the darkness gradually obscured her figure. The scene shifted to the dark park at this time. It turned out Hyung-seok was sitting in one place, his face full of contemplation. There, Ha-nul saw him and called out, hey, pig. But she froze and stopped, her face no longer happy. Another person had just stepped out from inside the amusement park area. Seeing Hanul arrive, that guy Tae-sung stepped out, looking at her with a despicable face. Hanul, it's no longer night, morning has come. Hyung-seok's face hadn't been able to show any joy for a while. Looking at his phone in his hand, he didn't know how to reply. What's this, pig? What was with that guy Lee Tae-sung yesterday? Although it wasn't his fault, Hyung-seok still apologized. Sorry, because my friend wanted to clear up a misunderstanding, so. That message was sent. Sorry, because my friend wanted to clear up a misunderstanding, so. But Hanul was only annoyed with Tae-sung. What's wrong with him? Always acting friendly and clinging to me. She continued instructing, from now on, don't invite him anymore. Tae-sung, next to Hyung-seok, held the phone and glared. That bitch, she dares to reject me. Tae-sung held his phone and scolded, your phone is so damn small, I can't press anything. Not knowing what to do, he asked for advice. What should I text? She dumped me. Hyung-seok thought to himself, luckily Hanul doesn't like him, so he won't contact her anymore, right? But Tae-sung came up with another plan, call her again tonight. Hyung-seok was extremely surprised to hear him say that. Seeing that he didn't reply, Tae-sung continued, tell her to come out in front of rodeo tonight for me. Then he placed 2 bottles of liquor on the table to pay, Tae-sung's face smiling happily, gotta have a little booze, right? Meanwhile, Hyung-seok stood to the side not knowing what to say, thinking back to how Tae-sung was like a dog before. Time passed quickly and it had already turned to the afternoon, sunlight shining on a building. Hanul was the one opening the door of her house there and coming out. Seeing Hyung-seok standing in front of her, Hanul, he gathered all his courage and said, are you free tonight? Her face showed a surprised expression upon seeing Hyung-seok arrive. In the evening at rodeo, it was crowded with people passing by. Tae-sung was dressed sharply standing there, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, his face looking extremely shy. On his hand, despite a few days passing, there was still Hanul's band-aid. A person from behind pointed at Tae-sung, over here. Tae-sung's face happily turned around thinking it was Hanul, but down there was a group he had fought before. Hey bro, I found him, that bastard is over here. Seeing that, the other guy urged them, hurry up, over here, this fat pig huh, that's so. Seeing danger approaching him, Tae-sung's face looked extremely awful. The scene transitioned to the hospital. Hyung-seok's body was lying in a coma on the hospital bed. Hanul was standing in front of the bed reading the letter that Hyung-seok left behind, her face extremely sad as she read it. Hanul, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Hanul. On the other side, Hyung-seok was sitting at the subway station, his face looking extremely gloomy. Then it was Hyung-seok's turn, he prepared to buy a ticket to leave. The staff also handed the ticket to Hyung-seok. I am an outcast. Recalling the scene where he was bullied. Actually, in middle school, I was an outcast, because I couldn't endure it, I ran away to Seoul. Tae-sung, on one side, was fighting fiercely. Because I couldn't endure it, I ran away to Seoul. With eyes full of anger while fighting, Lee Tae-sung is the guy who bullied me. Because I was running away from him, I came to Seoul. The letter she read mentioned him. You must be careful of Lee Tae-sung, Park Hyung-seok. Hanul couldn't hold back her tears and cried. I'm sorry I couldn't tell the truth from the beginning. You were really scared that day, weren't you? Seeing Hyung-seok still lying in the hospital bed, I was so scared, worrying that you guys would find out about my past. If so, I would lose you guys. Recalling the memories of friendship, thanks to you guys, I had friends for the first time and gained these beautiful memories. Hyung-seok was also ready to leave, but he still turned his head back. Thank you, he was still extremely regretful and apologized for leaving without saying goodbye. When the letter was finished being read, Hanul also dropped the letter. She covered her face and cried loudly. Take care. Hyung-seok's bus also started rolling. He sat in the vehicle he had just bought a ticket for, his face turning extremely dark. Coming to Seoul for the first time, he hadn't expected anything. Thinking back to the scenes of being bullied, he only wanted to live like normal schoolboys, studying normally, making friends normally, but when he experienced it, when the new body appeared, he was very happy. Entering the new body helped Hyung-seok be himself, because he could finally be normal. Thanks to the new body, he could make friends and do unimaginable things. The memories of when he had helped his friends, even though he thought he would try his best to help when his friends were in trouble. Thinking back to the scene where he was helping but got framed by someone, not knowing that such an action could cause such a huge accident, he just wanted to live happily with a normal life. Recalling the face that pushed him, a certain hand that squeezed his body, the image of himself being miserably beaten by Tae-sung, and the past that he had run away from had come looking for him again. Even the dog he met before, violence had become a psychological trauma and deeply stuck inside him. Now he was too tired. Like a tied-up creature, a larva wanting to become a cicada, ultimately unable to spread its wings. Everyone in the bus was sleeping, but he still had his own thoughts, and Hyung-seok's tears fell on his hands. He couldn't hold back and sobbed out loud. He was running away again. On the other side, Tae-sung was dressing neatly. The shirt was worn properly, but Tae-sung's voice was full of complaints as he cursed, "Damn it," but Han-ul's band-aid was still on his hand. It should have been on the left hand instead. He held his bleeding hand and collapsed, that girl, then hugged his own hand and complained, "So annoying." Changing the scene, thinking back to that guy, uniting the four heavenly crews, what the heck, this isn't a movie. Another face appeared in Hyung-seok's mind, surpassing DG, how could I, remembering Lee Tae-sung bullying me too? So scared, I don't want to introduce him to Han-ul, I don't know what DG or the four heavenly crews are. I also don't want Han-ul to meet Lee Tae-sung, why are you doing this to me, I should just run away. Remembering my chubby body, as long as I am in this body, I will be back to the starting point, I have nothing left to lose. Hyung-seok walked for a whole night, it was almost afternoon now, he looked up at the sky like the light of his life. Hyung-seok thought, Mom will be very angry, right? He opened the house door, I'm home, opening the door he saw his mother sitting in front of the mirror making a phone call. Hyung-seok was about to call out, Mom, but she was talking on the phone, what's wrong, I'm home. The words were about to blurt out but stopped, Hyung-seok's mother didn't know and he listened to the whole conversation, what's so beautiful about me, I'm old. The conversation made Hyung-seok stand frozen outside the door listening to the dialogue. My skin is wrinkled too. Is Mom liking someone? She was smiling brightly in the mirror, Mom also put on makeup, and gained weight too. It makes sense, Dad passed away early, Mom must have been very tired and lonely. Hyung-seok's mother happily talked about him even more, I will live with my son, so living together is a bit, he just stood outside looking at his mother, my son has to go to college, then get married too. Then she hummed a song, what would he do without me, I wonder what my son is doing, let's try calling him. With a bright smile on her face, opening the door, what's wrong son, Hyung-seok couldn't bear it and quickly ran away. The phone in his hand was ringing, and Hyung-seok's face slumped in agony. He shouldn't answer it, he couldn't be a burden to his mother. Running quickly out of his apartment complex, Hyung-seok went to a children's playground. Not knowing where to sit, he just sat on a stone bench with a blank expression, not knowing where he should go or where to head now. The temperature was gradually dropping, it was so cold, what should he do now, where could he sleep? Looking at the empty bench next to him, it was really sad, he had nowhere left to return to. He wanted to lie down, but this thing prevented him from doing so. Hyung-seok tried lying on the bench to see if he could survive the night, but it didn't work and he sighed, it's no use, he was so tired, normally he wouldn't even notice this. Looking at the bench, it was an anti-homeless bench, because of that bar, it was impossible to lie down. The local government installed it to prevent vagrants and drunks from freezing to death or sleeping rough. The sky was getting darker, and Hyung-seok lay sprawled in the spot he had found. Thank goodness, he could lie here. But someone was blocking his light, Soo-wook's gang was standing in front of him. His face looked extremely displeased as he growled, hey, this is my spot. Hyung-seok didn't argue, just said okay, and quickly grabbed his backpack to leave. A playground has owners too? I thought it belonged to the public. The three beggars watched his silhouette walk away. The sky was no longer bright but gradually turning dark, and Hyung-seok, not knowing where to go, sat at a bus stop. Looking at the final bus routes, looking at the crumpled money in his wallet, where should he go now? $105, his whole fortune, he had to save it. Looking to see what was in the wallet and pulling out a bill kept in a different compartment, this was the 5,001 note his mother gave him. Recalling the scene of being given the money, not allowed to spend it. Looking at a woman walking on the street. The son, Mom, you're late. The son wasn't annoyed at all, let's take a rest for a bit. Seeing the two of them, his mood didn't know where to go, those people have a place to rest, huh, but I don't /n Hyung-seok had to temporarily enter a shop. Excuse me, I'm not allowed to enter? Students are not allowed in after 10 o'clock. He asked in surprise, a guardian? The staff also reminded him, minors must have a guardian. Then Hyung-seok went to another place and stood in front of the store. This place wasn't allowed either, but he didn't dare to enter anyway, minors are not allowed to go anywhere after 10 o'clock /n. Seeing a place in the alley, Hyung-seok approached to take a look. A comic cafe, 501 an hour. Remembering the place he entered before, Hyung-seok was extremely happy, isn't this place really good, it even has a sleeping room. When he went inside, a whole bunch of people were sleeping. Alright, I'll sleep here today. Hyung-seok was lying motionless in the chair /n and he just lay there, completely different from what he imagined, huh. Unable to sleep, Hyung-seok looked at everything around him. With the situation of disguised comic cafes springing up like mushrooms, isn't smoking prohibited here, and he's even drinking alcohol. These reading rooms have gradually lost their foothold nowadays. Seeing that those people were already asleep, so these places gradually became cheaper, everyone was asleep anyway, and it had become a cheap shelter for laborers, runaway youths, and criminals. Socks were hung out to dry, the laundry area was messy, the washing machine could only wash a few items, along with a drying rack full of underwear and socks. Seeing the tables with leftover food and cigarettes, some people even registered their residential address as the comic reading room, to them, this was their home. Holding the blanket covering him, he wondered when it was last washed, it was so dirty. He fiddled with his backpack and prepared to sleep. Anyway, he could finally get a good sleep. I should leave my phone and wallet in the backpack just in case, he thought, and then peacefully fell asleep immediately. I'll sleep here tomorrow too. /n/n someone called out to wake Hyung-seok up. Student. He was still groggy, yes. The person asked again, your time is up, do you want to add more time? Then Hyung-seok replied, add more time? His face was full of sleepiness, please add 2 more hours for me, sir. Then the person asked for more, then pay another 1,001. He felt around his head looking for his bag, yes, here. /n/n but jumping up and looking at the chair, the backpack was nowhere to be found. Only now did he notice the notice, a warning, not responsible for stolen items. His backpack. Outside, a heavy rain was pouring. Hyung-seok also had no money and was forced to leave. Not knowing where to go, he sat in an underpass. His face was full of worry as he thought, the spots? That's right, those guys are notorious in this area. /n/n you don't have shoes? Then wear these for now. Remembering the things he lost, including what he cherished, his backpack, his wallet, his money, his luck. Looking at the scene only made Hyung-seok exhausted. It's so cold, and I'm hungry too, what should I do now? Looking at the homeless people lying flat on the ground, while the city was sleeping, the underground world was awakening. He had naturally sought out this world. Seeing a guy sleeping soundly and snoring, and another guy standing to pee. Hyung-seok looked anxious, not daring to look anymore, scared, so scared. He thought, maybe I should just go home? But that thought was immediately brushed aside. No, I can't be a burden to my mom. There was a shout, let go. He saw a scuffle in front of him. Are they fighting? The whole crowd was in an uproar. Let go. It's mine. Fighting over that thing? Seeing a familiar object being snatched back and forth, Hyung-seok realized that it was his wallet. My wallet. In the dark, musty train station corridor, which was the living area of the homeless with nowhere to turn. Hyung-seok hesitated and spoke up, so, you found my backpack? Soo-wook nodded in confirmation. His eyes were dull and unfocused as he explained, I saw it nearby so I thought someone threw it away. Lying, you're lying. He pointed straight at Soo-wook's face and said sternly, you're lying, you have a spot right there on your face. The old man looked bewildered at the spot on his face, not knowing when it got there. Soo-wook lightly wiped the dirt off his face with his hand. He explained reluctantly with a helpless voice, what is this? Really, I'm a person who likes to be clean. Hyung-seok widened his eyes in astonishment and realized, no, it's not a spot. He opened his wallet, which was so empty that not even a fly could fly out. Hyung-seok couldn't help but sigh inwardly, there's not a single penny left, the phone is also gone, everything that could be sold has been taken. He recalled regretfully, my money, my luck. Suddenly, a voice called Hyung-seok, interrupting his melancholy mood, what are you doing, kid? Soo-wook had prepared a bowl of noodles for Hyung-seok and said, it's going to get cold now. He slurped the noodles, making the black bean sauce smear all over his mouth. You remind me of the kids in my family, so I bought it for you, eat up quickly. Hyung-seok didn't hesitate and quickly joined in. He was hungry and slurped the bowl of noodles hurriedly, making Soo-wook speak up to remind him, eat slowly, are you a pig? Hyung-seok was nosy and couldn't help but be curious, but where does a beggar like you get the money to buy food? This isn't my money either. He sounded impatient and said coldly, you little brat, just eat. Soo-wook angrily flicked him hard on the head. Can't I have money just because I don't have a house? Hyung-seok was unwilling to give up in his heart, you don't look like someone who has money either. He suddenly softened his voice, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he looked at a torn photo, I have my own reasons, I have been away from home for a long time. I have a home to return to, but I am just on my way to a home that is very far away. The photo was of Soo-young, the little daughter he hadn't seen in many years. After saying that, Soo-wook's face looked sad as he gently reminded him, don't call me a beggar. Hyung-seok felt as if he had just been enlightened, his eyes looking at the old man gradually changing. Uncle. The old man cheerfully pulled a cardboard box over, humming while he spoke. It's raining now, so just sleep here temporarily, I will make a house for you. Hyung-seok looked helplessly at Soo-wook in front of him, who was clearly a beggar. He was drunk and even hiccuping. Hey you. The urgent call of a passerby. Hyung-seok groggily opened his eyes and woke up after a rough sleep. So annoying. The passerby shook his body to wake him up. I told you to wake up. Through his hazy eyes, he saw passersby looking at him with highly cautious gazes. It was already morning. Hyung-seok hurriedly jumped up, looking at the bustling subway corridor. He realized that when the city woke up, the world of those people would disappear. Because there would be patrols in the morning, all the homeless people scattered. The patrolman, with an annoyed voice, frowned and asked him, "Are you the bastard who pooped here?" Hyung-seok quickly denied it. "No, it's not me. Hurry up and leave." He sank into a messy train of thought again, as citizens constantly complained. "The uncle is gone, and I didn't even get to say a word of greeting." Hyung-seok regretfully looked at the cold ground that used to be Mr. Soo-wook's sleeping spot. Then he shyly looked down to clean up his own sleeping area. "How embarrassing, I have to leave quickly /n/n suddenly, a foot with no good intentions stopped in front of him. Looking up, a group of rebellious youths was greeting Hyung-seok. "You ran away from home, right?" Hyo-gang asked him again with an amused voice. "No place to go? Sleeping here?" Cut to a deserted movie theater. They blocked the restroom door with a warning sign and freely hung out inside. Hyung-seok witnessed their wild lifestyle and was stunned. These are groups of people who travel together. So comfortable, they playfully messed around. "Hey you bastard, don't shoot it over here, why do I have to wash your pants?" /n/n he remained motionless, not reacting, trying to find a way out for himself, because if they are alone, they are easily targeted by criminals. At the movie theater in the early morning, there won't be anyone. Suddenly, Hyung-seok came up with a plan. "Is this okay? There is hot water here 365 days a year, even in winter." Unable to escape anyway, he was called back by Hyo-gang. "Hey Hyung-seok." He stepped out of the restroom booth completely naked, tempting him. "Are you going to shower too?" Eun-si also screamed in panic. "Hey, you crazy bastard." The girls reacted exactly as if they had just witnessed a horror scene. "You dog, my eyes are burning." Hyo-gang, still cheerful while wiping himself, said, "You take off your clothes too." /n/n Hyung-seok looked at his shirt, which had now become a towel, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "My shirt." He introduced Hyo-gang's commoner invention, taking a water bottle, poking holes in the bottom, and filling it with water, turning it into a simple showerhead. Suddenly, as if he just remembered, he turned around and looked at Hyung-seok shyly. "Is this towel yours?" He hurriedly waved his hand. "No, you can keep it." Hyo-gang smiled happily and replied, "Yeah, really? Thank you." He unilaterally decided to repay Hyung-seok. "Then I will treat you to a meal. Let's go." He was still in a daze. "A meal? Treat me to a meal?" Not wanting to disappoint Hyung-seok, Hyo-gang led him to a charity soup kitchen with a long line of people waiting for food. He exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people." He chuckled and added, "It's actually fewer today. There's a church nearby giving out grilled meat, so they all went over there." Hey Joe couldn't stand it and complained, "How can we eat here?" That old man dipped the spoon with his saliva into it. Hyung-seok carefully observed his surroundings. Unlike in the past, nowadays even homeless people have cell phones. They come to the charity kitchen to eat this, then go somewhere else to eat bread and milk for dessert. Because they don't have money in their accounts, they always have Wi-Fi anyway. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream rang out. Park John was disgustedly scolding a disabled person. "Met this guy first thing in the morning. What bad luck. You're blocking my way." The guy's pride was hurt, and he loudly replied to him, "What? Hey you, do you know who I am?" Then the two of them argued fiercely as if no one else was around. "I am the cult leader. The leader of the Pungsan cult." "Crazy bastard, if you are the sect leader, then I am the holy Lord God." Hyung-seok's face was drenched in sweat. He hurriedly tried to intervene. "Mister, you are being. Should we?" Hyo-gang just stood by indifferently. "Leave it alone." He raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking as if they saw through the mortal world. "Look closely, that mister, he is just pretending." Park Ki-in forcefully yanked the blanket covering the man's lower body. "Take this, you fake amputee." Then the two of them continued their verbal war. "Ah, you bastard. There, cover yourself up." Hyung-seok watched in bewilderment. "How is that possible?" Hyo-gang smiled brightly as if watching a play. "Even so, he makes a lot of money." He stammered, "That's a scam." Suddenly, his voice deepened. "A scam?" Hyo-gang's eyes darkened as he looked at him and asked coldly, "Why is it a scam?" He pointed at the two men scuffling. "Did that mister say he was disabled? He was just lying still." Hyung-seok firmly argued back, "But if he is not sick or anything, he should earn money honorably with his own strength." He raised his voice, asserting confidently, "That is cowardly and unfair." Hearing this, Hyo-gang sneered at his words. "Unfair? Honorable? What does honorable mean?" He asked him in a cold voice. "People insult those who get plastic surgery, but have you ever seen anyone curse someone who is naturally beautiful? Is natural beauty considered honorable, while plastic surgery is a scam?" Hyo-gang continued to question, "So why go to school and then have to go to extra tutoring classes? If learning is supposed to be honorable, then you should only study at school." He concluded coldly, "If you want to survive in this unfair world, you have to fight, no matter what methods or means you use." The truths that Hyo-gang had just brought up felt like a direct slap to Hyung-seok. He stood motionless, his mind sinking into darkness. Must kill at all costs. Is this world unfair? I understand that well. Hyung-seok recalled his past of being bullied, his painful humiliation. To survive in this unfair world, one must fight by any means necessary. Conflicting images kept appearing in his head. Even so, after a long time, Hyung-seok hesitantly spoke up, that is not right. His voice responded with determination, I don't know if your words are right or not, and I won't refute them, but, although I don't understand the reason why. His words left the whole group stunned. Hyung-seok continued to affirm, I feel it's not like that. Hearing Hyung-seok's determination, Hyo-gang looked at him thoughtfully and slowly said, then. Hyo-gang generously made Hyung-seok an offer, do you want to try making money fair and square? The time was already night, the scene shifted to a bridge. Hyung-seok listened to him, there was an abandoned sewer pipe under the bridge. A homeless man lived there. Hyo-gang said he heard the old man embezzled a lot of money from the company. Because he was wanted, he couldn't put it in the bank, so he had to hide the money in a bag. Now was the time the old man went out for dinner at the soup kitchen. He coldly ordered him, go down and bring the money up here, return it to the company, and bring the reward money back here. Hyung-seok was still dazed, still immersed in his concept, fair and square. Hyung-seok watched the group's figures fade away and thought to himself. Really, returning stolen money to the company? Just taking it to the police would be enough, and then he quickly set to work. He approached and observed the inside of the sewer pipe. There were signs of someone living there, with daily belongings and clothes scattered around. With his sharp eyes, Hyung-seok quickly spotted the item he was looking for. Here it is, the bag. This was indeed the bag, and he crept into the pipe to retrieve it. As he was about to touch it, his heart pounded. Hyung-seok hesitated for a long time, not daring to pick it up and suddenly, a man shouted at him like a madman, hey you. The guy grabbed Hyung-seok's collar, pulled him up forcefully, and demanded, what do you want? He was confused and didn't understand what was going on. There was clearly someone there, and his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. It was the uncle. Soo-wook was furious, grabbing his collar and interrogating him. Seeing him hesitating, Hyo-gang immediately ran inside. He kicked Soo-wook down to snatch the bag of money. What are you doing? Run away quickly, and the whole gang quickly grabbed the bag. Run. Damn it. Hey. There was clearly someone here. It was clear that the old man wouldn't be here at this time. Nee's strength was not enough to run fast enough, so he just held his head and ran outside. No, you thieves. Those guys tried to run away, while Hyung-seok still stood there in a daze. Hey, this is insane, this backpack is heavy as hell. He looked at the miserable man behind him. Why? Uncle. Soo-wook's face was tearful as he begged. Is it really him? Give it back to me. Damn it, is the old man still chasing us? But the beggar lying in the tunnel heard the noise, and those in the other row also noticed. A group of people was running past, Soo-wook ran behind them. His face looked exhausted, but he kept running after them. Damn it, is the old man still chasing us? He's as persistent as a leech. His legs got tangled up while running fast. Immediately, Soo-wook couldn't keep up and fell down. His face was covered in blood as he screamed and cried, my money, my money. Seeing this, Hyung-seok hesitated and stopped running. His running footsteps gradually slowed down and finally, he stopped right in his tracks. Hyung-seok held the bag of money and stood right there. Seeing him still standing there, Hyo-gang asked, what are you doing, you dog? But as if realizing something, Hyung-seok asked, you lied to me, didn't you? As if knowing, the other guy tried to pull the bag back from Hyung-seok's hands. Damn it, let go, I told you to run. But he didn't give it up, and the two struggled back and forth. He was annoyed but didn't have enough strength, he's too strong. Hyung-seok questioned the guy, why does a person with so much money have to live homeless like that? Hyo-gang angrily pulled his hand away, you psycho, I told you to let go, as the tug-of-war caused the bag to be on the verge of bursting. Right at this moment, the money flew all over the place, making Hyo-gang stare at it in astonishment. Even Hyung-seok was caught off guard and full of surprise. Soo-wook looked anxiously at the coins he had earned. The beggars there rushed in to pick up the money, money, it's mine. He ran over to stop everyone, no, that's my money, my money. Seeing this, those guys didn't stick around and quickly ran away, damn it, it's all coins. Who said the old man had a lot of money, how would I know he was such a cheapskate? Hyo-gang angrily turned back to curse at Hyung-seok, you bastard, he stood behind looking at Soo-wook full of regret, letting it go for now. Seeing him crying in agony, his face covered in wounds, so on, my daughter. Hyung-seok didn't know what to do, the man just kept talking about his child. Watching the beggars continuously picking up the money made him feel regretful, he had made a mistake. Many coins and bills were gathered in their hands, and everyone brought them back to Soo-wook. A representative stepped forward, holding the collected money, and handed it back to him. "Take it, Mr. Choi. What kind of money is this?" Everyone around also handed him the money at the same time. "It's the money you saved for that day. We may be poor, but we have our pride. We are not like those bad guys." Despite their torn clothes, they respectfully held the money. Soo-wook cried in happiness. The scene shifts to the church, a voice echoes, "Embezzlement." The conversation in the church continued. "I swear I never did such a thing, but this life has never helped a kind-hearted person like me." A voice during the church meeting. "I stood as a guarantor for a friend's loan, but the debt collectors started terrorizing my family. I have lived alone for 10 years without contacting my family. I divorced and ran away because I didn't want them to be implicated. Speaking of his own sins, I abandoned my family." The people sitting below bowed their heads listening to the speech. "Suddenly, I received news about my daughter. She is getting married." The man on the podium had an aged face. "Maybe this is truly heartless, but I want to go congratulate her no matter how far it is. This is all the money I saved for that day." Holding a picture of his daughter in his hand, "Even though I cannot hold her hand to walk down the aisle like a father, and I would ruin her life if I showed up, I just want to send my blessings from afar." Everyone was still silently listening to the story. "On that day, I want to return as her father." Hyung-seok was also sitting and listening with Soo-wook, seeing him praying. "Uncle, so that's how it is. That day is his daughter's wedding day." Looking at the people sitting in front of him praying, even though they are homeless, they are also devout believers. It seems they were already religious before becoming homeless. In Hyung-seok's hands were some coins. God was asking him, "Have you prayed much? Please accept this little charity money." A long line was queuing up to receive money. "Useless, why is it so crowded today? Please receive some grace. I prayed so much, yet I only got that much." Although there are churches that give money to the homeless, they consider it useless. The people who come here only hope to receive money. Homeless people are willing to walk back and forth for dozens of kilometers a day. I thought he was a person of authority. He receives money? To attend the early morning service and the evening service with the hope of receiving charity money. They also collected an amount of money from this. Homeless people under 65 years old do not receive discounted subway tickets, so they have to walk to the churches in that area. On the contrary, the rich only give a little. That time I even got chased away. Unsu District 201. Uisang District 101. Damn it, is God different in every district? This is called a useless pilgrimage. Recalling the bag that held the coins, this is what the uncle walked dozens of kilometers to accumulate. Then remembering that Soo-wook helped him with a meal, perhaps the money used to buy him black bean noodles that day was the money the uncle saved for his daughter. Everyone in the church had left, but a familiar figure was still sitting there. He had lived in loneliness for a very long time. He silently prayed that he could feel that earnest heart /n/. It was dark now. In an alley, in a corner, a light was turned on. "Although I don't know why you ran away from home, as someone who has been through it, I'll tell you." Soo-wook sat sipping a bottle of liquor. "I kept running away, running forever, and it turned out the destination. Then he laid down immediately. In the end, it is this place." Soo-wook happily and comfortably laid on a pile of cardboard. Living in this world, running away once is not a mistake. Pulling out a picture of his daughter to look at, anyone can do that. Seeing the child smiling brightly through the picture, "You can go back anytime /n/. And he was extremely cheerful, ignoring Hyung-seok, "But I have run away too much, to the point where I don't know where to go in the end." He sat and listened to Soo-wook very attentively. "Before you become like me, hurry up and go back /n/. After confiding in him, Hyung-seok went to sit by the lake. It was late at night, but he was still sitting there. His face darkened. "Uncle, I am still very scared right now. I don't have the courage to go back." Someone threw a stone at his head. Hyung-seok's glasses fell and were stepped on by Hyo-gang. "Hey you fat pig." He held a baseball bat and approached Hyung-seok. "You like being a hypocrite, huh?" Seeing him lying collapsed and not answering. Hey. I told you to get up." "They?" Hyung-seok's face was covered in blood, lying face down. "They?" "No, hey, take the backpack out." "Uncle." That thought woke him up. He had to run away, escape. Hyung-seok returned to his other body. It swapped. He was completely shocked when looking at himself in a different form, utterly surprised. "Did I wake up? I found it again." Completely amazed. "Thank goodness, now everything can go back to how it was before." But what about the old body? What about the uncle? "I have to go find him." Then Hyung-seok pursed his lips and thought for a moment. "But, how can I find it? I was just running away using that body." Recalling Tae-sung's angry face, "There is no need to suffer with that body anymore, because this body has brought me everything already." Remembering his thin body, living as he wishes, no need to run away. "That's right, with this body, I won't run away, no need to run anymore." Why run away with this body anyway? Remembering that the fat body was because he was too cowardly, it turned out that in the end, the only one running away was himself. The only one running away was himself, because I'm ugly, because I'm ugly, because I'm ugly, that's why I ran away, didn't even try to fight back. Remembering Hyung-gang's words to him, if you want to fight against this unfair world, you must use any means necessary, so as not to be killed. Those words repeated again, if you want to fight against this unfair world, you must use any means necessary. They were in a corner, the street lights were on. Soo-wook was beaten by them, his face full of injuries. He cried out miserably, no, no. But it only annoyed him, damn it, as persistent as a leech, hit him with the bat one more time, okay. A voice from behind rang out, if so. Turning around to see Hyung-seok already standing up. Ha, that bastard is awake, what is he mumbling about? He muttered the words again, you must use any means necessary, so as not to be killed. Recalling the face of someone who filled Hyung-seok with determination, no, I'm not Eminem. He took a fighting stance in front of them. I have to try harder, looking forward with eyes full of hatred. In order not to be killed, because the world is unfair, one must try even harder. Hyung-seok's face clearly showed that he wanted to fight, up until now I only knew how to endure everything. He took a defensive stance and spoke to them as well as to himself, but from now on I will no longer run away, I will fight. A strong punch landed directly on Hyung-seok's face, causing him to be violently pushed back. The guy named Hyung-gang sneered at Hyung-seok, you made the right decision, preparing another punch to rush towards him, you pig. But in just a moment, Hyung-seok dodged that next attack, making his jaw drop when his punch missed. His determined gaze stared intensely at Hyung-gang, I can see right through his fists. Remembering the punch he endured before, it was very fast, but it only made Hyung-gang more irritated and ready to throw another strike, you son of a bitch. He was not afraid and stared intently at him, Hyung-seok still gracefully dodged this punch, I dodged it. His body was too big, so even though he dodged, he still got hit by Hyung-gang's attack, his eyes looking at the fist on his hand hitting his body in extreme surprise. Hyung-gang, irritated by this, threw continuous punches without resting his hands, you pig brain, you surprised me. He became even more annoyed looking at him, seeing Hyung-seok still with a face full of determination and steady eyes, it doesn't hurt at all. Remembering someone he once met, those punches were even heavier, which suddenly made Hyung-gang realize, this bastard's endurance is too tough, does he train? A sneak attack with a baseball bat hit Hyung-seok directly, causing him to scream in pain. The other guy irritably asked Hyung-gang, what are you doing? We have so much to do and you're still playing around with him, huh? Well, they turned back to Mr. Soo-wook. Two guys holding bats stood in front of him, hey old man, hiding the backpack again? Seeing Hyung-seok slumped on the ground, no, I won't give it to you. Hearing such a loud commotion, Hyung-seok still hadn't woken up. Watching those people beating him, violence is not the way to solve problems, but if I hide, seeing the old and frail Mr. Soo-wook painfully collapse and get beaten by them without being able to fight back, I won't be able to protect him, because until now I've only known how to run away. A baseball bat was about to be swung down, damn it, this old man is as stubborn as a dog. Right as the bat was swung down, an arm blocked the blow, leaving Hyung-gang completely stunned. Realizing the person standing in front of him was Hyung-seok, he momentarily lost his defense. Seeing him only made him more furious, throwing a punch straight at him, it's you again. A punch was about to head straight for Hyung-seok. When the punch was thrown, he could no longer hold back and stand still, I won't run away anymore. A powerful punch from Hyung-seok twisted his face to the side, and in that very moment, he was pinned to the ground. Hyung-gang's accomplices were left with their mouths wide open, a single punch made him stumble, his face already bleeding. The phone in his pocket was also about to fall out due to the momentum of his fall. Hyung-seok's eyes were full of resentment, seeing that Hyung-gang was lying unconscious as the phone fell out. His bloody face, as well as the phone, made him realize that this guy was the one who stole his phone, the stain indicated it was him. Opening the wallet and looking at a wad of cash inside, there was a lot of money in the wallet that he had stolen from the manga reading room and the sauna. Soo-wook came closer and asked him, 5,001, how did you find your money? Hyung-seok only took out exactly his bill, it's this one. Huh, how did you know? He replied to him, I just know. Holding the money in his hand, Hyung-seok hugged it dearly in his heart, of course I know. Remembering the face that was smiling gently at him, Mom. The scene shifts to the men's restroom, Hyung-seok's voice urges Soo-wook, Uncle, hurry up, we're going to be late for the wedding. He stepped out in a neat suit, Hyung-seok, maybe. I shouldn't go. Looking at Soo-wook's anxious face, the reason he desperately held onto the backpack was not only for the money, but he also felt inferior about himself, now that I'm here, do I even have the right? It was also because inside the backpack, there was a suit to wear to his daughter's wedding. He was silent, not knowing what to do, I will just make a mess of things. But Hyung-seok told a story, His face was very sad when mentioning them, fearing that he was a burden to his mother so he ran away. Remembering the scene where he went to meet his mother, afraid of not meeting her expectations, afraid that she would no longer have any hope for him. Then Hyung-seok advised and comforted his anxious soul a bit. I'm just like you, I will also return, you should return too. The scene shifts to the very crowded wedding ceremony. Soo-wook is struggling and looking around. Oh, how to find the venue, it must require giving a lot of money. Inside, he is holding a very thick envelope, handing it to the wedding host's side. He had given all his savings to the groom's side, because he was afraid someone would recognize him. Seeing Soo-wook's face full of worry, of course, he didn't sign the guest book either, perhaps afraid of bothering his daughter. On the screen appeared a surprising scene from when they first fell in love until they grew up, and the final moment was exchanging wedding rings. The image of the two on the stage and the screen was a testament to their love, which Soo-wook and Hyung-seok watched very attentively. Seeing this, he turned and asked the old man, "Uncle, are you just going to leave it at that?" Seeing this is already enough to satisfy Soo-wook. Then he took out a picture of his daughter from when she was little. What right do I have? It's been 10 years, she won't even recognize me. But he still smiled contentedly. As long as she grows up like this, I am already very happy now. Soo-wook was staring intently at the photo when he noticed something unexpected. Everyone was standing in 2 rows, creating a path from the stage toward him. The bride was standing right in front, holding her dress, her eyes filled with immense surprise as if she had found her lost family member, and called out, "Dad." He fearfully covered his face and stammered, "No, you've got the wrong person." But he couldn't stop her from running towards Soo-wook. Giving him a sudden tight hug, a hug she had been waiting for so long, she just tearfully asked, "Why?" Soo-wook seemed to snap out of it upon hearing that. Only now had the father finally arrived, and the photo had already fallen to the floor. The projected image showed the two of them smiling radiantly, as her voice sobbed, "I have waited for you forever, Dad." Soo-wook couldn't hold back and cried loudly. It was Soo-wook's wedding photo now. Hyung-seok was on one side holding his phone. It had been a long time since he last touched one. Looking at the picture of everyone, he wondered, is everyone still doing well? Hyung-seok was about to tap the app. Does Vasco use Insta? A new post appeared. Vasco just bought a new TV, it's reflecting a naked body, someone tell him. He saw another post related to his friend, Jae-yeol. He's taking really good care of Inu, even though I unexpectedly asked him to foster. Seeing the picture of the 4 of them sitting in front of a cake, he realized it was them, and it turned out to be his birthday. As if remembering something, his expression darkened, looking at Han-nul with full of questions. Han-nul, did she receive the letter yet? He then decided to check it out, trying to visit Han-nul's Insta. He noticed Han-nul's follower count was extremely high, so many followers, but something else caught his eye. It turned out Tae-sung was taking a picture with Han-nul. What is this, how come? The scene shifted to the school, where the students were chatting very lively during class. Seeing the sight of Tae-sung standing behind Han-nul looking at the phone. Looking at the photo, he asked, "Park Han-nul, the picture we took looks nice, right?" But she just looked at the photo and agreed. Everyone seeing such a scene just gossiped rowdily with each other. Hey, see that? Isn't that guy Lee Tae-sung? Han-nul likes Park Hyung-seok, so why are the two of them together like this? A friend turned around with a worried face and tried to call out, Han-nul. Worriedly standing in front of her, she invited, "Do you want to go to the WC? Let's go." But Tae-sung's face looked fierce. "Or let's go to the canteen, or go get some fresh air." Seeing this, Han-nul also reassured her, "I'm fine, don't worry." But the friend still thought something was wrong with Han-nul and tried to reassure her, then winked, making an SOS signal, \n Tae-sung got annoyed and angrily said, "What are you winking at? I'll gouge your eyes out right now." He couldn't hold back his frustration and swore, "Are you that crazy girl, that shithead at the cafeteria?" But he kept scolding, "Shithead." Jin-sung, hearing the scolding from afar, also woke up and turned his head. "You wanna gouge me Jin's eyes out?" Only catching the keywords \n Tae-sung confronted him face to face. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you get beaten enough last time?" Jin-sung reminded, "Me Jin, you step back, even though I fell down, I have never lost." She noticed him and asked, "Jin-sung, there's ballpoint pen marks on your face, was he sleeping?" \n Tae-sung's voice sarcastically asked, "Are your legs not trembling like a wet dog today, you cowardly legs?" "What, cowardly legs?" Then Jin-sung couldn't help but show off, "Who are you calling cowardly legs?" Then he flexed all the muscles in his legs. "I haven't even used my strength yet, did this dog practice?" Mi-jin stood on the side worriedly calling, Jin-sung, please don't fight, don't worry." But he promised her, "I won't fight outside the arena, truly a sportsman." Jin-sung looked incredibly cool, "I'll just beat him to death." Mi-jin thought to herself, "Didn't you say you wouldn't fight?" A hand from afar hugged someone's arm. It turned out Park Han-nul was resolving the war. "Tae-sung, stop it, let's go to the cafeteria." Everyone was stunned seeing this scene. "Guys, don't do anything to Tae-sung anymore." Jin-sung just wondered seeing this, what's wrong with Park Han-nul? We are obviously worrying about her. Seeing the silhouettes of Tae-sung and Han-nul leaving the class, why is it like this? The two of them hanging out and taking pictures made people gossip. "Hey, have you heard, the beauty and the gorilla?" Seeing the two in love made the rumors spread even faster, exactly like Lee Tae-sung and Park Han-nul, that pretty-faced girl? The scene shifts to when it is now dark. Soo Young was on her way home from school. She looked from afar and seemed to recognize a familiar silhouette. Seeing Ha-nul and Tae-sung walking together, the two quickly pulled each other into a small alley. Soo Young's face was full of worry seeing this scene. She quickly followed the two into the alley. Entering inside made Soo Young extremely panicked, the scene of the two kissing at the corner of the wall. The scene shifts back to Hyung-seok's waiting mother. My son, he was sitting in front of a full tray of food. Why did you suddenly miss mom? Eat a lot. Yes mom. Hearing the warm inquiries, is there something wrong? Hyung-seok didn't dare to tell. No mom, I just missed you so I came. Hyung-seok felt incredibly guilty. I'm home mom, I'm sorry for running away. Hearing someone calling outside the door, who is it? I'll be right out, I won't disappoint you mom. He opened his phone to too many calls, they left so many missed calls, I logged out of KakaoTalk and turned off my phone. Looking at the friends who had missed calls, Vasco, Diakwa, Hyung-seok fell into silence. He wanted to find someone's silhouette. Ha-nul didn't call him, had she received his letter yet? To update the situation, he clicked on the app and tried to check Ha-nul's Insta. Hyung-seok saw something that completely surprised him, seeing the sight of Tae-sung and Ha-nul being in love. What is this? What does this mean? Making his face look extremely panicked. Ha-nul together with Lee Tae-sung, seeing the two of them even going out and posting pictures of each other. Why is it like this? /n scrolling down was another picture. Are those two dating? Since when? Recalling the past scene where he was bullied, I said that Lee Tae-sung is very dangerous. He sat in a corner holding his phone. Maybe he already revealed the past to Ha-nul, knowing that but still being with Lee Tae-sung. He just didn't know what to say and felt extremely guilty. That's right, what am I anyway? /n/Nee's mother stepped in from outside, interrupting his train of thought. Hyung-seok, you have a friend looking for you outside. As if suddenly waking up, he asked, yes, who is it? Her face smiled brightly as she teased, my son is quite something, isn't he? /n/N seeing Crystal in front of him being angry, she spoke up making Hyung-seok extremely surprised. Crystal. Seeing her in front of his house made him step back. How did she know I am here? Did the chairman send her? I came because there is something to say, or is it Koji? Without saying anything, a hand slapped his face making Hyung-seok not understand what was going on. Crystal raised her voice to question him, are you even a human? Soo Young recalled the scene she had encountered the previous day. Seeing Tae-sung pinning Ha-nul against the corner of the wall, preparing to kiss her, a slap hit straight across Tae-sung's face. Ha-nul angrily scolded him, are you crazy, you psycho? I told you not to come. Tae-sung sighed and calmly said, damn it, I hit. Immediately, the guy's face filled with anger as he grabbed her hair, making Ha-nul tear up in pain. Remember clearly, this is... Soo Young had witnessed the entire scene in the alley. Our deal. Tae-sung prepared to raise his hand, threatening to hit her. We've dated 4 times and still haven't kissed? I'll give you 10 times, but I will make you fall for me in the remaining 6 times. Still trying to avoid me? But when his hand reached her face, he placed it gently. My Ha-nul must be very obedient and listen to me. Got it? Hearing this, Hyung-seok's face darkened. Only by doing this could Park Hyung-seok survive. Crystal looked at him with extreme anger. He said he knew he was here, and if he hid, he would just go to his mother's house. She reminded Hyung-seok that Ha-nul was afraid he would go looking for him, which is why she dated him. It was for him, for herself. The scene transitions to the bathroom right now, where Ha-nul is trying to wash herself clean. The police, try calling the police. But she thought otherwise, her face looking extremely sad. But for murder, you only go to prison for a few years and then get out. But for murder, you only go to prison for a few years and then get out. Recalling the scene of her hair being grabbed. Do you know how long I will be in there, baby? His face at that moment was threatening. Try reporting it. Once I get out of prison, I will finish off that Park Hyung-seok. Leaving Ha-nul not knowing how to handle this anymore. I'm so scared, I hate going to school. Feeling lonely and not knowing what to do, she wondered if she should just report him. But he is a minor, what if he just gets a warning? He might actually kill Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok, so this is what it feels like. The sound of running water didn't make her feel any better, but taking out her phone and seeing the nickname of the person she missed made Ha-nul try harder. Only 6 more dates left. I can endure this alone. I will solve everything for you, please don't come. /n/N despite that, Hyung-seok bravely returned to that place and saw Tae-sung walking on the street. He was holding his phone, showing a picture of the two of them on a date. You posted it, huh? Pretty cute and obedient. At this moment, Tae-sung looked up as if he saw someone familiar. He tried calling out a name to see if it was him, Pikachu. The light in the alley clearly illuminated his angry face. /n/N the evening at the alley, a white car blocked the path. Hyung-seok and Tae-sung stood facing each other. He spoke up, huh? Did I hear that wrong? What about Park Ha-nul? He stood looking at Tae-sung, clenching his fists in silence. He continued, if anyone heard that, they would think I was trying to eat her alive, although I really want to. Hyung-seok lowered his head and said in a low voice, I said, let Han-ul go. Tae-sung furiously threw a punch at his stomach, knocking Hyung-seok off the ground. He glared at him and growled, you bastard, how dare you? Suddenly, Tae-sung widened his eyes in complete shock, as if he was seeing something. Hyung-seok looked towards him and immediately raised his hands in a defensive stance to block Tae-sung's attack. Hyung-seok looked straight ahead and shouted loudly, one shot, one kill, you taught me that. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Hyung-seok in silence. He told himself, I can do this, I believe in my own abilities. Tae-sung continued to land another punch right on Hyung-seok's face, leaving him unable to react in time. Taking the full brunt of a devastating blow made Hyung-seok dizzy. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed his collar. Tae-sung forcefully slammed Hyung-seok down. He threw him onto the hood of a car, smashing it and shattering the glass into many pieces. Tae-sung clenched his fist and raised it high in a stance, then suddenly punched Hyung-seok hard in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He rolled his eyes back in pain, his teeth shattered. Tae-sung shouted, you're the one who broke the car. He put his hand in his pocket and said, damn it, a lighter, where's my lighter? I hate sweating. Tae-sung lit his cigarette and asked, have you had enough, are you dead yet? I used my left hand, so I couldn't control my strength. The left hand is to knock you out, while the right hand is to send you to the afterlife. Even though his head was planted into the car, Hyung-seok still spoke up, hey, but Park Han-ul saved your life. Tae-sung replied, that girl put a band-aid on my hand. He continued, do you know why I learned jiu-jitsu and then just left it and used? Because I'm so damn strong that it's unnecessary. For guys like you, using my left hand is enough. Poor Hyung-seok lay motionless on the hood of the car after being beaten, his mouth covered in a white stain and his eyes lifeless and full of pain. He vaguely recalled, hey Park Han-ul, let's take a picture. He put his arm around her shoulder and suggested. Tae-sung commanded, smile. Han-ul nervously pushed his hand away, but ultimately she agreed to take a picture with Tae-sung. Hyung-seok clenched his fists, standing in a defensive stance as if preparing to strike. Tae-sung lit his lighter while looking at Hyung-seok, silently deep in thought. Hyung-seok's face flushed red as he thought to himself, Han-ul also fought for me. He shouted loudly and rushed forward. Lee Tae-sung grabbed Hyung-seok's hair and smashed his head hard against Tae-sung's knee, making blood splatter everywhere. Hyung-seok cried out in pain, his teeth knocked out and filling his mouth. He looked at him, muttering, and was startled. Han-ul sat in the classroom, looking outside anxiously /n outside the classroom. Hyung-seok and Tae-sung still hadn't resolved their conflict when suddenly a hand grabbed his arm. Han-ul hugged his arm and said cheerfully, Tae-sung, stop it, let's go down to the cafeteria. With that, she left with him. I'm sorry, Hyung-seok exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Why did it turn out like this? Han-ul walked away but still looked back and said to herself, guys, thank you. /n he angrily rushed toward Tae-sung but took a punch to the face from him. She spoke up, Lee Tae-sung, what's wrong? Soo-young asked, I saw on Insta, are you really dating Lee Tae-sung? She continued, I thought you liked Hyung-seok. Han-ul remained silently sad without answering. She thought to herself, Crystal likes the pig, huh? Soo-young stared at her attentively as if waiting. She was stunned as if discovering something. Han-ul opened her mouth, so what, I will protect the pig. She smiled at Soo-young and said, I just changed my target. Hyung-seok, despite being covered in injuries, continued to charge forward. Tae-sung also didn't yield, he grabbed his neck and pushed him down. Everyone looked at the picture she took with Tae-sung and started gossiping. It seems like Park Han-ul is really dating Lee Tae-sung. She ignored their words and just kept walking. Why with that guy? She must be blind. Or maybe I should hit on her too, she's easy. Han-ul looked at them in silence, offering no opinion. In the school restroom, the doors were shut tight. The faucet was running strongly at the sink. She hid in a toilet stall crying alone. Han-ul cried loudly as if pouring out all the frustration she had to endure. Hyung-seok was beaten to a pulp by Tae-sung, lying motionless on the ground with many injuries on his body. He frowned angrily at him. Hyung-seok knelt, resting both hands on the ground, one hand touching the floor and the other supporting his knee. Finally, Hyung-seok stood up completely. Tae-sung stood there, looking at him as an eyesore, challenging him. Hyung-seok raised his hands, resuming his fighting stance as if declaring war, but blood kept dripping profusely from him to the ground. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke up, it seems my left arm is a bit weak, huh? I haven't even used my right arm to send you to the afterlife yet. Tae-sung continued, you followed that weirdo in the architecture department, right? Your physique is different from his, so you can't be like him. You can't even beat me. Are you a sewer trying to compare yourself to the ocean? Hyung-seok still stood there in silence as if trying to gather his strength to fight. He muttered to himself, Han-ul fought for me. Hyung-seok clenched his fists tightly and said, this time, I will protect her. He stood in a stance as if preparing to attack. Tae-sung was surprised when looking ahead. Hyung-seok clenched his hands into fists, staring intently at him. He looked at Tae-sung with swollen eyes and yelled, use your right hand, you bastard. Tae-sung looked at Hyung-seok with a disdainful smile. Boxing? You're telling me to use my right hand? He continued, but what should I do? My right hand. Tae-sung spoke in a contemptuous tone, is only used to hit my opponents. He turned back to look at him and spoke up, if I use my right hand to hit you, then I will let Park Han-ul go. Hyung-seok, without saying a word, rushed forward and threw a punch at Tae-sung's face. He looked at him and urged, use your right hand already. Tae-sung cursed angrily and grabbed Hyung-seok's hand. Suddenly he was unexpectedly dazed because he took a punch right to the face as if not understanding what had just happened. He recalled the words his friend taught him, watch closely, this is the basic stance. Hyung-seok said to himself, front foot takes a step forward. He pondered, put force into the pelvis, shoulder, fist. He continued to remember, concentrated from the shoulder. Suddenly there was a voice, straight. Accompanied by a punch sliding straight towards him, Hyung-seok tilted his head to dodge. Tae-sung once again punched him straight in the face. He shouted loudly, fist, right hand. Hyung-seok took the hit, blood splattering profusely. Tae-sung followed up with another blow that made him bend over in pain. Hyung-seok widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. His teeth continued to fall out. He told himself, that's right, I'm too weak, my stamina, ability, and strength are all insufficient. Hyung-seok thought, I know I'm ugly, so I know the things I've endured are a given, but that's not the reason for me to be isolated. I am not wrong, Tae-sung shouted. The final blow, left hand, he dodged the attack and muttered to himself, I will fight. Hyung-seok tightly clenched his fists and took a stance. He thought to himself, even if I die. He moved his footsteps exactly as he had learned. Hyung-seok recalled every movement of his teacher and followed them. Suddenly, he punched him straight in the face. Unprepared, Tae-sung took the full hit with a surprised and pained expression. Hyung-seok pivoted on one leg as instructed. When he punched forward, he leaned his body to dodge. Suddenly, Hyung-seok elbowed Tae-sung in the face, making him spit blood. Tae-sung went from surprise to shock. His face was swollen. He gritted his teeth, his nose bleeding. He shouted loudly and thought to himself, it's here. Tae-sung rushed forward and landed another punch right to the face, sending Hyung-seok flying backward, blood continuing to spill. He was thrown far away aimlessly with a tired and pained expression. Hyung-seok slowly fell to the ground. Even though blood kept dripping from his nose and mouth, he was still conscious. It's here. Tae-sung looked at him with a stunned expression. The bandage on his right hand came off. Right hand, Hyung-seok groggily remembered Miss Han-ul, it's okay now. He stood looking at him lying motionless on the floor. In the morning at the hospital, someone handed him a carton of milk and said, here, drink this, congratulations on coming back, Hyung-seok. He stood happily, smiling brightly. Hyung-seok spoke up, guys, thank you for worrying about me. He looked at everyone and thought to himself, guys, thank goodness. The other body patted his head and said, I was so worried, you punk. Hyung-seok looked at his other body in surprise and muttered to himself, huh? Huh? He whispered, why is there another me here? What is this? The other body left him behind and said, he probably doesn't want to come along, let's go. Hyung-seok looked at everyone leaving sadly. Leaving me behind? Why? He stood all alone, lost, watching everyone leave, raising his hand to call out but then remained silent. Hyung-seok said softly, that's right, what am I anyway? Suddenly, someone came up, hugged him tightly, and whispered, what's wrong with you? Hyung-seok stammered, I. The other person said, why do you only know how to wait? You can come along too. BRBR Hyung-seok looked up in surprise, asking himself, me, go along? Me? Then he quickly ran after everyone and said, I will go along. Finally, Hyung-seok was able to fit in with his friends, and the whole group had fun together. He didn't forget to turn back and exclaim, thank you, are you coming along? BRBR what surprised Hyung-seok when he turned back was realizing that it was only his own shadow. That shadow was now just a faint empty space replying to his words, I will stay here. Hyung-seok stood looking in astonishment with a face full of amazement. Finally, as if he had understood, he suddenly smiled, so that's how it is. Hyung-seok seemed to realize a truth he hadn't known before, he had to change from within himself. BRBR he slowly disappeared, and instead, another body was lying on a hospital bed, in a hospital room with a blood bag hanging on a stand. Hyung-seok whispered in surprise, a hospital room? I was clearly fighting with Lee Tae-sung. He lowered his voice, I must have been punched too hard and passed out. Hyung-seok touched both feet to the ground and spoke up, getting punched like that, but it doesn't seem to hurt as much as I thought. He put his hand on his shoulder and complained inwardly, my body is so numb, it's like I haven't moved in a long time. Hyung-seok slowly stepped down to the ground, staring at himself in the mirror in sheer astonishment. The streets were deserted at night, with signboards brightly lit. Hyung-seok ran while saying, "My body, I have to go find it." He ran with his eyes wide open, looking straight ahead. Hyung-seok thought to himself, so light, so fast. He wondered, was I always this fast? Right, this body is just like that. Hyung-seok felt a bursting power within him, and he murmured to himself, I woke up in this body because 1. If you sleep, you will wake up in the other body. 2. The sleeping body cannot consciously wake up on its own. 3. If the sleeping body is forced to wake up, the awake body will be forced to sleep. 4. The sleeping body also feels hunger and other physiological needs. 5. The new body is completely unaffected physically whether it starves or overeats. 6. In case the other body is unconscious, the swap cannot happen. For the swap to occur again, that body must be recovered. 7. If one body is in a state where it cannot wake up, the other body can still sleep and dream. This body has recovered. Hyung-seok wondered, so is my real body passed out over there? He decided, I have to go find it quickly. At the scene, the car was still there with its front completely crumpled. Hyung-seok still lay motionless on the ground, his body covered in wounds. The bandage was still slightly peeling off on Tae-sung's hand. He stood looking at him and said, fucking speechless. Suddenly, Tae-sung stared at his own hand and said, my right hand, my right hand. He continuously punched him, his mouth not stopping, right hand, right hand. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Tae-sung's hand. Hyung-seok's other body glared at him, and he exclaimed, Tae-sung, you are too mean. He suddenly thought to himself, this guy is the coward from before. He angrily shouted, Tae-sung? Did you just call me Tae-sung? He carried his own body on his shoulder and walked away, leaving behind his laughter. Tae-sung was surprised by Hyung-seok's shout, get out of the way. He growled, because this is my body, I will let you off today. BR, he angrily screamed, what? Tae-sung's face darkened, he leaned his hand against the wall and fell to his knees. Tae-sung remembered when he was elbowed in the face by Hyung-seok, he muttered softly, it's because of that guy. Tae-sung looked after him and raised his voice, hey, aren't you coming here? You punk. He looked at his own body bitterly. Hyung-seok told himself, so many injuries, I was punched so much. He comforted, even so, you've worked hard. The injured body vaguely thought, I've worked hard. BR in the evening at the hospital, a voice asked, is your friend okay? Hyung-seok replied, he only fainted. The nurse worriedly asked back, but are you really okay? You've been unconscious for 3 weeks. He reassured her, yes, I'm fine. She continued, you also have to thank your friend. Every night, that person spared no effort to take care of you. Hyung-seok wondered, That friend? Is it Ha-nul? The nurse replied, yeah. Your friend didn't even eat or drink, and even researched materials related to you. It's like living right here in the hospital. Jae-yeol suddenly appeared. The nurse saw him smiling brightly and said, he's here. Hyung-seok looked outside in surprise. She continued, your friend moved you to this VIP room. He said happily, Jae-yeol, I'm back. He brought his hand up to cover his eyes, smiling happily /n/ni in the morning at the apartment complex, Ha-nul was getting ready for school. She was adjusting her clothes when she looked under the table, the phone rang. Ha-nul thought, I don't want to answer it, it must be Lee Tae-sung. She opened the door and stepped outside. Hyung-seok had been standing there since who knows when, smiling and saying, Ha-nul, why didn't you answer the phone? Ha-nul was surprised and talking to herself, then Pig Hyung-seok happily asked, how are you? She looked around anxiously and urged, why are you here? Go away. Ha-nul looked around frantically and continued, he might be nearby, go away quickly. He reassured her, it's okay, it's alright now, Ha-nul. She grabbed Hyung-seok's collar in surprise. Ha-nul widened her eyes in astonishment when she heard him say, you've met me now, so it's okay, everything is over. Thank you. /n/n Soo-young asked, I just saw on Insta, are you really dating Lee Tae-sung? She replied, I just changed my target. She looked at her in surprise and stayed silent. Everyone was gossiping about Ha-nul, why would she date someone like that? She must be blind, or should I hit on her too? I heard she's easy. She remained sad and silent without explaining, the faucet was running strongly at the sink as Ha-nul sat crying in the toilet. Her crying grew louder with tears streaming down her face, someone on the other side witnessed her in this state. She stepped out of the room with a chubby body, silent as if deep in thought, Soo-young with a melancholic and sad face. She asked herself, you like Hyung-seok, right? Me too. Soo-young raised her hand and slapped Hyung-seok hard across the face. She turned around when a voice exclaimed, are you even human? So, when Hyung-seok ran away, Soo-young covered her face and sat crying. She continued crying and said, I can't just ignore you like that. A person held a large stack of money in their hand /n and the young man holding the money said, "Oh, this is sweet. If I had known, I would have taken out this old man from the start." A man was beaten black and blue by them. He continued, "He used to be a cult leader, seems like he has some talent too. Well, let's go to hostel." /n the girl on the left walking with her spoke up, "Will they accept me?" The other girl replied, "If they don't, then what?" A young man sitting in the park listening to his phone heard that they had arrived. While petting Miro, he spoke, "Be careful, Jang Jin Hyuk got taken down too." The young man raised his voice, "I've arrived too." He commanded, "Everyone gather, Jang Jin Hyuk got taken down?" The young man continued, "That guy was always acting sneaky." The leaders of God Dog OB4/n/n in the morning at school, the female students all turned around, looking completely surprised. Hyung-seok returned, walking in slowly with a handsome appearance. All the girls looked up, gossiping in awe. "It's Park Hyung-seok, huh? He woke up?" Someone spoke up, "I don't know if it's because we haven't seen him in a long time, but he seems even more handsome than before." He said to himself, "But I don't know if it's because I haven't been here in a long time, but I just can't adapt." Everyone surrounded him, some greeting, others taking pictures. "Hyung-seok, God Hyung-seok, so handsome." The girls exclaimed, "Oh, I feel like I've been saved, a true vitamin. I was sick but seeing you cured me." He hesitantly spoke up, "Let me pass for a bit." Hyung-seok thought to himself, "It's even worse than before." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his hand tightly. Hyung-seok opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Hong Jae-yeol stepped up to support him and turned to look at them with an annoyed expression. He looked at Hyung-seok and smiled kindly. Hong Jae-yeol reached out his hand to block for him. Hyung-seok thought to himself, Jae-yeol, is he worried about me? Everyone quickly approached them. "Wow, Hong Jae-yeol is here too? This is Hong Jae-yeol, oh I'm going crazy, they are the two male gods of the fashion department." Defense failed. The schoolgirls stood tiredly, looking on with regret. Hyung-seok hesitated as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he spoke up, "Can you let me down?" Jin Bei laughed loudly. Mun-song replied, "No, this is Burn Knuckles' special move, the invincible wooden horse, used to protect VIPs. A friend of Hyung-seok cried and said, "You're awake, I'm so happy, I heard you fell from the 63rd floor." He thought to himself, "That's not it, Vasco." Diakwa spoke up, "It's been a long time since the invincible wooden horse special move reappeared." Mun-song added, "This is the first time since Vasco's match." He reassured him not to worry, with this special move Hyung-seok is invincible. He thought, it's not because of that, but it's safe for another reason. Everyone hurriedly made way. "What is that, so scary, don't get close." Hyung-seok pondered, "You guys are still not very popular, huh?" At the fashion department classroom, Hyung-seok stood in front of the door as if he was still thinking. Inside, everyone turned their heads to look out. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Hyung-seok walked in and said, "Hello." He pulled out his chair to sit down, and just as he took his seat, his feet lifted off the ground. Everyone rushed over to Hyung-seok, making Jae-yeol have to shield him. Hyung-seok looked at everyone happily and said, "I'm back." He looked at the empty desk in the distance. Ji-ho was still awaiting trial, and due to the severe nature of his crime, he would probably be sent to a juvenile detention center. At this time, Ji-ho had not yet gone to the reformatory. Hyung-seok silently called out, "Park Ji-ho." He looked back at the desk and whispered, "If we meet again in the future, will we be able to face each other like before?" "Park Han-nul, good morning." Tae-sung walked up to her and raised his voice. Everyone was terrified when they heard him say, "Let's go singing today, okay? Come to my place after school." Tae-sung spoke up again, "There are only 5 times left now." "The right hand? What deal? Who is the witness?" "Idiot." She fell silent, looking down as if deep in thought. Han-nul pondered, even though she didn't know why Hyung-seok said it was fine now, there was a chance this guy would beat him up again. She continued thinking, only 5 times left. Just enduring it 5 more times will do. She said softly, "I will save you, Hyung-seok." 2 classmates stepped up and shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to get lost?" Vasco asked, "Han-nul, what's wrong?" She forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, guys." Han-nul was surprised when a voice retorted, "You're lying." Both of them looked at her and said, "It's written all over your face." Tae-sung angrily shouted, "Damn it, recently it's been one guy after another." He provoked, "Crawling to me again, do you want to have a fight?" Vasco said angrily, "I will teach you a lesson." Jin-sung spoke up, "Vasco, step aside." Han-nul exclaimed anxiously, "Guys." Someone raised their voice, "What do we do? It looks like a fight is breaking out." Jae-yeol stood up silently as if calculating something. Hyung-seok spoke up, "You're mean, Tae-sung." He shouted angrily, "Tae-sung? You're calling me Tae-sung? Tae-sung?" He raised his voice, only 3 guys? You think 3 guys are enough? He approached him and whispered, keep your promise, right hand. Tae-sung was shocked and thought to himself, who is this guy? How does he know? He then approached her, Ha-nul, are you okay? She said anxiously, Hyung-seok. He reassured her, don't worry. Tae-sung pondered, did that Pikachu snitch? He growled, about the promise of the right fist. Tae-sung continued thinking, if so, Ha-nul must know too. If she didn't know, it wouldn't matter. He angrily cursed, men have their rules too. If you don't keep your word, you're not a man. If I want to be a man in front of Ha-nul, I must keep my promise. He smashed desks, chairs, and the glass windows in the classroom. Tae-sung looked at Ha-nul and exclaimed, stop faking it. I'm tired of playing with you. He continued to curse, a girl like you, I only hung out with you because I was bored. You guys can just drag her home. Vasco spoke up, picking up the broken pieces, it's very dangerous around here. She was shocked to hear Tae-sung say, just get lost, a girl like you. He continued to curse as he walked. A male student was terrified when he saw Tae-sung, you bastard, get out of the way. He trudged along the deserted hallway. Tae-sung raised his left hand to stroke his hair, his right hand still covered with a band-aid as usual. At the claw machine arcade. The girl spoke up, I heard Park Hyung-seok from the fashion department has woken up. Second-year vocal dance department, Miru. The male student angrily yelled, what does it matter if he wakes up or not? Second-year vocal dance department, Jin Ho-bin. He spoke while playing the claw machine, I'm much more handsome. She stood silently watching Ho-bin. He stared intently at the stuffed animal cabinet and said, Park Hyung-seok, what is there to like about that guy? I'm much better. Suddenly, Ho-bin was startled by a voice, Park Hyung-seok. So man asked, Park Hyung-seok from J1 High School? Is he your friend? Do you know Burn Knuckles? God dog Obi, Park So-man Ho-bin replied, friend? I don't make friends with such an ugly guy. He approached So-man and said, but still, you are really ugly. He kept smiling at Ho-bin as if he didn't hear anything. Yena suddenly appeared. The little girl was overjoyed when carried by her mother. Yena reached out to a young man nearby. The whole group stood in deep thought looking in one direction. A male student sitting nearby smiled brightly. Jin-sung stepped forward with a thoughtful frown. Tae-sung asked in surprise, oh, me? He looked at him and yelled, get out of the way, are you looking for someone? A group of people was walking on the sidewalk. Around them were shops with signs for jewelry and haircuts. A group of people stopped in surprise on the street, behind them was a restaurant with a large sushi sign. A brown wooden sign had large red letters warning that this area was for employees only, and a group of God Dog members appeared, bullying a male and female student couple. One guy asked, don't you really know Burn Knuckles? Another guy holding a phone continued, his KakaoTalk contact list is also completely empty. He picked up a spray paint can and cursed, then X, that guy sprayed an X on the male student and raised his voice, it's a bit humiliating but try to endure it, otherwise you'll get beaten up again, this is a mark. The remaining guy shouted, hey, spray the girl too, what are you standing there for, hold her hands quickly, the male student spoke up to defend her, she is not from around this area. Suddenly Deok-sun appeared, he shouted loudly, you guys, in broad daylight, what the hell are you doing? Deok-sun reassured the female friend, miss, rest assured, I will drive these bad guys away, the 7th elder of Burn Knuckles, cute duck, Deok-sundae. The masked guy wondered, what's with that duck? The other guy replied, Burn Knuckles, hey mister, your shirt is torn. Deok-sun spoke up, hurry up and go, there's no need to be ashamed of having a guardian, both the male and female students said, thank you, let's go quickly. 2 guys in the God Dog group raised their voices, a hero descending from heaven, how fun, Burn Knuckles. Deok-sun stood silently looking at them with no opinion. At the claw machine area with symmetrical rows of machines, stuffed toys were piled up inside. Ho-bin looked down at Samong, who was also sitting and looking up at him. Samong smiled and asked, huh, did you say you hate ugly guys? He looked at Ho-bin and spoke, I, on the other hand, hate handsome guys. He looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, ha. Ho-bin burst into a smug laugh. Miru looked at him and opened her mouth, you're having fun, idiot. Ho-bin was laughing when he was suddenly surprised to hear him say, so, I feel, I like you, because you are ugly. His 2 underlings burst into delighted laughter. He stepped forward and slammed Samong to the ground. Ho-bin beat him up thoroughly, he said in a cold voice, you sick bastard, what are you barking about? Ho-bin looked at Samong as if thinking, he planted his 2 hands on the ground as if gaining momentum. Ho-bin reached out and grabbed Samong's hood in surprise. He looked at him and thought to himself, a mid-air flip, using hip strength. Samong asked, do you know judo, saying that he rushed forward and rammed straight into Ho-bin's stomach? Unable to defend in time, he was suddenly thrown far away in astonishment. Samong slipped through Ho-bin's legs and pressed his lips tightly together. Suddenly, he jumped up and tossed him into the air. Ho-bin was completely panicked and unable to react in time. He only had time to ask, a throw, before Soma slammed him into a cabinet full of stuffed animals, standing calmly amidst the shattered glass. Hobin lay on the pile of stuffed animals and growled, "That's right, you are the devil's meat bun, it was too dark so I didn't recognize you." Miru, restrained by Soma's underlings, stammered, "Hobin, come on." He stood up and asked, "You don't believe me?" Hobin spoke up, "You know it." Jean Hobin glared at John Rian. Soma looked at him and said, "You strike first." A sign warning that this area is for staff only appeared. The underlings wondered, is that it? Deok-sun was attacked and knocked backward onto the floor. Soma's underling said, "Is that it? You showed up looking so cool, hey, where is Vasco? Call all your buddies out here." He was surprised to hear him exclaim, "A sword cannot sharpen itself, it must endure countless grindings to become sharp." He yelled, "What are you talking about?" while Deok-sun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and nearly lost consciousness. Miru widened her eyes in panic, clenching her fists as she was held back from behind by his underling. Hobin's hat and many broken glass shards were scattered on the tile floor after the fight. He screamed in terror as he fell straight into the claw machine, surrounded by stuffed toys. The God Dog group spoke up, "But this guy takes a beating well, even Jang Jin Hyok wouldn't be able to handle it." Jang Jin Hyok lost to Park Song Mang? Jang Jin Hyok is probably completely outclassed. Song Mang mocked, "Everyone is a monster anyway." Hobin said in a cold voice, "If it weren't for these sunglasses, if it weren't for these eyes, that bastard, if it were me in middle school." He stood looking at him with a sneer. A group of men stood closely together with solemn faces, with Hyung-seok standing in the middle. The other guy spoke up, "Hey, your lover fainted." Miru retorted, "He's not my lover, you idiots, let me go." She frowned, looking at Hobin in silence. Miru thought to herself, "What's with that look? You should have continued studying judo." She wondered, "Why do you have to wear those dark glasses and go all the way to Seoul to become a singer?" Miru continued, "If you had just lived like that, wouldn't your student life have been easier?" The blonde girl in a short skirt stood next to the guy in a white t-shirt, both standing near a red motorcycle. Samang stood there looking at him with a face full of contempt. Two lackeys stepped up, grabbed his hands, and spoke up, "I'm so curious, hey, hold him." One person dropped a coin into the claw machine. Looking at the sunglasses covering his eyes, he continued, "Are you that ugly if you take them off? Let's find out." Hobin looked up in panic as the metal claw machine arm slowly descended toward his head. Samang was amused hearing Hobin's screams. "Hey, stop it right now, let me go!" he screamed in fear. "No, don't." He smiled smugly seeing Hobin truly terrified, and finally, the claw machine grabbed his glasses. Hobin shouted angrily, "Don't!" The lackeys surrounded Hobin. Miru struggled in the grasp of the other guy, she tried to kick the power switch. She finally succeeded, and the guy yelled, "That girl, you, cut the power." Miru roared, "Fight them, these bastards." Hobin flipped backward in mid-air, delivering a powerful kick toward the head of the bending Samang. He tilted to one side, his eyes wide open, rolling back, full of rage. Samang opened his eyes wide, his face showing extreme surprise at what had just happened. Hobin, with his shiny white sneakers and bloodstains on the floor, surrounded by broken pieces, exclaimed, "It's dark like this, isn't it? My world has been much darker, for 2 whole years." Samang stood there in stunned silence, looking at him. Hobin spoke up, "Getting beaten by the idiot from the architecture department, tortured by the pig from the manhwa department, and thrashed by the bastard learning boxing." He continued, "I had to repaint my glasses exactly 6 times. Now, even without the glasses, you guys still can't see my eyes." Hobin, while taping his fingers, opened up, "Now, it's no longer an obstacle for me." He lowered his voice, "I can see it. In just 2 years, I have been able to see through it, guardless, bottomless." Samang stood there silently, looking at him with indescribable mixed feelings. Hobin and Mira raised their voices, "If it were me in middle school, you guys would be nothing." He growled, "What did you eat this morning? I will make you throw up all night." Samang gave a thumbs up, pretending to be amazed, "So cool, exactly like Kakashi." /n/n he suddenly found it really funny, "You were the one who humiliated me first, you hit me first, the one who ambushed me in the dark was also you." Every single word Samang uttered rendered Hobin speechless. "If anyone didn't know, they would think I'm the villain." Having said that, Samang lunged forward like a fired arrow, tightly gripping Hobin's thighs. However, after flexing his muscles for a while and still not being able to take him down, he suddenly stopped. Hobin's legs stood firmly on the floor. Somang's shoulder throw was completely blocked. /n/Nobin gained the upper hand, gripping his shoulder tightly. He said in a deep, hoarse voice, "Among all those wrestlers, you're actually quite something, aren't you?" At this point, Hobin sneered, "Even though I kicked all of their asses." Not giving Samang time to react, he suddenly used all his strength to execute an over-the-shoulder throw. Samang clenched his teeth, a hint of panic in his heart. This guy, again. Very quickly, he figured out a way to turn the tables. It didn't work, I just need to twist my body around. /N/N right at the moment Samon did a mid-air flip, Ho Bin's gaze swept over. In the next second, he used his muscular arm to tightly lock So-mang's neck. Losing his balance, he widened his eyes in horror. Samon completely didn't expect this move from Ho Bin. The neck? And then, unable to resist, his bald head was slammed hard onto the floor by Ho Bin, creating a crisp, echoing thud. Seeing this, the underlings dropped their jaws in astonishment. At the same time, the corners of Mi-jin's lips curled up slightly, breathing a sigh of relief. A moment later, Samon scrambled to his feet, raising his hand to wipe the drool from his mouth. I'm so pissed. His expression became increasingly gloomy. Growling in anger with every word, you said you took down all the wrestlers, even though you just got broken a moment ago. Stop bluffing, you can't beat wrestling with your pathetic judo. Saying that, Samon started taking off his outer shirt. Do you know why judo can't beat wrestling? He threw his hoodie aside and let out a mocking laugh, because in judo, you have to grab the collar to fight, but in wrestling. Samon shouted loudly, you don't need to grab anything. Hearing these words, Ho Bin just smirked faintly. /N/N Mi-jin, standing right behind Samon, watched the situation intently, her eyes naturally stopping on his round, firm buttocks. At this moment, Mi-jin felt that her previous action was entirely correct. Luckily, she had cut the power /N/ and the scene transitions to another place. In the middle of a quiet alley, Bum Jae and his gang stared wide-eyed in shock. What on earth happened here? He moved his lips, calling out the name of the man struggling on the ground in a corner, Go Deok Sunday. The other man continuously coughed up blood, forcing a smile as he spoke. This is so humiliating, Bum Jae. He hurriedly stopped him. Stop talking, Go Deok Sunday. Deok Sun just smiled faintly, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. Even if I have to sacrifice myself like this. But at least I didn't draw my sword without my lord's permission. Bum Jae yelled irritably, I told you to stop talking. The other person still tried to squeeze out a few more words. Bum Jae, I have a favor to ask you. Seeing him like that, Bum Jae panicked. Whatever it is, just say it. As soon as he finished speaking, Deok Sun's eyes shifted to the duck lying limply in the nearby corner. Duck, please take care of this duck for me. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ducks are flightless birds, so I wanted to be able to see that high sky at all times. The next second, Bum Jae suddenly bent down, picked up the duck, and threw it into the sky with all his might. Deok Sun panicked and screamed loudly. His head slumped down, his lips moving as he muttered, my duck. Bum Jae fell into a moment of contemplation. Why is God Dog coming at this time? It's been more than half a month. He looked down at his outgoing call screen, his heart suddenly heavy. Vasco could not be reached. The more Bum Jae thought about it, the more confused he became. Hurry up and pick up, Vasco, what should we do? Just then, a frivolous laugh suddenly came from behind him. You fell for the trap. A group of people aggressively walked over, wearing the symbol of God Dog on their shirts. The fish has taken the bait. Samawai scanned each face opposite him. Who do we have here? Dogok Hai's zombie aura, Hyung-seok Hai's monster, Dae Wong. The brains are all here, right? Saying that, his eyes stopped on Bum Jae, his tone somewhat mocking. The golden brain is also the number 2 boss of Burn Knuckles, Park Bum Jae. Samawai sighed, pretending to be bored. Even though I caught a big fish, Vasco isn't here. He quickly smirked. Whatever, the OB will find him anyway. In just a moment, the small alley was packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The scene changed to a karaoke bar. In the private room, several people silently surrounded the table placed in the corner of the room. The booming music and ear-piercing singing echoed endlessly. Tae-sung held the mic and sang enthusiastically, while his classmates cowered and sat there enduring it, exchanging glances with each other. What song is this? Someone immediately whispered, Save You by Tak Tien, man. Contrary to them, Jin Gong looked at Tae-sung with worshipful eyes. King, you are going incognito to sing karaoke with these commoners. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. You finally care about the commoners, so cool. All these songs are just for you to sing. /N/ and the classmates around them, whose ears were being tortured, could only boredly whisper to each other, it's all Korean songs, why are they all about heartbreak? Anyone who picks another song is dead meat, he needs to take care of his throat. /N/ right at the climax, Tae-sung suddenly stopped, his eyes landing on a body pillow next to a classmate sitting in the corner. The beautiful character's face on it made Tae-sung immediately think of a name, Ha-nul. Without saying a word, he threw a heavy punch at the pillow's face. Relentless punches rained down as Tae-sung angrily repeated, Park Ha-nul, Park Ha-nul. The classmate sitting next to him felt bad for his belonging, trembling, and sobbing. Kieran-chan. /N/ after punching and kicking for a while, Tae-sung also stopped, clenching his teeth and choking up. Why won't you answer me? Say something. Tae-sung rolled his eyes at the faces in the room, asking himself, why is that damn guy wearing earphones in a karaoke room? Why am I here? Why am I singing with these guys? He looked down at the pillow he had torn a hole in with his punches, thinking to himself, I was supposed to go with Park Ha-nul today. 5 times already, he didn't even bother to pay attention to the whimpering of the friend next to him. Kieran-chan, Tae-sung remained silent for a long time and then went elsewhere, his hand slowly moving downwards. In the restroom, unspeakable sounds rang out. Tae-sung stared intensely at the face printed on the body pillow, constantly talking to himself. Well? Is it big? Huh? Did you miss me? He imagined things to himself and smiled subtly. No, let's leave it for later. /n/Nina better mood, Tae-sung gleefully hugged the pillow and returned to the private room. After a short distance, he suddenly stopped. Damn it, what the hell am I doing? Going to karaoke with these freaks. Right at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly fell over the body pillow he was cherishing. Tae-sung looked up, and catching his eye was a gloomy face. In-woo from behind yelled aggressively, that's the guy, found him, give me back my motorbike. /n/N Hyung-seok remained silent, casting his eyes down at the person opposite him. Tae-sung, accustomed to being arrogant, tilted his chin up and shouted, huh? Get out of the way. Cutting back to the private room just now, the classmates were still sitting there. Jin-gong started to get impatient, thinking to himself, King, so long, I've already queued up 47 songs. /n/N in the very next second, the door of the private room was thrown open, and a figure was flung inside. Jin-gong was so terrified that his jaw dropped. He panicked and screamed loudly, King, completely failing to notice Hyung stepping in right after. At that moment, Jin-gong only paid attention to Tae-sung lying collapsed amidst the debris, frantically calling out, King. Tae-sung's heavy body lay motionless on the floor, fresh blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. The scene shifts to the locker with the name tag Leun-tae. The sound of a ringing phone comes out, and the phone placed in the locker vibrates continuously, signaling an incoming call. The name Park Bum-jae is clearly displayed on the screen. On another side, an impatient voice rings out, what's wrong with Vasco, why isn't he answering the phone, /n/N the person holding the phone is actually Samawai, he looks down with amusement at the crowd lying prostrate at his feet, we just need you to come too. Samawai laughs mockingly, Park Bum-jae, your boss isn't even bothering to pick up the phone. With no response, he continues to ramble on, so except for Vasco, you guys are as weak as snails, huh? I heard you were really tough /n/N Bum-jae's whole body trembles, coughing continuously, sorry, guys. Oira lies curled up in a corner, asking softly, Vasco, how is Vasco? Samawai widens his eyes, ready to rush in and land a punch, gone to heaven, what else? Rest in peace, you burn knuckles /n/N but then, his fist is blocked, and Bum-jae's deep voice rings out, hey, burn knuckles. Don't casually start fights. As he speaks, his breathing becomes heavier, everything depends on Vasco /n/N Samawai smirks mockingly, f*ck, barking nonsense again. The underlings behind him burst out laughing, enthusiastically agreeing, sounds hot-blooded, doesn't it? Did you hear that? The sound of fighting once again rings out in the alley, transitioning to that karaoke room, where things are scattered all over the place. Jin-gong trembled like a leaf and backed away, his lips moving as he muttered, King. Tae-sung in front of him struggled to stand up. Jin-gong panicked and shouted, you're bleeding, sir. Red blood soaked through his shirt. Tae-sung was panting heavily, unable to catch his breath. Damn it, the situation right now made it easy to imagine Lee Tae-sung always being a carnivore, with the crushing power of a bear charging towards the meadow. He was the apex predator at the top of the food chain, the biggest beast until he met an elephant. At that moment, Tae-sung was easily lifted up by Hyung-seok. When was the last time he was carried like that? Was it when he was born? The current situation forced people to admit that, yes, he looked like a newborn baby right now. Seeing Tae-sung's bewildered expression, Hyung-seok suddenly chuckled, oh my god. Without a word, he lifted his opponent's entire body and slammed him hard against the adjacent wall. Tae-sung's face was instantly deformed, and his nose bled like rain. The classmates who witnessed this terrifying scene widened their eyes in shock. Tae-sung lay face down on the floor. Jin-gong anxiously screamed, King. Hyung-seok stood casually in the midst of the chaotic scene, smirking faintly, is this your first time landing like this? Oh my gosh, are your legs okay? In his ear was Jin-gong's desperate cry, King. He hurriedly called out repeatedly, King, King. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok noticed the pink band-aid on the back of Tae-sung's hand. What's wrong with your hand? Did your mom put a band-aid on it for you? The underlings blocking the door quickly chimed in. Laughing mockingly, looking at him like a baby full of hope, someone even said in boredom, got to go early to pick up the obi, there's nothing interesting here, nothing interesting at all. Jin-gong kept babbling and calling out for the king non-stop. Very quickly, someone found it grating to the ears and gave him a hard kick, so noisy, what the hell are you doing? /n/N the group started shifting their gaze to the classmates in the room, what kind of friends are these? What is this, Ghost GOP, Costco? A classmate couldn't help but quietly correct them, cosplay. Immediately, a young man reminded them, hold it in, guys, these guys from God Dog basically won't listen. /n/N they asked again, are you guys in the manga department? The classmates could only stand timidly in a corner, because we're in the animation department. The other side joked again, why don't you guys try acting it out and let us see? The whole group obediently followed, singing with trembling voices amidst the loud laughter of the God Dog group. When the dusk falls, someone will have to shed tears, my gun barrel glows and the trigger will judge. /n/now. Moment later, someone pointed at Tae-sung and asked curiously, did you guys get punched by the guy from the manhwa department? The classmates quietly denied it, no. They were immediately questioned back, is that really true? Someone even felt surprised, is that guy really in the manhwa department? The eyes of the whole group then fell on the body pillow next to Tae-sung. Hey, what is that, your best waifu, right? Is today her birthday? Hearing that, the faint cry of the pillow's owner rang out, Kyurin-chan. Hyung-seok let out a soft laugh and slowly raised his foot, since she is your girlfriend, she has to die too. The sole of his shoe was about to land on the face printed on the body pillow. Right at that moment, a tattooed hand suddenly reached out. It was Tae-sung, struggling to grit out every word, let go. Hyung-seok laughed with amusement, so this is your girlfriend, how sweet. Saying that, he grinded the tip of his shoe hard onto Tae-sung's back of the hand, who was protecting it with his injured hand. What did you put a band-aid on for? While speaking, Hyung-seok immediately used force to rip off the band-aid stuck on his opponent's back of the hand /n/n. Tae-sung gaped, watching the band-aid being flipped into the air. He just stood there frozen like a statue. In his line of sight, only the pink band-aid remained. Tae-sung stood completely still, as if time had stopped. At that moment, memories with Han-nul rushed back into his mind. Everywhere there was the presence of that band-aid. Watching it fall in front of him, Tae-sung lowered his head in dead silence. Hyung-seok teased, why are you so sad like you lost your country, or should I stick it back for you? Saying that, he spat on the band-aid, making Tae-sung's pupils instantly shrink /n/n. Lee Tae-sung couldn't know if it was because of Park Han-nul or this cheap band-aid that brought tears to his eyes. He subconsciously swore, motherfucker. Tae-sung's shoulders trembled violently. Someone immediately ran over to confirm, is he really crying? Hey, is he crying? Hey, look, he's crying. Right after that was a burst of mocking laughter. Jin Gong worriedly called out, King. Some God Dog members nearby ran over to mock, more like a bruise, a bruise. At the same time, Hyung-seok tilted his chin and spoke up, pack up, let's go guys, we still have to go catch the burn knuckles. A shirt was suddenly thrown right at his face. Hyung-seok pulled it down, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Huh, a shirt, are you surrendering? But as soon as he made eye contact with Tae-sung, he froze. That image was exactly like an angry dinosaur. Tae-sung's eyes were bloodshot, pulling himself into an attacking stance. He trembled and growled out every word, you. At this moment, Lee Tae-sung was extremely furious and angry. He madly repeated just one word, you. It should be known that he needed something to use as an excuse to replace that bandage. Because of that, he just spouted nonsense. Tae-sung roared, don't you dare look down on the manhwa department. The classmates froze on the spot after hearing that, almost dropping their jaws. BRBR. The scene switched to a certain gas station. A man's voice rang out, this gas station belongs to us, the wage is 10,000 won per hour. He lifted his chin and smiled, saying, everyone talks about the minimum wage, but do you know that I pay very highly? The person opposite just replied perfunctorily, yes. Do-sung suddenly added a sentence, but, you're fired. Leon stood up immediately upon hearing that, excuse me? Why? BRBR. Outside, the sound of car engines echoed endlessly. Do-sung signaled with a glance towards a nearby gas station, see how the customers are swarming that place? Male customers go there because the part-timers are F***ing pretty. Having said that, he left a vague sentence, if you dress like a girl, wouldn't you be pretty, Leon? She had no choice but to change into another outfit, and the other party looked satisfied. They're beautiful right away. I'm hearing the sound of money clinking already. BRBR. Leon stood there secretly cursing, D***M*, if I didn't have to earn living expenses. The more she looked at Do-sung, the more she found him an eyesore, that old bastard, he even made me wear a wig. He was still rambling on, even though you have tattoos, there will probably be some guys who like it. Soon enough, a few guys ran over to strike up a conversation, are you a new employee? While Leon was still awkward and speechless, they kept asking persistently, we're from the car wash side, what's your name? She suddenly felt speechless, why are they talking as if we're so close? It's so King annoying. Leon tried to hold it in, awkwardly glancing in a certain direction, even though it's really for the salary, the other reason I came here is because. In her line of sight was a sturdy hand holding a car window cleaning cloth, it was Vasco. Under Leon's burning gaze, Lee Eun-tae remained focused on washing the car. A second later, he unexpectedly raised his head and looked in this direction. Leon ran away in embarrassment, secretly excited in her heart, eye contact, we made eye contact, so shy. Lee Eun-tae looked at her back, standing there without saying a word. Switching scenes back to the karaoke room, a pink band-aid lay amidst the patchy bloodstains. Jin Gong shouted emotionally, he is crying, the king is shedding tears, our cold king is shedding tears, even though he is bleeding, he still stands up. Even the classmates from the animation department were choking with sobs. Briefly introducing, Park Hee-mang and Park So-mang are brothers. Park So-mang studies wrestling. Since he was born, he already weighed 5.1 kilograms, a supergiant baby. However, his family was not very surprised, because his older brother, Park Hee-mang, weighed a massive 9.2 kilograms at birth. Unlike his younger brother, Hee-mang did not learn any sports because it was unnecessary. With his innate strength alone, he could take down anyone. In this case, the saying that all animals must train is just a fake. True monsters are strong right from the egg. At that moment, Hee-mang suddenly thought, did I actually feel this little guy was dangerous? He gritted his teeth in resentment, /n/noonable to accept it. Hee-mang swung his fist straight at Tae-sung. The opponent suddenly lowered his body, skillfully dodging the punch, and then tightly hugged his thigh. Very quickly, one of Hee-mang's legs was locked tightly by Tae-sung. The series of movements left him stunned. Before he could recover, Hee-mang was thrown down, his back slamming hard against the floor. Everyone present was shocked at /n/n. Jin Gong excitedly cheered, he got taken down, ah no, jiu-jitsu. Hee-mang coughed lightly, forced to admit that this technique was quite good. He glanced at Tae-sung, who was gripping his calf tightly, and calculated inwardly, like this, I will lift you up. No sooner said than done, Hee-mang immediately lifted his leg, and Tae-sung's body was pulled along by the momentum, /n/n. He quickly responded, continuing to lock the opponent's movements. Jin Gong stood up in amazement, mid-air, ankle lock. Hee-mang completely did not foresee this situation, an arm lock, he cried out in pain. Hee-mang gritted his teeth, this move, he told himself, I cannot lose. The next second, he channeled all his strength into his legs /n/n. Hee-mang finally stood up, declaring boldly, ankle lock will be neutralized if I stand up. Speaking of this, Hee-mang regained his arrogance, anyway, compared to my physical strength, it's useless. However, Tae-sung's subsequent action left him speechless. He tightly grabbed Hee-mang's arm, causing him to panic briefly, since when /n/n right after that, Hee-mang's entire body was pulled down, Tae-sung wrapped his legs around his waist, successfully executing a kimura lock. Hee-mang's whole body tensed up, completely bewildered, again, this technique? He absolutely refused to admit defeat, the muscles on his arms bulging out. Hee-mang struggled to stand up, his whole body trembling in waves. This technique, but then Tae-sung's massive hand reached out to his face once again. The scene was exactly like a large elephant being tightly constricted by a jungle python. Hee-mang was completely overpowered by Tae-sung. His muscular arm locked tightly around Hee-mang's neck. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. At that moment, Park Hee-mang realized one thing, he could not match the skills of this predator. He, after all, was just prey. Hee-mang told himself that he had to warn Johan, there was a monster here. He started to feel self-doubt, did he hold back on me from the beginning? Why? Hee-mang's vision blurred, and he collapsed. Once finished, Tae-sung coldly glanced around. His eyes stopped on the crumpled bandage on the floor. The scene transitions to the gas station where Leon works. The sound of a motorcycle engine echoed closer, and Leon, along with two car wash guys, widened their eyes in shock. Lee Eun-tae frowned at the people in front of him, who spoke in an arrogant tone, what are you doing? I told you to wash the car. It was the God Dog gang aggressively marching in. Hyung-seok, leading the group of underlings, called out his nickname directly, Vasco. Shortly after, the underlings surrounded the young employees. Hyung-seok's tone carried a threat, do you think you can be in peace after messing with God Dog? Because of you, I was laughed in the face by OB. Eun-tae looked at him sternly, if you want a car wash, get in line, I will wash it for you. Right at that moment, a figure slowly stepped out. You are. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, lightly resting his arm on the shoulder of the person next to him. His sharp, cold eyes fixed intensely on Eun-tae, calling out a name to confirm, Vasco. This was God Dog's number one, Song Johan. So-mang's face darkened as he made it known. Because wrestling doesn't require grabbing onto anything, he was extremely confident. Wrestling is invincible, there's no way I could lose. A series of past exploits flashed through So-mang's mind, absolutely badass brawls. He had always been this arrogant, no one can take me down, I can knock everyone out. However, things turned out differently when his heavy body was thrown away. At that moment, Hobin tightly grabbed So-mang's neck and forced him to fall backward. He fell into a panic, why? Shattered glass scattered across the floor, So-mang's entire body was covered in fresh bloodstains, his eyes wide open, gasping for air. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, So-mang stood there stunned. Wrestling was clearly invincible. He looked up at the young man in front of him, what on earth was this guy? Unwilling to accept defeat, So-mang desperately lunged at Hobin, if I can just grab him. He deluded himself with a glimmer of hope, if I grab him. But then he was easily dodged by Hobin. So-mang almost lost his temper, glaring and lunging at his opponent with one thought, I just need to grab you. And then, at that moment, Hobin's cold voice rang out, "Wrestler, is tackle the only thing you have?" With a shoulder throw, So-mang's body staggered. He tried to reassure himself, "No, I have to grab him at all costs." Thinking so, So-mang kicked his legs forward with force, his two legs tightly clamping onto Hobin's lower body. He executed a scissor takedown, successfully causing Hobin to lose his balance and fall backward. Not stopping there, So-mang hurriedly reached out to control his opponent, his muscular hands pinning Hobin down. He raised his voice triumphantly, "I got you." To briefly explain, the scissor takedown is often used in MMA catch wrestling, a technique using the legs to clamp the opponent to knock them down. Notably, this behavior is considered cheating in traditional wrestling. Hobin knew that well. The corner of his mouth smirked. "You used your legs, huh, a professional wrestler?" He mocked, a wrestler giving up on the tackle? So-mang panicked briefly, his expression gradually becoming contorted. "You." He got irritated and immediately leaned back hard, pulling Hobin flying up due to inertia. "You bastard." Mi-jin panicked and couldn't sit still, while So-mang's cronies cheered excitedly, "German suplex." At the same time, Hobin smirked again. He tensed up to break free from So-mang's control, his body nimbly moving forward and landing steadily. Leaving So-mang in a backward-leaning posture, his eyes wide in disbelief, Hobin sneered, "See, you wrestlers are no fun at all." He had applied a very simple theory: if grabbed from behind, instead of struggling with your arms, you just need to raise your hands up. Hobin smiled faintly and exclaimed, "That was a scissor takedown, right? It really has been a long time." He kindly informed him, "Judo has it too, even though it's a forbidden technique." With that said, Hobin executed a perfect Kanibahami. So-mang had absolutely no time to react. In just a moment, the whole room was filled with only his miserable screams. Hobin used his leg strength to tightly lock his opponent's thigh, causing his whole body to tremble with pain, as he casually asked, "Should I let you lie down, or kneel?" To explain a bit, Kanibahami, or scissor takedown, originally originated from judo, but because of its high lethality, it is currently a forbidden technique. So-mang glared bitterly at Hobin, his eyes full of hatred. This guy, just some ridiculous tricks. But then, the very next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. So-mang became terrified and muttered, Your eyes." Hobin remained silent, his face hidden in the shadows with an unclear expression. Mi-jin noticed something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Don't." Hobin just slowly spoke, his voice exactly like a demon, "Kneel." Mi-jin panicked, You madman." The next second, a crunching sound rang out, and So-mang's miserable screams echoed throughout the room, my leg, this crazy dog, it's broken." Hearing that, his gang frantically ran over So-mang and surrounded So-mang, who was lying curled up on the ground. "Over here." Hobin leisurely walked up to Mi-jin, smiled brightly, and with a teasing tone, said, "Oh my, you dyed your hair?" "Because you were wearing glasses, I didn't even recognize you, your face looks older too." Hearing So-mang writhing and groaning, Hobin merely sighed a sentence, "What a real scumbag." "I just flicked my finger." Without saying a word, Mi-jin slapped him hard. She yelled angrily, "You crazy jerk, haven't you learned anything since getting kicked out of judo?" Hobin held his face and chuckled softly, "Anyway, if I quit judo, I can just become a singer." Mi-jin became even more furious, as if a guy like you was about to become a singer. With that, she turned her back and stormed off. "Get lost, you scumbag, I'm never hanging out with you again." /n/Nobin clicked his tongue, "She's mad again." Even so, the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. Hobin picked up his sunglasses that had been knocked onto the floor and muttered in a low voice, "I'll become a rapper, just watch. Plenty of thugs become rappers." He said that, then slowly walked toward the door. "Let's go, back to my own world." /n/Nobin glanced at the bustling crowd passing by in front of him. Having seen enough, he put his sunglasses on, and his vision returned to pitch black. Hobin couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, why is it so dark?" At the same time, Taesung next to him shielded his eyes and exclaimed, "Why is it so bright?" He immediately fell silent and looked down at the person next to him. Hobin also turned his head to look. He blurted out, "Fuck this otaku." Startled, "Otaku?" Taesung immediately jumped up, "You sunglasses-wearing bastard. Looking down on the animation department, huh? You wanna throw up, punk?" /n/N the scene shifts to the gas station where Leon is working. She stood with the other young employees, all of them staring blankly at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Leon's eyes carried a hint of worry. At this moment, Lee Eun-tae was exchanging martial arts moves with Johan. Facing the opponent's relentless flurry of punches, he only braced himself to defend without fighting back. Fresh blood continuously splattered. Leon couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "No way, Vasco can't fight back against that guy?" Johan, on the other hand, felt bewildered. He could see that Lee Eun-tae was guarding in perfect rhythm, but why was he just standing still despite being covered in blood? It became even more baffling. But why is he only blocking? Johan swept his gaze over him to evaluate. His body was solid and his guard was as firm as a rock. He immediately changed his mind. How boring, let's try breaking that defensive stance. This time, Lee Eun-tae's expression finally changed. He reflexively launched a kick in response. Johan had been waiting for exactly this move, his eyes instantly lighting up. The next second, he threw a punch straight into Lee Eun-tae's face, causing fresh blood to drip onto the ground. Johan coldly snorted, "You. I thought you were counterattacking." Recalling Lee Eun-tae's recent action, he felt somewhat annoyed. "Why did you stop halfway?" Leon, feeling anxious, shouted loudly, "Vasco, why are you only defending? You are better than this." Replying to her was Lee Eun-tae's low voice, "I am fighting." He clearly knew who was behind him and slowly repeated, "I am fighting to protect everyone." Lee Eun-tae told himself that if I really fought, everyone would be dragged into it, and I don't want people to get hurt because of me. He stayed loyal to a single belief: Burn Knuckles was created with the purpose of protecting, and if we cannot protect, then we are no longer Burn Knuckles. Speaking of this, Lee Eun-tae turned his head to look behind him and gave a faint smile. "Sorry for making you all stand here in such cold weather." Every word of his echoed in Leon's ears. "I will let you in shortly, I'm sorry." Johan stood there, briefly falling into deep thought. Did he create Burn Knuckles to protect others? The anger in Johan suddenly flared up. Is he messing with me? He recalled unforgettable images in his memory, telling himself, "Do you think you can protect everyone? You have to become strong to be able to protect someone." Johan suddenly felt extremely frustrated. "Do you know what I had to do to get to this position? I gave up everything, my faith, my friends, my family. I gave up everything for myself, and you gave up yourself for everyone?" Thinking of this, he suddenly sneered. How curious. The expression on Johan's face was somewhat twisted, his eyes gradually becoming frantic. "I wonder how long your determination can hold up." The entire gas station fell into a silence. Leon and the other employees were frozen, their faces pale. Even Hyung-seok and his gang had their mouths wide open in horror. Lee Eun-tae had taken every blow from the opponent, his knees dropping amidst countless bloodstains. He forced himself to speak, "Let the others go." Johan couldn't understand it, furiously biting his lip. Why can't I defeat him? At this moment, Lee Eun-tae let out heavy breaths. "You're here because of what happened that day, aren't you?" Because of that fake bank account. Upon hearing this, Hyung-seok was startled. Without hesitation, he rushed out and delivered a straight kick to Lee Eun-tae's face. Following that, Hyung-seok frantically stomped on his opponent with powerful blows. "You son of a bitch, where did you learn to talk back like that? Shut your mouth right now." Even though he appeared aggressive on the outside, inwardly he was pleading, "Damn it, I'm begging you, shut up. Boss Johan cannot find out about the fake bank account." Thinking this, Hyung-seok anxiously looked towards Johan and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't hear it, his head is up in the clouds right now. The subordinate standing next to Leon grabbed her hair and sneered, "Hey you, didn't you say he was really good at fighting?" As he turned his head, he was shocked. "Awake?" On this side, Johan with a gloomy face placed his hand on Hyung-seok's shoulder. "Step aside." He was still aggressively punching and kicking. "Let go, I have to teach him a lesson." Johan glared at him, his tone clearly threatening. "Hey, am I a joke to you?" Hyung-seok immediately fell silent. He submissively bowed his head and muttered, "I'm sorry." Hyung-seok's submissive demeanor only made Johan feel that he wasn't wrong. He told himself, in this lonely world, take a good look at Vasco, see what is truly right. Just keep playing your little house game. Thinking so, he decisively turned his back and walked away. So boring, handle the rest yourself. Johan suddenly remembered familiar faces from the past and wondered to himself, friends? He just silently walked away, leaving the subordinates looking back. Friends my ass. As soon as Johan was out of sight, Hyung-seok immediately straightened his back arrogantly. Finally, that son of a bitch fucked off. Hey, you guys also have to keep your mouths shut about that fake bankbook thing, got it? The subordinates respectfully lit a cigarette for him. Of course, we are on your side, Hyung-seok. They turned to look at Lee Eun-tae. Because of you, we became a laughingstock, even those OB dogs look down on us. He forced himself to speak up and remind them, put out the fire, we are at a gas station. Hyung-seok suddenly burst into laughter. I don't care about these disputes, I just want revenge. Saying that, he walked over and grabbed the gas pump nozzle. Let's pour 50,000 won of gas, open your mouth. Lee Eun-tae didn't even bother to glance at his opponent, he glanced behind him, where the young employees were trembling with fear. Lee Eun-tae had to open his mouth, obediently following his opponent's demand. The gas pump nozzle was only a few centimeters from his mouth. At that exact moment, the sound of rushing footsteps and an anxious voice echoed, Vasco. More and more footsteps echoed, and a group of people wearing the same uniform appeared. They chanted in unison, we are here. Sweat was dripping down Leon's forehead, but her tone was extremely firm. If we can't protect you, then we aren't Burn Knuckles. The people following her enthusiastically chimed in, I'm here to protect you. If we can't protect you, then we aren't Burn Knuckles. So if we can protect you, then we are Burn Knuckles, right? The people from God Dog immediately frowned. What is this? What's with these guys? Someone even muttered. There's still more of Burn Knuckles? After saying that, Crying Hammer Huang Musong immediately pounced and crushed those talkative guys. He smirked and said, please don't worry about the commoners anymore, General. Looking at you really leaves me speechless. Is Yellow Duck Go Deok Sun still in hiding? Flying Pliers Wang Jinbei also coordinated to sit on the opponent's head and neck. He laughed gloatingly. You said you would find us during your birthday party. Oh wait, closed door training, just look at these adorable descendants. The guys lying underneath could only silently curse. Where did they pop out from? They competed to speak up before Li Yuntae's astonished eyes. Hello, we respect you, you've worked hard. He just stood there silently for a long time. At this moment, Li Yuntae finally remembered, right, I don't need to protect everything alone. Jin Hyuk interrupted the reunion. Fucking touching, coming in a pack like this, trying to rescue the hostages? He held the ringing phone, pretending to be sympathetic, but what should we do, we have several hostages. What was his name again? Park Bum Jae. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shifting the scene back to that small alley, Dae Wong was punched straight in the face by a guy. Ohira wasn't doing much better, being hit by an opponent's knee strike that made him cough up blood. Looking at them lying on the ground, Samawai leisurely picked up the phone. Hello. He replied to the other end of the line. Yeah, I'm ready, put them on? A second later, Samawai stepped on Bum Jae's head, not forgetting to mock, hey listen up, it's the Vasco you've been waiting for. The other end of the line transmitted Li Yuntae's anxious voice. Bum Jae. Bum Jae. Is that Bum Jae? He forced a smile and replied, Vasco, I'm a bit of a mess right now, please wash the car for me. Li Yuntae pressed, is everyone there? The other party replied softly, yeah, everyone is here. His expression gradually darkened, I understand. Jin Hyuk smirked provocatively, do you hear that? You've lost your brains, you guys should just kneel too. Li Yuntae interrupted him, asking only one question, there are no more hostages, right? Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow to confirm, that's right, so you just... Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuntae punched him in the chin, making him spit out a mouthful of blood and sending his body flying directly into the air. The subordinates saw this and dropped their jaws in terror, and the entire gas station was suddenly filled with gasps. He flew right up. What about the hostage? What is happening? Li Yuntae slowly picked up the phone, his voice low. Thank you guys for waiting for me, for enduring the hardship, for holding out, listening to every single word of his. Dae Wong and Oira finally stood up to fight back against the God Dog faction. Deok-san also struggled to stand up, suddenly laughing, my sword almost broke. Nearby, Samawai furiously threw a punch at the opponent. Li Yuntae's voice echoed in the small alley, and also for protecting a stubborn fool like me. Bum Jae blocked the opponent's punch, smirking slightly, if we can't protect you, then we aren't Burn Knuckles. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the others, with Li Yuntae's words of encouragement in his ears, let's teach these bad guys a lesson. Bum Jae naturally agreed. Approved. Burn Knuckles was known as a monster group in Central Seoul. The reason why delinquents from other high schools voluntarily transferred to J1 High School was because they had lost to one person. That person was Vasco. Burn Knuckles was founded by those who were obsessed with Vasco. Word of mouth had it that on the first day those guys entered J1 High School, Vasco grabbed their shoulders, subdued them one by one, and said one sentence. Vasco, whose real name is Li Yuntae, a first-year high school student, appeared with a bushy beard like a middle-aged uncle, no smoking in school. They looked at him with extremely panicked expressions. Vasco was originally a minor who was already banned from smoking, only later did they find out that Vasco himself didn't know that at the time. Anyway, Burn Knuckles was born in the dark alley where Bum Jae's group was fighting. Samawai looked at the scene before him in disbelief, inwardly shocked, no way. Facing the explosive power of Burn Knuckles, Samawai exclaimed, why are these guys so strong? Each key general of the Burn Knuckles gang showed off their strength. The first was nicknamed Seoul Sightseeing, Dae Wong. He lifted others up like toys, Seoul. Me too. Me too. Samawai inwardly marveled, terrifying strength on par with Park Hee-mang. Next was the Stone Smasher, oh no, Walnut Smasher, Oira. He specialized in attacking the enemy's vitals, using no weapons but being a bit despicable. Next to him, another strange muscular guy was holding a slightly glowing toy duck, that person was Deok Sundae. He used the duck to strike the enemy hard and simultaneously shouted, Energy Blast. Samawai looked at the comical scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell is this? A concept? Two burly guys stood with their arms crossed behind Deok-san like two guardians. They spoke one after another, it's been a long time since you used the Energy Blast move, right? We have to act as guardians. This is the first time since becoming second-year scholars, isn't it? You almost suffered from chi deviation. The two people above were the second-year scholars, second-year high school students. Deok-san sat cross-legged after defeating the enemy and said, Dark Mode Light Function condenses the air. Samawai wondered, wasn't that just a punch? Although startled, he still thought confidently, I already predicted this, that burn knuckles wouldn't be easy to chew. Samawai guessed in this situation who the weakest of burn knuckles was. A second later, he raised his fist and rushed quickly towards Bum Jae, the brain park Bum Jae. Samawai shouted, I knew it all along. Suddenly, Bum Jae turned around and gave him a kick right in the middle of the face. Samuel couldn't dodge in time and took a powerful direct hit. Bum Jae smiled confidently and said, as for me, I already predicted your prediction, the second brain of the Burn Knuckles gang, Park Bum Jae. The scene shifted to the gas station where Lee Eun-tae was working. His colleague looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but drop her jaw. Internally, Leon thought to herself, Vasco, all alone. Looking at the crowd of people lying scattered at Lee Eun-tae's feet, she couldn't help but exclaim, did it really take this many people? Jin Hyuk suddenly knelt down in front of Lee Eun-tae. Amidst his subordinates lying scattered around, he bowed his head deeply in front of him and said, I'm sorry, Vasco. Lee Eun-tae looked at him in confusion. Jin Hyuk continued, it's all my fault, don't hit the others anymore. However, in his heart, he was smiling cunningly, thinking, how about that, Vasco? You can't hit me anymore, can you? Jin Hyuk secretly calculated that he just had to survive for now, after all, he had wormed his way up to this position. He wanted to evoke Lee Eun-tae's sympathy, thinking to himself, my words are like yours, this is exactly what trust is. Jin Hyuk falsely said, God Dog was created to protect, if it can't protect, then it's not God Dog. Hearing him beg for their sake, his underlings were moved. For our sake, they emotionally called out his name. Seeing that the atmosphere had achieved the effect he wanted, Jin Hyuk smugly thought, isn't this perfect? If you like, I can join Burn Knuckles right away. He thought he had completely figured out Lee Eun-tae, your weakness is your people. Mun-seom, deeply moved, sniffled and said, even though he's the enemy, he's pretty decent. Jin Bae also agreed, he's a good general. Leon panicked and warned, do you guys really believe that guy's words? Seriously. She turned to Jin Bae and asked, Vasco also believes those lies, right? Jin Hyuk, as if wanting to challenge Lee Eun-tae, thought, what now? I'm protecting my friends. He seemed very certain of his own plan, there's no way you're going to hit me. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae stepped in front of him and said, stand up. Jin Hyuk discreetly smiled with glee, thinking his plan had succeeded, alright, you idiot. Lee Eun-tae looked at him with a terrifying expression and said, raise your head, so it's easier to hit. Just as Jin Hyuk had wished, Lee Eun-tae beat him to a pulp. He turned to the newcomers and asked, how did you guys know to come here? Everyone excitedly said, Leon used the emergency information network. Others also confirmed, Leon contacted us. Lee Eun-tae expressed his sincere gratitude, I see, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to protect everyone at the gas station. Leon shyly stammered in response, it's nothing. The employees at the gas station started whispering, what about the new girl, she probably ran away, thanks anyway. Leon screamed internally, it's me, you idiots. Lee Eun-tae turned to his comrades, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, thank you, I have learned a lot. Lee Eun-tae continued emotionally, I have realized that I don't have to protect everything alone. Seo Kong saw him like that and spoke shyly. Yoon Baeol also smiled at him, even though I didn't do much, you handled it all. Kim Steve chimed in, so you finally acknowledge us. Lee Eun-tae smiled and replied, if possible, I will rely on you guys from now on, first-year juniors, no. His face filled with hope as he corrected himself, the next generation of Burn Knuckles. And so, this was the moment Burn Knuckles was born for the second time. In Zach Ki-young's gym, where Jin Sung often visited, a shout suddenly rang out, wipe it clean, can't you wipe it properly? While Jin Sung was busily mopping the floor, the urging continued, wipe it evenly, wipe the sandbags today too. When Jin Sung was jumping rope, he came over to mock him again, this bastard is jumping rope again, jumping rope every day. He said sarcastically, are you a professional jump roper? Jin Sung didn't care and ignored whatever he said. The guy showed a contemptuous attitude, oh, just look at him. Jin Sung walked out of the gym, and the trainees behind him started gossiping. He didn't even bother to answer me, one person wondered, Senior, why do you hate him so much? He replied in annoyance, I just don't like him, why else? I don't understand why the coach would help a talentless guy like him. The other person agreed, that's true, why does the coach tolerate such an incompetent and useless guy? BRBR however, another person looked at Jin Sung and evaluated, looking at his eyes, he seems like a pro. The other guy said disdainfully, he doesn't even know his own limits, yet he still wants to do boxing? He sarcastically added, he's a complete eyesore. Jin Sung heard these unpleasant words from them every day, but he continued to train, ignoring the harsh words lingering around his ears. BRBR he remembered the words of director Zach Ki-young. He had gone to see him and said with determination, I want to become a professional athlete. The director quickly refused, you can't do it. Jin Sung asked in confusion, why not? He commented, you put too much emotion into your fists. Zach Ki-young shattered Jin Sung's illusions, seriously analyzing, if you want to become a pro, you must eliminate those emotions first. He bluntly stated, until then, don't even dream of reaching the world championship. BRBR, he couldn't help but remember his miserable image in the previous match. Johan had completely defeated him, and Jin Sung still clearly remembered the look in his eyes as he looked down at him. That match also took a heavy psychological toll on Jin Sung, which was also the motivation driving him to focus on training right now. After jogging for a while, Jin Sung returned to the gym, where the old trainees still looked at him with hostility. Suddenly, a strange guy looked at him defiantly and called out, "Hey!" He was Kwon Sung Ryong. Jin Sung, dripping with sweat, looked at this guy in confusion. A moment later, on the gym's ring, two trainees lay flat on the floor, panting heavily. They exclaimed in unison, as expected of the youngest candidate for the National Olympic team. A question arose, why did Kwon Sung Ryong come here? /n Sung Ryong still stood completely conscious and steady in the ring. He arrogantly looked at the two sparring partners and said, "You've worked hard." They whispered weakly, "Thank you." Someone standing below asked Jin Sung, "Do you know him?" He replied curtly, "No." The guy wouldn't let it go and asked again, "Then why is he looking for you?" Jin Sung didn't care much and answered, "Who knows?" The guy asked again, "Did you offend him?" He said, "Beats me." /n Kwon Sung Ryong arrogantly looked at Jin Sung and said, "Don't be scared, I'm not here to bully you." He asked, "You are Vasco's friend, right? Do you have his number?" Jin Sung ignored him. He focused on his jump rope training and replied, "Hell if I know, go find him yourself." Kwon Sung Ryong was slightly surprised seeing that Jin Sung didn't even bother to pay attention to him. /n The group of trainees gathered around, looking down on Jin Sung. "Fuck this idiot, he's a candidate for the Olympic boxing team. Not a jump rope athlete." Looking at him in disbelief, they said, "You seriously don't know Kwon Sung Ryong?" Jin Sung replied expressionlessly, "I don't know amateurs, because I'm already a pro." /n Seeing his confidence, the trainees stared wide-eyed. They mocked, "Ridiculous, a guy who jumps rope all day like you is a pro." Someone snickered and ridiculed, "Aren't you just a jump rope guy? Go clean up." Suddenly, someone threw a boxing glove at Jin Sung's head. Kwon Sung Ryong chuckled and asked, "A pro?" He challenged, "Then come up here and teach an amateur like me a lesson." Jin Sung didn't care and continued his cleaning work. He focused and said, "No, I have to remove emotions from my fists first." Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud and mock him. What the hell is he barking about? Removing emotions from his fists? Someone even added, "He's completely crazy." Hearing what he said, Song Ryong stepped down, pretending to jump around, punching and kicking in front of him to tease him. He looked at Jin Sung and mockingly said, "How are my fists, Mr. Pro?" Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Song Ryong kept babbling, "Do my fists have emotions?" He asked disdainfully, "But has Mr. Pro ever boxed before?" Suddenly, Song Ryong changed his tone, "So?" He rushed over, slapped Jin Sung on the head, and asked, "How's this hook?" Jin Sung kept his head down in silence, saying nothing. Seeing this, he took advantage of the situation and demanded, "Where is Vasco? Speak quickly before I lose my temper." Song Ryong sneered, "Hey, are you crying? Ignoring me?" Jin Sung still didn't respond at all. Suddenly, director Zach Ki-young walked over, holding a pair of boxing gloves in front of him. He handed them to Jin Sung with satisfaction and said, "You've successfully removed your emotions." Zach Ki-young didn't hesitate to praise Jin Sung, saying that as a pro, he was bound to win, leaving him completely stunned. Jin Sung couldn't help but lower his head and ruffle his hair, hiding his true emotions. He put on the gloves, regaining his usual confidence. Jin Sung excitedly looked at Sung Ryong with a blazing aura and said, "Put your headgear on." He was like a completely different person now. His disdainful eyes reminded him, "Because you're just a rookie." /n Jin Sung warmed up seriously. Seeing him warm up so thoroughly, Sung Ryong felt a bit disdainful. He smirked and asked, "Are you done warming up? You must be warming up to take a beating, huh?" The others looked at Jin Sung and couldn't help but wonder, where did he learn that style? /n Sung Ryong turned to Jae-hyuk and bragged, "Director, is it okay? I'll just do a few basic moves and he'll be dead." Ignoring his childish competitiveness, he replied, "Stop bragging. Does your coach know you're this cocky?" Sung Ryong played deaf and replied, "Then I'll take that as a yes." /n Jae-hyuk looked at him and silently evaluated, Kwon Sung Ryong, the youngest Olympic candidate. He is a fighter with a natural hard punch. Right over here, Sung Ryong still didn't stop provoking, "It's not too late to step down, pride comes before a fall." Jae-hyuk knew he was a genius in every aspect, /n he had to bluntly admit that boxing is a sport heavily reliant on natural talent. No matter how hard you try, you will still lose to a genius. Jin Sung was also considered living proof of this case. However, Lee Jin-sung, this high school kid who had taken a long break from boxing, came to Jae-hyuk saying he wanted to practice boxing again. At that time, I was a bit worried. Looking at the teenager with youthful passion, he wondered how he should teach him. It wasn't that he was too ignorant to be taught, but rather he thought that because the bell signaling the match between Jin-sung and Song Ryong had rung. Zak Ki-yeon looked up at the ring and thought, there is nothing to teach him. Song Ryong quickly lunged forward and threw a punch at Jin-sung, but he easily dodged it under his surprised gaze. Song Ryong couldn't believe it because Jin-sung had such quick reflexes. Those who had previously despised him also widened their eyes in shock. Zak Ki-yeon looked at Jin-sung and evaluated, because the boy naturally had a gift. Exclamations and murmurs echoed loudly in the gym. People couldn't help but be shocked and commented, that brat Lee Jin-sung dodged everything, how could that be? Song Ryong's face turned pale at this time, his expression no longer arrogant and confident like before, thinking, this bastard isn't bluffing. He focused and thought, so that means your legs are a bit fast, right? Song Ryong continued to throw a flurry of punches at Jin-sung while analyzing, so how long can you maintain this speed? But all of them were dodged by him. However, he firmly believed that, even so, you were still too green and inexperienced, kid. Song Ryong still maintained his attacking speed on Jin-sung, now just missing a beat would mean death. He slowly closed in on him into the corner, and if cornered, your life is over. Jin-sung was also a bit startled at this time when he felt his back. Everyone below immediately cheered, he had touched the corner of the ring with no way to dodge. Many people concluded, he's cornered, great at dodging but it's over now. They gloatingly shouted, there's nowhere to run now. Zak Ki-yeon also stood nearby watching to see how Jin-sung would handle this situation. He crossed his arms and thought, in the beginning, it's always confusing. Zak Ki-yeon recalled when he first met Jin-sung and thought, how can I teach a kid who already knows everything? Looking at his performance at that time, he couldn't help but marvel, the boy's talent was truly amazing. Jin-sung confidently said to him back then, how is it? Awesome, right? However, he looked at Jin-sung strangely, that makes it even more unfortunate. Zak Ki-yeon knew he had a weakness, the kid's punching power was too weak. This is the limitation of outboxing. At that time, he secretly thought of finding a way to improve this weakness for Jin-sung. Zak Ki-yeon ordered him, what rest? Run another 15 kilometers, quickly. He asked in confusion, pardon? He calculated running 15 kilometers every day and 12 hours of jumping rope. He saw Jin-sung's day-by-day effort. Returning to the current match with Sung Ryong, he closed the distance and threw a direct punch at Jin-sung. Facing this challenge, Jin-sung was also quite surprised. Zak Ki-yeon thought, the only thing I can do for the kid is just one thing, which is to bring out his natural talent. Suddenly, Jin-sung quickly dodged and escaped Sung Ryong's punch. At the same time, he swiftly slipped to the side to break free from being cornered. Sung Ryong looked astonished at how Jin-sung handled it, he quickly retaliated with a powerful direct strike. Zak Ki-yeon seemingly confirmed that Jin-sung's strength was his lower body. Sung Ryong quickly took the full brunt of this blow, causing him to fall backward. Everyone below was startled and amazed. Zak Ki-yeon alone seemed to have predicted the outcome, smiling in satisfaction. Zak Ki-yeon thought to himself, the true meaning of being a runner-up is not failure. He looked at Jin-sung and continued, it just means there is only one person above you. Jin-sung then walked away proudly, leaving behind only the words, that's why I told you to wear headgear. He said to Zak Ki-yeon, I'll just go run another 15 kilometers, I have a date with a friend. The scene shifted to a person sitting alone on a park bench, it was Johan. He seemed to be deep and thought about something. Johan recalled Lee Eun-tae's actions, which made him ponder deeply, I cannot deny myself. He thought about what he had achieved so far, telling himself that the path he chose was the right one. However, the image of the Burn Knuckles gang and Lee Eun-tae's ideals couldn't help but haunt him. Johan also remembered his early days, his innocent times, and asked himself, friends? These two words seemed to drill deep into his soul. Suddenly, a voice from above Johan rang out, too late, and a person slowly walked forward. He looked up at that person and earnestly asked, can we still be friends? Jin-sung seemed to have run quite a long distance, he was panting heavily, his forehead dotted with sweat. In front of Jin-sung were the God Dog Gang and Sung Ryong, who angrily said, I was worried you wouldn't take this route, you bastard. His face darkened as he stared at Jin-sung and said, now I'm no longer a boxing fighter, let's fight one-on-one. Sung Ryong threatened, at least I can handle the aftermath, I will dunk you into the Han River. Jin-sung looked at him coldly and spoke up, I already told you, he declared clearly, don't fight outside the ring. The group that had just arrived was somewhat speechless hearing that. They mocked, because I'm a pro? Damn, bragging again, a pro doesn't fight. Someone even said disdainfully, he's scared, man. Jin-sung seriously said again, I don't fight outside. But at this moment, his face became extremely gleeful. As he wrapped his hands in protective bandages, he expectantly said, I'll just make you half dead. A moment later, Jin-sung looked at the scene in front of him and helplessly said, I poured my emotions into my fists again. All around, members of the God Dog gang were lying scattered on the ground. He blamed himself, my emotions are overflowing too much. The battered Sung Ryong kneeling on the ground suddenly realized something and yelled, you crazy dog, I remember you now. He looked at Jin-sung and continued, the middle school boxing runner-up, Lee Jin-sung. He disdainfully said, what, you want me to sign my name as a souvenir for you? Sung Ryong whispered something. Jin-sung heard it and aggressively stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar. With a glaring look as if he wanted to eat Sung Ryong alive, Jin-sung growled, what did you just bark? Say it again for me. Sung Ryong's face was swollen, but he wasn't afraid at all, repeating word by word, are you deaf? I said the middle school boxing champion. He slowly said, is the head of God Dog, Song Johan? Jin-sung's expression at this moment was a mix of surprise and anger. Cutting to Johan at the same time, he looked at the person walking up and said, therefore, Johan urged, join God Dog. Park Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok appeared in front of Johan. On the ground, a plastic duck lay completely deserted. Suddenly, a small hand picked up the duck from the ground. Little Yena was wearing a yellow dress. She looked like an incredibly adorable baby duckling. Attack +0, defense +0, magic power +0. Charm plus max. Yena had obtained Go Deok-sun's lost duck /n /n Jang Hyun, her father, walked behind her, feeling both helpless and doting as he said, Yena, that's very dirty, give it to Papa. The little girl happily played with the rubber duck she had just picked up. Squeak. Suddenly, a doubtful voice called out from behind them, Jang Hyun? He was startled, turned around, and saw that the person who just called him was Soo Young. She asked somewhat hesitantly, did you just say, Papa? Jang Hyun stammered awkwardly, Soo, /n and the two of them led Yena to a nearby bench. They chatted while watching the little girl play. Soo Young looked at the playing girl and asked, so the reason you disappeared right after finishing school was because of the baby? Yena happily stretched the rubber duck, making it squeak, squeak, squeak. Jang Hyun nodded in confirmation, yeah, since I'm raising her alone, we are lacking in many things. /n he sighed and smiled helplessly, saying, I've been so busy making money that I can't play with her much. If the daycare closes, I have to bring her back to the shop. Jang Hyun honestly shared, last time I wasn't paying attention and she got lost, if it wasn't for Jin-sung, it would have been a big problem. Even though he said that, he felt a little anxious inside, thinking, she will judge me. But deep down, Jang Hyun had accepted reality. He thought, it's okay, I won't regret it. Because Yena is the greatest gift in his life, he confessed, constantly working hard after finishing his studies. You don't have the ability to be a father at all, do you? Contrary to what Jang Hyun thought, Soo Young sincerely said, you are very cool. She smiled at him and sincerely encouraged, at least you took responsibility. Memories suddenly rushed back into Jang Hyun's mind of the day Hyun burst into tears in front of him, saying, at least you have to take responsibility. Jang Hyun couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment, realizing he had done the right thing, /n Soo Young enthusiastically said, Yena often comes to your shop, right? Should I play with Yena? Jang Hyun happily asked, really? He was a bit shy when asking her for a favor, then can I trouble you for just 30 minutes? Actually, there is a customer waiting for me. Soo Young sincerely agreed, sure, Yena likes me too. /n he was both happy and anxious, saying, I'll be gone for a bit and then I'll come right back. She also patiently replied, okay. Jang Hyun assured her again, I'll be right back. Soo Young hugged Yena and smiled, replying, I know. Jang Hyun, afraid she was worried, said again, really? She noticed him acting a bit strange and looked up. Jang Hyun's voice sounded choked up as he said, truly. He seemed extremely moved and grateful as he promised, I will be right back. Soo Young smiled and thought to herself, Hyun is such a good father. She nodded to confirm and reassure him, yeah. Soo Young hugged baby Yena and promised him, I will take care of her for you, don't worry. /n cutting to a while later, Soo Young was hugging Yena in a dark public restroom, thinking, even though I said not to worry. Surrounding her now was a group of female thugs wearing the God Dog gang uniform. The blonde one, Dechun, said, hey, her wallet is full of F*King expensive stuff. A girl standing next to her also spoke up, I told you she had designer brands. Another person rummaging through Soo Young's bag suddenly said, is this that yellow card? She looked at the scene before her, still holding Yena, and thought, is this a mugging? They looked at the little girl and said, that brat is so noisy. Someone looked at Soo Young with contempt, this brat was probably brought out to play by that pig. Soo Young looked at them all wearing the same type of shirt and guessed, this uniform looks familiar, a dance group? Hearing them discuss such harsh words, she felt a bit uncomfortable, their words were too heavy. They looked at the little girl Yena and maliciously spoke up, I fucking hate her. Another girl chimed in, loud as a dog. Banhwa maliciously said, you can tell by looking that she's not a good kid at /n/n. Soo-young heard them judging Yena and angrily thought, I really want to teach them a lesson, but she remembered Jang Hyun's sincere request, so she just wanted to resolve everything peacefully. Yena thought they wanted to play, so she kept babbling and asking to go over to them. Soo-young decided not to fight back, turned her back and said, I'll give you guys the wallet, so can I leave now, /n/n. Her words accidentally angered the bullies. Da-chun gritted her teeth and growled, you said you'd give me the wallet? Damn, give me. Banhwa grabbed Soo-young's hair tightly, making it impossible for her to move, glaring and shouting, you're too funny /n/n. Suddenly, Jang Hyun's voice rang out urgently, Soo-young. He hurriedly ran over, looking at the crowd gathering around her and Yena, and asked in a panic, what's going on? Jang Hyun's romantic and handsome appearance made the bullies stare in fascination. At lightning speed, the whole group carefully retouched their makeup while watching Jang Hyun approach. He hurriedly asked, who are you girls, what's going on? /n/n. They shifted their attention to Jang Hyun and whispered excitedly, even his panting is so fucking sexy, and the way he talks is polite too. The whole group thought out loud, damn, he's so fucking handsome. Seeing Jang Hyun rush over to Soo-young to check on her, the bullies got angry, why is he worrying about that pig? They couldn't help but find it hard to believe their own speculation, could he be her husband? Are you crazy? Jang Hyun knelt down and asked, Soo-young, Yena, are you okay? It looks like your face is swollen. She replied shyly. It's not swollen, my face has always been like this. The extortionists looking at this scene said in disappointment, such bad taste. Someone even hopefully exclaimed, or is she a babysitter? Suddenly, another group of thugs rushed over and shouted, hey, you hairdresser. They looked at Jang Hyun with fierce faces and cursed, you dog, where are you running to? The leader was God Dog Ob Min Jong-san, he pulled apart his sparse three-tuft hair like a buffalo herding boy, Thorny Life VR, and roared, you do hair for customers like this? Jang Hyun politely replied, customer? Hearing that, Ja-chun immediately spoke up to protect the handsome guy, brother Jong-san, please speak a little more politely. Another girl also reluctantly said, your hair suits you very well. The girl next to her also complainingly said, you startled him. Jang Hyun was deaf and unafraid of guns and explained, this is the Thorny Life hairstyle I just invented. Afraid it wasn't chaotic enough, he added, it's very trendy this autumn. Just trust me. Jong-san couldn't help but get furious and gritted his teeth, saying, F***ck, give me the scissors. I'll cut the exact same style for you. Hearing that, Jang Hyun hesitantly replied, about that. Seeing this, Jong-san got even more aggressive, see, F***ck. A girl from the God Dog gang suddenly wondered, but brother, Song Yo-han told you to go find something. Is it okay for you to go get a haircut? He disdainfully said, did I join God Dog to listen to that guy Song Yo-han? Yong-san said indifferently, the Obis only joined because of the money Jin-hyuk makes. Ja-chun agreed, exactly bro, while someone else couldn't help but exclaim, what petty thinking. He then turned to give Jang Hyun a hard time, asking, so, what's going on here, and the girls immediately started clamoring. No, bro, that little girl treated us like beggars, another chimed in, I didn't even ask but she already handed her wallet to us. Yena, seeing the strange crowd in front of her, got scared and cried loudly. Yong-san angrily shouted, too noisy, you brat. Jang Hyun hurriedly hugged the little girl and turned to bow his head, I'm sorry, Yena is not even 3 years old yet so. Suddenly, Yong-san stepped forward, using his foot to press Jang Hyun's head even lower. Soo-young was startled seeing his excessive action. Seeing Jang Hyun yield, Yong-san became even more arrogant, is that your daughter? Sorry, I'm a kid too, he said jokingly, I'm only 203 months old. Yong-san kept his foot on his head and lectured him, you're a high school student and you already have a child. Very proud, aren't you? He rubbed his foot, continuing to humiliate Jang Hyun, messing around and being delinquent, are you proud of that? Then you should have known to wear a condom. Soo-young, standing nearby, thought angrily, this bunch, their words are too harsh. Jang Hyun suddenly raised his head, Yong-san took his foot off and asked in surprise, gonna fight back, but unexpectedly, Jang Hyun still smiled and endured to make peace, I'm sorry, because my thinking was too short-sighted. He covered Yena's ears so she wouldn't have to hear the bad words and pleaded, but please refrain from saying such words, I'm afraid my Yena will hear them. Yong-san smiled contemptuously, you think being a dad is cool, you shouldn't have given birth in the first place, he leaned close to Jang Hyun's ear and said provocatively, that's why, I aborted it. At this moment, he remembered his past self. Back then, Jang Hyun also had the same intention. Hyun looked at him in disappointment and said, you're talking about abortion, you dare say you'll get rid of it. At this time, for the sake of his daughter, Jang Hyun once again let go of his self-esteem, smiled and said, I'm sorry. Seeing him act so cowardly, the thug sneered, looks decent but acts like an idiot. They pointed at his face and mocked him, even calling themselves his father, having no self-respect. The girls also turned to despise him. Damn, he looks like an idiot. They criticized, is it just a pretty face? A girl hesitantly spoke up, I think he looks fine. Soo-young angrily said, just ignore them and leave. Feeling indignant for Jang Hyun, she spoke up, why bother talking to that crazy guy? He scratched his head awkwardly, can we really just leave? But looking at his daughter, he worried that Yena might be getting cold. Soo-young called out worriedly, Hyun? Suddenly, Jung-sun approached and said, where do you think you're going? He leaned close to Yena's face and lit a cigarette right in front of the little girl, saying viciously, I need to teach this brat a lesson. Suddenly, Jang Hyun rushed forward and tightly covered Jung-sun's mouth along with the lit cigarette inside it. Jung-sun was completely caught off guard by his action and couldn't react in time. The cigarette in his mouth made him cough violently. Jang Hyun kept his hand tightly over Jung-sun's mouth and growled, put out the cigarette. He had touched his bottom line. Jang Hyun glared at Jung-sun with murderous intent and said, Yena is right here. The scene transitions to a money counter working at full capacity. Thick stacks of money were lined up next to each other. A man's voice rang out, workers, 100 million, and another voice replied, hostel hasn't reached it yet, huh? In a luxurious hotel, with layers of money spreading from the floor to the bed, Jun-gu was counting the money and asked in amazement, God dog, 100 million? Jong-gun casually held a glass of wine in his hand and said, Song Yo-han is very cunning. Jun-gu thought for a moment and said, that's true, he even formed his own crew. He said happily, Song Yo-han will probably reach $3,000 soon. Suddenly, Jong-gun said thoughtfully, that's why I'm a bit worried. Jun-gu asked in confusion, Song Yo-han is talented, isn't he? Jong-gun said again, God dog. Jun-gu understood and replied, are you afraid he'll turn out like Kim Ji-myung? Jong-gun said seriously, it's actually the opposite. He analyzed, under Kim Ji-myung, it's just a bunch of guys who don't know a damn thing, so even if there's a good deal, they still wait for Kim Ji-myung, even without having to lift a finger. But the contrasting personalities between the two of them will create different effects. He continued, on the contrary, Song Yo-han uses strength to gather a crew. Jong-gun likened Yo-han to a mad dog, someone who always rushes headlong forward, he will definitely collapse eventually. Jun-gu asked in confusion, what the hell? Anyway, you already sent Kim Ji-myung away, and Big Deal doesn't have enough funds either. He complained, at least you should find a new leader. Jong-gun replied faintly, just wait. God dog is doing well, Jun-gu said enjoyably, if it's Song Yo-han, he will probably be able to solve it. Seeing him being so irresponsible, Jong-gun immediately said, then your position after this round will be given to Song Yo-han. Jun-gu was startled and teased, don't tell me you still have feelings for that kid. He put the money into the money gun and jokingly said, that kid who suddenly disappeared, what was his name again? Jong-gun replied, Jang Hyun. At the same time, on this side, Jang Hyun single-handedly defeated all the thugs of the God Dog gang. Soo-young knelt on the ground in shock, looking up at him, her hands still covering Yena's ears and eyes tightly. She remembered before the fight started, Jang Hyun gently asked her, Soo-young, I'm sorry, can you cover Yena's ears and eyes? She looked at Jang Hyun in panic and thought, what is this? Witnessing his abilities, Soo-young exclaimed, it's not boxing, nor wrestling, or taekwondo, and certainly not jiu-jitsu, it's my first time seeing this fighting style. She thought in confusion, is this even martial arts? Jang Hyun was frighteningly silent at this moment, he remembered Hyun's words, you will be a thug until the day you die. Jang Hyun was in pain, this vicious cycle keeps entangling him, in the end, he still couldn't do anything else. Meanwhile, on Yo-han's side, he was still trying to recruit Hyung-seok. Yo-han looked at him, so you should join God Dog. He said sincerely, Park Hyung-seok. Yo-han evoked his empathy, slowly bringing up the past, earlier you said you lived with your mother, right? You are very much like me. He declared, God Dog will not bite its friends. Yo-han reiterated, at the moment you helped me find Eden, you were already my friend. Witnessing how Hyung-seok survived, Yo-han promised, seeing you do everything, I know you also have ambition, I will help you get your hands on a huge amount of money instead of just those few loose coins. He excitedly talked about his ambition, if he merges the 4 major crews, the money earned would be huge, join me, Hyung-seok, we are still friends, right? Hyung-seok had not spoken a word, only staring at Yo-han, who continued to persuade, I have 4 people working under me, they will be here soon, let's talk for a bit, /n/n. Suddenly someone called from behind, Yo-han, he happily replied, you're here, Samong Himang. Suddenly a sarcastic voice rang out, Samong Hope Himang Hope what the heck? Taesung teasingly said, your daddy is despair, Hobin also humorously added, and here is hell. Yo-han's 2 subordinates were grabbed by the 2 of them and thrown straight at Yo-han. Taesung arrogantly asked, is it you, God Dog or Hot Dog or whatever? Hobin also replied, daddy will make you puke all night, /n/n. Suddenly Eun-tae also appeared here, bringing along a bruised Jin Hyuk and saying, all the bad guys are here, huh? Eun-tae turned to Hyung-seok and asked, Hyung-seok, are you okay? Jin Hyuk submissively said, Vasco, I was right, wasn't I told you they were all here. Eun-tae declared to Yo-han, now there are no more hostages, I will teach you a lesson. Hyung-seok spoke up in doubt, Vasco, Lee Eun-tae immediately replied, Hyung-seok, don't worry, I will save you. The three people belonging to three rival gangs faced each other. Taesung angrily said, "Are you guys going to get out of the way or what?" Hobin was not to be outdone. "God dog or burn knuckles, line up," Leung-tae seriously said. "I will teach the bad guys a lesson." At this time, Johan said sarcastically, "Wanna wipe out God dog? Anyway, God dog is just me." Johan laughed maniacally and said, "Hyung-seok, I will show you whose side you should choose." Taesung smirked. "My bandages are very expensive, Hanul." Hobin said confidently, "I just bought these swimming goggles right here." Leung-tae was also ready for the upcoming confrontation between the four gangs. In this battle between the four representatives of the four gangs would be an extremely fierce match. Taesung looked around in a bit of confusion. He thought to himself, "I came here to knock out that Johan or Hyo or whatever." Taesung looked at the other three a bit unexpectedly, "And all the guys I hate are here." Suddenly, his attention shifted to Hyung-seok, "But the thing I hate the most is Park Hyung-seok, that bastard." Nobin was also assessing the situation at this time. He calculated, "Should I take this opportunity to rearrange the hierarchy?" Hobin touched his swimming goggles and thought to himself, "Anyway, since I'm wearing swimming goggles, I might as well send them to hell." He looked at Taesung who was closest to him. "First, I have to deal with this otaku." Hobin worried, "Park Hyung-seok won't sneak attack, right? But what if Vasco takes advantage of the opening?" And he looked at the whole group standing still, impatiently cursing inwardly, "Damn this bunch, do the fuck something already." Suddenly Leung-tae spoke up, catching everyone's attention. "I will teach." He began to take a stance and said, "The bad guys, a lesson, there." Hobin waited forever for someone to speak up and said with satisfaction, "That's right." Taesung also chimed in, "Isn't it quick and neat?" Without further hesitation, Hobin rushed in to fight to the death with Leung-tae. Unexpectedly, he changed his target and punched Taesung, catching him off guard. Seeing this, Leung-tae also charged forward and kicked Hobin right in the face. Then suddenly, Taesung lunged forward to punch Leung-tae. The god dog subordinates standing outside, including Jin-hyuk, So-mang, and Hee-mang, looked at this chaotic scene in confusion. They secretly wondered, why did they turn on each other? Are they crazy? Aren't they on the same side? A love triangle? Suddenly, the three people fighting stopped and looked in the same direction. They simultaneously received attacks from Johan. His terrifying speed forced the three of them to stop and defend. Johan spoke slowly, "I know why the OBs failed." The three looked at him in astonishment, thinking, "Is this guy taking on all three of us?" Johan focused only on Hyung-seok and asked, "No need to pay attention to them, make your decision quickly, Park Hyung-seok." He held out his hand and invited, "Do you want to get rich? Do you want to change your life?" Johan seemed to care a lot about him and continued to persuade. "1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. Together with me, God Dog will be even more perfect." He ambitiously wanted to map out a future path with Hyung-seok. Those two earn more than 5 billion won a year. Hostel is having a civil war while Big Deal has lost its brains, and workers have no intention of merging. This is the perfect opportunity. Johan eloquently declared, "Money is magic, money is Buddha, money is the springing force. You hate this poverty, don't you? You also have things you want to protect, right?" Backed by the powerful God Dog gang behind him, Johan acted like a master of persuasion, hitting every one of Hyung-seok's weak points, saying, "If you want to protect them, you must have enough power first. Let's change our lives together." Taesung and Hobin were surprised to see the God Dog brothers appearing in large numbers out of nowhere. They panicked and thought to themselves, "Damn, they still have that many left? Are these guys cloning themselves?" A subordinate reported to Johan, "The rest of the group is here, sir." Another also said, "We even brought our tools here." Looking at the disadvantageous situation before his eyes, Hobin immediately thought, "This is a bit too many, if only I still had full mana." He looked at Taesung and Leung-tae in boredom. Moreover, they weren't even on the same team, so Hobin felt helpless and thought, "It's a bit humiliating, but I guess there's no other way but to shake hands." No sooner said than done, he stepped forward and firmly grabbed Taesung's hand. Taesung looked at Hobin with an assessing gaze, then yanked his hand away and yelled, "Damn, why the F***ck are you shaking my hand?" After saying that, Taesung looked back at the God Dog gang standing as thick as ants in front of him. Suddenly, he felt that shaking hands wasn't such a bad idea, so he took the initiative to hold Hobin's hand again. "Alright, if that's what you want." Hobin saw right through him and cursed, "Damn, you only grabbed my hand because you saw how many of them there are, right?" "No way." Taesung stubbornly replied, "Those guys are just mosquito bites on stainless steel." Hobin scoffed disdainfully, "Stop bragging." Then, both of them rushed forward to punch the underlings, while Taesung kept running his mouth, "See, I'm not F***king scared at all." Hobin glared at him and scolded, "Damn, you're definitely scared." They coordinated rhythmically, throwing an elbow to take down another guy, while Taesung kept muttering, "If you're so tough, let go of my hand." Hobin challenged back, "You let go first, kid." The people outside watching them couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with them? Holding hands and fighting? Someone even whispered, "Is this a lover's quarrel?" Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae's voice rang in Johan's ear, you need power to protect? He suddenly rushed in to attack, catching Johan completely off guard, and Johan barely had time to bring both hands up to block the blow. Lee Eun-tae continued, power is meant to protect the weak. He continued to throw punches at Johan and refuted what Johan had just said to Hyung-seok, you're wrong. Suddenly, Johan threw a direct kick right into Lee Eun-tae's face. Tae-sung and Ho-bin were absolutely shocked by Johan's incredible strength. Lee Eun-tae took the hit in bewilderment, thinking to himself, this is me. He realized that Johan had perfectly copied the exact move he had just used. Johan looked arrogantly at Lee Eun-tae and said, this stance is quite difficult, isn't it? What followed was a direct punch that left him panicked. Johan exclaimed, as expected, it feels so natural to punch this way. Suddenly, a hand appeared and blocked Johan's fist. Hyung-seok looked at Johan and said slowly, I'm sorry, but... He seriously replied to his invitation, I will refuse. Johan was startled by the strength and the rejection from Hyung-seok. Having thought about Johan's words all this time, he slowly countered, you said that to protect, you need power, and to be powerful, you need money? Hyung-seok seriously expressed his viewpoint, I want to make a lot of money and also want to protect many things, but to abandon what I want to protect just to have power, what is the point of that? Hyung-seok was not someone who could trade everything for money, he understood that outcome, ultimately ending up all alone. His words seemed to pierce deeply into Johan's heart /n Hyung-seok said, right now you are so insecure that you're out of control, you have already chosen your next path. Hyung-seok firmly said, I will protect everything. Lee Eun-tae walked up, patted his shoulder, and praised, Park Hyung-seok, you're so cool. He said full of spirit, you don't need to have power, I will protect them with you, if I alone am not enough. /n Lee Eun-tae boldly declared, then everyone will protect them with you. Behind him, the figures of the Burn Knuckles brothers gradually stepped forward. Seeing this, everyone in the God Dog gang was panicked and startled. They thought to themselves, Burn Knuckles, it's Burn Knuckles. Bum Jae smiled and said, Vasco, we finally found you. /n everyone was shocked because they thought they had faded away, why were there so many of them, even twice as many as the rumors? Brothers from everywhere had now gathered, someone asked, hey freshman, what are you doing here? The younger members replied, seniors, we are also Burn Knuckles. /n as long as Vasco was fine, the group of Deok-sun, Jin-bae, and Mun-song also appeared, making everyone confused and judging, what the hell are they? Jin-bae exclaimed, it's been a long time. Mun-song shouted loudly, Marshal Yellow Duck is here. Deok-sun smiled pervertedly and yelled, this seat has joined the battle, you will have to pay the price. /n they looked at this messy combination and thought, why the hell are there so many ducks? Johan, just stop. Tae-sung looked at Ho-bin, the two of them looked back at their tightly clenched hands. They awkwardly let go of each other's hands without saying a word, as the two notorious gangs slowly advanced to face each other. Hyung-seok immediately spoke up, Johan, stop it. He said seriously, let's not fight anymore, I already refused so you should go back. Johan's face darkened as he said, do you also like playing house? He smiled strangely and yelled, me? Johan suddenly lunged forward and punched Hyung-seok hard in the stomach. He went crazy, attacking Lee Eun-tae, Tae-sung, and Ho-bin. Tightly gripping Hyung-seok's collar, Johan still forced a bizarre smile and growled, don't be so arrogant. He looked at Hyung-seok intimidatingly and said, if you don't have strength, what can you protect? I will make you understand. Johan ordered, wipe them all out. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk sneaked up from behind and attacked Johan's head with a bat, the strike was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Johan unexpectedly collapsed, and Jin-hyuk smiled gleefully. Hyung-seok shouted loudly, Johan. Jin-hyuk asked, didn't you say to bring our tools, Song Johan? I was planning to grab you by the neck. He said triumphantly, nice shot. Scared the hell out of me. Suddenly, the sound of pattering rain fell. On the ground lay the jackets of the God Dog gang scattered everywhere, it seemed they had abandoned their gang. Johan lay on the ground, asking weakly, why? His eyes blurred as he yelled, we were just a little bit closer and we could have reached the top. Johan unyieldingly asked over and over, why? Jin-hyuk looked smugly at his pathetic state and replied, why be so surprised? Are you surprised by the fake bank book incident? He gloated further, or the fact that I betrayed you? Johan was stunned by Jin-hyuk's words. He puffed on his cigarette impatiently and said, enough rambling with you, this is all your karma, Song Johan. He let him know the cruelty within the gang all this time, didn't you hear what they said? Before you came, we were very happy, they only care about benefits. Every word echoed in Johan's ears, just ignore the fake bank account issue. If we keep paying bribes, how are we supposed to live? Jin-hyuk leading is much better than this. It's all your fault, Song Johan. /n Jin-hyuk slowly recounted, at first, we couldn't find your weakness, but gradually it became clear. He looked down at him and said seriously, your only weakness is that you only care about yourself. Hyuk couldn't help but mock the things Johan had said, just try a little harder and we can reach the top? Maybe you are right. He said ruthlessly, it's not us, it's just you. /n/Naviri word Hyuk said left Johan astounded. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Originally, I just wanted to use you to take revenge on Burn Knuckles. Who knew they would drag the guys from J1 High School into this? The OBs have also fallen, so now the only option is to surrender. Suddenly, he slowly grabbed Johan's hand. You're a boxing athlete, right? I'll make sure you won't even be able to dream of taking revenge on us. Saying that, he and those who used to be Johan's subordinates rushed forward, saying, we'll cripple you. Hyung-seok panicked and shouted, Johan! /n/N suddenly, Johan stood up and punched the guy who had just rushed at him in the face. Hyuk, who thought he had already fallen, was left with his mouth wide open. Johan, his face covered in blood, declared, my eyes are wide open now. Hyuk thought to himself, was he stalling for time to recover his strength? Johan suddenly said, that's right, Hyuk, did you really have to use that fake bank account? Under the pouring rain, he said maniacally, it can still be salvaged now. If so, right here, Johan pointed at Hyuk's group, I will wipe out God Dog. Then he pointed his finger at Lee Eun-tae's group, wiping out Burn Knuckles. Johan now seemed to have lost his reason, he terrifyingly declared, I will create a new gang myself. In the depths of despair, Johan thought to himself, I just need to start over. The rain was still pouring down, Lee Eun-tae stood silently watching Johan's madness. He looked at Bum Jae helplessly and asked, Bum Jae, what should I do? His appearance made Lee Eun-tae feel bitter, I know I shouldn't think like that, I know not all of them are bad guys. Watching Johan having to fight against the very people who once fought alongside him, Lee Eun-tae said heartbrokenly, but this bad guy looks very pitiful. Hyung-seok was also confused, thinking, did Johan not know about the fake bank account incident? Lee Eun-tae grabbed his shoulder and said sincerely, this is his karma, Hyung-seok. He said sadly, you reap what you sow. Lee Eun-tae understood that at this moment no one could help Johan but himself, he had to find a way to survive on his own. Over here, Johan said, Jang Jin-hyuk, tell me slowly, I remember that time. He was now terrified and muttered, a monster, taking on all of us by himself. Johan approached like a grim reaper and said, when you led an unknown gang, it was also raining like this. Hyuk panicked and screamed, don't come here. Johan seemed to be talking to himself, that's right, it was pouring rain. Suddenly, from the crowd, Jong-gun slowly stepped forward. Everyone was surprised by his presence. Tae-sung panicked as he remembered, that guy is, the guy who came along that day. Under the pouring rain, Jong-gun stood towering behind Johan. He was also surprised to see him /n/N Jong-gun gently sat down on a nearby bench and lit a cigarette. Seemingly unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere, he leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. He slowly spoke up, the day I made Kim Ji-myung bite the dust, it was also pouring rain. Jong-gun spoke decisively in the face of Johan's shock, Johan, you are eliminated from the succession list, /n/Ne's eyes were now completely filled with despair. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he stammered, stop joking around, is it because of that fake account? Johan pitifully knelt down, clinging to Jong-gun's thigh and begging, I wasn't the mastermind behind this. I am your loyal dog. He groaned, you can't do this, bro, no. Then what about my mother's eyes? What is my mother going to do now, /n/ Johan clutched the hem of Jong-gun's pants and pleaded, do you know how long I've waited? You said that as long as I united the 4 heavenly crews, I could catch that person's eye. You said, that person, could get my mother into a top-tier hospital. In return, Jong-gun only gave him a cold response, that is not my obligation. Sighing, he just uttered a cruel remark, that's life. Jong-gun's every word was like a death sentence for Johan, you can't even manage a tiny inner gang, and then you get betrayed and stabbed in the back by someone else. Jong-gun concluded, how could someone like that become my successor? Johan was now like a punished child, miserably begging but unforgiven. He was in agony, his hope of saving his mother was completely shattered. Jong-gun looked down at his pathetic state. He advised, you know how Kim Ji-myung ended up, right? Accept your fate. Johan just sat there without saying a word. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, did Kim Ji-myung sell a lot of salt? Jong-gun threatened, he said he would use his strength to knock me out, so I pulled a few of his teeth for fun. Johan suddenly smiled and replied, is that so? He slowly stood up and took a fighting stance, his face forming a bizarre smile as he asked, Kim Ji-myung lost, right? With a face of someone who had completely given up on life, Johan said, I should have done this from the start. Jong-gun looked at him with contempt and evaluated, a dog biting its master? Makes sense. He took off his glasses, revealing pitch black, deadly eyes, and said, just taking a shortcut. Right now, Tae-sun looked thoughtful. He suddenly thought to himself that he intended to come here to deal with that Song Johan or Jae Yeol guy. Unexpectedly, right in front of him, Johan was confronting Jong-gun. Tae-sung exclaimed, "But, what the hell is this situation?" At that moment, Ho-bin was also approaching. He adjusted his swimming goggles and muttered to himself, "That uncle took off his sunglasses, so terrifying, he's my kind." Then, Ho-bin asked himself, "But what the hell am I doing here? Actually, there's no serious grudge, and I was the one who started the fight anyway. The rain soaked my damn underwear, buying swimming goggles was totally the right move." He got close to Tae-sung and whispered, "Fuck, should we just leave?" Just then, Tae-sung and Ho-bin looked up at each other. Following that, he gave a slight nod, and then the other guy also nodded in agreement. Both of them thought, "That's right, we need to stick around and watch the drama a bit before leaving." Right at that moment, Johan dashed quickly toward Jong-gun. At this time, his hands clenched tightly, blood seeping from the cracks on his facial skin. Suddenly, the image of Johan's mother, Nari, from the past rushed back, the image of her frantically chewing on her own fist. At that time, 2 nurses came to stop Nari. They exclaimed, "The patient is still chewing, she was just fine a moment ago." Right then, Johan was standing there, completely caught off guard. The nurse shouted, "What's with that boy? Get out right now, can't you see the patient's condition?" The patient's son, she was normal during visiting hours. At the rehab center for drug addicts, a voice spoke up, "She has snorted too much ketamine." Are there still religions in this world that rely on illegal substances? It was a conversation between the center's doctor and Johan. He said, "Her condition is worsening because of her addiction. We can only do our best." The doctor's next words made him anxious. "The problem now is her eyes." An image of Nari tied motionless to the hospital bed appeared. The doctor added, "The patient is suffering from complications due to diabetes, which led to her losing her sight a long time ago." At that moment, she whispered weakly, "Johan, you have to eat before going to school." The doctor hesitated, therefore. Pausing for a moment, he spoke, "She has gone blind," and now, he felt helpless hearing that the only option was a corneal transplant, but the cost was very high. Johan softly asked, "About how much is it?" Returning to reality, at this moment, he was raising his leg to kick Jong-gun, with a thought rising in his mind, "I need money." He reminded himself, "I need money," and then, he threw a punch to attack him. Johan continuously screamed, "I need money," and used his knee to attack Jong-gun. Images of the past rushed back. Johan's hands were taking a shoe off someone's foot. In front of him was the image of many people knocked out, and he was taking off everyone's shoes. After taking all the shoes, he said to his dog, "Let's go Eden." Right at that moment, a voice rang out, "That's a bit too much." Then, Jong-gun appeared from behind. He continued to say, "I've seen pickpockets who steal wallets, but this is the first time I've seen someone steal shoes." Hearing that, Johan glanced back. He replied bluntly, "Who are you? I'm not someone who looks for trouble either. Don't stick your snout into other people's business." Instantly, he growled, "Working part-time in the morning, acting like a thug at night, there are a lot of rumors about you right now, so I came to find you." And then, Jong-gun explained, "I need promising sprouts who have never been touched by the law like you. The person paying my salary is running a business and making a lot of money. I need talent to take over the Gangbuck area. Do you want to give it a try? I've found the other guys, only Gangbuck is left." He just replied, "Your shoes." Then, with a serious expression, Johan ordered, "They look expensive, take them off for me and get lost." In that moment, Jong-gun just lightly touched his forehead. He smirked, "I have to do a little testing anyway, you should feel lucky, I'm a bit bad at judging distance right now." That bastard Kim Jun-gu. Returning to reality, Johan threw a punch, his mind thinking about the past, when he couldn't even touch him. And then he hit Jong-gun's arm, telling himself, "Now I can." At that time, Lee Young-tae, Hyung-seok, and Bum-jae were all confused, their mouths wide open. And he continuously threw strikes at Jong-gun all over his body, always telling himself, "I can do this." At this time, Jong-gun tensed his arm to block the attack, saying, "You even copied this? I acknowledge your talent, I probably won't find anyone better than you in the future." And then Jong-gun clicked his tongue, "That's why it's such a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed Johan hard, tossing his body like a falling leaf. He blurted out, "A coward cannot move forward." Now, Johan's eyes widened, his breath caught as he realized the inevitable. Then Jong-gun spoke with contempt, "A guy with an iPhone shell but Android software like you." After that, he pointed at Lee Young-tae, Hyung-seok, and Bum-jae who were standing dazed, and yelled, "Completely different from those guys over there." Meanwhile, Johan sat up on his own. Jong-gun kept rambling, "You don't have the top-tier leadership skills like Kim Ji-myeon, you don't make as much money as workers, at least be like that salt-selling Kim Ji-myeon. Well, never mind." He lit a cigarette and continued his sarcasm, "Rushing out to fight me just like that, how short-sighted." Right then, Johan dashed quickly towards Jong-gun. Despite his comment, physical strength is at the top of the succession list, but before he could finish, he threw a punch right in the middle of Johan's face, and concluded, "But overall, you're dead last." After that, Johan gradually passed out. The scene shifts to a different space in the past, a closed door appears, inside a voice rings out, Where do you think this is? Don't you see the name tag on the door? Do you know who I am? Another voice replied, a senior member of the strongest gang in Gangbuk, the gang that specializes in making fake accounts. The girl next to Jang Jin Hyuk whispered, honey, I'm hungry. She asked, honey, who is that? And he just stared to answer the other person's question, I am the boss, Jang Jin Hyuk. However, just a few minutes later, Jin Hyuk bowed his head and kneeled, I apologize, my new leader. And the person opposite him was Johan, who ordered, from today on, this gang will be changed to God Dog. /n/Johan adjusted his hat and added, God Dog makes a living in the Gangbuk area, you just need to manage the numbers. He told himself, anyway, God Dog is just me. At this moment, a thought rose in his heart, I have almost achieved it. /n/N back to reality, after being punched in the face, Johan woke up and bit tightly onto Jong-gun's shoe. He bit the shoe tightly while crying out, Mom, Mom. At this moment, Jong-gun remained calm. He flicked his cigarette ash and spoke with a sarcastic tone, planning to sell shoes again? And he said decisively, I have to abandon the dog that bites its owner, it already lost a few teeth. Memories came rushing back, Johan was facing the doctor. He said, there are still over 4,000 people waiting for a transplant. He felt helpless. Looking at the bloodstained pile of money Johan brought, the doctor said, I won't ask where you got this money, but having money alone doesn't mean you can get a corneal transplant right away. And he softly added, I don't know how long you'll have to wait. At this moment, Johan's mother was walking over with a cane. The memory shifted to another scene, this time at a swimming pool, someone's voice pleaded, please introduce that person to me. Johan was bowing deeply on his knees, begging, the person who hired you guys, that person can push up my mother's number on the waiting list, right? Jong-gun replied, of course it's possible, but why should that person meet you? You have to earn billions of won for him like we do. And he added, money is God, money is Buddha. Following that, Jong-gun suggested to Johan, become my successor, then naturally you can meet that person. At this time, Jungu, lying on a chair, spoke up, to become the successor, you have to unite the 4 heavenly crews. Don't listen to him, here, give me the money and I'll pass the position to you. Just 100 billion won, consider it a rights fee. Hearing this, Jong-gun quickly interrupted, my first successor must defeat the 4 heavenly crews. Finally, he concluded, prove your worth by uniting the 4 heavenly crews. Returning to reality, Johan was lying helplessly. Jong-gun shouted, in the end, you couldn't prove yourself. He was crying loudly, the sound of his tears falling rapidly on the gray ground. Standing opposite him, he exclaimed, useless trash. Looking up at the gathered crowd, Jong-gun said, there are so many people like this, he hesitated, and you couldn't get a single one on your side. Now, he thought to himself, I know that, I never once hoped for it. Jong-gun said loudly, I already pulled out some of Kim Ji-myung's teeth, what should I pull out of you, Johan? Johan was in tears, feeling isolated, after all, he was just alone. Then, Jong-gun reached his hand toward Johan with a dark expression, and he just told himself, I am all alone in this world. /n/N right at that moment, a hand grabbed Jong-gun's neck. Jin-sung appeared and pushed Jong-gun aside, saying, step aside. Now, Johan was extremely shocked. Jin-sung asked worriedly, are you okay, as he opened his eyes wide. Jong-gun, with his hands supporting himself on the ground, looked up and asked, who are you? Jin-sung replied, me? It was raining at this moment. He spoke slowly, I am, while pulling Johan up by the hand and saying firmly, his friend. /n/nonce again, Johan's childhood memories flooded back, of kids teasing someone. I heard his mom is blind, she can't see anything, right you punk? His mom even opened a barber shop. One kid said, my dad bought me a car, another chimed in, you don't have a dad, right? Johan cried and said, no, my mom said my dad went to America. Another kid sneered, you idiot, he didn't go to America. Before he could finish his sentence, seeing stars, he was hit with a punch to the cheek, and a scream echoed, blood. Who are you? I'm a 6th grader, you know. A boy stood up to protect Johan, saying, me? I'm the one who will make you bite the dust if you bully Johan. /n/N Jong-gun's face was now gloomy. Jin-sung said, for a long time, looking at the bewildered Johan, and called out, Johan. Then, he got into a fighting stance, constantly asking, did this old man bully you? Jin-sung charged forward. At this moment, Jong-gun was observing and commented, his lower body is solid and flexible. Next, he threw a punch but Jong-gun dodged it. He said, the speed is also very fast. He mocked, is it innate? Or is it from training? Jin-sung just replied, you're too noisy, old man. Then, continuously attacking Jong-gun, Jin-sung said loudly, today, I have a date with me Jin, what a surprise. His final punch was right at Jong-gun's right eye. In just a split second, he slammed his hand on the ground and exclaimed, indeed. Jin-sung punched continuously but Jong-gun dodged them all, he turned around skillfully. He burst out laughing, that's great. /N/N, but just as Jong-gun was about to attack again, Lee Eun-tae rushed in to block a kick from Jong-gun's leg, while Hyung-seok hugged Jin-sung and dodged to the side. Jong-gun was very surprised, then, he praised Lee Eun-tae, that's great, this kid. He recalled the memory of the day the festival was held, he had looked down on Lee Eun-tae. He remembered, Muay Thai, at that time he only had the iPhone case. And surprised by Lee Eun-tae's actual strength, Jong-gun said to himself, but it seems the strength. It is to protect the weak. Who is the weak? Someone already installed the iPhone software for him. At that moment, Jin-sung knocked Lee Eun-tae on the head, grumbling, power is to protect the weak. Who is the weak? A minute later, Hyung-seok rushed in and landed a kick right on Jong-gun's shoulder. He took a stance and recognized it as a Brazilian kick. At this moment, Jong-gun recalled the past when he attacked Hyung-seok, having been kicked by him back then, did he already learn it? Suddenly, he felt something strange. He saw him preparing a certain stance, this is, before he could judge, he was struck by a horizontal sweep from him. He could only blurt out, just now. Jong-gun was confused and realized it was his own technique. There's more, at this moment Jong-gun looked up at Hyung-seok and wondered to himself, another hidden talent? Now, he looked at the three of them and told himself, it's the guy the chairman asked me to keep an eye on, truly unexpected. Hyung-seok shouted, don't bully Jin-sung. He yelled, hey, you too? Right then, Jong-gun exclaimed, good. And he burst into laughter with a terrifying face, very good, Park Hyung-seok. Seeing this, he had a bad premonition. Now, Jong-gun took off his glasses, speaking slowly, you. Then, looking towards Hyung-seok, he offered, do you want to change your life? Next, looking towards Johan, he continued, just in time when there is a vacancy. At the same time, Tae-sung spoke up, there are a few guys I've kept an eye on for a long time, but they are but ugly. There is a legend on rainy days. And Ho-bin shouted, what legend? But I don't believe in legends. So why are you telling it? Hyung-seok replied indifferently, I don't want to. Receiving the answer, Jong-gun felt he couldn't understand. He suddenly remembered DG's words, unify the four heavenly crews first, then we can talk. Next, he said slowly, pausing for a second, he continued, we'll wipe out the four heavenly crews. And he explained, recently, a lot of things have happened, pickpocketing, fake bank accounts, many people getting involved, countless people getting hurt, and a friend of mine even had to go to a reform school. Past images rushed back. Hyung-seok continued, it turns out the four heavenly crews were behind this, I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Hyung-seok said decisively, violence cannot solve the problem. And then, he laughed cheerfully, I want to protect my friends. Hearing that, Lee Eun-tae thought deeply. Then, he placed his hand lightly on his shoulder and said loudly and clearly, I will help you. Lee Eun-tae affirmed, I will punch the bad guys, without missing a single shot. Another voice rang out, you're really cool. He hesitated, Vasco, punching without missing is a bit. At that moment, Bum Jae spoke up, what's wrong Vasco? Let's have a quick huddle. What was Dae-won going to say? TSC, another voice spoke up. Then there is no other way. Munsong said, it truly is the best plan. Jin Bae also agreed, as expected of the general. And all the members of the Burn Knuckles shouted in unison, Vasco. If we can't protect them, then we aren't the Burn Knuckles. We will definitely be able to protect them. At this moment, Johan was very surprised, shouts rang out, why are you guys acting like this? I believe in Vasco, whatever you do, we will follow. Meanwhile, Jong-gun was watching attentively, the chatter of the Burn Knuckles group still echoing, don't cling to me, it's so hot, what is this, it's Vasco's pepper. He suddenly realized that it was faith, loyalty, and then, Jong-gun had to exclaim, an outstanding leader. The group members still surrounded Lee Eun-tae and Hyung-seok, I will fight alone, you guys go away. Where can we go, don't touch my pepper, who keeps touching it? Jong-gun thought to himself, although different, they are very similar. And he smiled, these kids have changed, in this moment, he realized, he wanted, both. Next, Jong-gun turned around, hey kid, are you interested? He suggested to Jin-sung, you seem to be better than your friend. He praised him in front of Johan, talented, and also hardworking. Hearing that, Jin-sung just raised one finger and said, guess what, damn it. After that, he asked Jong-gun again, let's have another round, I put too much emotion into my fists earlier. He responded with a slight smile, and Jong-gun said decisively, did you say you would wipe out my four heavenly crews? That's right, that's practically united. And then, he challenged Hyung-seok and his friends, just try it. After that, Jong-gun turned his back and walked away, calling back, good luck. Before getting into the car, Jong-gun looked down below one more time, and then he uttered, what an interesting prospect indeed. At that time, Jong-gun left behind a confusing remark and disappeared, and then on that day, God Dog also disappeared. At this moment, Jin-sung turned to look at Johan, he said, hey, that guy was so scared he ran away, which was? However, he couldn't understand, because on the ground nearby, Johan had also disappeared. On the ground, only a chain remained, someone's footprints appeared, and the images of all the God Dog members suddenly appeared. And the explanation for all of this is that the only remaining God Dog member, oh no, from the very beginning, God Dog only had one person, /n/N Jong-gun and Jun-gu got out of the car and stopped in front of a roadside restaurant. Jun-gu held the food in his hands and shouted continuously, "Do you know how much that car costs? The car seats are wet, do you know how much business time we missed? Are you a child, just playing around?" And he constantly blamed Jong-gun, sometimes it was Kim Ji-myeon, now it's Johan, they are the successors after all. Meanwhile, Jong-gun just focused on eating and muttered to himself, "Just let me unite the four heavenly crews." /N/N right then, Song-nong said, "The dipping sauce you ordered is here," and he accidentally spilled the dipping sauce cup, apologizing profusely, "I'm sorry." Jun-gu burst out laughing, "That's karma." Immediately, Song-nong panicked, "Oh, are you okay? I lifted weights 700 times today and also went jogging, so my hands are just shaking." /N/N at this point, Jong-gun could no longer hold back, he grumbled, "I just wanted to be happy and not get mad." Instantly, Song-nong took off the towel on his head, "Huh, what do you mean? Hey, be careful, you thug." He shouted loudly, "Song-nong, Prickett is out buying things." Hearing that, he hurried back, "What's going on, is there a fight?" Jong-gun's face hardened, and Prickett didn't back down either. Jong-gun and Prickett glared at each other, but no one said a word. The street noodle stall was still brightly lit, and everyone stood perfectly still. /N/N Jun-gu tilted his head to observe the person next to him. What was wrong with Jong-gun? Why was his gaze suddenly so serious? When he looked in Jong-gun's direction, he was startled. "Oh shit, is that guy Thai? I thought they said he was Japanese. A Thai guy selling takoyaki?" Standing right there was a dark-skinned man with a cloth wrapped around his head, wearing sandals. /N/N Prickett broke a sweat, frowned, and spoke up, "Irashimasu. Jun-gu just found it ridiculous, stop playing the fool." Song-nong stepped forward and pushed Prickett back, "Hey, get out of the way. This is serious." Prickett seemed reluctant, calling out, "Song-nong." Even so, he was held back, just like the time he almost died at the financial support office. Song-nong looked at the two people in front of him and said, "These two are no ordinary guys. A youth who has done hellish training over 500 times like me can feel it." /N/N he had never heard about Prickett winning a Muay Thai championship, so he thought to himself, Prickett, if he keeps being so arrogant, he'll end up dead. Jun-gu gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles, he was fully prepared. "Huh, these scammers." Suddenly, a notebook and pen were held out. Jong-gun bowed, speaking in a respectful tone that made Jun-gu freeze behind him, "I'm your fan, it's an honor to meet you. I was very impressed by your 65th title defense match. That fatal flying knee kick." Hearing this, Prickett was a little confused. Jong-gun looked toward Prickett's right leg and continued, "With your right knee, I'm still waiting for your return." Jong-gun expressed regret, it was a pity that he left without having a single disciple, while Jun-gu and Song-nong stood there with confused thoughts. "No, so strange, is this restaurant really that good? What are you two whispering about? I didn't know this takoyaki stall was so famous." "Wait, I am a chef, it's time to drink protein." The pen laid down the final strokes on the notebook, Prickett spoke up, "Wow." Handing it back to Jong-gun, he smiled proudly and continued, "Actually, I have a disciple. /N/N Jong-gun returned to the car, pushed up his glasses and replied, "I see, then I also want to meet that person." The familiar, sturdy, and steadfast silhouette of Leun-tae appeared at /N/N and the scene shifted to a smashed car. People around were pointing and gossiping, "What happened to that car? Are there no witnesses? It seems like two fat guys were fighting." The victimized car owner just gave an easygoing smile, it's okay, you don't know each other until you fight. /N/N Next was the seating area of a karaoke room. I heard the karaoke room was also destroyed. Why is the claw machine like that? What happened? I thought there was a war. Even so, the male and female owners just smiled happily, it's okay, probably just some students who like dolls, these things are normal, maybe those kids want to be singers. Also at the gas station area, a similar situation happened, thugs fighting? It's fine. The gas station owner still just smiled cheerfully, what Mexico or God Dog, no fighting, no making friends. Report? What report? It's okay. Leon was stunned hearing that, as if she had heard something very strange. She frowned, looking at the person talking excitedly on the phone, that stingy old man, what's going on? The butler stood respectfully and announced, I have properly handled the matters related to the young master's friends. Park Hyung-seok, Leun-tae, Lee Jin-sung, according to your words. Jae Yeol, while listening to the information, happily played with the puppies. After hearing it, he just smiled quietly. The butler spoke up, young master. The scene shifted to the prison on a certain afternoon. Kim Ji-myeon looked straight at the person in front of him with a serious face and reminded, there's no need to do that here. Kwon Ji-tae, through the iron bars of the visiting room, was kneeling and bowing deeply before Kim Ji-myeon. Ji-tae still kept his face down and respectfully replied, "How could I look straight at you like that?" In the corner of the room, Jang Jin-hyuk was standing next to Yimang, laughing mockingly. "I heard you were number 2, so I expected a lot. Turns out you're just Big Deal's dog." Kim Ji-myung didn't change his expression and turned to ask, "I heard you came here too, you're Jang Jin-hyuk of God Dog, right?" Jang Jin-hyuk smirked, "I've heard a lot about you, Kim Ji-myung." He leisurely sat down on the back of Ji-tae, who was kneeling on the ground. "Big Deal is having a hard time making money, right? I have a proposal." He raised his eyebrows and offered a price. "I have plenty of confidence in this, profits are 50-50. You're very upset because of a useless number 2 like this, right? If you want to maintain Big Deal, you need to earn around 100 million. Ji-tae remained silent without any reaction. Kim Ji-myung didn't say a word, letting Jang Jin-hyuk finish. "Even though the brain went to prison, you were miserably ruined by Jong-gun like this." Listening to this, he just smirked and sighed. "That's right, the truth is I was harmed too miserably. So just let them go." Gun JT. In just a split second, JT proudly stood up, grabbing the 2 guys next to him. He continued, "Even if our JT can't make money, he is as good at fighting as I am." The guy lowered his head and muttered, "Unless the boss speaks, you guys should be a bit polite." /n/. A moment later, Jin Hyuk and Himang had to prostrate themselves and bow their heads to apologize. "We are sorry, boss. We won't dare to do it again. We should have taught them carefully. We pledge our loyalty to you. No, if we merge with God Dog, we have to pay 200 million. Kim Ji-myung calmly closed his eyes and considered, "Even so, the most important thing is to maintain Big Deal. As long as I get out of prison." /n/. Hand was placed on the separating glass of the prisoner visiting room, then he instantly frowned in anger, emitting an overwhelming murderous aura. "Then Jong-gun is definitely dead meat to me." JT quietly bowed his head, seemingly understanding the situation very well. Understood. /n/. The prison yard. The atmosphere was becoming noisy and bustling. A buzz of discussion erupted. "Why is it so noisy? It seems like the newbies have arrived." Kim Ji-myung, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his hand, looked down expressionlessly, listening to his subordinate's report. "Big brother Kim Ji-myung /n/. A moment later he replied, "That's fine too." He looked up at the new inmates. "What a bunch of idiots." But immediately, Kim Ji-myung was stunned for a moment. Jeon-woo and Suk-kong standing nearby saw this and asked him in surprise, "Boss, what's wrong? What happened?" A familiar short figure wearing glasses caught Kim Ji-myung's eyes. /n/. "It's nothing, I just saw a lovely face." He blew out a puff of white smoke. "Anyway, none of them are decent." That lowered face gradually became clear. In the classroom,